Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2897 to Chapter 2942. Not only did she come back to life, but the withered Mary Roses in the garden also had something to do with her. For she had been reborn in the midst of innumerable large Mary Roses, bright and juicy. He didn't know what was going on, but he could tell that the woman had absorbed all the life energy from the roses, which was why the strange change happened. The girl was covered in Mary Rose tattoos all over her body. Her dress, headwear, ear studs, and even her exposed shoulders and back were all covered in rose tattoos. When she laughed at the sky to celebrate her rebirth, her eyes and tongue stud all turned into the shape of a rose. After Rose's rebirth, the girl laughed unscrupulously, her gaze slowly shifted to the direction of the house. Her laughter slowed down and was replaced by an evil and sickly grin. With each step she took, the girl slowly walked into the house. As the girl entered the house, the courtyard changed again. The ordinary-looking house was suddenly surrounded by countless rose thorns. The green vines were like ropes, binding the white walls and red tiles. The thorns on the vines pierced into the interior of the house as if they were sucking out blood. Not long after, rose buds appeared on the thorny vines, followed by roses that bloomed one after another. There were no more changes in the courtyard. Or rather, there were changes, but they were all inside the house. Angor's vision was fixed, so he could not see what was going on inside. After waiting for a while, he gave up and retreated from the bird's view. He slowly opened his eyes after leaving the birdcage. However, he was stunned the moment he opened his eyes. He remembered that before he entered the birdcage, the crystal object in front of him was a long whip with barbs. But now, the whip remained the same, but at some point in time, it was covered with red crystal roses of various sizes. The whip looked prettier from the outside, but it also gave him a dangerous feeling. The big Mary crystal rose with thorns was like a beautiful trap. While it attracted your gaze, it also seemed to be tempting you to fall into depravity. What's going on? Angor wondered. Laplace gave Angor a strange look. I was going to ask you the same thing. Did you do something to the whip when you closed your eyes? Angor quickly shook his head. Let's not talk about the roses for now. Didn't you say you're going inside to solve the riddle? Why didn't you go in? Or are you saying that you can solve riddles outside with that special authority you speak of? Angor paused for a second and looked away awkwardly. Just a little accident. A little accident? Laplace narrowed his eyes and looked at Angor carefully. Angor felt uneasy when he saw Laplace's disdainful look, but he still tried his best to explain, when a special dream changes, no one can enter it. Not even me. I have to wait until the change is over. Angor looked into Laplace's eyes as he spoke. He didn't need to lie to her about this. Laplace believed Angor's words. You didn't enter Helen's dream, but you saw it, right? Laplace asked. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't have closed his eyes for such a long time. Angor didn't deny it. He nodded and told Laplace everything he saw. When there's an unknown change, I can't even directly probe into it. This is a little beyond my expectations. Laplace considered for a moment. The girl came back to life, absorbed the life energy of the roses, entered the house, and tied the house with the roses. It sounds ridiculous, but I believe it. The more ridiculous it sounded, the more Laplace believed it. Also, the crystal whip outside also grew a big Mary Rose, which seemed to prove that the girl came back to life with the help of the roses. So the unknown changes started with the girl? Laplace murmured in a low voice, could it be that the 1% of progress that I didn't discover before is also on her? Angor also mentioned that the balloons on the gate of the rose garden also changed, but they didn't affect the appearance of the crystal creation at all. Considering the changes in the crystal creation's appearance, the girl and the roses were still the key. Laplace fell into deep thought for a long time. As someone who had experienced Helen's dream, she was very concerned about the incomplete 1% exploration. In Angor's opinion, this was the first time a game designer came into contact with a dungeon, or rather, a secret room. She wouldn't give up until she solved all her questions. Laplace's main body stayed in the empty mirror sea all year round, and he could be considered a recluse. Even though Laplace would open the blind box in the empty mirror sea to view the memories of various worlds that flowed into the empty mirror sea, it was his first time experiencing it in person. Going from a god's perspective to a player's perspective was definitely different. God's perspective allowed one to look down on everything from above. Solving puzzles was child's play in the eyes of those with God's perspective. However, from a player's perspective, they had to take every step carefully and search for clues in the memory bit by bit. Finally, they had to think of a way to conquer this memory dungeon. This was Laplace's first time as a player, but she still wanted to use a god's perspective. She couldn't let it go. She wasn't really a perfectionist yet. It was just an inevitable result of changing her perspective. While Laplace was deep in thought, the whip-shaped crystal creation. Oh, no, it should be called the rose whip now. It was slowly becoming illusory. Obviously, it followed the rules of Wonderland's authority. As long as it wasn't triggered, it would automatically disappear. But how was Angor supposed to find and trigger them? One had to know that the rose whip wasn't the only crystal creation that had gone into hiding. The sky was filled with crystal creations. Where were they hiding now? Since Laplace didn't say anything, Angor decided to change his perspective to a god's perspective. He planned to look at the dream crystallizer from a macroscopic perspective and find the hidden crystal creations. Of course, the first thing he checked was the area around his current location. He didn't see any crystal creations on the surface of the dream crystallizer or in the underground world. Or perhaps, the crystal creations had merged with the dream crystallizer itself. That was hard to find. It was like a drop of water falling into the sea. It was very difficult to find a crystal that was similar to the dream crystallizer in a world full of dream crystallizers. Since he couldn't find anything nearby, Angor expanded his search. Previously, he only checked a certain area. But now, he was looking at the most macroscopic view. After searching for a while, he really did discover something unusual. This place wasn't far from the safe zone and the forest of memory. It was the mountain of corpses where the monsters were hiding. Now, all the corpses on the mountain were gone. However, what replaced it was a gigantic crystal mountain that was so large that it could reach the sky. If it was just a crystal mountain, Angor wouldn't think too much about it. Maybe the war of creation caused too much of a commotion and turned the world upside down. That was possible. However, Angor didn't pay attention to it just because of the crystal mountain. He also noticed that there was a path on the steep mountain. It wasn't as detailed as a man-made path, but there was a winding path that led from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. That was strange. Imagine a 10,000-meter-tall mountain with an unbroken path leading from the plain to the top. Wasn't that strange? When Angor looked at the crystal mountain, he received a message from the Tree of Authority. According to the message, Angor could now enter Wonderland mode to observe the crystal mountain. However, he still had to fulfill two conditions. First, he had to touch the crystal mountain. Second, he had to activate Wonderland's authority. Angor was currently in God's view, so he couldn't touch the crystal mountain. But there was a way. With the Tree of Authority, Angor was basically half the owner of the dream crystal. Some of his previous authorities could now be used, with the astronomical shift, authority having a greater range of control. What Angor did was to use the authority of astronomical shift to draw the nightmare aura from the underground world out of the crack. By combining the nightmare aura and astronomical shift, Angor cast a spell called Phantom Hand. To put it bluntly, the condition to touch the crystal mountain was to sense the nightmare aura. Phantom Hand was an illusion cantrip, and it could also be used as an extension of Angor's body. When he touched the crystal mountain with the Phantom Hand, he successfully fulfilled the first condition. Next, he activated the Dream of Wonderland ability. With both conditions fulfilled, Angor could clearly feel his consciousness drifting across a great distance and arriving outside the crystal mountain. Then, his consciousness slowly sank into the crystal mountain. A new courtyard appeared in front of him. To Angor's surprise, he couldn't see anything different about the crystal mountain even though he was inside the box and could see as much as he wanted. The mountain was the same, the path was the same, and there were no monsters or anything else. What's going on? If this wasn't a special dream, why would he be able to enter the courtyard by activating Wonderland's authority? And if it was a special dream, why didn't anything change inside? Angor couldn't figure it out. Maybe, he had to check it out himself. While Angor was thinking about the crystal mountain, Laplace finally woke up from his meditation. It's gone. Angor opened his eyes when he heard Laplace's voice. Laplace looked at the empty air and muttered softly. You mean that whip? As long as you don't activate it, it'll fade away and disappear. I don't know where it's going, Angor said. I know where it is. Laplace spoke in a flat tone. Huh? Laplace said, when it disappeared, I got some more information. You got more information after leaving Helen's dream? Angor was surprised. This Wonderland's authority was so humane that it even provided after-sales service? Laplace nodded and told Angor the information he just received. Special dream Helen's dream changed and combined with Beela's sweet dream. Special dream Helen's dream changed into Glutton's carnival. Exploration progress reset. All those who cleared Helen's dream will be added to the Glutton's hunting list. All rewards obtained in Helen's dream will be doubled in the special dream Glutton's carnival. The Glutton's hunt will begin after the 3-hour countdown ends. The countdown will continue after going offline. Current countdown, 2:59, 59, current countdown, 2:59, 58, current countdown, 2:55, 50. By the time Laplace finished, the countdown had reached 2 hours and 55 minutes. Since Laplace could sense the countdown, she told Angor that she knew where it was. When the countdown ended, the special dream, Glutton's Carnival, would actively hunt Laplace down. Once the Glutton came, the corresponding special dream would appear, and so would the rose whip that carried the special dream. According to the message, the countdown would continue after going offline. In other words, if Laplace went offline for more than 3 hours, she would be attacked by the rose whip no matter where she was when she came back online. It sounded like a death trap. However, when Laplace said those words, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he seemed to be looking forward to it. Angor had only one thought after hearing Laplace's message. This glutton must be tired of living. If other mortals tried to challenge Helen's dream and failed, they would definitely be scared when the Glutton's Carnival appeared. Because they weren't strong enough. Laplace, on the other hand, was different. As long as she could replenish her scales, she would be able to kill wizards as easily as cutting grass. A glutton trying to hunt a monster like that? Dream on. Of course, he wasn't worried about Laplace's safety. Speaking of which, Laplace did mention something interesting in the information he just mentioned. Linked change. Previously, Helen's dream was about to undergo an unknown change. Now, it was confirmed that the unknown change was linked change. The word linkage and linkage transformation was used very subtly, and it was also very picturesque. Helen's dream was created by Helen herself. And Beela's sweet dream was created by someone named Beela when she was asleep. The two dreams were linked, and that was how the new dream came to be, the Glutton's Carnival. So these special dreams can be linked? Angor muttered, but who's Beela? Beela is that fat girl, Laplace said. She's the daughter of the owner of the house in Helen's dream. The girl who was used as fertilizer for the roses? Laplace nodded. I saw her portrait in the hallway. Her name was written beside it. Laplace didn't understand many of the characters in Helen's dream, but the names in the portrait in the hallway were written in standard universal language. Perhaps Helen, the creator of the dream, had the deepest memory of these characters, which allowed her to reproduce them in her dream. He thought Beela was an intruder in the dream, but now it seemed that she was the main antagonist in Helen's dream. If that's the case, the two dream realms that are intrinsically connected are working together. Is this the established rule of working together, or can they work together unconditionally? The former was like a play called Hyperdimensional Warlock, in which Angor was the main character. But it didn't seem strange that Sunders would appear in this play. As for the latter, the so-called unconditional cooperation was also an example of the play Superdimensional Warlock. The main character was Angor, but Harry Potter appeared in this play, which was very strange. Still, this didn't change the nature of the word linked. In The Sound of Tide, the author arranged for Taurus to kill the legendary pirate Redbeard, and no one questioned it after the book was published. Taurus, one of the main characters, even bragged about it. But in fact, Redbeard wasn't even born when Taurus ruled the Eastern Sea. How could Taurus have anything to do with it? The author covered up this flaw in the story in The Sound of Tides and The Magical Night. Similarly, if the planning of special dreams could also cover up this flaw, it would be possible to connect Helen's dream with Sun Wukong's dream. In John's words, this was called interrealm linking. Angor was also concerned about the link between the two dreams. Or could it be linked across realms? If it was possible, then the dream of a mortal might be linked to the dream of a god. Wouldn't the difficulty of the quest be insane? Laplace said. That's not a problem. Go through a few more dreams, and you'll know the answer. Angor agreed. He didn't need to ask for too much now. As Laplace said, many things wouldn't be a problem once he experienced enough. Besides, he still had the Tree of Authority, which meant he could slowly decipher Wonderland's dream. With that in mind, Angor looked at Laplace. What's your next plan? You're asking about Gluttony's bounty? If it's a pursuit, I'll wait for her to come. I'd like to see if I can find out where the 1% difference is from her pursuit. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Like I said, have you thought about what kind of authority you want to take on? Laplace said, I've thought about it and have some intentions. However, I plan to wait for Gleipnir to divine the stars before making a decision. Every time Laplace mentioned his real identity, Angor wanted to ask, you're the same person, but you can't contact each other in the dream crystal. Is that the same person? Angor's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. Laplace's answers were always the same, and each time, Laplace always gave him a disdainful look. Angor could guess what Laplace's reaction was going to be. I see. Do you want to go to the Forest of Memories now? I mean, the Forest of Memories in the Dream Crystal. You brought the Forest of Memories here? What about the spider monster from before? It was devoured by the Forest of Memories. Without the scavengers, the Dream Crystal is safe. Laplace knew that Angor was hiding something from him, but that was not important to him right now. Since she chose to support Angor's decision, there was no need for her to ask about the things Angor deliberately hid. All right, let's go. Laplace nodded and decided to check the Forest of Memories. The Forest of Memories was related to the laws of nature, and she wanted to see what was different between the Forest of Memories in the Dream Crystal and the Forest of Memories in the real world. So, we're going to log off now? Laplace already knew how Angor used his authority. Angor nodded. Without hesitation, Laplace exited the Dream Crystal. Angor followed suit. Laplace didn't accept Angor's invitation to enter the Dream Crystal right away. Instead, he asked, is the Dream Wasteland the same as the Dream Wasteland you mentioned? Do you let other people in? Yes, it is. Laplace, then I want my body to go in with me. Is that okay? Since it's your real body, does it count as other people? It's you, isn't it? Angor complained in his mind. However, he didn't show it on his face. Sure. You can go with your real body. I have a login device here. Even if it's inconvenient for your body to leave the Sea of Mirrors, it can still enter through the login device. However, I don't know if the login device will be washed away by the Sea of Mirrors. If it is, it's best not to let the login device enter the Sea of Mirrors. I'm my real body, Laplace said. Not again. Angor held back his urge to complain. I'm talking about the real body of the Sea of Mirrors. I'm the real body of the Sea of Mirrors, Laplace said. I can tell that's not your real body just by looking at the shape of your scales. Laplace seemed to have read Angor's mind and explained, my real body is created by my real body's consciousness. The proof is that when I enter the dream crystal, my real body is also sleeping. And because of that, I can fully utilize the effects of my scales. If it wasn't Luigi or Gleipnir who entered the dream crystal, it would be impossible for the real body to enter the dream crystal. Luigi wouldn't be sleeping in the Sea of Mirrors. Besides, even if Luigi and Gleipnir could use their scales in the dream crystal, they wouldn't be able to utilize the full power of the skill. I see. Angor nodded. Angor only had a vague idea of the difference between real body and real body. However, if Laplace referred to his real body as real body again, Angor would probably get confused again. Since you agreed, I'll summon my real body now. Laplace closed his eyes and contacted his real body through the mirror in his mind space. While Laplace was talking to his real body, Angor stepped aside. He looked at the pink wind not far away. End of chapter. Angor didn't forget why he came here. He wanted to use Sweet Dream to see if he could pull another mystery item into the Dream Wasteland. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the mirror world to enter the Dream Wasteland, and he couldn't take Sweet Dream out of the mirror world either. Just as he was about to give up, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since the mirror world couldn't connect to the dream wasteland, could he create a new dream wasteland in the mirror world? At that time, he really felt that it was a bold and unreliable idea. But he didn't have any other options. Besides, he was already here. It would be a shame if he didn't use Sweet Dream to test it out. In the end, he braced himself and created a giant nightmare domain between the mirror world and the dream world. What he didn't expect was that this audacious idea actually succeeded in the end. Even though he could use the dream gate to reach the dream wasteland whenever he wanted, he still felt like he was in a dream. Still, he didn't forget his original goal. Since the dream wasteland was successfully incorporated into the dream wasteland, could he start his experiment on Sweet Dream? Besides, the experiment was simple enough. He just needed to see if he could pull Sweet Dream into the dream wasteland. "What are you doing?" Laplace's voice reached his ears as he watched the pink wind in a daze. He didn't know when Laplace opened his eyes and came to him. He didn't try to hide anything from Laplace and told him his plan. Since Laplace already knew about the dream whelk, he didn't mind telling her. "So this is why you want to use Sweet Dream, right?" Laplace glanced at Angor from head to toe. Angor chuckled and didn't deny it. Laplace asked, "Since you want to experiment, why are you hesitating?" "I'm worried." What he was worried about was that if the dream-type mystery item could really be pulled into the dream crystal, would it affect the newly formed dream crystal? The power of law in the memory garden had such a great effect on the dream crystal. Would the mysterious item have an even greater effect? The laws of reality affect the dream crystal because of the conflict between the laws of reality and the dream crystal. According to what you said, the dream crystal has its own underlying operating logic, and it will naturally clash with the operating rules of the outside world. But mystery items are different. From a certain point of view, mystery items have already surpassed the limits of the natural order. Just like your dream whelk on the Moonlight Coast, it can be used in the real world, and it can also be used in the mirror world. I believe that if you take it to any other world, the dream whelk's effect will not be reduced. Mystical items won't change their effects because of the changes in the world. So, in my opinion, your worries are unnecessary. Not to mention whether Sweet Dream could be pulled into the dream crystal plane, even if it was, it wouldn't have much of an effect. That's true. But if Sweet Dream is pulled into the dream crystal plane, won't there be two mystery items that are exactly the same? Is that possible? Angor rubbed his chin and considered carefully. Laplace almost rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Isn't this the purpose of your experiment? You haven't achieved your goal yet, and you're already worrying about the result? That's putting the cart before the horse." "You're right." Angor nodded. "If you're still worried about Sweet Dream, you can wait for Glepner to come and do an astrological divination. I'm sure she'll be more than willing to do it for you." Glepner's astrological divination didn't work on Laplace. As Glepner's main body, Laplace knew exactly what Glepner was thinking. Other people might not ask for her help, but Glepner would do it for Angor if he asked for it. Angor also considered using divination methods to confirm the safety of the dream crystal plane, but he only thought of Dodoro's face. But since Laplace mentioned Glepner, Angor didn't think it was a bad idea. In any case, it was similar to a lucky choice or a lucky choice divination. The first to arrive at the space of reflection was Luigi. His appearance was still accompanied by the chanting. "Gold is hidden in the land of gold. Precious stones are hidden in the kingdom of jewels. Adventurer who seeks treasures. From the lost island to the strange path on the sea. Lightning flashes, thunder roars, storms, and tsunamis. Wherever there is a dazzling light, you will be there. Diamonds are forged in the mountain of diamonds. Crystals are paved in the crystal plain. Brave and pointless adventurer, from the meteorites to the wandering stars, from the mountains of blades, from the mountains of swords, and from the plains of other worlds, as long as there is light, there will be your back. He is an adventurer who can do anything. He is a handsome adventurer. He is also a celebrity adventurer who is loved by millions of fans. The great Mr. Luigi." While chanting "the great Mr. Luigi" 3 times, Luigi slowly floated to Angor and Laplace while playing his harp. When he landed, Luigi's lingering rhyme also came to an end. "We meet again." Luigi held his harp and bowed to Angor. According to my old self, we're friends now. Angor chuckled awkwardly. Oh, okay. Luigi was about to say something when Laplace stopped him. Wait here and keep your mouth shut. Luigi didn't mind Laplace's attitude. He nodded and stopped several meters away. Then, he sat on a branch that looked like a swing and began to play his harp. The sound of the zither was not very melodious, but the posture was on point. Laplace glanced at Luigi and looked at Angor. Don't mind him. He's just going to experience a special dream so that he can write a better poem. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Angor was surprised. You want Luigi to enter the Glutton's Carnival too? Laplace shook his head. Considering his situation, he can't do anything other than play the piano for the Glutton's Carnival. So you're going to let him experience another special dream? Laplace nodded. Yes. But if you don't agree, you can put him somewhere near the Forest of Memories and let him do whatever he wants. You misunderstood me. I'm not saying that I don't agree. I just checked the Dream Crystal and found that all the crystal creations created by the Dream Crystal's authority are hidden somewhere. I don't know how to trigger them yet. As for the Glutton's Carnival, if you didn't tell me that it would appear in 3 hours, I wouldn't know where it is. Laplace asked, so you're saying that there are no crystal creations in the Dream Crystal? Angor shook his head. Not exactly. There is one crystal creation that hasn't been hidden yet, and it doesn't look like it's going to stay hidden in the future. Laplace couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Angor. Even Luigi's harp music quieted down. Clearly, the old man was also listening to Angor's words. Angor considered for a moment before he told Laplace about the only remaining crystal creation in the Dream Crystal, the Crystal Mountain. Soon, Angor told Laplace about the mountain, as well as the strange mountain path he saw from Boxting's perspective. Because the Crystal Mountain can activate my authority. Without a doubt, it's a gigantic crystal object created by Wonderland. The original form of the Crystal Mountain is actually the mountain of corpses of the monsters you killed. And the main characters in these special dreams are basically these monsters. For example, the masked man you killed in Helen's dream was one of them. So, I'm guessing that the Crystal Mountain is a super large special dream made up of multiple special dreams. This was the so-called composite special dream, in which there were too many special dreams combined together. Maybe it's because there are multiple special dreams inside the Crystal Mountain, that's why it didn't disappear. Angor looked at Laplace. The Crystal Mountain is very strange, and if I'm not mistaken, it must be very dangerous. So, if you want Luigi to experience the special dream, I suggest you don't pick the Crystal Mountain yet. After all, I don't have any data about the death of a consciousness in the Dream Crystal. If Luigi's consciousness dies because of the Crystal Mountain, I don't know what will happen. Laplace considered for a moment. I see. We need to be careful when exploring the Crystal Mountain. Just leave Luigi somewhere and let him wander around. As soon as Laplace finished speaking, Luigi, who was next to him, protested, Don't. I'm going to the Dream Crystal to find inspiration for my poem. Don't throw me into the endless Dream Crystal. I can't write anything good there. When Laplace contacted his body, he had already told Luigi about his experience in the Dream Crystal plane. Therefore, Luigi also knew about the current situation of the Dream Crystal plane, which was basically a boundless plane. Where do you want to go then? Follow me to the Glutton's Carnival? If you must come with me, let me make it clear in advance that if there is danger, I will only protect Gleipnir, not you. Luigi pouted. Then put me near the Crystal Mountain. Even if I don't go in, I can still get some inspiration by looking at the mountains. Laplace looked at Angor, who nodded. Sure. The Crystal Mountain is near the safe zone and the Forest of Memory. If Luigi wants to see it, I can put him there. Luigi gave Angor a thumbs up. That's a good friend. You even took my safety into consideration. These words were so stiff. Was there a need to deliberately add the word friend in front? Although he thought so, he still smiled at Luigi to show his sincerity. Then he looked at Laplace. If I'm not mistaken, you want Gleipnir to go with you to the Glutton's Carnival? Laplace didn't deny it this time. Yes. Seeing Angor's confusion, Laplace explained, with Gleipnir around, I won't make the same mistake as I did in Helen's dream. From her answer, Angor could tell that Laplace still hadn't given up on exploring that 1%. Therefore, on this exploration of Gluttony's carnival, she would rather have another target to protect than bring Gleipnir along. By the way, I might need your help later, Laplace said. What is it? Angor did not deny it. Gleipnir will bring us a special astrology plate. It's something I got when I shed my scales for the second time. It has some defensive properties, but it's mostly used for divination. I hope you can help me pull it into the dream crystal. If Gleipnir wants to enter the Glutton's carnival with me, we might need to use it for divination. Of course. Angor nodded. It wasn't a big deal. Besides, even if Laplace didn't ask for it, Angor would prepare some defensive scrolls for her in case something happened to them in the dream crystal. This was a side effect of bringing Wonderland back to the dream crystal. Even Angor couldn't control Wonderland right now, so it was better to prepare some defensive items just in case. While they were talking, another crack appeared in the mirror space. Angor thought it was Gleipnir, but when he looked up, he didn't see Gleipnir's nebula. Instead, he saw a small figure. Was that Laplace? This Laplace wasn't Peter Laplace. It was one of Laplace's avatars, which was also called Laplace. However, she didn't look like a woman at all. Instead, she looked like an innocent little girl. She was wearing a pure white and pink bunny outfit, with bunny ear hair clips on her head and a carrot-shaped satchel slung across her body. She was full of childishness and innocence. The rabbit girl's appearance was completely different from Luigi's. She didn't appear with her own chant, nor did she have her own nebula background. Instead, after tearing open a spatial rift, she quietly descended from the sky and hid behind Luigi. She looked timid, which was very similar to her outfit. Angor remembered that the bunny girl was also called Laplace because she was the avatar that absorbed most of Laplace's memories. Luigi and Gleipnir, for example, absorbed most of their memories from the empty mirror sea. Laplace. I mean her. She's going with you to the Glutton's carnival. Angor pointed at the bunny girl. Laplace shook his head. No, I'll leave her to you. Huh? I'll leave her to me? Laplace said, didn't the dream cleaners miss out on a lot of monsters? You can arrange for her to take care of those monsters. But you'll need to drag her satchel into your dream crystal. That satchel has something I made when I shed my scales. It's not as fast as using scales to bombard monsters, but it's more durable. You don't have to keep replenishing it. Angor didn't know what to say. So Luigi was a poet, Gleipnir was an astrologer, and the bunny girl was a fighter. Angor found it hard to believe that this timid little girl who looked like she was only 7 or 8 years old was actually a fighter. But after giving it some thought, Angor found it reasonable. After all, Luigi and Gleipnir only took up a small part of Laplace's memories, while the bunny girl took up most of them. Judging from Laplace's scales, Angor could tell how huge and terrifying Laplace's original body was. Since the bunny girl inherited most of Laplace's memories, she should have the best fighting skills and memory. Moreover, Laplace had already made arrangements for the rabbit girl to fight the scattered cleaners. This was also an indirect affirmation of her strength. With that in mind, Angor nodded and agreed to let the bunny girl join the battle. End of chapter. The bunny girl didn't say a word since she arrived. It seemed she didn't like being stared at. Even when she was standing behind Luigi, she would shrink even tighter whenever Angor looked at her. He was going to greet the rabbit girl, but seeing her condition, he decided against it. Luigi and the bunny girl were both here. Now, Gleipnir was the only one left. 10 minutes later, Gleipnir still didn't show up. This was strange. Gleipnir didn't take this long to deliver the forest of memory. What was going on this time? Angor looked at Laplace, who also looked surprised. It seemed she didn't know why Gleipnir was so late either. Laplace asked Angor to wait and closed her eyes. Angor was probably going to talk to Gleipnir. Half a minute later, Laplace opened her eyes again. Gleipnir went to Tooth Immortal Ruins. Tooth Immortal Ruins? Angor looked at Luigi. He remembered that Luigi went to a place called Tooth Fairy Paradise to study the dreams of the Mirror World creatures. Tooth Immortal Ruins and Tooth Fairy Paradise seemed to be related. Seeing Angor looking at him, Luigi plucked a string and spoke in a chanting tone. Are you curious about Tooth Immortal Ruins, my friend? Let the great Luigi tell you. Before Luigi could finish, Laplace spoke in a cold voice. Tooth Immortal Ruins is the first Tooth Immortal castle built near the sea. The current one is located in Tooth Fairy Paradise. It's the second Tooth Immortal castle. Near the sea? Near the Sea of Mirrors? Angor asked. Laplace nodded. Yes. The first Tooth Immortal castle was built by the Tooth Immortals Council of Elders. The core elder of the council was a scholar who studied the Sea of Mirrors, so he chose to build the first Tooth Immortal castle at the edge of the Sea of Mirrors. However, it was precisely because it was close to the empty mirror ocean that an unprecedented disaster appeared in the first-generation Tooth Immortal castle, the Hollow Tooth Immortal invasion. Moreover, the core elder at that time also became the Hollow Tooth Fairy in this disaster. After the new core elder took over the Tooth Immortals Council of Elders, he decided to move Tooth Immortal Castle to Tooth Fairy Paradise. Thus, the second Tooth Immortal Castle came into being. However, there is a group of stubborn scholars inside the Tooth Fairy. They did not leave. They chose to stay and continue to live in the Tooth Fairy ancient ruins, studying the empty mirror sea. So it's those scholars and their descendants who live in Tooth Immortal's ruin now? Laplace nodded. Sort of. However, they no longer call themselves Tooth Fairies. They call themselves Scholars of the Mirror Sea. Scholar? Angor's is a name. Yes, Laplace's is. The other creatures in the mirror are still called Tooth Fairies. But with a prefix, Ancient Tooth Fairy. Tooth Immortal, Laplace, Tooth Immortals TSSTS. Laplace thought that she had nothing to do now, so she told him some of the secrets she knew. TTSSSSS. Laplace then told Angor about the second major turning point in Tooth Immortal's history, the ascension of the Queen. After the Tooth Fairy Castle moved to the Tooth Fairy Paradise, the Tooth Fairy Elders did not completely lose contact with the Tooth Fairy in the Tooth Fairy ancient ruins. The relationship between the two was still very good. When the Tooth Fairy scholars were tired of their research, they would go to the Tooth Fairy Paradise to settle down. However, this didn't last for long. Tooth Immortal scholars had been studying the Sea of Mirrors for a long time and made some progress. Their biggest achievement was an item search method. This method was similar to the wizard's searching spell, but the wizard's searching spell couldn't be used in the empty mirror sea, but the searching spell could. By using the memory fragments collected from the Sea of Mirrors, Tooth Immortal scholars could locate objects that drifted into the Sea of Mirrors along with the memory fragments. The objects that didn't get destroyed in the Sea of Mirrors were all valuable and suitable for research. Of course, the appearance of such objects would attract attention. There were some scholars in Tooth Fairy Paradise who wanted to study the objects, so they asked the Council of Elders for permission. The Tooth Fairy Elder Guild contacted the Tooth Fairy Ancient Ruins. Since they were of the same race, there was no grudge between them. Thus, they shared half of the items they fished out with the Tooth Fairy Paradise. Tooth Fairy Paradise also returned the favor and provided Tooth Immortal scholars with a lot of condensed crystals. Condensed crystals were crystals formed after rich polymeric energy was compressed in a special way. Because the structure was stable, the creatures inside the mirror could absorb the polymeric energy inside without any restrictions. It was similar to magic stones. This method of distribution had been used for many years. Later, a new elder appeared in the Council of Elders. This elder felt that since both sides were Tooth Immortals, it was a bit unscrupulous to care about condensed crystals. Plus, there was something similar to an energy tide in the mirror realm at that time, and the concentration of polymeric energy in the mirror realm fell to a low point. Tooth Fairy Paradise's supply of condensed crystals could not meet the demand, so this elder proposed to temporarily cut off the supply of condensed crystals. At first, there was no change. The Tooth Immortal ruins still provided objects as usual because Tooth Immortal scholars could see the changes in the environment and understood the Council of Elders' decision. However, when the low point of the energy tide passed and the Council of Elders stopped providing condensed crystals, Tooth Immortal scholars did not understand. At this point, Laplace sighed softly. Because of the condensed crystals, some conflicts that outsiders could not understand broke out between the two sides. We thought that they would have an internal solution in the end. After all, the Council of Elders had always been on the side of the Tooth Immortal ruins. However, who knew that the new Tooth Immortal Elder would stir up trouble behind the scenes and deepen the conflict between Tooth Fairy Paradise and Tooth Immortal Castle? This is like the struggle between the people and the royalty among you humans. In the world of ordinary people, the royalty has military power, and it is very easy to suppress them. However, in the world of Tooth Immortals, the rulers value virtue more. They do not have the so-called military power. Under this conflict of public opinion, the Council of Elders was defeated. In the end, the Council of Elders was abolished, and the Tooth Immortal Elder who stirred up all of this behind the scenes ascended to the throne. She became the first-generation Tooth Immortal Queen. And this Tooth Immortal Queen was the former Elder who proposed to cut off the supply of condensed crystals to the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins. Now that she was in power, how could she change her mind? She still chose to cut off the supply of condensed crystals, and the reason was that the ordinary people of Tooth Fairy Paradise needed condensed crystals more. If it was just cutting off the supply of condensed crystals, it would not have been a big deal. However, this Tooth Immortal Queen was a little too naive. While cutting off the condensed crystals, she wanted to use morality to kidnap the scholars of the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins and make them continue to provide material objects. Of course, the scholars of the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins would not agree to this condition. Therefore, from that year onwards, the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins and Tooth Fairy Paradise were completely separated. The scholars of the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins also began to call themselves the scholars of the Mirror Sea. They were not willing to be associated with the Tooth Fairy Paradise. This behavior also angered the Tooth Fairy Paradise. The two sides did not even have the space to coexist harmoniously, and they became enemies. However, the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins was located near the Mirror Sea. Even if they were enemies, the Tooth Immortal Queen did not dare to send her subordinates to fight. Therefore, the scholars of the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins were not afraid of the Tooth Fairy Paradise. This was the second important turning point in the history of the Tooth Immortal, the ascension of the Queen. At this point, Laplace had basically told them all the important milestones in the history of the Tooth Immortal. Outsiders can't judge whether this matter is good or bad. However, judging from the current development, both sides are actually developing quite well. The ancient Tooth Immortal of the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins continued to study the Mirror Sea and continued to fish for material objects. He used these objects to trade with other mirror creatures. Therefore, it formed the largest trading chamber in the mirror realm today. Although the first queen of the Tooth Fairy Paradise was a little stubborn and naive, the queens who ascended the throne later were all virtuous and virtuous. Slowly, the Tooth Fairy Paradise developed into a paradise that the outside world envied. The subsequent queen of the Tooth Immortal also thought about reconciling with the ancient Tooth Immortal. Unfortunately, the ancient Tooth Immortal, who controlled the largest trading chamber, no longer lacked condensed crystals. Moreover, many of the scholars of the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins came from that time. How could they forget the humiliation they suffered in the past? Naturally, they were unwilling to reconcile with the Queen of the Tooth Immortal. This is the current internal structure of the Tooth Immortal. Things like this are happening all the time in the human world. Angor wasn't too surprised by Laplace's explanation. It's different from the power struggles in the human world. At least the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins and the Tooth Immortal Paradise never went to war. Angor chuckled and didn't comment on Laplace's opinion. Speaking of which, I've heard a lot about the Tooth Immortal's history, but you didn't mention why Gleipnir went to the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins? Gleipnir used his divination to find out that the special astrological plate I created during my second molt wasn't enough. After all, the astrological plate is mainly used for divination and defense. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities. Gleipnir spent most of his time in the Mirror Sea and had a good relationship with the ancient Tooth Immortal of the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins. So, Gleipnir decided to go to the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins to borrow an offensive item. He might need your help to pull the item into the dream crystal. Angor finally understood Gleipnir's plan. He would go to the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins to find a powerful offensive item to deal with the Glutton's Carnival. As far as Angor was concerned, it wasn't a problem to help Gleipnir pull an item into the dream crystal. The problem was whether Gleipnir could use the item he wanted. The reason why Laplace could use molt was because she was a molt user herself, so she could use it with ease. Other people might not be able to use molt scale as much as 1/1000th of its effect. Therefore, if Gleipnir wanted to borrow a powerful offensive item and control it, it would be very difficult. Don't worry about that. When Gleipnir uses the astrological plate, it'll be the same as me using Molt scale. It'll be easy for him to control some weapons. Hearing Laplace's words, Angor felt a little relieved. However, Laplace's words revealed that she also supported Gleipnir's decision to borrow an offensive item. Angor didn't mind. However, judging from Laplace and Gleipnir's behavior, Laplace's obsession with the 1% was deeper than he thought. Otherwise, Laplace could go to the Glutton's Carnival and clear the entire dungeon by herself. It was just that she might not be able to get the full exploration rating. Angor already felt sorry for Gluttony since he had to face Laplace at full power. But now, Gluttony had to face not only Laplace but also Gleipnir, who was armed to the teeth, had to fight. Angor silently prayed for the glutton in his mind. He hoped that Gleipnir would be more careful when choosing his next target. Oh, wait. Will there be a next time? As Angor pondered, he suddenly heard a childish huh? It was the rabbit girl. She was holding Luigi's leg tightly and looking at a tree branch in the distance with a puzzled look. What's going on? He followed the girl's gaze and saw a pink gust of wind moving on a tree branch in the distance. Speed spirit? Angor thought of something. Speed spirit? Following his shout, the pink wind slowly stopped and shook off the pink aura around it, revealing a nearly invisible green silhouette. It was Speed Spirit. What are you doing? Angor asked. Speed Spirit flew back to Angor and explained its intention through the contract. Since Speed Spirit's ability to express itself was rather poor, it took Angor a while to understand that Speed Spirit was trying to simulate the effect of the pink gust. But, it wasn't working very well. Angor remembered that Speed Spirit was also trying to mimic the effects of other wind colors when it fused with them. Now it was trying to mimic the pink gust. Was it addicted to mimicking? Speed Spirit didn't answer Angor's question right away. Instead, it hesitated for a while before telling Angor his thoughts through the contract. Angor put a hand on his forehead after hearing Speed Spirit's idea. Or rather, Speed Spirit's request. What the hell was going on? Was the colorful gust of wind a bait prepared by the mirror world's consciousness? What's wrong? Laplace's voice came from beside him. Angor rubbed his temples and sighed. Nothing. It's just asking me for a favor. It's about something it received from the pink gust of wind. Laplace's eyes lit up. Something about this special space? No. Angor shook his head. No. It's about, the colorful gust of wind is very useful to it. Maybe it can help it level up. But first, it needs to touch real wind. The so-called real wind didn't refer to the wind in Angor's memory. Instead, it referred to the wind in the coordinates of the reflected space. This meant that So Ling's request was exactly the same as Laplace's. Speed Spirit also wanted to go to the corresponding space in the real world. This was why Angor believed that the mirror world's consciousness was trying to lure Speed Spirit in. If it was just to help Laplace, Angor wouldn't put too much effort into it. Still, Soren was one of his own, so he would try his best to help him. So your elemental friend is also looking for the corresponding area of this space? Laplace asked in a low voice. So, we have the same goal? Speed Spirit isn't my elemental friend, Angor muttered. Laplace looked at Speed Spirit and Angor in confusion. She always thought that Speed Spirit was Angor's elemental friend because Angor always treated Speed Spirit very well. No matter what Speed Spirit asked of Speed Spirit, Angor would always try his best to satisfy it. The fire spirit on Angor's shoulder, on the other hand, seemed to be very close to Angor, but Angor would always scold it. Was this how Angor got along with his elemental friend? Angor continued, regardless of whether we have the same goal or not, I'll do my best to help you find the space. That's for sure. Angor glanced at Speed Spirit and sighed. I'll help Speed Spirit accomplish a small goal while I'm at it. Although Angor said that, he was thinking about something else in his mind. He had a lot of wind creatures under his command. They hadn't been with him for long, but at least they were his subordinates now. If he really found the special space, maybe he could bring them all there for a baptism. If Speed Spirit could learn something from the wind energy here, so could the other wind creatures. Even if he couldn't break through, he could at least learn something and improve his strength. While Angor was thinking, he did not notice that Belaying's beady eyes, which were almost invisible to the naked eye, changed for the first time after hearing Angor's words. The beady eyes slowly curved into two crescent moons. Speed Spirit's task was the same as Laplace's. They both needed to find the coordinates of the special space. Angor wasn't in a hurry, so he could put it aside for now. In the following time, they once again entered the vortex of waiting. Angor didn't know what Gleipnir wanted to borrow. Why was it taking so long? Previously, he had promised Laplace that he would wait for Gleipnir to perform a divination before pulling Sweet Dream into the dream crystal. Since Gleipnir wasn't here yet, Angor couldn't bring Sweet Dream into the dream crystal without permission. Seeing that half an hour was almost an hour away, Laplace felt a little embarrassed and tried to find something to talk about. By the way, I remember you brought that growth mushroom in there. Is it still inside? Laplace thought he was just trying to lighten up the atmosphere. But Angor was shocked by what he heard. Yeah, where's the growth mushroom? How could he forget about the mushroom of reproduction? Angor remembered that the growth mushroom was still under the corpse mountain. But now, the corpse mountain turned into a crystal mountain. Was the growth mushroom inside? With that in mind, he closed his eyes and focused his mind on the dream crystal. The gatekeeper's authority allowed him to find the mushroom of reproduction's location. And just as he expected, the mushroom of reproduction was still inside the crystal mountain. Furthermore, according to the current coordinates, the mushroom of reproduction happened to be at the center of the cross-section at the bottom of the crystal mountain. After confirming the mushroom's location, he tried to locate it further. However, he could not pinpoint the exact location of the mushroom. This situation was exactly the same as when Laplace had entered Helen's dream. Did this mean the mushroom of reproduction was inside the dream as well? A special dream inside the crystal mountain? If so, why didn't he find any trace of the mushroom of reproduction when he checked the crystal mountain using the box? The more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. The crystal mountain was completely different from the other special dreams. There had to be something else going on. However, he did not awaken the mushroom of multiplication despite the strange feeling in his mind. He had a guess. The Wonderland had hidden all the other crystal creations except this crystal mountain. Could it be because of the mushroom of reproduction? Did the mushroom of reproduction become a player of the special dream, or did the mushroom of reproduction's ability to stabilize the space in the demiplane help stabilize the crystal mountain as well? Either way, it was better to keep the mushroom of reproduction than to take it away. Moreover, the crystal mountain was such a huge crystal creation. Perhaps it was the place where the authority of dreaming in Wonderland was gathered. With the positioning of the mushroom of reproduction, studying the crystal mountain and then studying the authority of dream in Wonderland would probably be very useful. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the mushroom of reproduction could survive in the crystal mountain. It should be fine, right? Angor rubbed his chin. The mushroom of reproduction doesn't like to move around. I just need to find a place to hide. It should be fine, right? What's wrong? Did something happen to the mushroom of multiplication? Laplace asked when he noticed Angor's long silence. Don't worry. It's fine. I'll take care of it myself. Laplace nodded and decided to drop the topic. At this moment, a new crack appeared in the space of reflection. When the crack appeared, the nebula arrived before the person. A pitch-black backdrop with a starry sky and thick clouds gushed out from the crack. Not long after, it occupied half of the sky in the reflection space. What followed was an old woman with a walking stick. Her back was hunched as she slowly walked through the starry sky. They had been waiting for Gleipnir for a long time. Gleipnir stepped on the nebula and slowly descended from the sky. He noticed that Gleipnir's attire was different from the last time they met. The last two times he saw Gleipnir, she was wearing a star moon robe, and the hat on her head was also a star moon triangular hat commonly seen among astrologers. But now, Gleipnir was wearing a silver-scaled robe. The scales were enshrouded in energy and reflected the starlight around Gleipnir. Countless constellations appeared and disappeared around Gleipnir's body like bubbles. The aura of this silver-scaled robe gave people a feeling of antiquity. Even without using alchemy eye, Angor could tell that the silver scales on the robe belonged to the same creature as the one in the bottle. This must be the second molting of Gleipnir's main body, as Laplace mentioned. Apart from the robe, Gleipnir's walking stick was also different from the one before. Gleipnir's walking stick was a pitch-black wooden one. But this time, Gleipnir was using a silver-white bone staff. The aura of the bone staff was completely different from that of the robe. The robe was more gentle, while the bone staff felt like a sharp blade ready to be unsheathed at any time. Even though it wasn't pointed at Angor, it still gave off a sharp pressure. Laplace noticed Angor's gaze lingering on the silver scale robe and bone staff. I'm sure you've already guessed it. That robe is the special astrological disc I told you about. It can be used as both a piece of clothing and a divination disc. As for the walking stick, it's a weapon borrowed from Tooth Immortal's ancient ruins. It's called the Ivory Staff. It was once the strongest combat elder of Tooth Immortal's council. The Ivory Staff was kept in a special space where the mirror tunnel couldn't be used. It took some time to retrieve it, which is why Gleipnir came late. Gleipnir nodded at Angor and apologized, sorry to keep you waiting. Angor quickly waved his hands. It's fine. I didn't wait long. Gleipnir chuckled. Then, shall we begin now? Gleipnir tried to keep her voice down, but Angor could still sense the eagerness in her voice. Compared to the robe and the ivory staff, Gleipnir cared more about Angor's divination. Can you tell me what kind of divination method you're going to use? You know I have Bloody Knight's protection. Prying won't work on me. Angor sounded like he was asking, but he was actually warning Gleipnir not to use prying divination. Not only would it be ineffective, but Gleipnir would also sense it. Also, he would not allow Gleipnir to take off his Bloody Knight's protection in the name of divination. Gleipnir looked a little regretful. She did plan to ask Angor to take off his Bloody Knight's protection. But since Angor said so, she had no choice but to give in. Star chess, Gleipnir said. Angor frowned. You want me to play star chess with you? I don't know the rules of star chess. Gleipnir shook her head and pointed at the air with her right hand. A chessboard covered in starlight appeared in front of Angor. The lines on the board all glowed in a dreamy light. However, the board was empty. There was no chess piece on it. No chess. You have 3 chess pieces in your hand. Just place them on the board according to your feelings, Gleipnir said. By the way, when you're doing the divination, you need to think about the 3 questions about sweet dream entering the dream crystal. Otherwise, I might make a mistake in my reading. As soon as he spoke, he sensed 3 nether floating starlight chess pieces appearing beside his hand. They were illusory, but when he touched them, he could feel the soft texture of their shells. Ready. You may place your pieces at any time. Gleipnir waved her hand and gestured Angor to do as he pleased. Angor did not know what kind of divination this was, but it did not seem like prying divination. With that in mind, Angor picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board without hesitation. Every time he placed a chess piece, he would ask himself a question in his mind. Soon, Angor asked the 3rd question in his mind, will sweet dream affect the dream crystal if it enters? He placed the last chess piece. The 3 chess pieces were placed on different parts of the astrology chessboard in an irregular pattern. They all shone with a faint light. Gleipnir looked at the chessboard and considered for a moment. Then he began to read the chess pieces. Gleipnir did not ask Angor what he was thinking. He only told Angor the answer he saw. Your first piece is called wheel. The wheel moves in a lane, and the lane has a front and back. You can advance or retreat at any time. Gleipnir looked at Angor for a moment. It seemed he was giving Angor some time to think. Angor pretended to be enlightened, but he was complaining in his mind. When he placed the first chess piece, the question in his mind was, can sweet dreams enter the dream crystal? Now Gleipnir's explanation was that sweet dream could enter the dream crystal, but it also meant that sweet dream could not enter the dream crystal. What kind of nonsense was that? I see. What's the next one? Gleipnir glanced at Angor's second chess piece. Before that, can you tell me if the question you were thinking about when you placed your first piece is related to the question you were thinking about when you placed your second piece? Yes, it is. Gleipnir said, if it's related, the second piece is called Heaven's Path. It walks on the path of the sky and does not connect with the earth. It can also mean that the path of the sky can lead to the other side of the world. You don't have to walk on the ground. Gleipnir's explanation was straightforward. Angor felt that it was related to his second question, but it also did not seem to be related at all. If sweet dream can enter the dream crystal, will it affect the dream crystal? By sky path, Gleipnir meant that the path of the sky was not related to the path of the earth. Did that mean it would not affect the path of the earth? Angor's personal understanding was correct. But if he tried to be more specific, he could say that Sweet Dream's influence had already reached beyond the sky and could not be reached by the ground. The ground here was the dream crystal plane. Therefore, both explanations were plausible. But people tended to prefer the good one. If Angor had to choose, he would choose the first one. Sky path and the underground path did not interfere with each other, so it would not affect the dream crystal. Gleipnir looked at the third piece. It was placed at the edge of the chessboard, far away from the other two pieces. Does the third piece have anything to do with the previous question? Angor nodded again. Gleipnir considered for a moment. If so, there is only one answer. This piece is called kite. Kite? How? Gleipnir considered. Hold the zither and dance with the wind. It means that you can control the zither with the string in your hand. But to make the zither fly, you need to borrow the wind as well. Angor frowned. And then? Gleipnir shrugged. That's it. I've told you all the answers. Angor was puzzled. That's it. When he placed the third piece, he was thinking about another question. If Sweet Dream can affect the dream crystal, how much will it affect? And Gleipnir's answer was kite? Did it mean that he could control it, but the wind could control it, so it was up to Angor to decide how much the wind would do, while the wind would decide how much the wind would do? Wind was an uncontrollable variable. Did it mean the rules of the dream crystal? Or was it the will of the dream realm? Angor could not figure it out. The more he thought about it, the more dizzy he felt. He felt that all the answers could answer his question, but he also felt that he did not get anything out of them. After thinking for a while, Angor rubbed his temples and decided not to think about it. Why did all prophets and prophets like to talk in riddles? Maya liked to say things that didn't make sense, and White Bear always talked about the guidance of fate. Why couldn't they be like Dodoro and say whatever they saw? As expected, Dodoro was still the best choice in the world. Angor decided to ask Dodoro for help in the future. Riddles and guesses were too troublesome. Did you get the answer you wanted? Laplace looked at him from afar. Angor shrugged. I just wanted to know if Sweet Dream will affect the dream crystal if it enters it. Now I'm getting more and more confused. Luigi chuckled. That's right, friend. Ask Gleipnir to tell your fortune, and you'll only get confused. Laplace glanced at Luigi, who quickly shut up. Laplace looked at Angor again. The answer is simple. When you're confused, do you think of a good answer or a bad one first? What's the ratio of each of them? The one with the higher ratio is the most likely answer. If that's the case, I think more of them have good endings? Angor considered carefully. Indeed, according to the ratio of good to good, he was right. For example, in the second question, he wanted to know if Sweet Dream would affect the dream crystal if it entered it. Gleipnir's answer was sky path, which meant that the path to the sky was incompatible with the ground. Angor's first thought was that Sweet Dream would not be incompatible with the ground. In other words, heaven and earth do not converge, which meant that Sweet Dream would not affect the dream crystal. The same thing happened to the third question. The first thing that came to his mind was that he was the one who controlled the kite string, so he could decide whether to release the kite or not. Wind was a variable, but it was not something that could be controlled by humans. It was the law of nature, and the will of the world. These factors could not be controlled at any time. However, as the wielder of the zither, Angor had the right to decide whether to fly the kite or not. Therefore, for the second and third questions, Angor believed that the probability of good was higher than bad. If that's the case, you should believe that the outcome will be good, Laplace said. Angor wanted to say yes, but he did not want to take it for granted. Was this a matter of probability? But seeing Laplace's serious look, Angor decided not to say anything. Then, should I try to pull Sweet Dream into the dream crystal now? That's your decision. I have no right to interfere, Laplace said in a plain tone. With that, Laplace walked to the side. Luigi, Gleipnir, and the bunny girl all followed Laplace and left the center of the room for Angor. Angor considered for a moment and decided to pull Sweet Dream into the dream crystal. The dream crystal was created to test Sweet Dream anyway. Now that the dream crystal was successfully created, he might as well give it a try. Besides, Angor believed that the dream mystery item could be pulled into the dream crystal, but the probability was not very high. Who knows, he might be so serious now, but when he activated the dream whelk to reflect his sweet dream, it might not work at all. Wouldn't that be awkward? With that in mind, Angor took out the dream whelk. At the same time, Laplace drove away some of the pink wind around Sweet Dream, and a mystery aura began to spread out. Without hesitation, Angor activated the dream whelk at the center of the mystery aura. A new mystery power came out of the dream whelk. The sweet dream gave people the feeling of laziness and drowsiness, but the dream whelk gave people the feeling of pure mystical power, without any other characteristics. Just like that, the two mysterious forces met by chance. Based on past experience, the clash of mystical powers was generally like fire and water, where there was no mutual understanding between the two. But this time, the two mystery powers actually fused together. Angor's eyes lit up. Was his guess correct? Did the dream whelk fail to pull mystery items into the dream wasteland because the mystery powers were different? Did it work this time because they were both dream manipulators? While he was thinking, the mystery power in his body suddenly separated from each other. Then, the two mysterious forces clashed with each other. Just like the other mysterious items, they were like fire and water, completely incompatible with each other. Could this be a failure? End of chapter. Did you fail? Laplace saw Angor standing there for a long time and asked curiously. Angor hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Laplace didn't know what Angor meant. Shaking your head means you didn't fail? Or you don't want to answer? I don't know if it's a failure or not. I didn't feel Sweet Dream being pulled into the dream crystal. But I think something else was pulled into the dream crystal. Something else? What was it? Laplace looked at Angor in confusion. Angor didn't know how to explain it, so he asked Laplace to wait for a moment. Next, Angor closed his eyes and sank his mind into the dream crystal. When his mind returned to normal, Angor was sure that he wasn't mistaken. Indeed, something had been pulled into the dream crystal by the dream whelk. Also, Angor sensed that the authority tree trembled a little. Was it because of the mystery item? So, it was really a mystery item? Or was it a part of the mystery item? So he didn't fail completely this time. Angor quickly activated the gatekeeper ability and confirmed the location of the item that just entered the dream crystal. Just like what he set up before, it was located in a remote corner. When he decided to pull Sweet Dream into his body, he already planned to place it somewhere far away. To prevent it from dispersing, he also set up a dome around it to prevent it from escaping. Now, the gatekeeper was sure that the item was still at the coordinates he set. Angor felt a little excited. He was sure that Sweet Dream wasn't pulled into the dream crystal, but that didn't stop him from being excited. In fact, in terms of excitement, he was even more excited than when he had pulled all the sweet dreams into the dream crystal. The reason was simple. Even if Sweet Dream was pulled into the dream crystal, it only confirmed Angor's theory that mystery items of the same attribute could enter the dream wasteland and other related territories. However, the situation now was different. Sweet Dream wasn't the only thing that entered the dream whelk. It might be a part of it. Did this mean that Sweet Dream was separated and brought into the dream wasteland? Could it be that a part of the essence of the Sweet Dream had been deconstructed? If that was the case, it would be a great achievement for Angor, who was determined to reach the mystery level. It could even be called a milestone. The thought of this made him even more excited. However, Angor's excitement soon turned into disbelief when he looked at the target. What is this pillow? Yes, it was a bolster. To be precise, it was a pink heart-shaped pillow. The size of the pillow was larger than normal ones. If the bunny girl curled up on it, she would be able to cover her entire body without revealing anything. However, regardless of the size of the pillow, why would it appear here? Wasn't he poking Sweet Dreams? Why did he pull a pillow into his sweet dream? Wasn't the sweet dream formless? Or did everyone misunderstand? Sweet Dream had a form, but its form was not in the mirror world, nor in the material world, but in the higher dimension world. And the shape of the pillow was a heart-shaped pillow. It wasn't impossible. For example, the alien eye that Angor carried around with him all the time was a gigantic object in a higher dimension. Angor was sure of this when he learned the Gate of Illusion. Could this mystery item be the same? It didn't have a physical form, but it had a real body in a higher dimension. Also, the heart-shaped pillow was a perfect match for the sweet dream. As Angor pondered, he suddenly noticed that the heart-shaped pillow was emitting a rainbow light. The light was so clear that it looked like a crystal. Crystal? Angor suddenly paused as he realized something. He quickly reached his consciousness toward the heart-shaped pillow and sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of an authority. And it was the only confirmed authority of the dream crystal so far, Wonderland. If it's Wonderland, then this pillow can't be. As Angor thought about this, he saw the colorful pillow slowly turning transparent as if it was going to vanish in the next second. Angor finally understood what was going on when he saw the familiar etherealization. Just now, he had seriously guessed the form of a higher dimensional world, but it was completely wrong. This wasn't the form of sweet dreams at all. It was a crystal creation created by the authority of Wonderland. However, Angor was sure that the thing that the dream whelk pulled out from sweet dreams was inside this crystal creation. In other words, there's a rebellion in the nest. I've been intercepted by Wonderland? If it was dreamwalking Wonderland who had intercepted it, then the tree of authority that he had sensed earlier couldn't have been caused by dreamwalking Wonderland, right? He checked the tree of authority and confirmed that the information was correct. Just a few seconds ago, Wonderland went all out and shook the tree of authority. It wasn't just the tree of authority that was shaken. Angor was still complaining in his mind. Do you have such an authority? I just sent it here, and you're already here. If that's what you want, why didn't you do it when I was trying to molt my scales? TSK, it seems that the Dreaming in Wonderland authority wasn't born yet when it was sent to molt. Then where's the magic scroll? Why didn't you take the scroll away when Angor was setting up the defensive dome? Why did you have to steal something from the mystery item? Angor felt like crying right now. He thought he was going to make a great discovery and research, but it turned out to be a heart-shaped pillow made of crystal. Also, the pillow was waving goodbye to Angor. Angor's consciousness couldn't hold on to the pillow at all. He could only watch as the pillow slowly disappeared in front of his eyes. After witnessing the whole thing, Angor felt terrible all over. He could use the gatekeeper to locate the pillow again, but it wouldn't work. According to his experience in Helen's dream, if he wanted to obtain power from the crystal, or to take the mystery item out of the crystal, he would have to explore a dungeon. Moreover, he had to fulfill certain conditions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the dungeon. Angor claimed that he was a master of deciphering mystery, and that was just a boast. Besides, Angor only bragged in front of Laplace because he had the god's vision. But if he really went into the special dream himself, he might not be able to do better than Laplace. Angor now understood why Laplace cared so much about the 100% exploration rate. Now, he had to do the same for the pillow. Angor left the dream crystal and returned to reality. The first thing he heard was Laplace's concerned voice. How was it? Did you fail or succeed? Angor sounded a little listless. Sweet Dream wasn't pulled into the dream crystal, so it can't be considered a success. However, according to my investigation, there was indeed something that the dream whelk pulled into the dream crystal from the sweet dream, but I don't know what it is exactly. Laplace didn't know why Angor suddenly became so frustrated, but he decided not to ask about it directly. You didn't go to the dream crystal just now? You didn't see what the dream whelk pulled into it? Angor sighed. I did, but I didn't see anything. As for why? Angor considered for a moment and decided to tell the truth. It was a little embarrassing to be interrupted by Wonderland, but it was the truth. Besides, Angor was worried that if Wonderland could take away the unknown item from Sweet Dream, it might also take something else. For example, the silver scale robe and cane that Laplace wanted Angor to bring in for Gleipnir. If Wonderland also took those items and turned them into a crystal creation dungeon, it would be better to tell Laplace about it. So, Angor didn't hide the truth from her. Several minutes later, Laplace and her followers all looked a little dazed after hearing Angor's explanation. They didn't expect that they would be intercepted. Angor continued, well, that's how it is. It's not too bad. I still have a chance to find out what the dream whelk pulled from Sweet Dream. But there are two prerequisites. First, I need to find the love pillow, and I need to find a way to explore the special dream created by the love pillow to 100%. Angor didn't mention that he could locate the love pillow with the help of Gatekeeper. Instead, he spoke in a regretful tone, "It's easy to fulfill one of the prerequisites, but I can't do both at the same time. I'll have to wait for a chance in the future." What Angor meant was that he was an expert at deciphering secrets, but he couldn't find the love pillow's location. He had to wait for the future. In fact, Angor knew that he could boast with God's view, but without it, he was just an ordinary player. Instead of looking for the love pillow's location, he needed to find a master of puzzle solving to explore the love pillow with him in the future. He already had several candidates in mind: Dodoro, Sunders, Tree Spirit, Iron Granny. If possible, Angor hoped that all of them would come with him. Otherwise, even 0.001% of the exploration rate would be wasted. No one saw through Angor's lies because he was telling the truth. Angor could only fulfill one of the prerequisites, but he didn't mention which one. The others didn't pay attention to such details either. Angor continued, "The authority of the dream crystal blocked my way, but I'm sure it won't affect the operation of the dream crystal for now. So, you should be able to go in now. However, before you enter, I need to test if Dreamwalking Wonderland will intercept me again." Angor glanced at Glepner's silver robe and ivory staff, as well as the carrot-shaped pouch on the bunny girl. Glepner stepped forward and placed the staff on the ground. "You can try it now." He nodded to Glepner and took out the dream whelk. Next, he used the ivory staff. Soon, the aura of the mystery item enveloped the staff. In an instant, Angor sensed that the staff had entered the scope of the Gatekeeper. Angor considered for a moment and placed the staff near the safe zone. As the staff landed in the safe zone, he began to look at the light spot on the authority tree that represented Wonderland. He wanted to see if the staff would cause any reaction from the Wonderland. As soon as the idea popped into his mind, he sensed the light spot representing Wonderland trembling slightly. At the same time, a dense aura of authority appeared above the staff. "Here it comes." Angor realized something. "They're really going to stop me again." Without hesitation, he took control of the Tree of Authority and used its authority to temporarily block the current authority of dream traversing. The seal was indeed sealed, but the authority power above the ivory staff did not disappear. It merely stopped spreading for a while. Angor knew that if he wanted to get rid of the robbing problem in Wonderland, he had to start from the root. And that was the authority of Wonderland itself. Angor was worried that there was too much information for him to digest, so he did not study it too much. But now, he had to start from the authority itself. At least, he had to figure out how to stop Wonderland from interfering. With that in mind, Angor focused his mind on the light spot representing Wonderland on the authority tree. While thinking about how to stop Wonderland, Angor carefully opened the light spot. In an instant, a torrent of information rushed into his mind. In less than 2 seconds, Angor already felt dizzy. He stopped the torrent of information without hesitation. Even so, Angor still opened his eyes and leaned against the tree trunk for 5 minutes before regaining his senses. However, even if he came back to his senses, his expression was still somewhat listless. "Right now, you look like you've been drinking and reciting poetry, and you've had a hangover all night. Are you all right?" Luigi, who was the closest to Angor, asked. "You're the only one who knows how to drink and recite poetry, right?" Angor complained in his mind while shaking his head. "I'm fine. Just let me rest for a bit." With that, he closed his eyes and entered his mind's space without caring about what others thought of him. He received a lot of information this time, and he needed some time to sort it out. End of chapter. He was more concerned about how Dream of Wonderland worked. How did it create such a special dream like a dungeon? How did the system prompt come about? Or was there some kind of algorithm involved? Was it based on Angor's knowledge, or was it modified based on the existing powers of the Tree of Authority? However, these questions were all important points of Wonderland, and it would take some time for Angor to understand them. Besides, even if he had the time, he might not have enough knowledge to understand them. For example, energy selection and energy level limitation were 2 powers related to energy systems. Even though Sunders already knew how to use these 2 powers and increased the limit of virtual mana in the Dream Wasteland, Angor was still not familiar with them. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to understand it in depth and had spent a lot of time on it, But the information he had obtained from the Tree of Authority was all a blur and he couldn't understand it at all. On the other hand, Angor could understand part of the research papers written by Sunders. As for the other parts, Angor could understand them with Sunders' explanation. Therefore, Angor was not sure if he could understand the power of the Tree of Authority. It still depended on his understanding and knowledge. Still, it was possible that he could not understand the core operation of the Tree of Authority. However, he could still understand how the power of authority manifested on the surface, or in other words, how it was manifested on the surface. Most of the information he got this time was related to the effects of these objects. After reading for a while, he had a general idea of how Wonderland worked and how it worked. Most of his questions were now answered. How do special dreams come about? The name itself suggested that the basic structure of a special dream was memories and dreams. To put it bluntly, the cleaners of the dream realm were creatures of different races in the dream realm. Their existence itself originated from a dream. When the cleaners of the dream wasteland died, their dreams were captured by the power of Wonderland and formed into a special dream. The ivory staff had nothing to do with dreams. However, it was created after the death of the strongest battle elder in Tooth Fairy's Council of Elders, and it contained part of the elder's memories. This kind of memory might only be fragments, but as long as the dream in Wonderland captured it, even if it was a fragment of memory, it could construct a corresponding special dream. The love pillow he saw earlier came from Sweet Dream. Angor assumed that it was also created based on a dream. But he did not know what kind of dream it was yet. Are there any other conditions to create a special dream? Of course. If it was just memories and dreams, it would be too broad. For example, many natives of the dream wasteland were essentially memory objects. If that was the only condition, the Wonderland would take them away and turn them into special dreams. The second condition to create a special dream was to use a supernatural object as a carrier. After the cleaners died, their corpses were the best carriers for the cleaners. Needless to say, the ivory bone staff itself was a powerful transcendent weapon, so there was no objection to using it as a carrier. The only strange thing was the Sweet Dream. Sweet Dream did not have a physical form. Even if it entered the dream crystal, it should not have a physical form. So why was it turned into a special dream? Angor did not know the answer yet, so he had to give up on it for now. What's a crystal object? A crystal object was a carrier for a special dream. It contained the rules of authority. But Angor could not understand them yet. What determines the shape of a crystal object? The shape of a crystal object was determined by the core of the dream. It could be understood as the core item of a story, the most common prop in a play, or the key clue of a book. For example, if the fairy tale, The Little Match Girl, was made into a special dream, the shape of the crystal creation was very likely to be a matchstick. Or if Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was made into a special dream, the crystal object would most likely look like an apple or a magic mirror. Which one would look like would depend on the perspective of the story. From the perspective of the queen, it would look like a magic mirror. From the perspective of Snow White, it would look like an apple. Both of them were important clues that could help the story progress. Therefore, Angor could make a simple deduction. The shape of a crystal object might be the core clue of a special dream. To reach 100% exploration rate, Angor would not only have to advance the story, but he would also have to start exploring the crystal object as soon as he saw it. Why does a crystal object hide? Where does it hide? Angor obtained a lot of information about this. Most of the information contained formulas that he did not understand. These formulas, however, provided the answer to the question. However, Angor did not have the time or the knowledge to decipher the formulas. He did not know what was going on. Aside from the complicated formulas, Angor got a general answer. The crystal object was one of the components of the Wonderland. Normally speaking, it would not leave the Wonderland unless it was destined to be with you. However, how destined was also a question related to the operation of the Wonderland. Angor still did not have an answer. As for where would it hide? As mentioned before, it was called Wonderland. Since Angor named the authority Dreamwalk Wonderland, the place where the crystal object was hidden was also called Wonderland. If Angor called the authority Dreamwalk Enchantment, the place where the crystal object was hidden would also be called Enchantment. The name of the place was not important. What was important was where it was located. According to the information Angor obtained, the Wonderland was located at Dreamland Mountain. Dreamland Mountain was the only crystal object that was not hidden. If one followed the only path up the mountain, they would reach the Wonderland. However, it was not easy to reach the top of Dreamland Mountain. The mountain was made up of tens of thousands of special dreams. To reach the Wonderland, one would have to go through all of them. These dreams would also undergo drastic changes due to the exploration rate, which would lead to changes in the path. It was not easy to reach the top of the mountain. At least, Angor knew that even rain would not be able to reach the end. As long as there was a change in one of the 10,000 dream realms, the entire mountain of beautiful dreams would change as well. Conquering all of them at once was very, very difficult. This reminded Angor of the undead's box of reincarnation. Once trapped in the box, one would have to conquer several small dimensions in order to get out. The special dream realms in the Mountain of Beautiful Dreams were definitely not as difficult as the small spaces in the box of reincarnation. However, there were many of them and the changes were great. The slightest carelessness could cause the myriad dream realms in the Mountain of Beautiful Dreams to undergo drastic changes. Of course, this only applied to outsiders. If Angor wanted to go to the Wonderland, he could find a way. After all, he had the Tree of Authority, which meant he had the Dreamwalk Wonderland under his control. However, going to the Wonderland was easy. If Angor wanted a special dream to reach 100% exploration rate, he would have to explore it himself. This was because every special dream had a different set of rules. Dreamwalk Wonderland was only the driving force behind these special dreams. The rules were still based on dreams and memories. Dreams and memories did not come from the Dreamwalk Wonderland Authority, so Angor could not change them. He couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, he had to take a look at the love pillow-like object. There was nothing he could do to cheat. Supernatural items from outside will be intercepted if they meet the authority of Dreamwalk Wonderland. Is there a way to interrupt it? This was a crucial question, which was why Angor took the initiative to accept the torrent of information. And the answer was, there was a way. For other people, it was impossible. However, Angor could control the authority of Dreamwalk Wonderland indirectly, so it was possible to interrupt it. In other words, any supernatural item that entered the dream crystal from outside would not be intercepted by Dreamwalk Wonderland as long as it was protected by Angor, even if it contained dreams and memories. As for the ivory bone staff, Angor had already eliminated the possibility of using Wonderland. Once Gleipnir entered the dream crystal, he would be able to use the staff directly. This was good news for sure. However, there was one possibility he did not consider. In other words, Angor found a proviso in the torrent of information. Some special memories or dreams could not be interrupted if they triggered the screening mechanism of Dreamwalk Wonderland. This could not be interrupted did not mean that Dreamwalk Wonderland was rebelling. It was special memories or dreams that triggered the most basic operating principle of Dreamwalk Wonderland. Angor did not understand the operating principle of Dreamwalk Wonderland, so he could not interrupt it. Angor finally understood why the authority tree trembled when the dream whelk pulled something from Sweet Dream into the dream crystal. It was a sign that the authority of Dreamwalk Wonderland was working at full power. The love pillow was intercepted so quickly, and the crystal creation was formed so quickly because it belonged to the category of special memories or dreams. Since the fundamental law of Dreamwalk Wonderland was already activated, Angor did not have the time to stop it. After reading all the information, Angor had a general idea of what Dreamwalk Wonderland could do. However, he did not know that the love pillow he was most interested in was a special case, and he did not know much about it yet. If he wanted to know more, he would have to check the special dream inside the love pillow himself. Aside from the love pillow, everything else was solved. Angor took a moment to gather his thoughts and looked at Laplace in the distance. Everything is fine now. Do you want to enter the dream crystal now? Laplace, basically no problem? You mean there was a problem? Angor nodded. Dreamwalk Wonderland almost intercepted the ivory staff when it entered the dream crystal. However, through the interference of other authorities, there's no need to worry anymore. There won't be any interception. Laplace did not ask how Angor intervened. Instead, he pointed at Sweet Dream and asked, "What about that thing?" Have you solved its situation? Angor shook his head with a bitter smile. No. It's already been intercepted. I can't find a way to make Dreamwalk Wonderland spit it out again. If I want to know more, I'll have to enter the love pillow myself. But I don't need to worry about that right now. Let's deal with your problems first. He then looked at Laplace. It's almost time, isn't it? If the time inside and outside the dream crystal is the same, then there's still 30 minutes, 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13 seconds, don't count down. I got it. Angor quickly interrupted Laplace. It's almost time. Let's go in. It'll give the others some time to adjust. I'm a genius. I don't need time to adjust to any place. Luigi's voice came. Angor did not look at him. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Gleipnir getting used to the ivory staff and silver scale robe. Gleipnir nodded. Thank you. I've seen others use the ivory staff before, but I've never used it myself. I need some time to get used to it. I also need to see how powerful the staff is when it's at full power. But I need to remind you that it's not called silver scale robe. It's called second molting astrology. I see. This name was simply too straightforward. Second molting astrology meant the astrology plate created by the second molting of scales. Angor couldn't help but complain in his mind. How dare this guy question his dream crystal? But he didn't show it on his face. Shall I send you on your way now? That's harsh. You should say, send us to another world, Luigi said. So it's not irritating? Luigi plucked a string casually. It was obviously the sound of a harp, but it sounded like the sound of a war drum. No, it's still harsh. But since you said so, I can ask Laplace to send you on your way. Luigi glanced at the bunny girl behind him. Clearly, the Laplace he was referring to was the rabbit girl and not the clone of his main body. Angor didn't know what to say. After this brief interlude, Angor sent everyone into the dream crystal. He also sent the items Laplace requested, as well as some potions and scrolls he prepared himself. He set the landing points of everyone and their items in a safe zone. The so-called time of the hunt meant that the gluttons would come looking for Laplace, not the other way around. So, Angor could place them anywhere. After settling everyone down, Angor prepared to enter the dream crystal himself. However, just as he was about to enter the dream bridge, his shoulder was suddenly pinched by a gentle force. Angor wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. Ever since Toby was sent to Brute Cavern for training, his shoulder had become Dankros' support. Whenever Dankros needed help, he would give Angor's shoulder a squeeze. Angor was sure that Dankros was the one who did this. As expected, Angor saw Dankros slap face. You're out of quenching liquid? Angor took out a flask filled with red liquid from his bracelet and handed it to Dankros. I don't have much left, so I'll give you this for now. Also, quenching liquid isn't as light as quenching liquid. It's so dense that even fire wizards have to be careful when using it. It doesn't seem to be doing you any harm, but that doesn't mean it won't. Every time I give you a bottle of quenching liquid, I'm worried that it'll harm you. So, I'll use quenching liquid first. We'll talk about quenching liquid later. Dankros wanted to say something, but when he saw Angor's quenching liquid, he quickly shut his mouth. After keeping the quenching liquid in his bag and hiding it properly, Dankros said, I'm not looking for you for the quenching liquid. However, since you've given it to me, it's mine now. Angor didn't know what to say. Dankros quickly changed the topic when he saw Angor's grim expression. I just want to know what this dream crystal is. Can I go in? Well, we'll talk about that later. With that, Angor prepared to enter the dream again. At this moment, Dankros shouted again, wait. Angor looked at Dankros in confusion. Dankros said, when I asked you what the dream wilderness was, you said that you would personally take me to see it in the future. The dream wasteland is the dream wasteland, and the dream crystal is the dream crystal. They're completely different. As for the dream wasteland, I'll keep my promise and show you around after we leave the underground sewers. As for the dream crystal, there are still some dangers waiting to be dealt with, so I can't take you there yet. However, it shouldn't take too long to deal with these dangers. How about this? I'll take you to the dream crystal before we go back to the tidal realm. What do you think? Angor reached out his hand and wanted to give Dankros a high five. Dankros's eyelids drooped. Angor didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, he gave Angor a high five-s hands gesture. The small interlude was considered over after they struck a palm and made an oath. Angor adjusted his posture and prepared to enter the dream bridge again. Dankros did not stop him. Instead, he rolled away from Angor's shoulder and jumped into Angor's pocket. He curled up and remained silent. His hand looked as if it was covered by a thick shadow. The dream, Dankros's Tuz's heart S's TTT, S feeling SS's. Without a doubt, it was Angor who saved Dankros. Dankros STS's SSS face. TT? It wasn't easy for me to find a comfortable position to enjoy the quenching liquid, but you dragged me out. It's nothing. I thought about it and decided to take you to the dream crystal. I don't want you to think I lied to you. Dankros's eyes lit up. But before that, I need you to promise me 3 things. First, don't ask me why. You'll slowly understand what you want to know after I take you to the dream wilderness. Second, don't wander around. The dream crystal is still dangerous. Don't think you're safe just because you drank Tree Spirit's pool of life. You won't be able to bring your strength to the dream crystal. As for the specifics, you'll know when we reach the dream crystal. Third, let me think. Thirdly, you have to implement the 2 rules above to 100%. You can't relax at all. Otherwise, don't even think about going to the dream wasteland. Angor gave Dankros a serious look. Do you understand? Dankros didn't know why Angor suddenly changed his mind, but he still nodded. Angor gave Dankros a meaningful look and covered the creature's palm with dream intrusion. Dankros trusted Angor without any hesitation and allowed the strange energy to enter his body. He knew Angor wouldn't harm him. Dankros's eyelids began to droop. Several seconds later, he fell into a deep slumber. Angor looked at the sleeping Dankros and sighed. He didn't plan to take Dankros to the dream crystal right now. Besides, he already promised that he would take the creature to the dream crystal before returning to Tide Realm. In the end, he changed his mind because of Dankros' mood. Dankros didn't say anything, but he was clearly upset after hearing Angor's words. At first, Angor thought Dankros would be fine after some time. However, Dankros didn't calm down after entering his pocket. Instead, he became more and more agitated. Dankros had been very obedient on their way here, and the creature also helped Angor a lot. After thinking for a while, Angor decided to change his mind. Dankros lived for a long time, but he was still an elemental spirit. In terms of human age, Dankros was probably a 10-year-old child. When Angor first met Dankros, Dankros was still trying to recruit new pets. Dankros wasn't stupid, but his mind was still immature. The more immature a creature was, the more likely he would go to the extreme. It was similar to the rebellious behavior of an adolescent. Angor promised Magoo that he would take good care of Dankros, so he didn't want the creature to go to the extreme. Angor didn't know why Dankros became so agitated over such a small matter. However, if letting Dankros into the dream crystal could solve this problem, Angor was willing to compromise. Once again, he placed Dankros in the safe zone. The safe zone was protected by a magic array, which made it the safest place in the entire dream crystal. After making sure Dankros was in the safe zone, Angor slowly followed the tentacles of the dream and stepped onto the long bridge. When he entered the safe zone, everyone else was already there. However, no one was paying attention to Angor. They were all looking at a tall mountain in the distance. This crystal mountain was none other than the beautiful Dream Mountain. The mountain was so tall that it reached straight into the sky like a pillar supporting the sky. Even when looking at it from a bright place, people would feel great pressure. Moreover, the dream crystal hadn't completely changed its weather, so there was no day or night. There was a light source in the safe zone, but it could only illuminate a small corner of the mountain. Just imagine the corner of a tall mountain in the night and the majestic line behind it, and you would understand that the pressure was actually greater than during the day. Of course, they didn't only pay attention to the mountain because of its size. There was another reason: there was nothing else around it that could serve as a contrast. If they didn't look at the mountain from the ground, who else would they look at? The wasteland? Angor cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. Laplace was the first to recover. He looked at Angor and said, "You said the mountain of corpses turned into a mountain of crystals." I didn't think too much about it. I didn't expect that it would really change completely. Moreover, it's such a magnificent and endless mountain range. You mean it? Angor asked. Laplace, I mean, the mountain of crystals isn't as shocking as the mountain of corpses. You can create a mountain of corpses, which will shock me even more. Laplace didn't know what to say. Ahem. Back to the topic. Now, Before Angor could finish his sentence, he felt something tugging at his pants. He looked down and saw Laplace trying to jump up. But this time it couldn't even reach half a meter. It could only reach Angor's pants. Dankros didn't want to give up. He slid down again and again, then tried to jump up again. He picked up Dankros and put him on his shoulder. Now do you understand why I said you can't enter the dream crystal with your current strength? Dankros opened his mouth and tried to ask something. Angor made a shhh gesture. Don't forget the first thing we agreed on. Dankros wasn't happy about it, but he didn't say anything. The first thing they agreed on was, don't ask why. After putting Dankros down, Angor looked at the others. Back to the topic. What do you plan to do now? Yeah, we do. Laplace nodded and pointed at the sky. That thing over there, Gleipnir and Laplace will handle it. Angor looked at the sky and saw two worm-like monsters moving quickly on the broken spider web. They were heading toward the safe zone. There was no doubt that these two worms were the remnants of the Dream Realm cleaners. Angor nodded. All right. There were still a lot of dream cleaners left, but they wouldn't cause any harm to the dream crystal. Instead, he had become a turtle in a jar, a moving experience bag. Laplace wanted Gleipnir to get used to the ivory bone staff and the bunny girl to get used to the rhythm of hunting down the cleaners. Using these two worms as practice was a good choice. Looking from afar, the two worms didn't seem very big. However, when they approached the safe zone through the spider web, they immediately felt pressured. What was different from MT Beautiful Dreams was that this pressure came from the strength of the worm monster and its ugly and ferocious face. Gleipnir was wearing a silver scale robe, so he wasn't afraid of the pressure at all. He took the lead and flew out of the safe zone. You take the big one on the right. I'll deal with the smaller one on the left. While speaking, Gleipnir flew toward the one on the left. Just as she said, the worm monster on the left was indeed much smaller, and the deterrence it gave off was also much smaller than the one on the right. Clearly, the worm monster on the left was much weaker than the one on the right. The person Gleipnir had targeted to deal with the worm monster on the right was none other than the rabbit girl. The bunny girl was different from Gleipnir. She was wearing a cute bunny suit that was more practical than cute. Logically speaking, she would be much weaker than Gleipnir when facing pressure. However, the actual situation was different from what he had imagined. Gleipnir was the first to move, and he had the second molt celestial plate to resist the pressure. When Gleipnir flew into the air, the bunny girl jumped out from behind Luigi. Furthermore, the bunny girl couldn't fly. Instead, she bent down and squatted as support. Then, she jumped into the air like a spring. One in front, one behind. One in the air, one in the air. Anyone would think that Gleipnir would make contact with the monster first. But in fact, the bunny girl moved later than Gleipnir. Like a cannonball, she crashed into the monster at a terrifying speed. Along with a strange halo, the worm monster was knocked straight down from the sky and heavily smashed into the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. At this moment, the rabbit girl also followed the gravity and descended to the ground. However, she was different from the free fall of the worm monster. Her movements were very light, like a butterfly. She landed silently and did not even raise a speck of dust. As soon as she touched the ground, the bunny girl's hind legs were spring-loaded again. She lunged at the monster rolling on the ground. With a series of loud bangs and flashes of light, the incomparably huge worm monster was beaten by the petite rabbit girl to the point where it couldn't even put up a fight. He even saw the bunny girl kicking her leg upward as if she was dancing, which sent the monster flying into the air again. The bunny girl also jumped up and stepped on the monster's body. Her legs moved like spirals and dug into the ground. The worm monster fell heavily to the ground. Then, under the rabbit girl's spiral drill, a large hole appeared in the ground. The worm monster's body was split in two. One half fell into the hole, while the other half flew into the air and turned into countless bloody dust. A combo. Yes, that was what Angor could think of. The entire combo left the worm monster with no room to fight back. In just half a minute, like a combination of dance and acrobatics, the incomparably powerful worm monster was played to death just like that. On the other side, Gleipnir was still in a stalemate with the monster. Gleipnir had the upper hand, but it would take some time for him to kill the monster. On the other hand, the worm monster that Gleipnir was facing was probably at the level of a newly advanced adept. The bunny girl's monster was as strong as an experienced wizard. Even Angor's real body would have a hard time dealing with it. Comparing the two of them, the terror of the rabbit girl was clear to see. After killing the monster, the bunny girl slowly walked back to the safe zone. She wiped the bloody carrot on her waist while hiding behind Luigi. End of chapter. Angor glanced at the rabbit girl in silence. He now understood why Laplace sent the rabbit girl to kill the remaining monsters. Her reflexes, versatility, grasp of opportunities, and sharpness in battle were all unparalleled. Most of these talents were not supernatural because the dream crystal created a mortal body for her. However, the rabbit girl relied on her eyesight and experience to bring them to a transcendent level. To use an inappropriate analogy, she was a living fighting machine. Of course, these were not enough to defeat the monster. The power of mortals was ultimately limited. The strange halos that the monster could not handle were the strange halos. Every time the rabbit girl landed a heavy blow on the worm monster, there would be a halo of light. The color of the halo was different, but the outline of the light was exactly the same. They were all carrots. Every time the carrot's halo appeared, the devil worm would be heavily injured. In other words, all the wounds on the monster, including its broken body, were caused by the carrot halos. The halo came from the rabbit girl's carrot satchel. Using God's view, Angor noticed that every time the rabbit girl attacked the monster, the satchel would release energy to coordinate with the rabbit girl's attacks and create colorful halos. The energy released by the satchel was not the most common energy used by mirror creatures. Instead, it was a kind of powerful blood aura, or bloodline power. For example, Gleipnir was an astrologer, Luigi was a bard, and the rabbit girl was a bloodline warrior. Bloodline power was very compatible with the rabbit girl's fighting style. And it was probably only compatible with the rabbit girl. No one else could use it so well. This was her strength. But from another perspective, it was also her weakness. This was because the rabbit girl's bloodline power and her extraordinary battle talent complemented each other in her battle against the worm monster. Angor also noticed that the bloodline power was at its strongest when it left the carrot satchel. Every time the rabbit girl attacked, she was dancing on the edge of a knife, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to the monster. It was a crazy battle, a textbook example for those who pursued the art of fighting. However, the rabbit girl's weakness was exposed because she could only attack the monster at the right moment. She was good at melee combat, but weak at ranged combat. That was how the battle went. The bunny girl had been sticking to the worm monster from beginning to end. That was the only way she could unleash her full potential. Fortunately, the worm monster had chosen to engage in close combat this time. If it had chosen to engage in long-range combat, it would have been too late. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for the rabbit girl to stick to the monster. As for using her bloodline power from a distance, that would only cause the bloodline power to dissipate in the air and not reach the monster. In Angor's view, the rabbit girl's battle was not flawless. Still, her crazy battle was an eye-opener for Angor. Torres and his brother, Leon, would probably be shocked to the core if they saw this battle. Furthermore, the rabbit girl was only a fragment of Laplace's past memories. If the memories could be fused into an ordinary body, then what if the memories were fused into Laplace's true body? Angor felt terrified just thinking about it. Laplace's past memories were likely to be even stronger. Angor even wondered if Laplace's real body had already reached the legendary level, just like Rain. What's on your mind? Laplace's voice reached his ears. Angor was surprised. He turned around and saw Laplace standing next to him. Nothing. What's wrong? Laplace gave Angor a suspicious look. I called you twice, but you didn't answer. I thought you went offline. Huh? Did I call you twice? Angor glanced at Dankros, who nodded. Yes. But the first one was hey, and the second one was the same as what you just said. Angor didn't really care if Laplace called his name or not. She would always say hey when she called Glepner or Luigi. She would just use her eyes to show who she was calling. After making sure that Laplace really did call him, Angor put on an apologetic look. I was thinking too much. May I know what you want, Miss Laplace? Glepner's attempt is over, Laplace said. Laplace pointed at a spot not far away. Angor looked in that direction and saw Glepner standing alone in the air. There were no longer any worms around him. However, a rain of blood was falling from the dark sky. Angor took a closer look and saw that the rain of blood was actually minced meat. If he wasn't mistaken, the minced meat came from the worms. So, what happened? Why did Glepner turn the worms into minced meat when Angor was distracted for only a few seconds? The attempt is over, but the ivory staff is also destroyed. I called you because I need you to send me a new one. Laplace's words seemed to explain the situation of the worms. Is this caused by the ivory staff? Angor asked as he looked at the rain of blood. Laplace nodded. Glepner used all his strength to unleash the full power of the ivory staff. When the staff was destroyed, the worms were destroyed as well. The limit of the ivory staff was determined, but I didn't use my second molt celestial plate. But it's fine. The plate's defense is about the same as my molted scales. It should be able to stop that glutton. Speaking of which, your dream crystal has one advantage. It's much easier to test the limit of a certain item. Luigi also nodded. You don't have to worry about the items getting damaged. It's really fun. My friend, I think, shut up. You don't want to. I didn't say anything. Luigi looked a little upset. Angor also looked at Laplace in confusion. He didn't know why she interrupted Luigi. Laplace explained, Luigi always plays at Tooth Fairy Castle because he wants to steal the Ivory Fairy Zither. Nonsense. I'm not going to steal it. I'm going to borrow it. Borrow it. Laplace ignored Luigi's protest and continued, the Tooth Immortal Zither is different from the Ivory Bone Staff. The Ivory Bone Staff was formed from the remains of a battle elder. Although the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins values the Ivory Bone Staff, they value their relationship with Gleipnir more. Therefore, they are willing to lend the Ivory Bone Staff. The Ivory Fairy Zither is completely different. The Ivory Fairy Zither was created from the remains of the second-generation Ivory Fairy Queen. It's a symbol of the Ivory Fairy Queen's power, just like how crowns and scepters are used in human kingdoms. The Ivory Fairy Zither might not be as powerful as the Ivory Staff, but it's very important. Luigi can't borrow it. He can only steal it. Now that he found out that your dream whelk can bring the Ivory Fairy Zither into the dream crystal without damaging it in the real world, he's trying to do something. Just ignore him. Laplace wasn't being unreasonable. It was just that Luigi's idea was too far-fetched. Luigi's target was the Ivory Fairy Zither, which always stayed with the Ivory Fairy Queen and would never leave Tooth Fairy Castle. If Luigi wanted the Zither to enter the Dream Crystal, he had to take Angor and the Dream Whelk to Tooth Fairy Paradise, and he had to do it in front of the Ivory Fairy Queen. Leaving aside whether the Ivory Fairy Queen would get suspicious, such an idea was dangerous. If Luigi took Angor and the Dream Whelk to the Dream Crystal because he thought something was good, it would set a very bad precedent. Besides, it would also put Angor in a difficult position. After confirming the value of the Dream Crystal, Laplace already planned to cooperate with Angor. Angor also showed his sincerity by giving away his power. Laplace wouldn't allow Luigi to ruin Angor's good impression. Angor didn't think too much about it. Ivory Fairy Zither, sounds interesting. Hearing Angor's words, Luigi thought he had a chance and began to praise Ivory Fairy Zither with all kinds of flattering words. When he was done, Luigi looked at Angor expectantly. What do you think? Do you want to hear me play Ivory Fairy Zither? I'd love to if I have the chance, Angor said. Luigi's eyes lit up. Of course, as long as you, Luigi blabbered on, and what he said was almost the same as what Laplace expected. Luigi wanted Angor to secretly bring Ivory Fairy Zither into the dream crystal. Angor listened to Luigi's words with a smile. When Luigi thought he had a chance, Angor said, "I don't need to go for Ivory Fairy Zither alone. If you're going to do something big, why don't you drag the entire Tooth Fairy castle, no, the entire Tooth Fairy paradise into the dream crystal?" Huh? Luigi didn't know what to say. Both Laplace and Glepner gave Angor a surprised look. Angor was still smiling. "How about this? If you can find a way to pull the entire Tooth Fairy paradise into the dream crystal without arousing Tooth Fairy Queen's suspicion, I'll go with you to Tooth Fairy Castle." Angor then looked at Glepner. "Same for you. If Glepner can convince Tooth Fairy Queen of Tooth Fairy's idea of using the dream whelk, I can pull the entire Tooth Fairy ruin into the dream crystal as well." Luigi was still in a daze, but Glepner narrowed his eyes and began to think. Angor's suggestion seemed feasible. As long as they had a good reason and could convince Tooth Fairy Queen of Tooth Fairy ruin, it was possible. Laplace looked at Angor. "Can the dream whelk cover such a large area?" Angor nodded. "Yes, but it'll take more time to prepare. If Luigi and Glepner can do it, and I have enough time, I can pull both Tooth Fairy Paradise and Tooth Fairy Ruin into the dream crystal." Angor seemed to be discussing with Luigi, but he was actually thinking about Glepner. Ever since he learned that Tooth Fairy Ruin was the biggest trading center in the dream realm, he had been wondering if there was a way to capture Tooth Fairy Ruin in one fell swoop. Now that Luigi brought up the topic, Angor naturally brought it up to Glepner. If he could pull the entire Tooth Fairy Ruin into the dream crystal, the resources inside could be used as reserves or for research purposes. This would not only benefit Angor, but also Laplace. And if he could do it, Tooth Fairy Ruin would only be the beginning. There were many places with rich resources in the mirror realm that could be pulled into the dream crystal using the same method. More importantly, the creatures in the mirror realm wouldn't feel the loss. In fact, they might not even know about it. This was definitely a good thing, and it wouldn't offend anyone. Angor's words did not go any further. He believed that both Glepner and Laplace would understand what he meant. "I'll log off and bring Glepner the ivory staff." "Wait a moment." With that, Angor's body slowly vanished from the safe zone. Laplace and Glepner exchanged a glance. They didn't say anything, but they both understood what each other meant. This matter was feasible and could be done. They knew that Angor was trying to bring up this topic, but it was something that would benefit everyone. Besides, it was normal for Angor to bring it up. He was a human in the real world, and he couldn't come into contact with Tooth Fairy Ruin or Tooth Fairy Paradise, nor did he have any way to use the dream whelk without arousing suspicion. But if Angor couldn't do it, they could. They were the only ones who could do it. It just depended on whether they were willing to do it or not. Now that they thought about it carefully and considered the pros and cons, this was something that could be done without any downsides. If so, why wouldn't they do it? Laplace and Glepner looked at each other and reached an agreement. Angor's figure reappeared in the safe zone. There was also an ivory staff and a flask filled with fiery red liquid. The ivory staff was given to Glepner. The red liquid in the bottle was quenching liquid, which Angor prepared for Dankros. Laplace spoke to Angor after giving Glepner the ivory staff. "There are still 10 minutes left before the hunt begins. I can already feel the gluttons approaching. Go with Glepner and wait nearby. Don't let any gluttons enter the safe zone. As for Luigi, don't worry about him. He'll find some fun for himself." Laplace looked at the bunny girl. "As for her, tell her where the rest of the cleaners are and let her deal with them. I don't have a problem with other things, but Angor pointed at the bunny girl. "I saw her fight just now. She has the upper hand against melee monsters. But I don't think she has much of an advantage against long-range monsters, right?" Angor tried to find a way out of it. Laplace didn't respond. "Don't worry. Since I asked her to go after the gluttons, she won't only focus on melee combat. She'll find a way to deal with long-range monsters." Although Laplace didn't tell him what method she would use, Angor still trusted his judgment. He could always use his omniscient view to keep an eye on her. If anything happened, he could just force her to go offline to ensure her safety. Following Laplace's instructions, Angor quickly assigned everyone to their respective positions. Laplace and Glepner went to a place far away from Fairy Dream Mountain to avoid the special combination of dreams. The glutton's revelry was a special dream, and so was Fairy Dream Mountain. Who knew if they would work together? Luigi, on the other hand, went to Fairy Dream Mountain. He promised Laplace and Angor that he wouldn't go to Fairy Dream Mountain. Instead, he would observe the mountain from outside and try to find inspiration for his poem. Angor didn't know if he meant it or not. However, Laplace didn't say anything to stop Luigi from going to Fairy Dream Mountain. Angor didn't mind letting Luigi go. Even if Luigi couldn't help himself and ran into Fairy Dream Mountain, he would just be a lab rat. After Luigi left, Angor told the bunny girl the locations of the nearby monsters. She then followed the spider lines in the sky to hunt down the remaining gluttons. Angor and Dangros were the only ones left in the safe zone. Angor lifted Dangros off his shoulder and placed him on his left hand. Then, he raised his left hand and brought it level with his eyes. He stared at Dangros quietly. Dangros was a little confused by this, and his small eyes were filled with doubt. "You don't like the dream crystal, do you?" "No." Dangros shook his head. Angor stared at Dangros in silence. "If you're not unhappy, why do you look so down?" Angor changed his mind to bring Dangros to the dream crystal because he noticed that Dangros was in a bad mood after he refused. If emotions had color, Dangros would have been shrouded in a thick shadow at that time, which was the opposite of the glory of the past. Later, when Angor agreed to bring Dangros to the dream crystal, Dangros' shadow began to fade a little. But it still didn't go away. However, Angor didn't think too much about it. He thought that Dangros' mood would change once he saw the new world in the dream crystal. However, the actual situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Dangros was indeed attracted by the new world for a few minutes and forgot about the shadow for a while. However, after the novelty, the shadow once again shrouded its body. Angor thought that he ignored Dangros because he was talking to Laplace and the others all the time. While going offline to bring Gleipnir the ivory staff, Angor also brought a bottle of quenching liquid to Dangros. Angor gave Dangros something to do and also told him that he didn't neglect Dangros. However, the effect wasn't as good as he expected. Dangros' shadow faded a little, but he was still standing against the light. After making arrangements for the others, he decided to have a talk with Dangros. I am not depressed," Dangros replied subconsciously. However, when he replied, he kept avoiding Linley's gaze. Angor didn't expose Dangros' lie. Instead, he stared at Dangros with a calm look. The air seemed to freeze, and so did time. In this awkward atmosphere, Dangros began to pretend that nothing had happened and slowly fell silent. However, it still did not say anything, as if it wanted to use silence to change the topic. If he had something else to do before, he might have asked Dangros to help him. But now, he had done everything he could, and he couldn't do what he wanted to do. As for Laplace, he wasn't too worried about him. Therefore, he had plenty of time to waste with Dangros. Angor didn't say anything. He just stared at Dangros. Dangros felt his hair standing on end. He wanted to tell Angor to stop staring at him several times. However, it stubbornly believed that once it opened its mouth first, it would lose. It tried its best not to say anything and kept its eyes darting around, trying not to look at Angor. However, Dangros' facial features were all on his palm, which was basically a flat surface. Angor tried to block them, but Dangros' eyes could only stay fixed on one spot. For Dangros, time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. He desperately hoped that Laplace and her clones would come back, or something bad would happen to them, so that Angor wouldn't keep staring at him. However, his hope didn't come true even when he waved the white flag. Yes, he surrendered. Angor's eyes weren't harsh. They were calm and clear, but they somehow made Dangros feel weak. It was as if Angor's eyes were reflecting the shadow in his heart. Dangros could hold on for 10 minutes, but he couldn't do it for an hour or two. More importantly, Angor also restrained his movements, so he could only look at Angor's eyes. In the end, Dangros gave up. I admit that I'm a little depressed. But it has nothing to do with the dream crystal. It's a wonderful thing to me, and it's full of charm. Dangros seemed to be trying his best to think of his words, and Angor knew what he was trying to do. He wanted to change the topic and divert Angor's attention. The trick might work on his elemental minions, but it wasn't enough to fool Angor. Angor didn't interrupt Dankros and let him do his thing. So? Why do you look so down? Angor asked in a plain tone after the bird had finished its list of words. Dankros didn't know how to change Angor's mind. He sighed in his mind and began to think of something else. But before Dankros could do anything, Angor's head reached toward him. His eyes were almost touching Dankros's palm. Dankros didn't know what to do when he saw Angor's eyes. From its perspective, everything around it seemed to have disappeared, leaving only that pair of clear eyes. Looking at each other at such a close distance, Dankros stammered out his true thoughts. I don't care about that. Dankros stuttered a little, but Angor still understood what he meant. What Angor didn't expect was that Dankros' mood wasn't because of the dream crystal. It was because of Angor's words. Earlier, Angor refused when Dankros suggested that they should check the dream crystallization together. Dankros didn't feel too bad about it. He just felt a little wronged. What really upset the bird was Angor's words. Angor couldn't help but say, "How about this? Let's make a promise. I'll take you to the dream crystal before we go back to the tidal realm. What do you think?" Angor thought about it carefully. Indeed, Dankros became depressed after he said that. Angor even reached out his hand to shake Dankros' hand to seal the deal. In the end, Dankros gave Angor a high five after hesitating for a while. At that time, Angor thought he had successfully convinced Dankros again. He did not expect that the slap only made Dankros even more depressed. What was it about Angor's words that made Dankros feel uncomfortable? Return to the tidal realm. That was it. Now that he thought about it, he didn't find anything wrong with it. Until Dankros told him about his feelings, Angor began to understand why Dankros cared so much about it. We just left the tidal realm not long ago. Why do you want to go back now? Because you're getting impatient? Dankros spoke in a low voice. He didn't mention the subject, but Angor knew what he meant. Dankros felt that he didn't do a good enough job, or maybe he was too noisy, which made Angor impatient. That was why Angor brought up the topic of returning to the tidal realm. Angor was shocked but also a little speechless. He didn't expect Dankros to become so depressed because of his careless words. He mentioned returning to the tidal realm just because he wanted to say that he would arrange a time for Dankros to go to the dream crystal. He only mentioned the time before going back to the tidal realm. However, Angor didn't expect Dankros to care so much about the time. Or maybe Dankros was worried about returning to the tidal realm without seeing the bigger world. Objectively speaking, Angor wasn't wrong about this. Dankros just misunderstood Angor's words. But Angor also understood Dankros. Just like humans, intelligent beings in this world had different personalities. Some were outgoing, some were introverted, some were open, and some were conservative. These personalities weren't necessarily fixed. Some were even mixed together. For example, an outgoing loner. People with such personalities tended to be outgoing and even had a bit of social insanity. No one could tell that they had another side to them. This side could be lonely, introverted, or even closed off. In Angor's words, they might look carefree on the outside, but it didn't affect their inner sensitivity and anxiety. Levi, reflected in Laplace's mind, was such an extroverted loner. Dankros might have a similar personality. Its appearance was always carefree, grinning, and even a little wretched. However, his inner personality was sensitive and delicate. Just like this time, when Angor's casual remark was captured by Angor's careful mind, he kept expanding his thoughts. In the end, he overthought it and got himself frustrated. Angor understood Dankros, so he didn't argue with Dankros about you're overthinking, or I know what you're thinking, or you're right, but... Instead, he considered and smiled at Dankros. I did say we're going back to the tidal realm. But I never said that we can't come out again. My teacher is still in the tidal realm, so I will definitely return to the tidal realm. But it's easy to come out again. I promised Magoo the Wise that I'll take you to see the outside world. As long as you don't think you've seen enough, I won't leave you behind. Angor left a few minutes for Dankros to think about his words. Angor's words were neither comforting nor explaining. Instead, he pointed out what Dankros cared about and helped him understand Angor's thoughts faster. And Angor's, as long as you don't think you've seen enough, I won't leave you behind, completely relaxed Dankros' tense mood. Dankros didn't want anything else but such a clear statement. However, even though Dankros had relaxed, it was not appropriate for him to show it. After all, he had looked as if he had a deep grudge just a moment ago. To him, it was inappropriate for him to suddenly smile. So, he still kept a straight face as if he was still immersed in his gloomy mood. Angor could sense Dankros' mood, so he knew that the creature's mood had changed. As for the fact that Dankros was still acting sad, it was purely because he was proud. Dankros was an elemental fairy, and elemental fairies were like children in human age. It was normal for children to be a little temperamental, so Angor had to tolerate them appropriately. Of course, the prerequisite was that the child couldn't be too naughty. Dankros might be a little naughty sometimes, but he was still very reliable when it came to serious matters. When it came to alchemy, Dankros always cooperated well with Angor. So even if Dankros was a little naughty, Angor could still turn a blind eye. Angor chuckled. It's not a big deal. Speaking of which, it's long past the hunting time of the gluttons. I think Laplace and Glepner have already entered the special dream. Want to go with me? Dankros was thinking about how to change the topic. He couldn't just keep pretending to be serious, could he? Now that he heard Angor's words, he realized that this was his chance. Sure. Angor smiled and didn't say anything else. He put Dankros back on his shoulder and walked out of the safe zone. Laplace and Glepner chose to wait for the gluttons nearby, so the special dream, Glutton's Carnival, wasn't far from the safe zone. He didn't need to log off and come back online to use space diversion. He could just walk there with his legs. While moving toward the Glutton's Carnival, Angor used God's view to observe the others while explaining the special dream to Dankros. While doing so, Angor found something interesting. Luigi was still wandering around the mountain. However, he wasn't in the mood to compose poems. He was fully focused on the tall mountain. Especially on the only path leading to the top of the mountain. Luigi kept moving closer to the path, but he would back away every now and then, as if he wanted to climb the mountain but was afraid. Earlier, Luigi promised Laplace that he wouldn't climb the mountain without permission. He was only looking for inspiration. But now, it seemed that Luigi really wanted to climb the mountain. Angor didn't know what happened to Luigi, but he assumed that it wasn't because Luigi wasn't determined enough. Maybe the mountain was trying to lure Luigi to climb the mountain. For example, when Laplace approached Helen's dream, he didn't intend to enter Helen's dream, but he was forcibly pulled in by the whip. It was true that crystal creations could hide. However, it was also true that the crystal creations would actively hunt. Maybe this was one of the rules of Wonderland? As long as Luigi didn't really climb the mountain, Angor didn't pay too much attention to him. The thing that really interested him was actually the rabbit girl's side. End of chapter. Angor only gave the bunny girl a set of coordinates when he told her where to go. There was only one monster in the set of coordinates. Under normal circumstances, after dealing with this monster, there would be no monsters nearby to deal with. But this was not the case. When the bunny girl arrived at the set of coordinates, killed the first monster, and rested for a while, a second monster would show up. Not long after the second monster was dealt with, the third monster was already on its way. The bunny girl did not need to run around looking for monsters. She just needed to stay where she was and take care of the remaining monsters. Angor did two things to achieve this result. First, he removed the effect of the sea of electricity. Without the effect, the monsters who were far away from the center of the dream crystal remembered their mission again, to kill all living beings in the dream crystal. And so, they all returned. A new wave of monsters came back. The second thing was to open up a smooth path in the dense thorny forest. This path, which seemed to lead to the center of the dream crystal, was actually leading to the bunny girl's location. The combination of these two things caused a large number of demons to gather at the rabbit girl's coordinates. But that was not what Angor was concerned about. He was more concerned about the dozens of crystal objects that appeared around the bunny girl's location. Some of these crystal creations were suspended in the air, some were propped up on the thorny vines, and some were hidden in underground spaces that could not be seen. Angor was a little surprised when he saw the crystals. He thought that apart from the dreamland and Glutton's revelry, all the other crystal objects should be in the Wonderland. He didn't expect to see so many of them around the bunny girl. This piqued Angor's curiosity. After observing for several minutes, he realized that the crystals were different from what he expected. They did not come from the Wonderland. Instead, they were created by the monsters the bunny girl killed. In other words, when the bunny girl was clearing out the monsters, the authority of Wonderland was also watching this place and making crystals on the spot. Of course, it didn't mean that every time the bunny girl killed a monster, a crystal would drop from the monster's corpse. If it was true that each monster corresponded to one crystal creation, then the nearby area would have been piled up into a mountain, instead of only a few crystal creations. There were also many monsters that didn't have any crystalline creations. However, it only said that it did not appear in the vicinity. From time to time, he would see crystal objects appearing in the uninhabited area. This meant that every dream monster would have a corresponding crystal creation. A small portion of it would appear around the corpse, but most of it would appear randomly in various parts of the dream crystal. This was something he was interested in as well. This was probably one of the rules of Dreamwalking Wonderland that the rabbit girl had unintentionally probed. The newly created crystal creations would stay in the air for 3 to 5 minutes before they slowly hid themselves and escaped into the paradise. If he grasped the right timing, he could enter the special dreamscape created by these crystal creations before they went into hiding. However, the bunny girl had no intention of entering the dreamscape at all. She only focused on the monsters. Whenever a monster showed up, she would charge forward and fight. When a monster died, she would sit on its corpse and rest while waiting for the next one to come. This was completely different from her usual fear of strangers and social situations. She was like a living war machine. Angor observed for about 10 minutes using God's view. The bunny girl killed 6 monsters and did not even bother to look at the newly created crystal creation. She also didn't show any reaction when the other 10 crystal creations disappeared. It seemed that the bunny girl had really followed Laplace's words. She would only kill the culprits and ignore everything else. Compared to Luigi, who seemed a bit unreliable, the bunny girl was more professional. The bunny girl did her job efficiently and diligently, but he was still worried. Most of the monsters he saw so far were melee type, which was exactly what the bunny girl wanted. If it was a long-range combat type devil, would the rabbit girl be able to deal with it? Laplace told Angor not to worry, but seeing was believing. He still wanted to see for himself how good the bunny girl was at long-range combat. It had been 3 minutes since the last monster was killed by the girl. She sat on the monster's corpse and looked down as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, the crisp sound of branches snapping could be heard from the depths of the thorn forest, accompanied by the sound of the wind. The bunny girl stood up again and looked at the gaps in the forest. A white shadow was rapidly shuttling back and forth between the gaps. Every time it landed, it would cause a bramble to break. With the wind and the shadow dancing, the white figure passed through the thorny forest and leaped up high, landing not far away from the bunny girl. It was a monster with the head of a bull and the body of an octopus. It looked grotesque and disgusting. However, its disgusting appearance was only secondary. Its ability was truly disgusting. The bull's head could roar, which could deal AoE damage and make people dizzy. The octopus tentacles could shoot ink bullets at high speed, each of which was faster than the naked eye could see. Not only were they fast, but they also caused great damage. Without a doubt, this was a long-range monster. It was not weak in melee combat either. Its tentacles were very agile, and its strength was very fast. Not only could it shuttle through the thorny forest quickly, but it could also break the tough thorns, which could be seen at a glance. Facing such a monster, the bunny girl's strategy was the same as before. She tried to get close to the enemy first. However, the bull's roar was able to stun the girl. The effect did not last long, but it successfully stopped the girl from approaching. Under the effect of the bull's roar, the girl could not get close to the monster. She even had to dodge the ink bullets. This was the first time Angor saw the bunny girl being at a disadvantage against a monster. What made people even more uneasy was that this monster was very cunning. Even though the rabbit girl was at a disadvantage, it didn't approach her at all. It still relied on its 2 axes to stun her and its bullets to kite the rabbit girl from afar. And these 2 axes were indeed very effective on the rabbit girl. She could not get close to the monster at all. However, the rabbit girl's movements were extremely nimble. Although the ink bullets slowed her down, they did not really hurt her. But if this went on, the rabbit girl would not be able to hold on for much longer. After all, she was using her bloodline power to dodge the bullets. Whenever the rabbit girl used her bloodline power, she would only use it at the last moment of her attack. In Angor's words, she would use her bloodline power only when she was about to land a fatal blow. But now, the girl was using her bloodline power to dodge the ink bullets, while the bull octopus was using its own talent. If this continued, the girl would be at a disadvantage. The bull octopus also noticed that its ink bullets did not hit the girl. It pondered for a moment and activated another form. It spun its 8 tentacles like propellers, and as the tentacles spun, more ink bullets than before shot out in a frenzy. At this moment, rather than calling them ink bullets, it would be better to call them an ink bullet rain. The bullets turned into a curtain of rain, which completely blocked the rabbit girl's movement. Once the rain started, the girl would not be able to escape. Angor saw this and prepared to force the girl to log off. However, before he could make the decision, the girl disappeared from his sight. When she reappeared, she was already on top of the bull octopus's head. A carrot light flashed. The bull octopus's head exploded into pieces. The rabbit girl, on the other hand, tumbled several times in the air before landing firmly on the ground. Not long after the bull octopus died, an ink bottle with a bull's head on it appeared in the air. There was no doubt that Wonderland had come to life again. This ink bottle-like crystal creation should contain the memories and dreams related to the bull-headed octopus. As usual, the rabbit girl ignored the ink bottle. She sat on the bull's head and rested quietly, waiting for the next wave of monsters. Angor was still in a daze after watching the whole battle. Just now, why did the rabbit girl suddenly disappear? How did she get through the rain of bullets and reach the bull octopus's head? There was at least 100 meters between them. How did she get there? Did she teleport? Angor's omniscient view allowed him to be more sensitive to energy fluctuations. He did not sense any spatial ripples, which meant she did not teleport. Since it wasn't teleportation, how did the rabbit girl do it? And why didn't she use it in the beginning? Angor thought for a long time but could not come up with a reasonable explanation. But since the rabbit girl had such a trick, he did not have to worry about long-range monsters. With that in mind, Angor looked away from the girl for a while. It was not that he was not curious anymore. The Glutton's Carnival was just around the corner. Furthermore, as to how the bunny girl did it, other than the bunny girl herself, Laplace also knew the answer. Laplace, on the other hand, was in the midst of the gluttony's revelry. As Angor looked away, the bunny girl saw another monster coming. Following her previous experience, the rabbit girl continued to wait on the monster's body. However, this time, he waited for a long time. After more than 15 minutes, no monster appeared. When the rabbit girl thought that she had killed all the cleaners, she suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from behind her. It was not the sound of an attack, and it did not mean any harm. Still, the rabbit girl took a few steps back and put up a defensive stance before she looked back. However, she did not see any monster. Instead, she saw a small shadow falling from the sky. With a few clangs, the black shadow finally landed on the ground. The bunny girl looked in the direction of the sound and saw something unexpected on the ground more than 10 meters away. It was a headband. Moreover, it was a headband with rabbit ears. Long black ears, white inner ears, and a black jewel-like headband. It looked beautiful. At least, in the rabbit girl's eyes, the headband was beautiful. She also had rabbit ears on her head, but they were only decorations on her hood. And, they were pure white. The black rabbit-eared headband was a perfect match for her white rabbit-eared hood. Not bad, Angor would be surprised if he was here. Not because of the headband, but because of the naivety and longing in the rabbit girl. Yes, longing. Step by step, the bunny girl walked towards the black rabbit-ear headband. When she got close to it, the bunny girl paused cautiously. She had heard that when the main body's clone had entered Helen's dream, it had been pulled in by a whip. In other words, if she approached the crystal creation, she would be pulled inside. This was why the rabbit girl didn't pay attention to the crystal creation when she saw it. Her goal was to kill the cleaners, not to explore the special dreamscape in the crystal creation. She was very clear about her goal. She approached the rabbit ear headband because she wanted to see if this thing was also a crystallized creation. If it was a crystal artifact, it would have reacted as Xianxia approached, but it didn't. In fact, the rabbit girl didn't feel anything when she picked up the headband from the ground. The headband felt like it was made of crystal, but it didn't react. Maybe it wasn't a crystal creation created by the authority of Wonderland. The rabbit girl also noticed that there was a certain chance that a crystal creation would appear when she killed a monster. However, such a creation wouldn't last for more than 5 minutes. At this point, it had already been more than 20 minutes since the last crystal creation was born. In other words, this wasn't a crystal creation created by the monster she killed. There was no one else around. Did this mean it wasn't a crystal creation? The rabbit girl didn't know what it was. But she didn't feel anything special when she touched it. Maybe it was just an ordinary item. If it was an ordinary item, could she take it away? The rabbit girl's eyes flashed with desire. She really liked this headband. Even if she couldn't take it away, she should be able to try it on, right? Thinking of this, the rabbit girl looked at the cute headband and couldn't help but be moved. He slowly reached out his hand and slowly placed the bunny ear hairband on his head, or more accurately, on his hood. She liked it, but she didn't forget to be cautious. There was still some bloodline power on her hood. If there was a problem with the headband, she could use her bloodline power to break it. However, the rabbit girl didn't expect that the moment she put on the headband. Her surroundings suddenly became blurry. When she came back to her senses, she had already disappeared from the dream crystal plane. End of chapter. When he saw the glutton's revelry again, he was a little surprised. He still remembered that when he first saw Helen's dream, it had appeared to be a long crystal whip with barbed spikes. Later, Helen's dream was not fully explored, so it was combined with other people's dreams and turned into glutton's revelry. As the special dream changed, so did the shape of the whip. The whip was covered with large and small Mary roses. The bright red roses made the whip even more beautiful, but also more dangerous. Normally, the glutton's revelry Angor saw should be the same crystal whip with Mary roses growing on it. But this time it was different from the previous 2 versions. The Mary roses were still there. The barbs were still there. The crystal whip did not change either. However, there were human heads growing out from the stamens of the Mary roses. There were old and young human heads, and they all had different expressions. There was joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. They looked normal, but when they were placed on the stamens of the roses, they looked very strange. Did it evolve again? Angor muttered, "Should I call it a skull rose now? Why did the whip change again?" Angor did not know. The only thing he could do now was to contact Laplace through the birdcage's perspective and see if she knew something. Angor planned to touch the whip and enter the birdcage's perspective. But he did not know where to put his hand. In the end, he decided to use his nightmare aura to enter the birdcage's perspective. At the same time, he used his nightmare aura to envelop Dankros. Dankros could also use Angor's eyes to see what was going on inside the birdcage. However, Dankros was only borrowing his perspective. Even though he could see what was happening inside, his voice could not be transmitted to the box. It was like watching a live broadcast while being muted. As soon as Angor entered the birdcage's perspective, he saw 3 giant balloons floating above a half-destroyed house. These human head balloons kept letting out strange and ear-piercing laughter. As the laughter rose and fell, the energy inside the birdcage began to gather. Strong winds rose, thorns grew, and petals fell like a rain of blades. The attacks formed by these energies all landed on the roof of the half-destroyed house. Their target was the same. All their attacks were directed at the 2 people on the rooftop. Laplace, who was covered in scales and looked heroic, and Glepner, whose robe fluttered in the wind. His back was hunched, but his aura was still as strong as a rainbow. Glepner waved his robe, and all the attacks landed on himself. However, these seemingly fierce attacks were completely ineffective in front of the robe's full defense. Even the petals that could pierce through steel plates could not break the robe's defense. In fact, they did not even leave a mark on the robe. Using his god's view, he saw that the 3 balloons had already used up about 70% of the energy in the courtyard. Even so, they could not hurt Glepner. The balloons kept attacking, but Glepner easily blocked them. He even had time to chat with Laplace. From this, it could be seen that Gleipnir's current defense had far exceeded the attack limit of this special dreamscape. It could be said that Gleipnir alone could do whatever he wanted in this special dreamscape. Not to mention Laplace, who was even stronger than Gleipnir. This was why Angor did not worry about their safety at all. He and Dankros stayed outside for a long time before coming here. As it turned out, Angor was right. Looking at this broken and special dream, as well as the 3 creepy-looking human head balloons that were completely ignored by Gleipnir and Laplace, she knew that they really didn't need to worry about them. Angor silently prayed for the 3 balloons in his mind. He zoomed in and arrived at the roof of the ruined house. He only saw Laplace and Gleipnir on the roof, but he did not know what they were doing. Now that he looked closer, he realized that they were discussing something intensely. It was also because they were so engrossed in their conversation that they completely ignored the attacks of the 3 human head balloons. As for what they were talking about, Angor did not pay any attention to it. All his attention was on the 3-meter-tall meat mountain on top of the building. When he first saw it, he almost thought that it was Greya. Because it looked exactly like Greya's true form, the meaty demon. The real body was indeed a fat woman. Her eyes were closed, and he could not tell if she was dead or alive. She was wearing a luxurious dress, but it was torn in many places. However, it did not matter. There were many rose vines wrapped around her body, which did not look out of place. Because of these rose vines, Angor did not notice her when he was in the sky. He only thought it was a rooftop garden. Now he realized that she was a super fat woman. She was the woman who woke up in Helen's dream. If he remembered correctly, her name was Bila. Although Bila was a little fat, she was definitely not of meaty mountain. So what happened to Bila, the carnival of a glutton? Could it be that after Bila became a glutton, she began to eat like crazy and became like this? Angor did not know what was going on. Why didn't Gleipnir and Laplace do anything to Bila? Yes, Bila was not dead. Her chest was still moving up and down, which meant she was still alive. Her eyes were closed, which meant she was unconscious. Also, the blade-shaped wounds on Bila's body suggested that Gleipnir's ivory staff had something to do with her passing out. If Bila was unconscious, why didn't they take the chance to kill her? Or could it be that killing Bila would not solve the problem? With that in mind, Angor turned his attention to Laplace and Gleipnir. Their conversation was still going on. Angor listened for a while and realized that they were all talking about whether to kill Bila or not. Laplace did not seem to have any opinion. They could choose to kill Bila or not. Gleipnir, on the other hand, seemed to be in a dilemma. He kept saying kill and not. What's going on? Angor couldn't help but ask when Gleipnir was talking to himself. Both Laplace and Gleipnir were surprised to hear Angor's voice. However, they soon came back to their senses. I thought you were going to talk to your little elemental friend outside. Are you done now? Laplace asked. How did you know I was talking to Dankros outside? Angor was surprised as well. Laplace pointed at Gleipnir and said, she told me. She said that your little elemental friend has something on his mind, and you're always focusing on him. Once we leave, you'll definitely talk to him. From what you've said, she should have guessed correctly? Angor wanted to retort, but he held himself back in the end. Sort of. After talking to him, Dankros no longer has anything on his mind. Gleipnir spoke in a plain tone, just because the current problem is solved doesn't mean all the other problems can be solved. Angor did not argue. Everyone in this world had their own problems. Growing up was the process of untangling one's mind and reconciling one's past, present, and future. Gleipnir's words were a typical prophecy. They were always correct. Angor would only fall into her trap if he did. I was the one who asked first. Why are you all asking me back now? Angor muttered. He then saw Gleipnir blocking another 3 balloons, so he quickly changed the topic. Aren't you going to deal with those balloons? Yes, but they'll regenerate every now and then. Too lazy to kill them. They can't do anything to us anyway. Regenerate? Laplace nodded. According to Gleipnir's prediction, the balloons are powered by Bila. See, that meat mountain over there. As long as Bila is alive, they'll regenerate without limit. They're attacking us to save Bila. Then why don't you kill Bila? Laplace did not answer this time. Instead, he gave Glepner a look, indicating that he should explain. Glepner said, when we were about to kill Bila, Laplace received a message that indicated that the exploration progress had reached 91%. After killing Bila, the mission would be completed and the mission would be terminated. If we can reach 100% after killing Bila, we can leave. But I don't think we can reach 100% even after killing Bila. So you're trying to figure out 100% probing rate again? Yes, but it's different from what you think. Let Glepner tell you the details. Glepner said, the exploration degree is indeed an important issue. But we're more concerned about the revelation I received. Revelation? Angor asked, you mean the prophecy of the second evolved celestial plate? It's not the same as a prophecy. Glepner sighed. Forget it. Just think of it as a prophecy. I received a very contradictory message from the revelation. To reach 100% exploration rate, one must die or live. Angor was puzzled. You want to live and die at the same time? So do we kill her or not? Glepner looked a little embarrassed and did not answer. Laplace spoke up, this isn't the mirror world. Astrology is more complicated. Even with the help of the second evolved celestial plate, this is all we can get. There's nothing more. Glepner was troubled because he did not have enough information to analyze the revelation. He did not know if he should kill Bila or not. Angor considered for a moment. Is it possible that the dead and the living are not the same people? Maybe they're different people? Glepner said, we've also thought of this possibility. But we've searched the entire area over and over again. We even destroyed the house, but we couldn't find another living being. Angor didn't know how to respond to Glepner's words. This was indeed a difficult problem to solve. Why don't we talk about something else first? Maybe we'll get some inspiration after we relax. Glepner did not listen to Angor's words. After explaining the situation, he was once again hesitating. Instead, it was Laplace who asked, you mean, you want to know what happened after we entered this place? If you're willing to tell, Laplace shrugged. Nothing special. We cleaned up the place as soon as we came in. Laplace did not hide anything and told Angor what happened after they entered the place. Basically, they cleaned up the roses in the garden, the strange puzzles, and the holes left behind in the house. They also tried to use Bila as a bait to catch a big fish. But in the end, they realized that Bila was the only big fish in the entire house. The 3 balloons were probably Bila's ability. As long as Bila did not die, she would be able to regenerate indefinitely. There was only one word to describe all of this. Since Glepner was an astrologer, he did not need to find the answers for many of the puzzles. For example, the biggest puzzle they had to solve after entering the special dream was to find all of Bila's clones. Yes, Bila was not a meatball at first. Instead, she had 4 limbs, a mouth, intestines, and a stomach. They had to find all of Bila's organs and force Bila back to her original body. This mountain of flesh was Bila's real body. It was also the true body of gluttony. The process was supposed to be puzzle solving, but Glepner used astrology to skip the puzzles and find the organs. They did not even need to solve the puzzles to reach the final step. However, they did not expect to be stuck at the last step. They did not dare to kill Bila, and they could not let her go either. This was why they were stuck in a deadlock. That's about it. Do you have any ideas? Laplace asked. Angor considered for a moment. Not yet. Laplace did not feel disappointed. If they could not find the answers themselves, it was only natural that Angor, who was only a spectator, did not know anything. Since they could not find a solution, no one spoke for a while. In the end, Angor broke the silence. Oh, right. When I came in, I noticed that the crystal object outside changed its shape. A human head grew out of the stamen of the big Mary Rose. Do you know what's going on? Laplace considered. Well, it might have something to do with Glepner. End of chapter. Angor finally understood why Laplace said it was related to Glepner. As it turned out, the Glutton's hunting list was the ticket to Glutton's carnival. Only by being on the cleansed list would one be qualified to enter the Glutton's carnival. So when the whip, covered with large Mary roses, came, its target was only Laplace, and it completely ignored Gleipnir. In order to lure Gleipnir into the special dream, Laplace simply tied her up tightly. If the whip wanted to trap Laplace, it would have to do the same to Gleipnir as well. In other words, Gleipnir was forcibly dragged into the special dream. Since there was an extra person not on the list, the Glutton's Carnival changed again. Glutton's Feast, this was the newly mutated special dreamscape. It was an improvement on the foundation of the carnival, turning the carnival of the gluttons into a feast for the gluttons. Normally speaking, the change in the name of the dream meant that the difficulty of this place increased. And that was indeed the case. The 3 floating human head balloons and Bila, who had turned into a mountain of meat, were all signs of the increased difficulty. But it didn't matter. Laplace and Gleipnir were too strong for this special dream. No matter how much the dream changed, it wouldn't affect them at all. I see. If the special dream changed, then the shape of the crystal objects outside changed as well. That's possible. Angor nodded. And here I thought the change of appearance had something to do with solving the riddle. Looks like it doesn't, Angor muttered to himself. Gleipnir heard Angor's words and paused for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and fell into deep thought again. Angor didn't notice the change in Gleipnir's expression. He kept asking, "Oh right, I saw Laplace just now." "No, I mean another Laplace, the one in the rabbit suit." "What about her?" Laplace asked. Angor briefly described the rabbit girl's situation. After that, Angor couldn't help but ask the question he was most curious about. How did she teleport to that octopus monster? Is it some kind of spatial ability? If so, why don't I feel any spatial fluctuations? Laplace said calmly, "According to the rules of the wizarding world, you are spying on my ability." Angor chuckled. "I'm just curious. If Ms. Laplace doesn't want to talk, that's fine." Laplace pondered for a moment before saying, "Regarding her ability, apart from me and my past self, no one else knows about it, including the wise ones. However, there's no harm in telling you. After all, you saw it with your own eyes." What Laplace meant was that Angor was now on the same level as the wise ones. And the relationship between the sage and Laplace was a great debt of gratitude. The fact that Angor was on the same level as the wise scholar meant that Laplace valued his relationship with Angor a lot. "That's an ability she created herself, using my bloodline as a catalyst. The name of this ability is Rabbit Hole. As long as there is still bloodline presence in the place where she fought, she can use it to move. It looks like teleportation, but it's actually a special movement method created by her bloodline talent. Because of this rabbit hole, the bunny girl was the absolute king of long-range battles. If she couldn't kill her in a short time, she could slowly spread her bloodline presence to any part of the battlefield. If her opponent was careless, she could use the rabbit hole to teleport to them and launch a series of attacks. In other words, the longer the bunny girl fought, the less she was afraid of spatial restrictions. That was why Laplace allowed the rabbit girl to deal with the remnants of the cleaners. She knew very well that none of the cleaners could defeat the rabbit girl in an instant. As long as they couldn't kill her in a single blow, they would definitely suffer a backlash from the rabbit girl's prolonged battle. Angor finally understood what was going on. However, he still didn't know how the rabbit hole worked. Was there really a way to achieve the effect of spatial teleportation without relying on the power of space? Or footwork? Of course there is. Laplace looked up at the dark sky and saw Angor standing outside the box. "What? You're curious about this?" "Of course I am. But I'm curious. Is she the only one who can do this? Can she use other bloodline powers to move like a rabbit hole?" Laplace whispered, "You want to learn?" "No. I don't have any supernatural bloodline, so I don't think I can learn it." "But I do know a bloodline wizard," Laplace asked. "You mean the hunter who was searching for the treasure?" The hunter that Laplace was talking about was none other than Dorcas. Dorcas was also a bloodline wizard. However, Angor wasn't thinking about Dorcas. He was thinking about Dorcas' brother, Leon. Lion also walked the path of the bloodline faction. If he could learn this movement method, it would significantly increase his combat strength and survival ability. Angor didn't say it out loud, but he didn't say it out loud. "I don't know if he can learn it or not." Laplace created the footwork himself, so I didn't pay much attention to it. This actually made sense because Laplace's main body didn't need any combat footwork at all. When one's strength reached the pinnacle, just raising one's hand or raising one's foot could cause a powerful destructive force. Tearing space apart was even easier. All one needed to do was to push forward. There was no need for any footwork. The rabbit girl was only Laplace's avatar. It was possible that she would study such techniques. If you have a friend who wants to learn the rabbit hole, you can ask Laplace for help. If he or she agrees, even if he or she can't learn the rabbit hole directly, he or she can create something similar for himself. Laplace paused. But first, he or she must agree. Is it hard? Angor asked. Laplace said indifferently, whether it's difficult or not depends on who it is. She's very sensitive to malicious intentions. She'll notice any malicious thoughts, even if it's just the tiniest bit. But if she finds out you have ill intentions, well, don't even think about it. So she's been avoiding me because she thinks I have ill intentions? Angor asked. Laplace shook his head. That's not it. If you do, she'll stay away from you even if we're right next to you. In other words, the rabbit girl's fear of strangers was just part of her personality. If Angor wanted the rabbit girl to teach him the rabbit hole, he or she must not have any ill intentions. He or she also needed to find a way to avoid touching her sensitive spots. This made things a lot more difficult. It seems that Laplace is all right. What about Luigi? Laplace asked. Luigi's a bit more troublesome than Laplace, Angor said. Angor explained Luigi's current situation in detail. Luigi had approached Fairy Dream Mountain and was wandering around the only path leading up the mountain. If Angor didn't stop him soon, Luigi would climb up the mountain. My guess is that the mountain is trying to lure people to climb the mountain, Angor said. Even if it's not, Luigi's always curious about everything. He won't be able to resist it. Do you need me to stop him? Angor asked in a low voice. No. Laplace shook his head. If he really enters the mountain, we'll let him suffer. He can log off anyway, and he'll run away faster than anyone else. Angor thought about it and agreed. Indeed, Luigi wouldn't be in any danger if he went offline. While they were casually chatting, Glepner suddenly interjected, You just said that the crystal creations outside have extra heads. What do those heads look like? Glepner's sudden voice interrupted their conversation. From her expression, she seemed to have noticed something. Angor hesitated. They're all inside the stamens of big Mary Roses. Big and small, old and young, male and female, Gleipnir asked, are all their faces different? I think so. Gleipnir said, since you're outside, can you help me see if Bila is among these faces? Sure. Several seconds later, Angor said, there's Bila, but only the one in Helen's dream. There's no Bila like this. Gleipnir narrowed his eyes. Are there other people in this family? I mean, the people in the paintings in Helen's dream? Nope, said Angor. Gleipnir continued to ask, is there a Helen? Yes, I do. Gleipnir said, are you sure? Is it Helen when she was young? They only saw a picture of Helen when she was young in the study. They didn't know what the current Helen looked like. Yes, sir. Gleipnir nodded. Then help me see if the heads here are the same as the ones outside. Gleipnir flicked his robe, and the silver scales on his body began to reflect countless starlight rays, from which illusory human heads slowly emerged. There were old and young, male and female heads. There were at least hundreds of them, big and small. If one were to look at these heads individually, there wouldn't be any difference. But if one were to look at them together, one would discover that these heads all belonged to Helen and Bila as a child. Helen was young and handsome, while Bila was fat and narrow-eyed. Helen was old and elegant, while Bila was still fat and mean. Two people at different stages of life, from a baby to an old woman, all appeared. Angor carefully compared them with the flowers on the big Mary Rose and quickly came to a conclusion. Yes. The heads in the stamen of the rose outside seemed to belong to both men and women. But in fact, there were only two people, Helen and Bila. Angor didn't notice it at first because they were too close together and didn't show any signs of age. But now, Gleipnir's second molting astrology disc helped him make up for his lack of logic. I knew it, Gleipnir muttered. Laplace looked at Gleipnir. You found the answer? Angor also looked at Gleipnir curiously. He wondered how Gleipnir found out about this. One had to know that Gleipnir had never seen the faces of these people outside. Gleipnir didn't hide anything and told Angor how she found out. But Angor still didn't know what to say. According to Gleipnir, she heard Angor saying that the whip shape might be related to solving the riddle and thought of this. Wah. How did you figure that out? How is it that after hearing my words, you were able to deduce that the heads outside belonged to Helen and Bila? Moreover, you were able to accurately deduce that the different heads were actually Helen and Bila's appearances at different stages? What did he omit in order to get this answer? It was like an artist teaching a beginner how to draw. The first two steps were still normal white lines, which were at the level where one's eyes, brain, and hands could follow. But when one blinked, a gorgeous sunset scene appeared on the artist's cardboard. It was as if 10,000 years had passed in that blink. And the beautiful scenery on the paper was like a laugh mocking you for your ignorance and incompetence. It was the same now. What did Gleipnir skip to give the answer directly, and why do you think it's natural? Who would talk about causes and effects like this, and why do you look like you understand it too, Laplace? You can understand it too. Angor didn't know what was going on. He didn't understand the logic at all. So, he asked carefully. Gleipnir's answer was also interesting. The stars will tell me the answer. The stars will tell you the answer? So, the omitting part was the astrological prediction. Angor didn't really understand. But he didn't want to ask. He only wanted to know if Gleipnir could solve the riddle about the exploration degree. The whip shape shouldn't make her think about completing the exploration degree, right? While Angor was thinking, Gleipnir had already opened her mouth and told Angor the answer she came up with. End of chapter. Glutton's Feast is a mutation of Glutton's Revelry. There's no fundamental difference between the two. It's more like a quantitative change, so the distribution of exploration rates should be the same. Since the distribution of exploration rates is the same, we can consider both the Glutton's Feast and the Glutton's Revelry as examples. Based on this premise, we can ignore the Glutton's Feast and look at the Glutton's Revelry alone. It's a combination of Helen's dream and Bila's sweet dream. If you compare it to revelry and feast, you'll see that it's not a quantitative change, but a qualitative one. Since Helen's dream and Bila's sweet dream constituted the current qualitative change, then my first conjecture is that in order to reach 100% exploration rate, Helen's dream and Bila's sweet dream should also reach a perfect 100%. Laplace nodded in agreement. Angor was still confused. Angor, on the other hand, was puzzled. He understood Gleipnir's reasoning, but he still felt that there was something wrong with his logic. Maybe Gleipnir added astrology to skip some of the deductions, which was why there was something wrong with the logic. Still, Angor agreed with Gleipnir's final conclusion. In order to achieve a 100% exploration rate, perhaps Helen's dream and Bila's sweet dream would have to reach the same level. But we're in a special dream called Glutton's Feast. How do we make Helen's dream and Bila's sweet dream reach 100% exploration rates in this dream? They're clearly different dreams. Gleipnir said, although their names suggest that they belong to different special dreamscapes, the locations of these three dreamscapes are all here, where we are standing now. Angor seemed to understand something. In other words, there are three special dreams in this place. What you need to do is to achieve 100% exploration rates for all three of them. Gleipnir nodded, then shook his head. You're right about one thing. This place has indeed given birth to three unique dreamscapes. But Helen's dream and Bila's sweet dream are prerequisites for Glutton's Revelry. They're not parallel. So you're saying we only need to make Helen's dream and Bila's sweet dream reach 100%? Gleipnir said. Barely. Sort of? What does that mean? Is it because you don't want to argue with me anymore? Gleipnir continued. I'll cut to the chase. I'll get straight to my conclusion. Gleipnir said, I think that as long as we can find the answers to these two questions, we might be able to reach 100% exploration. First question, in Helen's dream, what point are we missing that caused the exploration rate to stagnate at 99%? The second question is about the carnival or feast of the gluttons. The main body of the feast is actually the gluttons. Who's the glutton? Bila, without a doubt. So why did Bila become a glutton? That's the answer to the second question we're looking for. That's what the astrolabe says? Laplace asked. Gluckner nodded. Yes. That's what the astrolabe says. These two questions are the reason why we haven't reached 100% yet. Laplace pondered for a moment. I think I know the answer. Huh? Angor was either confused or confused since Gluckner's explanation. He always felt that he and Gluckner's way of thinking didn't match at all. It was like the logic of two different species, although they were indeed two different species. But he always believed that he and Laplace were on the same wavelength. At the very least, there was nothing wrong with his conversation with Laplace. It was normal, and there were no logical faults. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Not only did Laplace understand Gluckner's words, but she also told him that she already knew the answer. In the dream crystal, Laplace and Gluckner couldn't communicate telepathically. So how did she know the answer? There was only one possibility. She understood Gluckner's words and immediately figured out the key to the answer. Angor was also listening to Gluckner's explanation, but he had no idea what was going on. So, I'm the clown. Angor felt a little sad at first, but he quickly adjusted his mind. I didn't go through this quest myself, so it's normal that I don't know the details. Maybe they're the key. Yeah, that's it. So, what's the answer? Angor cleared his mind and focused on the present. Laplace didn't say anything. Instead, she answered with her actions. Laplace stretched his muscles and slowly walked up to the Meat Mountain Demon King, Bila. Bila's eyelids were twitching, as if she was about to wake up. However, Laplace didn't pay attention to that. Instead, she gently plucked a thin piece of molted scale from her hair. She held the scale between her thumb and forefinger. The sharp edge of the scale shone with a silver light. Her movements gave Angor the illusion that Laplace was holding a scalpel instead of a scale. In the next second, the scalpel made a small cut on Bila's fat belly. Her belly was immediately cut open. Angor thought that once the hole was cut open, the fat and greasy intestines inside would definitely slide out. However, the real situation was completely different from what he had imagined. No fat flowed out. Instead, a large number of green vines drilled out of the hole. Bila was still unconscious, but the vines seemed to have their own consciousness. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, trying to attack Laplace. However, these seemingly incomparably fierce whips were easily neutralized by Laplace in the end. Silver flashes of light left a large number of vines on the ground. Some of the vines were cut off by the scale and fell to the ground like broken earthworms. But Laplace simply stomped on them. Green liquid exploded and splashed all over the ground. Laplace stomped on the ground and kicked away the withered vines. Then, he continued his operation on Bila's belly. The second time he cut open Bila's belly, Angor thought that organs should be coming out. But no. There were still a lot of vines. However, the vines seemed to know that Laplace was not easy to deal with, so they did not try to get close to him. Instead, they bloomed a large number of colorful flowers. These bright red flowers were the big Mary roses. They looked as if they were full of human blood. As the big Mary roses bloomed, Bila's mountain of flesh shrank. It seemed that all the nutrients for the roses came from Bila. The big Mary roses did two things after they bloomed. First, a large amount of red powder was released from the stamen of the roses. The powder formed a bright red mist in the air. Not to mention whether the powder was poisonous or not, even if it wasn't, inhaling such large particles into one's lungs would definitely not feel good. This was the big Mary rose's first tactic, which was to use the powder to deal with Laplace. However, the powder could not get close to Laplace at all. This was because the scales had a defensive barrier. Anything without Laplace's permission could not get close at all. They could only slide past him. The red mist had no effect on Gluckner, who was far away. She was wearing the second celestial transformation plate. The defensive barrier of the scales also protected her from external attacks. Since the mist was ineffective, the big Mary roses immediately did the second thing, which was to turn the petals into sharp blades and scatter them in all directions. Judging from the strength of the petals, they were about the same as wind blades. They were between rank 2 and rank 3 cantrips. If the number of petals was large enough, it could even reach the level of a top rank 3 cantrip. This was effective against normal people and some apprentices. However, it was still ineffective against Laplace and Glepner. The scales were a supernatural structure that could even kill an official wizard. How could it not defend against these cantrips? Large amounts of petals scattered, but Laplace did it. He walked through the flowers without a single leaf touching him. Silver light flashed again. The vines of the big Mary roses were defeated again and turned into liquid under Laplace's feet. Without hesitation, Laplace continued to cut open Biela's stomach. As the third layer of the peritoneum was removed, Biela's body quickly shrank from a meat mountain to an ordinary meat mountain. The reason was, 6 skull roses came out of her stomach. They looked exactly the same as the ones on the crystal objects he saw outside. However, these heads didn't belong to Helen or Biela. Instead, they belonged to someone else. 3 men and 3 women. 2 of the men and 2 of the women had their eyes wide open. They looked ferocious and terrifying. The other man and woman had their eyes closed. They looked much calmer than the other heads. They look like. Angor looked at the skulls as well. The people in this manner, Laplace said. Before Laplace could finish, one of the men in the skull roses suddenly roared and controlled the surrounding vines to attack Laplace. Laplace easily cut down the vines around him. Before he could continue controlling the remaining vines, Laplace stabbed the man's forehead with a scale. With a puff of red smoke, the first skull rose was completely destroyed. At the same time, Laplace and Gleipnir seemed to have noticed something. They paused for a second and looked at each other. What's wrong? Angor noticed their strange behavior. 92. Laplace spoke in a small voice. Angor was surprised. It was 91% before, and now it was 92%? Was it because he killed the skull rose? Glepnir spoke up as well. I received a notification too. According to it. Executing the special character, the butler who wasn't evil enough, special character ungenerous butler executed. It's not wrong to be ungenerous. What's wrong is not being generous enough. Former butler of Fan Clan. Special Dream Glutton's Feast, 92% explored. The dead skull rose was the current butler of this manor. Angor had seen his portrait before. The dungeon prompt also proved this point. This was indeed a butler, but his name seemed to have been replaced by a nickname. It became, the butler was not black-hearted enough. Did that mean that although the butler was black-hearted, he wasn't that black-hearted? Also, there was another sentence in the system, it's not wrong to be ungenerous. What's wrong is not being generous enough. Former butler of Fan Clan. The main point of this sentence was not the sentence itself, but the person who said it. Former butler of Fan Clan. If Angor remembered correctly, the main character of Helen's dream, or Helen, was called Villa Van Halen. Fan Clan was the family of Helen's parents, a minor noble family. However, something happened to the family later. Helen was taken care of by the former butler of Fan Clan, who was now the owner of this manor. From all the details, Angor could tell that the owner of this manor was not a good person. His dream was to inherit the title of nobility. So, it was understandable why he said something like it's not wrong to be ungenerous. What's wrong is not being generous enough. Because this man was the epitome of unkindness. As Angor pondered, Laplace also killed the second skull rose. This skull rose belonged to the current owner of this manor, who was also the former butler of Fan Clan. His ability was to spit out sharp poisonous blades from his smiling mouth. He was a real killer. After killing the rose, Laplace and Glepnir received new notifications again. Special character, deceiving careerist executed. Special character, deceiving careerist executed. What's wrong with having ambition for the glory of future generations? Former headmate of Fan Clan. Special Dream Glutton's Feast, 93% explored. Putting aside the other information for now, in terms of exploration, it had increased by 1 point. There were still 4 skull roses left. Did this mean that if he killed all of them, the exploration progress would reach 97%? Although there was still a gap between 97 and 100, it was still smaller than the previous 91. With this in mind, Laplace killed the third skull rose without hesitation. This skull rose was the former headmate of Fan Clan who said, "What's wrong with having ambition for the glory of future generations?" She was also the current owner of this manor, Bila's mother. It was worth mentioning that Bila's mother's ability was fire breath. With her death, a new notification appeared: frowny face, special character arsonist the hypocrite executed, special character arsonist the hypocrite executed. Arson is easy. But how do we stop him from running away? Maybe we can poison him first. Former headmate of Fan Clan. Special dream glutton's feast, 94% explored. After seeing these notifications, everyone roughly understood the past story of this matter, the story of the former Fan Clan. Previously, Laplace found a book in the owner's study. The picture in the book described the sad end of an originally beautiful noble family. The reason for the collapse of this noble family was a fire. The fire killed the head of the Fan Clan and his wife, leaving behind a pitiful child, Helen. Helen was taken in by a butler who seemed loyal but was actually full of ambition. After that, Helen experienced all kinds of hardships and was even driven to live in a cramped and dirty attic. Helen was angry at her situation, but with her strength, she couldn't resist the butler of the past, who was now her stepfather. She could only create illusions in her dreams to kill the people who abused her over and over again. This was the general story of Helen's dream. However, what Helen probably didn't know was that the person who set the fire back then was her stepmother, the former headmate of Fan Clan. And this information was leaked after Helen's dream and Bila's sweet dream was combined and seen by everyone. It had to be said that this was a sad story. Even if they killed these cactus roses here, killed the former butler and the former headmate of Fan Clan, all of this happened in the dream. The situation in reality was still unknown. However, this wasn't important for the time being. Maybe this dream was decades ago, or even centuries ago. There was no need to think too much about it. For Laplace now, the most important thing was the exploration level. Now there were only 3 cactus roses left. Among these 3, Laplace temporarily shifted his attention away from the 2 with their eyes closed. Instead, he focused on a woman. Previously, Laplace saw an unfamiliar woman on the door of the rose garden. As for who that woman was, he had never found an answer. Now, this woman finally appeared in front of them in the form of a cactus rose. Laplace didn't hesitate and directly attacked her. Although the woman also resisted, using a poisonous fog to resist, in the face of Laplace's destructive power, her resistance was insignificant. With her death, the last piece of the puzzle in the background story of Helen's dream was put together. Special character jealous poisonous woman is being executed. Special character jealous poisonous woman has been executed. Treat me as a sister? But you are rich, and I am just a lowly cook. You are beautiful, and even if you get married, you will still be the object of admiration of countless people. But I am ordinary and ugly. How can we be compared in the same breath? The so-called sisterhood you speak of is an insult to me. Insult. I want you to die. Only when you die and I live can my jealousy be balanced. The former headmate of Fan Clan. Current special dream glutton's feast, exploration level is 95%. After killing the venomous woman, Helen's dream's background was revealed. However, this was not the most important thing right now. The most important thing was the current exploration progress. Laplace then turned his gaze to the 2 remaining skull roses. These 2 skull roses had their eyes closed from the very beginning and had no intention of attacking. It was as if they had fallen asleep, and they looked quite peaceful. Laplace walked in front of the 2 skull roses and did not move for a long time. Should we kill them? Angor asked. Kill them? In other words, they were different from the corpse head roses. Perhaps they had a reason to not die. Why would Angor say that? The reason was simple. He knew the faces of these 2 people. Previously, when they flipped through the illustrated book in the study, they had clearly drawn these 2 people. They were the former masters of the Fan family, the real noble couple who were killed by the cook and the head maid. They were Helen's biological parents. Angor didn't know why Helen's parents were in Bila's stomach. But from what he learned, this noble couple wasn't as disgusting as the others. Since he did not know more about them, he could not say that they were not bad people. He could only say that they were much nicer than the other greedy people. What's more, their skull rows did not attack Laplace, which made it seem less hostile. This was why Angor asked, should we kill them? Laplace stood in front of the two skull roses for a long time, thinking about the same thing. She was not hesitating because of moral reasons, but because she was considering whether killing them would affect the exploration progress. Laplace could not make a decision, so he looked at Glepner. Glepner did not answer right away. Instead, she closed her eyes and fell into silence. Her wrinkled face was trembling, and her silver robe was covered with faint starlight. The starlight escaped from the scales, gathered, and rushed into Glepner's forehead. It seemed the starlight was giving her a new revelation. Several seconds later, the strange phenomenon around Glepner calmed down. She slowly opened her eyes. They are already dead, so they will still die in the end. But I don't know if we should do it ourselves. Glepner's words reached everyone's ears. Angor was still confused. What did she mean by they are already dead, so they will die? What the hell are you talking about? Also, we don't know who will kill them. They are already dead, so what's the point of talking about giraffes? Why can't you just tell us if we should do it or not? Angor sighed in his mind. My dear Dodoro always gives me whatever I can find. If I can't, I'll just show it to him. Laplace nodded. I understand. What do you mean? Angor hesitated for half a second and asked out of instinct. Laplace said, ignore them for now. Just put them aside. Let them decide whether to kill them or not. Whether or not I can do it will depend on what I discover later. So you're saying you'll kill them if they attack you first? You'll pretend you don't see them? Laplace nodded. Something like that. Then what do you mean by, it depends on what you find later? Laplace didn't answer. Instead, she gestured with the scale in her hand and looked at Bila's body. 3 layers of Bila's peritoneum had been cut open, and her body was no longer a meat mountain. Judging from Laplace's gesture, she was going to cut open the 4th layer of Bila's peritoneum. Angor was right. Laplace tossed the 2 head roses aside and picked up the scale to cut open Bila's stomach. I'm curious. Why do you want to cut open Bila's stomach? Angor couldn't help but ask. Because the answer is in her stomach. Laplace paused for a moment. The answer is in her stomach? This? How did you know? Laplace said indifferently, do you still remember the name of this special dream? With this question, Laplace told Zhang Tai what he was thinking. From the name of this special dream, regardless of whether it was the Carnival of the Gluttons or the Feast of the Gluttons, the main characters were all gluttons. The meaning of gluttony was self-evident, a creature with a voracious appetite. And the gluttons were confirmed to be Bila. Since Bila was controlled by her appetite, Angor could easily guess why there were no other creatures in the dream. Bila ate them all. It wasn't a random guess. The reason why I entered this special dream was because I was on her hunting list. It was a food list, not a kill list. Although Bila was hunting Laplace, she didn't want to kill him. Instead, she wanted to hunt and devour him. This meant that Laplace's appearance on the hunting list was equivalent to Bila adding him to her menu. In other words, Bila didn't just eat ordinary food. She also ate intelligent creatures. After coming to this conclusion, he thought about what Grepner had said. Helen's dream, Bila's sweet dream, and the Feast of the Gluttons all happened in the same space. He only knew that Laplace killed Helen in Helen's dream, but Helen's body wasn't in the house, so the only possibility was that it was in Bila's stomach. Therefore, Laplace had cut open Bila's stomach to find Helen. However, he didn't expect that the rows of skulls would appear before he could even find Helen. Now he understood why Laplace cut open Bila's stomach. But he was still not sure if he could find the answer by doing that. Can Helen's body really make the exploration progress reach 100%? Laplace said indifferently, is Helen definitely dead? Huh? Laplace asked, what if Helen is still alive? Angor was confused. He saw Laplace kill the masked man with his own eyes. Why would Laplace say something like Helen's still alive? While Angor was getting more and more confused, Laplace continued, is he dead for sure? I killed Bila in Helen's dream before, and after killing her, my exploration rate directly reached 99%. This also means that I really killed Bila. But you saw how Bila came back to life. If Bila can come back to life, why can't Helen? Glepner chimed in, it's hard to do that in reality. But don't forget, this is a dream, not reality. Laplace nodded. Besides, I killed Bela and Helen in Helen's dream, not Bela's sweet dream. So, it's very likely that Helen came back to life with Bela, but not in Helen's dream. She came back to life in Bela's sweet dream, a new and special dream. Of course, Bela's sweet dream is Bela's home field. Helen didn't have a home field advantage when she came back to life. She was eaten by Bela right away. But is Helen dead for sure? Laplace answered her own question. Not necessarily. Laplace believed that Helen was still alive because of a prophecy Glepner gave her. To reach a 100% exploration rate, one had to live and die. This prophecy was the reason why Glepner had been struggling to find the answer. Laplace didn't understand the meaning of the prophecy either. But now, she had an idea. The need to live and also need to die here definitely didn't mean that she and Glepner would live and die. Since it wasn't the two of them, who was it referring to, Bela? Not exactly. Because Bela alone couldn't make her live and die at the same time. Life and death were two completely different states. They couldn't coexist. Since they couldn't coexist, there was only one possibility left. There must be someone alive in this special dream, and this person was someone other than Bela. Laplace and Glepner had checked every other place and confirmed that there was no one alive. Combined with his previous speculations, the only possibility was that the Helen who was swallowed by Bela wasn't dead. He was still alive, so, this prophecy didn't refer to one person, but to both Helen and Bela. Laplace didn't hesitate. She weighed the scales and cut open the fourth layer of Bela's peritoneum. When the peritoneum was cut open, a cocoon wrapped in vines fell out of Bela's stomach. At the same time, Bela's body shrank from a mountain of fat to an ordinary figure. No one cared about the changes in Bela's body. Everyone's attention was on the vine cocoon. It was a humanoid cocoon made of vines. Most importantly, the cocoon was still struggling. It was as if someone was trapped inside and trying to get out. Laplace carefully used the scale to cut a small hole in the cocoon. Perhaps it was because the interior was too swollen, causing the pressure difference between the inside and outside was too great, or perhaps the person inside was struggling very hard. Laplace had only made a small cut of less than 5 centimeters, but in the blink of an eye, the cut had expanded to dozens of centimeters. Next, a large amount of stinky acid gushed out of the cocoon. As the acid washed over him, the hole grew bigger and bigger. Finally, a person whose entire body was corroded was washed out by the acid. The person was so badly corroded that his flesh was exposed. He was still struggling to get out of the cocoon as if he didn't notice the change in his surroundings. Angor also noticed that there was a slightly corroded mask on the man's face. It was the same mask as the one worn by the masked man in Helen's dream. So this was the masked man? Was he really Helen? He saw Laplace picking up the scale and aiming it at the masked man on the ground while releasing a murderous aura. The masked man was also intimidated by the murderous aura. Originally, he was still struggling. His eyes were also confused. Now, he slowly came back to his senses. Is she really Helen? Angor asked. He wasn't stupid. Laplace didn't really want to kill the masked man. He just wanted to hear the execution notification. Laplace considered for a moment and nodded. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Laplace put away the scale and came to the masked man's side. Then, he stretched out his hand and covered the mask. Under the masked man's astonished gaze, Laplace pulled the mask off his face with all his might. After the mask was pulled off, something strange happened. Just like Bela, the masked man's body began to shrink rapidly. Not long after, the masked man shrunk from a corroded muscular man into a small boy as thin as a chick. The boy broke free from the outer layer of corroded skin. It was like the corroded skin was a piece of clothing, and the skin underneath was exposed. The corroded skin was hideous and ugly, but the boy's skin wasn't pretty either. His entire body was covered with whip marks, bruises, and a large number of new and old bloody holes. These were not caused by the dream. Perhaps this was how the boy looked like in real life. It was also because the little boy had been treated unfairly in reality and was extremely thin and small that he had imagined himself to be a strong and muscular man. The real him was just so cowardly and petty. When he saw Laplace, Gleipnir in the distance, and the human head balloon floating in the air, he was so scared that he trembled. This was his real personality. It wasn't the powerful masked man in Helen's dream, but the cowardly boy in Beela's sweet dream who had hatred in his heart but was powerless to resist, Villa Van Halen. Little Helen looked around blankly, feeling that everything around her was very frightening. Even Laplace was included. Little Helen seemed to know who Laplace was. Perhaps the memory of being killed in Helen's dream was still in her mind. However, when little Helen turned her head and saw the 2 human head roses blooming not far away, she was stunned. Little Helen seemed to be saying something, but the moment the words left her mouth, it turned into ah. As for the reason, everyone understood when she opened her mouth. She didn't have a single tooth in her mouth, and her tongue was covered in blisters from being scalded. Little Helen couldn't be so cruel to herself. Without a doubt, this was done by Beela or her family. Although he couldn't say a complete sentence, everyone could guess what little Helen was talking about. She was calling out to her parents, full of emotions. As she called out, tears welled up in little Helen's eyes. However, she didn't cry. Instead, with wet eyes, she crawled to the skull roses and called out with babbling sounds like a baby learning how to speak. Following his muffled call, the 2 heads that had been closing their eyes finally opened their eyes. End of chapter. The 2 heads that were awakened by little Helen did not show any hostility in their eyes. Instead, they looked peaceful. They stared at little Helen in silence, listening to her emotional babbling. At first, Angor thought the 2 heads could understand little Helen's words and feel her affectionate calling. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Although their faces were that of little Helen's parents, just like what Gleipnir had said, little Helen's parents were already dead. Even if it was a dream, it would only be an illusory bubble that reappeared. They were looking at little Helen with peaceful and even affectionate gazes, but these gazes didn't fit the current situation. If they truly had the feelings of little Helen's parents, then they definitely wouldn't be so calm after seeing little Helen's body covered in injuries, her mouth full of scars, and her babbling sobs. Their eyes were fixed, and their expressions were mechanical. They looked like real dungeon NPCs. As dungeon NPCs, perhaps their purpose was to wait for little Helen to wake them up and give her emotional support. Angor and the others did not know what little Helen was crying about. But she did not seem to be complaining. Perhaps she was not complaining about being abused. Instead, she was telling them how much she missed her parents. Maybe Helen herself knew that her parents were not real, and telling them about her sufferings would not help her. After an unknown amount of time, little Helen slowly stopped talking. Everyone looked over, only to see that little Helen had curled up under the 2 human head roses and fallen asleep at some point. Tears were still accumulating at the corners of her eyes. She must be tired from crying. Coupled with the emotional turmoil, she finally fell asleep. As for the 2 human-headed roses, they looked at little Helen affectionately after she fell asleep. Then, under everyone's gaze, the petals slowly withered. The exposed human head emitted a faint halo. Amidst the light, everyone could vaguely see some dim, blurry, yet heartwarming scenes. Although the images were blurry, one could see that the main characters in the images were little Helen and her parents. The images were like mottled memories scattered from a box of memories. They slowly flashed in front of everyone like a merry-go-round. Even though it was just a screen, everyone could feel that Helen's parents had poured all their love into little Helen. At the last moment, the image stopped in the middle of a huge fire. Inside the fire, Helen's mother protected little Helen in a corner. She didn't move even as she watched the sea of fire engulf her. At the last moment, she used all her strength to look back and reveal a weak, sorrowful, and apologetic smile to little Helen. Everything froze at this moment. The halo also slowly dissipated, leaving behind little Helen who was still curled up and unconscious on the ground. Looking at this scene, Gleipnir seemed to have thought of something. There was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes, and he lowered his head in silence. Angor did not comment on this. He only sighed. Even though he didn't know the whole story, he could feel the strong familial ties in the story just by looking at it. Unfortunately, all of this was nothing more than a fleeting cloud to little Helen. Laplace, on the other hand, wasn't too affected by the story. Now we can be sure that the skull roses came from Helen's dream. There was no way Bela would know about these images, especially the last one, where Helen and her mother were inside the fire. Only those who witnessed it would know about it, so it must have come from Helen's dream. However, Laplace did not find these 2 rows of heads in Helen's dream before. Therefore, this might be a scene in Helen's memory, but after being devoured by Bela, the rows of heads was formed in the Feast of the Gluttons. From this, it could be seen that the 3 special dream realms were connected. In Angor's words, this was probably a hidden thread connecting different versions of the same quest. After clarifying this point, Laplace turned to look at Gleipnir and calmly said, "You're right. These 2 skull roses will definitely die, but they won't necessarily die by my hands." Pausing for a moment, Laplace looked at Helen on the ground. "This kind of death, is it letting go? Or should I say, release? Expiation? Whatever. As long as we achieve our goal, it's fine. What do you want?" "You mean, the exploration rate increased?" Laplace nodded and said, "Yes, the exploration rate has reached 99%. 99. Shouldn't it be 97? According to the setting, 1 rows of skulls was 1%, so these 2 rows of skulls should be 1% as well." Laplace didn't say anything. He simply displayed all the information he received recently. Special character? Executing, special linked dream, Glutton's Feast. Exploration rate, 95%. Information in question marks can be obtained after the execution or mask is removed. This was the information Laplace received when he pointed the scale at the masked man. Although Laplace already knew that the masked person was Helen in Helen's dream, the relevant information didn't seem to extend to today's Glutton's Feast. Laplace didn't want to execute the masked man. He only wanted to know more about the masked man. However, the information was incomplete, so Laplace had to remove the mask. Once the mask was removed, little Helen was revealed. This was what led to all the subsequent events. However, the exploration rate had not increased yet. The real increase in exploration rate was after the disappearance of the 2 skull roses. Special character Father in Memory has been discovered by related people. Special character Father in Memory has been released. Hatred will fade away, but sunshine and rain will always be with you, my dear child. Please believe that love will last forever. Last words before the poison attack. Special Dreamland Glutton's Feast. Exploration rate, 97%. Special character Mother in Memory has been discovered by related people. Special character Mother in Memory has been released. I'm sorry, my dear child. This is as far as I can go with you. Please, you must live. Last words in the fire. Special Dreamland Glutton's Feast. Exploration rate, 99%. These 2 pieces of information appeared at the same time after the image in the light and shadow dissipated. From the information, it could be seen that Helen's father and mother were different from other skull roses. Their exploration rate had increased to 2%. Together, the 2 of them increased the exploration rate to 99%. They were also dead, but the message said that they were discovered by related people and released. Without a doubt, the related people was little Helen. Perhaps this was the only way to increase the exploration rate to 2%. If Laplace killed them directly, it would only increase the exploration rate by 1%. It was even more likely that it wouldn't increase the exploration rate at all. It seemed Gleipnir's prophecy was right after all. After reading the messages, he felt even more certain that this was a dungeon. Wasn't this a typical hidden NPC that could be triggered? This Dreaming in Wonderland authority sure knows how to have fun. If there were other special dreams in the future, Angor would think that it was possible. Putting aside these digressions, now that the exploration rate had reached 99%, where would the remaining 1% be? Would it be like in Helen's dream, where the exploration rate would be stuck at the last 1%? Angor asked his question. Laplace didn't hesitate at all. Life and death. So you think the last 1% of exploration rate should be in this sentence? So will it be Helen's life or Bela's life? Before Laplace could answer, the situation around them suddenly changed. The 3 human head balloons above his head were still fighting back and forth with Gleipnir. Suddenly, without any warning, they started to change. The 3 human head balloons merged into one. The balloon was so large that it almost covered the entire sky above the matter. Then, this huge human head balloon fell from the sky like a meteor. The terrifying power was beyond Gleipnir's limits, so he had no choice but to dodge. Even Laplace couldn't stay unharmed in the face of such power. In the end, she had no choice but to follow Gleipnir's example. However, with Laplace's speed, she could still choose between the unconscious Bela and the unconscious Helen and save one of them before she fled. Miraculously, Laplace was now at the same distance from Bela and Helen. Moreover, she could only save one of them at the moment. If she tried to save the other, she wouldn't have enough time. In other words, an external force was forcing Laplace to make a choice. Who would live? Who would die? Angor understood Laplace's current situation. He didn't expect Wonderland to play such a trick. Plot kill. Moreover, he wasn't going to kill all of them. He was going to make Laplace choose between Helen and Bela. Choose one of the two, forcing you to make a choice immediately. Through your choice, it will determine whether the final exploration degree can reach perfection. Angor had to admit that Wonderland really knew how to play. They didn't have much time to discuss, so Laplace had to make the final decision. Under everyone's gaze, Laplace ran to Helen's side without any hesitation and pulled her out of the area covered by the meteorite. As soon as Laplace and Helen left the roof, the meteor crashed into the ground and created a huge crater. Bela, who wasn't saved, was also turned into a pile of meat. The 3-in-1 head balloons in the crater were slowly collapsing. As the sunlight shone down, a large amount of visible information quickly gathered in the air above the special dream. Along with the flow of information, the special dream, Glutton's Feast, also announced the end of the curtain. As for whether the dungeon would continue to mutate or something else would happen after the curtains fell, that would depend on what information Laplace and Gleipnir would receive. Under Angor's gaze, the box was slowly filled with white mist. Laplace and Gleipnir disappeared from the white fog. They had returned to the outside world. Little Helen, on the other hand, was still inside the mist. His body was curled up, as if he was still unconscious. The white mist slowly enveloped him, and eventually, he was completely hidden. Angor didn't go deeper into the mist. Instead, he left the box. His gaze immediately landed on Laplace and Gleipnir, who were not too far away. As expected, they were kicked out right after completing the quest. However, Angor didn't pay attention to them. He was more concerned about the whip-shaped crystal creation. Last time, after Helen's dream ended, the crystal creation blossomed into a flower. This time, after the Feast of the Gluttons, would there be any changes to the crystal creation? He lowered his head and tried to check his crystal creation. But when he looked down, he saw that the crystal creation was gone. It was true that crystal creations could hide, but they would only appear for 3 to 5 minutes. It was impossible for it to disappear so quickly. So, it wasn't hiding then. Since it wasn't hidden, did that mean that Laplace had completely cleared the dungeon this time? With that in mind, Angor looked up at Laplace. Laplace nodded when he saw Angor's earnest look. It's really 100%? Angor gasped in surprise. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "How did you know?" Laplace asked, "Are you asking about the final choice?" Angor nodded. Between Helen and Bela, he might have hesitated for a while. How did Laplace make such a decision? Choices are nothing more than an extension of logic. There are only 2 kinds of logic to consider. The first one was an extension of Helen's dream. Previously, in Helen's dream, Laplace had killed the masked person, who was Helen. However, killing Helen did not increase the exploration rate, which was still 99%. This meant that Helen's death wouldn't increase the quest's progress. If Angor wanted Helen's dream to be a perfect quest, Helen couldn't die. According to Gleipnir, in order to achieve 100% progress in Glutton's Feast, Angor had to fix the flaws in Helen's dream. Since Helen couldn't die, Bela had to die. The second kind of logic was actually inferred from the purpose of existence of the special dream. After the information about the jealous poisonous woman was leaked, the background story of Helen's dream was revealed. In Helen's dream, she imagined herself as the powerful masked person. Through the masked person, she punished all those who mistreated her. Among them, the former butler, head maid, cook, and Bila of the Fan family. In other words, Helen's dream was a dream of revenge. Since it was a dream of revenge, Helen had to satisfy her desire for vengeance. As for Bila's sweet dream and Glutton's feast, they probably had something to do with appetite. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to eat to their heart's content. The eat here would also eat people, but there was no element of revenge or killing Helen. On the other hand, the glutton wanted to kill Laplace and Gleipnir because they were on her menu. However, the solution to this special dream couldn't really kill them. Since it wasn't them who died, it could only be Bila who died. No matter which logic he used, the final answer was that Bila was dead. Since Bila was dead, Helen had to live. This was why Laplace had chosen to save Helen without any hesitation. As it turned out, she made the right choice. When she saved Helen in the plot kill, she finally reached the last 1% of her exploration rating. After listening to Laplace's explanation, Angor was also enlightened. Indeed, considering all the possibilities, Bila's death and Helen's life was the most likely answer. Besides, Angor also hoped that Helen would live in the end. Even though everything that happened here was just an unimportant and illusory dream to Helen, giving her a beautiful dream was also a form of consolation. Angor tossed these thoughts aside and looked at Laplace again. Since the special dream feast of the gluttons had ended, then according to the situation of Helen's dream, there should be corresponding hints and rewards given to those who passed this dream. So what would the reward be this time? 100% exploration rating should be better than last time, right? End of chapter. Please select your target for execution. You chose to execute Bila the glutton. Execution complete. Special linked dream, Glutton's Feast, exploration progress, 100%. According to exploration progress, you will receive rewards. Exploration progress, 100%. You will receive a reward from one of the following 3 choices. Reward will be kept for 1 hour. Please make your choice within 1 hour. If no choice is made within 1 hour, the reward will be randomly distributed. Exploration progress, 100%. Special linked dream Glutton's Feast will be sealed after leaving. You will leave the dream in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Laplace didn't hide anything. He told Gleipnir everything he knew without missing a single word. After Laplace finished speaking, Gleipnir added, "It's basically the same as the information I received. However, the reward I received wasn't a choice of one of the 3. Instead, I was given this." As Gleipnir spoke, she extended her hand and swung it in the air. A silver whip with several large Mary Roses appeared in her hand. Gleipnir swung the whip lightly. A silver shadow flashed across the air and left a half-meter deep crater on the ground. Gleipnir didn't activate the second molting astrological disc. He only used the strength of the body in the dream crystal. Moreover, it didn't seem like he used much strength to create such a deep hole. This showed that the power of the silver whip wasn't bad. Is this a product of the crystal? Laplace looked at the familiar whip and asked curiously. I don't know. But when you hold the whip in your hand, something related to it will appear. See if you can sense it. As Gleipnir spoke, he handed the silver whip to Laplace. Laplace took the whip and was surprised at first. Then, his expression turned serious. A moment later, Laplace handed the whip to Angor. As soon as Angor touched the whip, strange information flooded his mind. Fairyland item, Bila's whip. Bila's biggest worry every day is how to deal with Helen. If she couldn't think of anything new, she would take out this whip made by her cook and leave a beautiful mark on Helen's body. Can be stored in a separate Fairyland space. So, this item is supposed to complete the background of the special dream? Angor muttered to himself. There's nothing else except for the background. At least the upper limit of attack and the weapon's effect should be written down. Also, can it be strengthened? How much can it be strengthened? Strengthened? Others might find his words strange, but Angor did not notice it at all. This was because he had completely treated Wonderland as an instance dungeon. The so-called information was automatically interpreted by him as a system prompt, and this reward item was regarded as an instance dungeon weapon. Since it was an instance dungeon weapon, then the values and whatnot should be arranged. What are you talking about? Gleipnir looked at Angor was confused. Angor froze for a second as he realized how ridiculous his words were. He cleared his throat awkwardly. It's nothing. I'm just saying that the item's information can be more detailed. That way, it'll be more intuitive. Later on, I'll see if I can influence Wonderland with my current authority and make some improvements to it. I'll add a reference value to the reward item. That way, it might be more intuitive. This time, Gleipnir understood what Angor meant. However, she didn't think the value was useful. She needed to use the weapon herself to know how powerful it was. Angor replied, if it's an item made by an alchemist, it's better to test it yourself. But the item in the dream crystal can be transferred to someone else. If you want to give it to someone else, it'll be better to have a reference value. It didn't matter if Gleipnir was convinced by Angor's words. Anyway, he really wanted to try and see if he could change the value of the item reward. Of course, this was something he would worry about later. He still did not know much about Wonderland's authority, so he would not be able to do it. Judging from the strength of the whip and the damage it caused, it's only as strong as a level 2 bloodline apprentice, Laplace said. Laplace meant that the whip might not be of any use. It might not even be as good as Helen's imaginary body, which was her reward for 99% exploration rate. At least, Helen's imaginary body could be used directly on the dream crystal, which was much more reliable than an external item. Gleipnir agreed with Laplace's point. Without the second evolved celestial plate, the damage would be fine. But the dream crystal can be used to enhance the user's strength. So, it's not that powerful. As she spoke, the whip in Gleipnir's hand disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The only good thing about it is that it doesn't take up much space. There's a fairyland space for storing items. This was something Gleipnir came up with on a whim. This was because the dream whelk could also pull spatial items into the dream crystal. With a spatial item, the so-called immortal realm space was useless. Gleipnir's reward wasn't too good for now. She probably joined the glutton's feast halfway and didn't participate in the whole process, so her reward wasn't that great. But at least it meant that the special dream could reward physical items as well as physical ones. Of course, physical items could only be used inside the dream crystal. After checking Gleipnir's reward, Angor looked at Laplace. Earlier, Laplace told him that he could choose 1 out of 3 rewards, but she didn't tell him which one. Besides, Laplace started from Helen's dream and reached 100% exploration rate in the glutton's feast. Her reward should be better than Gleipnir's. With this in mind, Angor looked at Laplace with even more hope. Laplace considered for a moment and said, my reward is 1 out of 3, but it didn't tell me what it is. Instead, I saw the images of 3 crystal boxes in my mind. It seems they want me to choose 1 out of the 3. Angor's eyes glowed as he realized something. So this is opening treasure chests? Drawing cards from egg pools? Drawing blind boxes? This Wonderland's dungeon mechanism is really complete. Laplace didn't understand what Angor meant by drawing cards from egg pools and drawing blind boxes, but she understood the meaning of the words opening treasure chests and drawing blind boxes. Laplace shook her head. It's far from the blind boxes you mentioned. The 3 boxes have labels on them. I think they're categorizing the rewards. It's more appropriate to describe them as treasure chests. Angor muttered in his mind. Blind boxes have labels on them. Although he was muttering in his heart, he ignored the word blind box and instead asked about the specific labels on the 3 boxes. Laplace didn't answer right away. She closed her eyes for several seconds and said, when I close my eyes, I can see the shadows of the 3 crystal boxes. From the outside, these crystal boxes don't look any different. They're all painted white, and you can't see what's inside. However, on the lid of the crystal box, there are symbols of different shapes. This symbol should be some kind of language. Although I don't recognize this language, I can understand it. Perhaps it's because it directly affects my thoughts. The label on the first box is Mirror Domain. The second box says Dream Realm. Angor's heart skipped a beat when he heard the labels on the first 2 boxes. Could the third box be Nightmare Realm? Before Angor could think about it, Laplace read out the label on the lid of the third box. As for the third box, it says Wonderland. Wonderland. Angor relaxed a little after hearing that. It was not a big deal to tell Laplace that the Nightmare Realm was involved in the construction of the Dream Crystal. However, Angor and Sunders agreed that they should keep everything related to the nightmare realm a secret. Unless absolutely necessary, they should keep it a secret. To put it bluntly, the dream crystal was a superlarge nightmare domain. So you're saying the boxes represent the mirror world, the dream realm, and the dream crystal? Angor asked in a low voice. Perhaps. Laplace nodded. He had no idea what was going on, but it was not the time to ask for an explanation. What he was more curious about was what kind of reward would be in the 3 boxes. Which box did you choose? Angor asked. Laplace shook his head. I haven't decided yet. I want to hear your opinions first. Laplace looked at Angor first. Angor pondered for a moment. If he had enough time, he could use the Tree of Authority to find out more about the rewards. But he didn't have enough time. However, based on the information he currently knew, as well as some extended speculations, the authority of this wonderland was mainly based on memories and images. It was a copy that could be unfolded. Therefore, the reward it gave should be related to the general category of memory. In other words, the reward should be something that existed in the dungeon before or was related to the dungeon. For example, Laplace's first reward was the masked man's constitution. Gleipner's reward was Beela's favorite whip, which was tanned from the vines of the Great Mary Rose. All in all, it had to be related to the dungeon. Laplace nodded in agreement. You're right. But Glutton's Feast is related to Dream Realm and Wonderland. But what about Mirror Domain? I didn't find any trace of interference from the Mirror Domain. Angor shrugged. If that's the case, I suggest we go with the Mirror Domain. The Mirror Domain was the only thing that didn't show up. Angor would choose the rare one. Besides, Laplace came from the Mirror Domain. Since there was a Mirror Domain box here, perhaps it contained something related to the Mirror Domain, Laplace nodded. He didn't comment on Angor's choice. Instead, he looked at Gleipner. As an astrologer, Gleipner's choice was more constructive than Angor's. Instead of answering the question casually, Gleipner used a second evolved celestial plate to do some calculations. The whole process seemed to have caused a lot of commotion, but the result was a little awkward. Gleipner frowned. Strange. I can't get any information from astrology. Not even a hint. Maybe it's blocked by some great power? Angor considered. It's not strange. The reward is given directly by authority. Authority is similar to the laws in the dream crystal. Using astrology to pry into the laws will probably not work. Gleipner tried using other methods, but there was still no revelation. There wasn't even any feedback. In the end, Gleipner sighed and gave up on astrology. However, although he didn't use astrology, Gleipner still gave a suggestion. Why don't you ask Luigi? Angor didn't know what to say. But Laplace nodded with a serious look. Sure. If astrology doesn't work, I'll ask Luigi. Why do you have to ask Luigi? Angor was even more confused by this question. Gleipner gave an explanation in a few words. Simply put, Luigi's intuition was more accurate than most women's. Of course, Luigi's intuition couldn't compare to Dorcas's. Dorcas's intuition was almost as effective as a prophecy, while Luigi's intuition was just an inferior feeling. Since prophecy didn't work, Luigi's intuition could be used. No wonder Gleipner asked Luigi to give it a try. You can choose 1 out of 3, but you're given an hour to think about it. Maybe they want you to make your choice carefully. Now, we still have nearly 50 minutes to choose. There's no hurry. Laplace suddenly thought of something and looked at Angor. Wait, you said Luigi might be tempted by the Dream Mountain? Is he there now? Angor didn't know what was going on. He asked Laplace to wait while he closed his eyes and used God's view. A moment later, Angor opened his eyes with a strange expression. What? Did he really go there? Laplace asked. Angor shook his head. Luigi didn't go there. But I think Laplace went offline. Luigi was still wandering around the Dream Mountain as if he wanted to go there but didn't have the courage. But Laplace, or the rabbit girl, was nowhere to be seen. Angor used the gatekeeper's authority to check and found that the rabbit girl had gone offline. It wasn't strange for someone to go offline. However, Laplace sent the rabbit girl to hunt down the remnants of the cleaners, and she didn't even finish half of them. Many cleaners were wandering around the coordinates set by Angor earlier. Hunting down the remnants of the cleaners shouldn't be a problem for the rabbit girl. Besides, Angor also found a place for her that didn't need to move, which greatly reduced her burden. Normally, the rabbit girl should have no problem killing the cleaners in such a place. To Angor's surprise, the bunny girl logged off before she could finish her mission. Many cleaners were still lurking around the area. Did she run into danger? But that couldn't be right. Angor saw the rabbit girl fight with his own eyes. Considering how strong and durable she was, there weren't many cleaners who could threaten her. This was strange. Let's go offline as well. I'll ask her. Laplace thought for a moment and said, I'll ask her myself. Angor considered and nodded. Luckily, Luigi had already reached the other side of the mountain and wasn't far from where they were. It would take some time for them to walk there. Logging off and logging back in again, changing the location of the log and through the Gate of Dreams was obviously much faster than walking. No matter what, they had to go offline at least once. They could also ask about the rabbit girl while they were at it. End of chapter. The first thing Angor did after logging off was to look around. After a while, he finally saw the rabbit girl hiding in the shadows under a huge tree branch, silently squatting there. The rabbit girl looked a little absent-minded. There was no light in her eyes, as if her mind had gone into her own small world. It wasn't until Gleipnir walked up to the rabbit girl with his walking stick that she raised her head in a daze. She took a long time to focus her eyes in the backlight. When she finally saw Gleipnir's figure, she came back to her senses. 2 minutes later, under Gleipnir's guidance, the bunny girl finally left the shadows and came to them. Maybe it was because of Angor's presence, the rabbit girl was still very timid. Angor found it hard to believe that she was the god of war he saw in the dream crystal. Maybe this was what they meant by contrast. Angor shook his head to clear his mind. Laplace looked at him and seemed to have something to say. She hesitated for a moment and exchanged a glance with Gleipnir. I've talked to Laplace. She's in a bit of an accident. When she said this, Laplace's usually calm expression changed a little. They logged off less than 3 minutes ago, and Laplace didn't even move. But now, she said she had finished talking to Laplace. Angor wasn't surprised at all. Back in the dream crystal, they were separate entities and couldn't communicate with each other mentally. But in the mirror world, they were both Laplace's avatars, and they were nearby. Communicating with each other was as easy as drinking water. Telepathic communication was much faster than speaking directly. Clearly, they had already communicated with each other mentally. The rabbit girl must have told Laplace what happened to her. Judging from Laplace's expression, the rabbit girl's situation was a little unusual. Could it be that she had really encountered a life-threatening monster? Or did she fail in the battle? What kind of accident? Angor decided to get straight to the point. Laplace sounded a little apologetic. She accidentally fell into a special dream. Huh? Angor glanced at the bunny girl who was hiding behind Gleipnir. She's in a special dream, isn't she? How is that possible? Angor was surprised because he saw the rabbit girl completely ignoring the crystal objects around her. She had been focused on killing monsters, so how could she have fallen into a special dream? No, it wasn't completely impossible. Could it be that after she killed a monster, the crystal creation just happened to appear around her, and she was pulled into a special dream without noticing? Laplace shook his head when he heard Angor's words. No, she came into contact with the crystal creations of her own accord. That's because the shape of that crystal creation is very special. Even Laplace found it absurd, but that was the truth. The rabbit girl, who was completely uninterested in any other crystal creations, ended up suffering a huge setback because of a rabbit ear headband. Laplace explained the situation in detail. At the end, she sighed softly. It's my fault. Under Angor's puzzled gaze, Laplace didn't continue. Instead, she sent a voice transmission to Angor. Yes, it's my fault. She fused with my childhood memories. When I injected my own memories into her body, I erased them and replaced them with the experience of being a rabbit. Because of this, she had always had a very good impression of small animals like rabbits. Because of this, when she saw a rabbit headband, she subconsciously lowered her guard. All of this was caused by the replacement of her memories. It's my fault. Laplace used voice transmission to explain why the bunny girl couldn't resist the temptation of the headband. Compared to that, he was more interested in the story itself. What kind of disaster had Laplace gone through that she would even replace the memories she had injected into his body? Angor was curious, but he knew this had to be Laplace's secret. If Laplace wanted to hide it from her own body, why would she hide it from an outsider like him? Angor nodded. I see. It's not a big deal. Laplace said, I promised you that I would kill all the cleaners after she went in, but this accident happened. It's my fault. I will be responsible for killing the rest of the cleaners. Angor waved a hand. It's fine. Those monsters can't do anything now. It doesn't matter if we get rid of them sooner or later. Actually, I want to know what kind of dream she went through. Why did she choose to log off when she's so strong? Angor had witnessed the rabbit girl's incredible fighting ability. She could easily wipe out all the enemies in the dream world if she wanted to. Just like this time when Laplace entered the Feast of the Gluttons, there was no need to think too much at all. All he needed to do was to sweep through everything. The rabbit girl definitely had the ability to do that. If she could, why didn't she do it instead of logging off? The dream she went through is completely different from the ones I saw before. All of her abilities, including her bloodline power, can't be used in that dream. In just a few sentences, Laplace explained the special dream that the rabbit girl had encountered, as well as the current situation. To put it simply, the rabbit girl entered a special dream called Circus of Sunshine. After entering the dream, the rabbit girl was immediately covered by a bunny costume. The costume was big and heavy, which made it difficult for her to move around. More importantly, she couldn't take off the costume, and she couldn't use any of her abilities inside it. No matter how strong she was, without the help of her bloodline power and nimble body, all her efforts would be in vain. In other words, the rabbit girl was forced to return to her original form in the Circus of Sunshine. The only good thing was that the Circus of Sunshine didn't require anyone to fight in the dream. Or rather, there might be a fight, but the rabbit girl hadn't encountered it yet. The Circus of Sunshine didn't require any puzzles. The goal was given at the beginning. To the finish line, yes, to the finish line. It sounded like a race, but in fact, it wasn't much different from a race. It was just that this track was an obstacle course. According to the rabbit girl, there were a total of 5 tracks. As long as she completed all 5 tracks, she would pass this special dream. The rabbit girl couldn't explain the difficulty of the track because she hadn't even passed the first track. The first track that the rabbit girl was thrown into was called the Knife Mountain track. The entire track was a long ropeway suspended in midair. The ground below the ropeway was covered with mountains of knives. Once she fell from the ropeway, she would be pierced by the knives. It looked dangerous, but with the rabbit girl's balance, it was very difficult for her to fall. The only difficulty of this track was the time. The time limit of the Knife Mountain track was half a minute. The length of the ropeway was about 1,000 meters according to the rabbit girl's visual estimation. The rabbit girl couldn't use her bloodline power and was wearing a cumbersome costume. With the Dream Crystal's physical fitness, it was very difficult to complete a 1,000-meter ropeway in half a minute. With only one chance, the rabbit girl failed. The moment the time limit ended, the rabbit girl felt her surroundings change. She appeared in a circus cage and became a little rabbit that was being booed by the audience. Immediately after, the rabbit girl received information about this special dream. Challenger's code name is Black Rabbit. Challenger Black Rabbit has initiated a solo challenge in the Special Dream Sunshine Circus. Challenger Black Rabbit has failed the challenge. Current progress is Knife Mountain track. Challenger Black Rabbit has completed 0/5 of the track. Exploration rate is 0%. Because Challenger Black Rabbit has not reached the settlement condition, Sunshine Circus will continue to operate. Because Challenger Black Rabbit has failed the challenge, it will be forced into a sealed state. When the challenger is sealed, he will not be able to leave the Sunshine Circus. This was all the information that the rabbit girl had received. It was because of this information that the rabbit girl knew that there were 5 tracks. In order to pass, she had to complete all 5 tracks. And now, the rabbit girl hadn't even completed one track. Since the rabbit girl failed the challenge and could not move, she had no choice but to log off. Can the punishment be removed? Angor couldn't help but ask after listening to Laplace's information. If it couldn't be removed, wouldn't the rabbit girl be sealed forever? Laplace considered for a moment and nodded. It can be removed. But there are only two ways to do so. The first way was for the rabbit girl to start a new challenge. If she succeeded, she would regain her freedom. However, she could only do it once per day. She had already done it today, so she could not do it again. The second way was for someone to touch the headband and enter the rabbit girl's track to start a new challenge. If the challenge was successful, both the rabbit girl and the new challenger would be able to leave. This was the method the rabbit girl learned. So far, it seemed that the second method was the only one that could save the rabbit girl as soon as possible. As for letting the rabbit girl challenge herself once per day, no one knew how long it would take for her to come out. However, even with the second method, it was hard to say who would succeed in saving the rabbit girl. I didn't know a special dream could seal people's abilities. Glepner sighed. Looks like we underestimated the authority of Wonderland. When Glepner completed Glutton's Feast, he didn't think this special dream was that special. But now, it seemed that they still underestimated the power of Wonderland. They could easily clear a special dream that allowed them to use external items. For this kind of special dream realm that couldn't use external items, it wasn't easy to pass it just by relying on one's physical constitution. What should we do now? Angor looked at Laplace. If there's no other way, should I? Before Angor could finish, Laplace cut him off. No need. I'll go. Angor opened his mouth and tried to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Laplace must have misunderstood. He thought Angor was going to save the rabbit girl, but Angor didn't mean to take the lead. Angor was thinking about using the authority tree to interfere with Wonderland and see if the rabbit girl could be released. Since it was a beautiful misunderstanding, Angor didn't say anything else. After making up his mind, Laplace told the rabbit girl to go online first. She would try to challenge Sunlight Circus soon. Before that, Laplace decided to collect the rewards from the Gluttony's Banquet first. Soon, everyone came online again. This time, they came online near Fairytale Mountain, where Luigi was pacing back and forth. When Luigi saw everyone appearing around him, he nearly jumped out of his skin. A beautiful dream soothed my heart, but... Luigi quickly began to recite a poem. However, Laplace didn't give him any time to recite his poem. Cut the crap. Let's get down to business. Laplace didn't hesitate to tell them about his situation. After saying that, Laplace looked straight at Luigi, waiting for him to use his intuition to give an answer. However, Luigi's intuition didn't work on the reward. Instead, he noticed that everyone was acting a little strange. Did something happen? Why do I feel like you're all acting strange? Laplace didn't want to explain, but after some consideration, he decided to tell Luigi about the rabbit girl. After Luigi finished listening, he fell into silence. No one said anything and just waited for Luigi's answer. He didn't know what the others were thinking, but he was feeling a little emotional. There were two reasons why he felt this way. First, he was amazed by the power of Wonderland. When he entered the Dream Crystal, he tried to use the Dream Gate to locate the rabbit girl so that he could forcibly pull her out of her special dream. But it was a futile attempt. The power of Wonderland was obviously greater than that of the Dream Gate, which meant the two were incompatible. Even the Dream Gate couldn't get the rabbit girl out of the special dream. From this, it could be seen how powerful the authority of Dreamwalking Wonderland was. As for the second reason, it was Luigi. At first, Angor thought that Luigi wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and would come to Fairytale Mountain soon, while he didn't have to worry about the rabbit girl. Angor even told Laplace about his opinion. Unfortunately, he failed. Although Luigi looked like he wanted to go up the mountain, he restrained himself in the end. On the other hand, the rabbit girl, whom he thought would be very determined to eliminate the demon, unexpectedly fell for the bait and entered a special dream. As expected, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. End of chapter. It turns out that something like this happened in Little Laplace. Luigi muttered in a low voice. Sunshine Circus? Turning cute little Laplace into a rabbit? That doesn't sound like a good thing at all. You don't have to worry about her, Laplace frowned. Luigi didn't seem to hear Laplace's words. He kept mumbling to himself, speaking of which, this sounds like a good theme. It's called a circus, but it's actually filled with filth and darkness. The clown is trying his best to perform, and his antics are hilarious. The fortune teller who claims to bring happiness is actually a mad demon hiding in his heart. The beast master who is all smiles on the surface has a hobby of turning people into small animals. She took out all the small animals to play with and even put them on the dangerous racetrack to perform. That's right, such a circus full of conspiracies and evil thoughts definitely can't lack those fat, pig-like audience members. Luigi became more and more excited as he spoke. His mind was already imagining a heinous circus that reeked of evil and the stench of money. Angor, on the other hand, was getting more and more confused. Was he talking about Sunlight Circus? Where did he get all this information from? Don't mind his nonsense. He's just using Circus of Sunshine as an excuse, Laplace said in a plain tone. He's been wanting to write a poem that reveals darkness for a long time. According to him, his greatest wish was to write a poem that would expose the fact that miracle creatures were in power and playing with their people. Miracle creatures? Play with their power? Play with their people? You're underestimating miracle creatures' power structure. Laplace said indifferently. Pattern? What kind of power structure can he have? He's just trying to show off. It's like how some human scholars can't enter the literary circle without writing some articles that expose politicians or satirize the dark side of the royal family. But the mirror world doesn't have such conditions. He can't write anything like that. He's just using his imagination this time. Don't mind him. When he's done with his madness, he'll come back to his senses. Laplace knew Luigi too well. After he finished talking about the audience, he began to make up stories to connect the circus with the powerful people behind it. But he couldn't find anything. This was a classic example of inexperience, which limited one's imagination. Luigi sighed and finally returned to normal. Forget it. Let's get back to the main topic. Let's talk about what happened just now. Where were we? Laplace, choose one of the three boxes, the mirror realm, the dream realm, or the wonderland. Use your intuition to give me an answer. Luigi had a look of sudden realization. He pondered for a moment and sang his answer in an aria-like tone. Listen, the knell of the mountain of sweet dreams is ringing. That is the warning sound released from the dream. Listen, the prelude to the dream is very beautiful, but the immortal realm requires the immortal realm to endure. Laplace, your intuition tells you to choose Fairyland? Luigi opened his mouth and was about to continue, only to be interrupted by the impatient Laplace. Just say it. Don't waste my time. Luigi pouted, feeling wronged, but he quickly adjusted his attitude and said, my initial instinct was to choose the dream realm. After all, the mirror domain is too familiar. It's better to choose an unfamiliar one. But after hearing what you said about young Laplace, I decided to go with the Wonderland. The dream realm, then the immortal realm. What's going on? Angor asked curiously. Luigi shrugged. Oh, my friend. You must have misunderstood something. If it's your intuition, why do I need a reason? Angor didn't know what to say. Well, Luigi was right. Intuition didn't need a reason. Luigi put a hand on his chest and pretended to be daydreaming. I do have some ideas, but they aren't useful for reference. Since young Laplace is trapped in the Wonderland, I'll choose the Wonderland. Does it sound illogical? Ha ha ha, it's illogical. I was just saying. Luigi thought he made a funny joke and laughed out loud. He even signaled the others to laugh with him. But no one paid him any attention. Luigi had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Gleipnir looked at Laplace. Have you made your decision? Laplace remained silent for a moment and nodded. The Wonderland. She decided to trust Luigi's intuition. Since she had made up her mind, Laplace closed her eyes and began to choose her reward. When Laplace made up her mind, the other two boxes, which represented the mirror domain and dream realm, began to fade away. In the end, only the Wonderland box remained in Laplace's mind. With a thought, Laplace slowly opened a gap in the previously tightly sealed Wonderland box. As the box glowed brightly, a large amount of information flowed into Laplace's mind. After a while, Laplace opened her eyes again. Everyone looked at her curiously. After all, she was the only player in this series of special dreams who had completed all the quests and had a 100% exploration rate. Her reward should be better than Gleipnir's, right? Laplace frowned and looked at Luigi, who was standing not far away. She wanted to say something, but she held herself back. You don't look happy, do you? Angor also noticed Laplace's frown and tried to ask. Laplace said in a low voice, I don't know how to evaluate it. The reward I received is illusory. Illusory things? What do you mean? Luigi joined them. Laplace glared at Luigi and said helplessly, it's something like a title. Laplace read out the information he had obtained. Enter the reward list according to the exploration rate. Reward selected, Wonderland box. Exploration rate, 100%. Reward acquired, Glory of the Fan family. The reward was the so-called Glory of the Fan family. At first, Laplace thought that it was similar to Bila's whip, an item from a fairyland. However, after careful inspection, she realized that the Glory of the Fan family was not a real item. It was something like a title or title. Glory of the Fan family, a noble temperament. That was all there was to the explanation. The reward was a fake title, and the effect was to obtain a kind of noble aura. Was this a joke? What was the point of the reward? She couldn't help but complain to Luigi because the reward was so strange and useless. As expected, intuition was not reliable at all. While Laplace glared at Luigi, Angor spoke in a small voice, maybe it's a title system. Why don't you try it out? Maybe it'll work. Laplace wouldn't have bothered to answer if it was someone else. But since it was Angor, Laplace decided to give it some face. There's no such thing. When I drew the title, it merged with my body just like Helen's imaginary constitution. Laplace paused and looked at Angor. In other words, I've already activated Glory of the Fan family. Do you think I've changed anything? Or do you think it'll work? Angor didn't know what to say. Angor didn't know what to say this time. He thought it was something like changing one's temperament, but it didn't seem to be the case. It was just a vague statement. It seemed there were different rewards in the special dream, such as thank you for coming. Please come again next time. Laplace closed his eyes and shook his head. It's fine. I don't really care about the reward anyway. I'll go save Laplace first. We'll talk about the rest later. Laplace accepted his fate. Just like Angor said, he would treat this trip as a game of puzzles, which was also a kind of fun. Without mentioning the reward, Laplace decided to go save the rabbit girl first. This time, Luigi shamelessly decided to tag along. According to his own words, he was waiting for the rabbit girl to come out so that he could use his own poems to comfort her wounded heart. But in reality, everyone could see the excitement in his eyes. Kaifeng's mood was on the verge of bursting. The rabbit girl wasn't far from where they were. It was just that thorn forest was between them. They only needed to find a safe zone and walk several kilometers to reach the girl. This time, they didn't log off. It took them several minutes to reach the rabbit girl's location. As they approached, the roars of the monsters grew louder. Even though the rabbit girl was gone, the monsters still gathered around. As for these monsters, Laplace killed every one he saw, as a way to repay the rabbit girl's debt. They killed their way to the place where the rabbit girl disappeared. After clearing out the monsters in the area, Laplace said to Gleipnir, I'll leave him to you if more come. I'll go check out the Sunshine Circus. Gleipnir nodded. With her second Molt astrology plate, it was easy for her to deal with monsters. After making arrangements, Laplace came to an empty area. There were some monster corpses on the ground, but they were all cleared away. Now, there was only one eye-catching object left on the ground, a headband with rabbit ears. When it landed on the ground, it looked like an ordinary headband, but everyone knew that this headband was the culprit that had trapped the rabbit girl. When Laplace was about to remove the headband and enter the rabbit girl's state, Angor suddenly said, Wait, I forgot something. Laplace paused and looked at Angor. Angor continued, If I'm not mistaken, the bunny ears fell from the sky, right? It's not a crystal creation created by little Laplace when he killed the monster. Following Luigi's example, Angor added little in front of the rabbit girl's name to distinguish her from Laplace. Laplace nodded. Yes. That's what she said. So you're saying the crystal was meant to be dropped in front of her? Angor already thought about it. The endless crystal creations all disappeared in the end. Angor knew that they were inside the Wonderland, but they couldn't stay there forever. There had to be a way to trigger them, right? Now it seemed that the rabbit girl encountered a special dream that triggered something. But, how did it trigger? Was there a special condition to trigger the dream? Both Laplace and Glepner remained silent. They didn't know much about Wonderland, so they didn't know how it worked. Luigi, on the other hand, came up with an unreliable answer. Maybe little Laplace likes rabbits, so she dropped the headband? Because she likes rabbits? That sounded too self-centered. Laplace and Glepner didn't think it was true. They only thought that Luigi was talking nonsense. Angor, on the other hand, considered Luigi's words carefully. Actually, it was true that it might not necessarily be wrong. There were too many crystal creations in Wonderland, and they must have different ways of triggering them. Maybe there really was a way to trigger them based on who they were. The rabbit girl was missing a headband, so a headband fell from the sky and triggered a headband adventure, so this was a kind of quest. Laplace walked to the headband and picked it up. She did not find anything wrong with the headband. According to Xianxia's description, the abnormality only occurred when she put on the headband. Although Laplace felt that it was a little strange to wear a headband with rabbit ears on her head, she thought for a while and followed Xianxia's instructions to wear it on her head. As soon as the headband was put on, the environment around her began to change. It was like an oil painting fading. All the colors were quickly leaving. However, this didn't last long. New colors quickly filled up the area. As the colors changed, Laplace found herself in an unfamiliar environment from the crystal wasteland. She couldn't see anything but darkness. Just when Laplace was wondering if he had entered in the wrong way, a headlamp that looked like a stage suddenly fell from the sky and illuminated hundreds of meters away. The person illuminated by the light was a clown host wearing a red suit with a red ball on his nose and a perfunctory clown costume. Yes, it was the clown. He was holding a strange device that amplified his voice and shouted into the darkness, "Loyal audience of Sunlight Circus, another sleepless night. Let's welcome our new challenger. TSK TSK TSK, a noble challenger? Then we should give her a big round of applause." The clown host turned his head and looked in Laplace's direction. While Laplace was puzzled, another beam of light shone down and enveloped her position. Laplace didn't say anything. She looked around and tried to control the shedding process. However, the shedding process didn't work. It was as if the shedding process had disappeared. Looks like our new challenger is a person who doesn't like to talk much. But don't worry. This won't affect the excitement of the race. My dear audience, cheer up. Tell our new challenger how happy you are right now. As soon as the clown finished speaking, Laplace heard waves of cheers coming from the darkness. However, they sounded a bit scattered. It didn't seem like they were as happy as the clown said. "I believe the challenger has received your feelings. She will definitely give you a wonderful performance. Challenger, don't you think so?" Laplace was still silent. There were waves of boos coming from the darkness. The clown turned around awkwardly and pretended that nothing had happened. "I don't care if you feel it or not, but I feel the ambition of the challenger. Challenger, please tell us your code name." Laplace didn't say anything. However, the clown didn't help her this time. Instead, he smiled and said, "This code name is related to your ranking in the race. By the way, you can't use Black Rabbit as the code name has already been taken." The clown mentioned Black Rabbit. Laplace didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she took it as intentional. Since she was here to take Black Rabbit away, she naturally had to cooperate with the process of this special dream. Giving herself a code name might be one of the necessary procedures in this Sunlight Circus. Laplace was silent for a moment before she finally said, "Sprite, my code name is Sprite." The clown said with a smile, "No, your code name can only be an animal. Fairy, this is a legendary creature, right? It's not an animal." It's best if it's a common animal, such as a cat, dog, lion, tiger, or snake. Laplace didn't argue with the clown. Instead, she said calmly, then, silver fox. End of chapter. Nobles are indeed nobles. Even their codenames are so elegant. Silver fox symbolizes wisdom and glory. Just thinking of this image makes people feel like they can see a flash of silver light above the circus under the sun. The clown host had an intoxicated look on his face as he fantasized. After the fantasy ended, he raised his arms and shouted, "Sunshine Circus's most loyal audience, cheer for our new challenger, Silver Fox. I believe she will definitely give us the most exciting performance." Wave after wave of cheers came from the unknown darkness. It was as if they were surrounded by the so-called loyal audience that the host had mentioned. Laplace couldn't help but frown. She didn't like the feeling of being stared at, especially by a group of unknown dark creatures who she didn't even know if they were human. Although she was unhappy, Laplace understood the situation. She silently lowered her head and did not say a word. Instead, she waited for the not-so-beautiful plot to pass. It seems that our challenger, Silver Fox, can't wait to give the audience a wonderful performance. Then let's not talk too much. The performance is about to begin. Let's close the curtain. As the clown host's voice fell, there was another loud cheer. The clown host ended his opening remarks with a comical gesture of touching his chest. At the same time, the spotlight above his head slowly disappeared. Now, in the darkness, the only one still under the spotlight was Laplace. And the lights were still increasing. 1, 2, 3, 5. A total of 5 spotlights shone on Laplace. Her pale face was even whiter, especially in the darkness. It was so white that it almost glowed. Laplace was obviously uncomfortable with the large number of spotlights. She tried to move her body and leave the range of the spotlights. 1 good news, 2 bad news. The good news was that she could move her body. The first bad news was that no matter where she went, the spotlights would still follow her. The second bad news was that she did not know when, but there was a thick layer of doll costume on her body. It was the same as what Xianxia said. However, Xianxia was wearing a black rabbit costume. She was different. Although she had ears on her head, hair on her body, and a tail behind her, the tail was more than the weight of her body. This was a thick-tailed silver fox costume. Is it because I chose Silver Fox as my codename? That's why he's wearing a silver fox costume. Laplace thought to himself. Laplace moved slightly to get used to Silver Fox's costume. Then, she realized that the feeling of being restrained was not strong, but the tail was too heavy. It was almost as heavy as her weight, which caused her center of gravity to tilt back. Under such circumstances, to complete the track, he might need to have greater control. If she had known earlier, she would have chosen Monkey as her codename. Maybe the monkey plushie wouldn't be too heavy. Laplace had no time to regret. He could only continue to try to control his center of gravity. At this moment, the host's voice rang out in the darkness, "There's still 1 minute before the competition starts. Challenger Silver Fox seems to be working very hard. I think he's trying to get a better result. Our first performance track is the Knife Mountain track. The most important thing about this track is balance and time control. However, if there is another way, we will also approve of it. So, Silver Fox, please be bold and use your imagination. The next sunshine star might be you." As soon as the host finished speaking, the 1-minute countdown ended. In the blink of an eye, the darkness was replaced by light. However, the light was not as bright as she had imagined. It felt like a hazy day. In fact, it was not as bright as the spotlights on her body. Yes, the 5 spotlights were still shining on her. No matter where she went, they would follow her like a shadow. Even though the lights were not very bright, she could still see her surroundings. Laplace thought that she would see the scene in the circus or a group of so-called audience members cheering with disgusted expressions. However, there was none of that. She was standing on the top of a cliff on a high mountain. There was no way down the mountain, and the space around her was less than 10 meters. The only way to the outside world was a ropeway. The ropeway extended into the clouds. She did not know where it extended to. Beside the ropeway, there was a sign and a timer. The sign introduced the ropeway, and there was a 10-minute countdown on the timer. There was also a red button beside it. As for the timer, Xianxia had already mentioned it to her before. The 10-minute countdown was the time she could stay at the top of the mountain. If she did not move after 10 minutes, the challenge would be a failure. Within the 10-minute countdown, as long as she decided to start the challenge, she could press the red button and enter the real countdown. Before the countdown ended, she had to complete the ropeway challenge. Otherwise, the challenge would be considered a failure. Laplace was not in a hurry to start the challenge. Instead, she raised her head and stuck out her chest. She wagged her tail from side to side and walked elegantly to the sign to read the information on it. The reason why she raised her head and stuck out her chest and walked elegantly was not because she wanted to, but because this was the only way she could maintain her center of gravity. Laplace quickly finished reading the information on the sign. The sign roughly described the situation and rules of the ropeway. The ropeway was located between two mountain peaks. The ropeway was about 1 kilometer long. The time to complete the challenge was half a minute. The bottom of the ropeway was covered with sharp blades. Once she fell, she would encounter irreversible danger. Therefore, the sign gave a thoughtful suggestion. If she could not do it, she could choose to hang on the ropeway and wait for the time to end. Failing the challenge was always better than losing her life. In addition to this suggestion, Laplace also saw a second suggestion. Xianxia did not mention the second suggestion. Perhaps she did not think it was necessary because it was a strange suggestion that Xianxia did not think was worth anything. Completing the challenge is important. But remember, as a performer, it is more important to bring joy to the audience. Was this a way to encourage the challenger to perform on the rope? Laplace frowned but did not say anything. She returned to the side and continued to control her center of gravity. "Are you there?" Laplace asked in a small voice when she took a break from her training. After a while, Laplace heard a familiar voice in his ear. "Yes." "Then why didn't you say anything?" Laplace was confused. Of course, she was talking to Angor. Now, he was the only one who could use the birdcage view to observe what was happening inside the box. Angor cleared his throat. "It's not that I didn't say anything. I've been observing the ropeway." "Yes, observing." Angor did not say anything. He was indeed observing the ropeway. However, there was another reason why he did not say anything. Laplace's disguise made it difficult for him to speak. It was not that he did not want to. Laplace was a big shot in the mirror realm, and she still had her dignity. Her current disguise was a bit out of place. Angor knew that many powerful wizards would kill those who saw something they shouldn't, said something they shouldn't, or heard something they shouldn't, in order to protect their image. He was worried that Laplace might be someone who was worried about his image too. Even if Laplace knew that Angor could see her, as long as they stayed silent, Laplace could forget about it. That way, Angor wouldn't be held a grudge against him. But since Laplace was the one who asked, Angor had no choice but to answer. Fortunately, judging from the current situation, Laplace was not a person who cared about his image. Laplace noticed that Angor's answer sounded a little perfunctory, but she didn't pursue the matter. "What did you find?" Speaking of which, Angor did find a lot of useful information. First of all, Laplace was in a ropeway within a ropeway. The first box was naturally the Sunshine Circus. However, Laplace was not in the Sunshine Circus at this time. Instead, he was in a glass set in the Sunshine Circus. It was similar to a fish tank, but there was no water in this glass box. Therefore, whether it was the boundless clouds, the high mountain cliffs, or the ropeway on the mountain peak, they were all actually a kind of scenery. This was the ropeway within a ropeway. Second, Laplace could not see the host or the audience. It looked like there was no audience, but there was. Just outside the glass scenery, there was a circus tent. There was a large audience in the tent, and there were also people from the Sunshine Circus. However, they did not have faces. Instead, they appeared as shadows. Even if Angor used God's eye, he could only see shadows. As for the Sunlight Circus, only the clown host had a face. The others were also covered by shadows. Angor thought there were two possibilities. First, it was probably not time for them to show up yet, so their faces were covered by the shadows. Second, like the audience, their faces were blurred because they were not important. No matter which guess it was, at least it had no effect on Laplace at the moment. Laplace frowned. So you're saying that I'm inside a glass cabinet, and I'm being watched by a bunch of people? Yes, sir. Laplace's expression turned gloomy. She thought the audience's cheers were all fake when the ropeway became brighter. But now, it seemed that she could not see the audience. Only the audience could see her. She did not like this feeling at all. Laplace suppressed her discomfort and continued, "Can you see the racetrack inside the ropeway?" "You mean the Knifehill racetrack?" "I can see it, but it's more or less the same as the sign said. It's a ropeway with lots of razor blades below. You'll die if you fall down." "Not the Knifehill ropeway. I mean the other racetracks." According to Xianxia, there were 5 racetracks in total. She only knew that the first one was the Knifehill racetrack. No matter how dangerous a racetrack was, she still had to be prepared for it. The unknown racetrack was what she was worried about. Angor considered. "I can't see it. There is only one Knife Mountain racetrack in the landscape you are currently in. I don't know what the other racetracks look like. I think we'll only see the second one after we clear the first one." This was not good news. But since Laplace was already inside the box, she had to accept it. Next, she asked her last question, "Can you see my Xianxia?" Of course, Laplace was talking about the rabbit girl, who was also the previous challenger, Black Bunny. "I don't see her. But I have a tracking ability that tells me she's inside the Sunshine Circus." Angor sighed. "This one feels more difficult than the last one." "I don't know if it's difficult or not, but I think it's different. According to the standard of a normal person, the previous one could be completed through puzzle-solving reasoning. But this time, the test was not about solving a riddle. Clearly, it was a different type of test. "Are you sure you can do it?" Angor asked as he watched Laplace adjusting his weight. "Are you sure you can do it?" Instead of answering, Laplace asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" "I don't have any suggestions. But I think there's something strange about it." "Oh?" Laplace nodded. "I heard the host say that you're a noble challenger this time. He also mentioned that you're a noble. I don't think it's useful for your Xianxia. It's meant to tell you that you're a noble." "What do you mean?" Laplace asked after a moment of silence. "The glory of the Fan family." Angor considered. "I think it's because of the glory of Fan family you opened. I'm not sure if the Sunlight Circus knows about the Fan family. But I think they don't. In other words, the host called you a noble because your reward gave you the title of a noble. Maybe this title isn't completely useless. What's so valuable about a noble title?" Laplace hesitated. "My guess is that this identity is shared by everyone in Wonderland. In other words, if you're a noble in Sunlight Circus, other people will think you're a noble as well when you go to other dream realms. As for the identity of a noble, it might be very useful in some special dreams. For example, some special dreams that require solving puzzles. If you are a noble, you can mobilize people like the police, sheriffs, and even the city guards to solve the puzzles in a simpler way." Laplace pondered for a moment and said, "I've never thought of that. Now that I think about it, it's possible. But I don't think a noble title will work in the Sunlight Circus, right? It's different. The Sunlight Circus only wants challengers, and it doesn't care who they are. So, I don't think a noble title will work here. But I have a small idea." "What is it?" Laplace asked. "Since the glory of the Fan family can affect this place, why? Can I use the other rewards I got from clearing the special dreamland here?" Laplace was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have thought of something as he closed his eyes. Several seconds later, Angor sensed Laplace's aura growing stronger. This was a sign that his blood aura had become stronger. And stronger blood aura meant that his body was strengthened in all aspects. "It works. Helen's imaginary constitution can be used here," Laplace exclaimed in surprise. Angor sighed in relief. The Wonderland ability could restrict external items such as scales so that they couldn't be used in all special dreams. However, the abilities produced by the Wonderland itself could be used in different dreams. This was good news for Angor. However, both of Laplace's rewards from the special dreams worked directly on his body. None of them were external items. There was only one thing he wanted to know. Could such a foreign item be used in a dungeon like Sunshine Circus? Maybe he should find a chance to ask Gleipnir to try it? Didn't she have a Beela's whip item? But then again, he didn't know if there were many dungeons like the Sunshine Circus that banned the shedding of scales in the paradise. If there weren't, he didn't know how long it would take to test Beela's whip. Unless Laplace failed this challenge, Gleipnir would be able to enter the Sunshine Circus with his whip to experience it. Angor couldn't help but chuckle in his mind. How could Laplace fail? Besides, Laplace could still use Helen's imaginary constitution, which was given to him by the masked man. It was as strong as a bloodline apprentice, which meant Laplace was not to be underestimated. With this physique, Laplace would definitely not fail in the face of these tracks that sounded scary but were actually not too dangerous. Yes, he wouldn't fail. Probably. End of chapter. After activating imaginary body, Laplace could completely ignore the weight loss caused by the tail. Without any hesitation, Laplace charged her feet and dashed to the top of the ropeway while pressing the button on the timer. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the half-minute countdown sounded in Laplace's ears with the ticking of the needle as a warning. The ticking sound did not affect Laplace at all. She jumped onto the ropeway, leaned forward, and rushed out like an arrow with her two furry and slender legs. Her legs moved so fast that they left afterimages in the air. In Angor's eyes, it only took 1 second for her to reach the clouds. Laplace seemed to be leaping through the clouds. Her body was very light and smooth. At least from the top half of her body, it was impossible to tell that she was running. 5 seconds. It only took Laplace 5 seconds to jump to the top of another mountain peak like a flickering light and passing shadow. She still had 25 seconds left. From this, it could be seen how exaggerated Laplace's enhancement was after activating imaginary physique. As soon as Laplace landed on the ground, cheers came from outside the clouds. No doubt, it was the audience's cheers. However, it did not seem like they were cheering too loudly. Did Laplace run so fast that they couldn't react in time? Oh, look at our challenger Silver Fox. She did it so cleanly. Her movements are so light and fast. She really looks like a silver flash that tugs at our heartstrings, the host spoke as well. However, after his voice fell, there were not many voices of support, only sparse applause. Maybe the host noticed the silence, so he changed the topic by telling all kinds of ridiculous jokes to liven up the atmosphere. During the host's monologue, Laplace seemed to have been completely forgotten. Angor did not understand what was going on. Wasn't Challenger Silver Fox supposed to be the main character? Why did it feel like she had become an outsider? Was it because the audience did not react well? Did they have to change the topic? But Laplace did a good job. Why didn't the audience react well? Laplace suddenly spoke up, 11%. What? Laplace explained in a small voice. After finishing the first track, I received a notification that the exploration rate is now 11%. 11%. Angor frowned. If each track has an exploration rating, and all tracks have the same rating, I don't think it's that high. 5 tracks had a total exploration rate of 100%, which meant each track had 20% exploration rate. An exploration rate of 11% was indeed not very high. But it was only Angor's guess. It was possible that the exploration rate was not equal. However, even if it wasn't an average score, 11% shouldn't be the highest score on this track. Thinking of the lackluster response from the audience, could it be that Laplace's exploration rate was not high enough, but Laplace completed the track perfectly, and she still had 25 seconds left? Why was her exploration rate so low? Other than completing the racetrack, what else did the exploration of this dungeon have to do with? After a moment of silence, Laplace said, maybe the exploration rate is related to the second suggestion on the sign. Place? The second suggestion? He was too focused on Laplace to pay attention to the sign. Now that he heard Laplace's words, he couldn't help but look back at the mountain where he first came from. Angor quickly noticed the second suggestion on the sign. Completing the challenge is important. But remember, as a performer, it is more important to bring joy to the audience. Angor's expression became complicated after reading the advice. Laplace's guess was correct. The exploration rate was not only related to completing the track, but also the audience's feedback. In other words, to get a high exploration rate, one must not only complete the track, but also put on a performance while completing the track. As long as the performance brought joy to the audience, the exploration rate would be higher. Earlier, the audience's response was obviously very weak. It was probably because Laplace did not give an exciting performance that the response was mediocre. The only good thing was that no one booed him. So the next track? Angor asked, will you perform? No. Laplace shook his head. I came to this special dream to take away my real body, not to explore the track. Angor was speechless. You're the one who brought Gleipnir with you just for the sake of exploring the place. You're the one who brought Gleipnir with you. Angor could not say that out loud. He followed Laplace's words and said, you're right. Either full exploration rate or fly over the track at a low altitude. I don't think full exploration rate is possible. Let's focus on completing the track. There's no need to put on a performance. Laplace nodded. Angor's excuse was not bad. After discussing their next plan, the host, who had been hyping up the audience for 5 minutes, finally changed the topic to Laplace. Let's leave the rest to our challenger, Silver Fox. I'm sure she'll give us a better performance on the second track. Perhaps because of the host's enthusiasm, the audience was reinvigorated. After the host finished speaking, they immediately responded enthusiastically. Angor glanced at Laplace and sighed in his mind. Let Laplace satisfy the audience's desire? Forget about it. Do you feel the audience's enthusiasm, Silver Fox? You'll give us a better performance, won't you? The host's voice echoed in Laplace's ears. Laplace did not bother to answer. The host did not say anything. He snapped his fingers, and the surroundings dimmed down again. The mountain, clouds, and cableway all disappeared. Only the 5 spotlights were still shining on Laplace. The darkness did not last long. About 5 seconds later, the surroundings brightened up again. The brightness was about the same as before. It was still the visibility of a cloudy day. However, one of the previous 5 spotlights was now missing, and there were now 4 spotlights. Laplace did not mind. Maybe the 5 spotlights corresponded to the 5 tracks. She guessed that each track would have 1 spotlight off. The host did a good job with the details, but they were only details. They were not important compared to clearing the track. What Laplace was most concerned about was what the second track would be. She looked around and frowned. She was no longer standing on top of a mountain covered in clouds. Now she was in a thick swamp filled with a foul stench. She was still standing on solid ground, but not far in front of her was a thick, bubbling swamp. There were familiar signs and timers on the edge of the swamp. Behind her was a red curtain. She could not see what was behind it. She wanted to move back. However, when she reached a certain distance, the costume became heavier and heavier. In the end, Laplace felt like she was as heavy as a mountain. Obviously, the people from Sunshine Circus did not want her to move. Or rather, the rules of this special dream would not allow her to do so. Laplace was also very tactful. He didn't go against the rules. Instead, he walked to the side of the sign and read the words on the sign. The content of the signboard was similar to the previous one. It introduced the situation of the track. According to the information on the signboard, the track was called the Swamp Track. There was no time limit on the signboard. There was no restriction on the way to cross the swamp. However, there was a skateboard and a pole at the edge of the swamp. They were probably props prepared for the challenger. Coincidentally, the host was also introducing the racetrack, and he also mentioned the props. We have prepared a tool for the challenger to cross the swamp, but it can only be won by surprise. Silver Fox, will the challenger choose them? According to the host, if she used them, it should be a step-by-step process. She estimated that the exploration would not be too high. If she wanted to increase the exploration, she either had to use other tricks to cross the swamp or perform to make the audience applaud. For this special dream, Laplace did not want to explore more, so she decided to choose the skateboard and the pole. However, Laplace still had some doubts. Was there really no time limit on this track? If there was no time limit, would the finish line be hidden and she needed to find it? Also, what was the red curtain behind her? Or was it just a background? Also, was the racetrack another piece of glass? If so, how did she get here? Laplace did not have the answers to these questions, but Angor did. Angor did not hide anything and told Laplace everything he saw from his perspective. First, Angor answered the question about the location. This was indeed a glass scenery. However, Laplace was not moved to another one. Instead, she was placed in the same glass cabinet. The mountain cableway turned into a new scenery in the swamp. Angor did not know how this happened. He only saw one of the spotlights on Laplace suddenly disappeared, which then turned into a new view of the glass cabinet. Angor did not know how it worked. However, the original body of the special dream realm was just an ordinary dream realm. Dreams themselves were absurd and unruly. It was ridiculous to try to find the principle in the dream realm. So, it did not matter how Laplace was changed. He was sure that Laplace did not leave the glass cabinet. Next, he told Laplace about the finish line of the track. Using his God view, Angor saw that the track had a finish line, and it was not far away. The swamp area could be thought of as a circular moat, and the track itself was a circle. The starting point was actually the finish line. Angor estimated that the track was about 2 kilometers away. Still not long. Finally, he mentioned the red curtain. Behind the red curtain is the so-called finish line. But you can't see it even if you lift the curtain. Something will block your view. It's a clown's head. To be precise, it was a clown's head. Furthermore, the makeup on this clown's head wasn't the perfunctory clown makeup that the host outside had put on. Instead, it was the complete makeup, or rather, the makeup was wrong. It was a real clown monster. Its swollen cheekbones, skeleton-like jaw, all kinds of grotesque paint, and curly green hair all indicated that it was not a normal human being. This was a real clown. It was only a clown's head, but it was huge. It was about 5 meters tall, and the narrowest part was still 4 meters wide. It blocked Laplace's view completely. The clown's eyes were wide open. From Angor's perspective, he could see that the clown was looking at Laplace. Even with the red curtain, the clown seemed to be able to look at Laplace through it. No matter where Laplace went, the clown's line of sight did not waver. "You're saying the clown is looking at me?" Laplace asked. "Probably," Angor said. Laplace sneered and looked at the sign again. There was also a suggestion at the bottom of the sign. Laplace did not understand it before, but now she knew what it meant. "Please do not slack off. Those who slack off will be eaten by the clown. But don't slack off. Clowns love to perform." The track did not have a time limit, but the clown's head would most likely trigger at the same time as the challenger. It would force the challenger to finish the challenge as soon as possible, or else they would be eaten. It was a different kind of time limit. Or in Angor's words, the track's theme was Battle Royale instead of Swamp Race. Neither Angor nor Laplace mentioned that acting could make the clown slack off. After all, Laplace was not going to act. "I think the clown's head is protected by the laws of the fairyland. Even if you fully activate your imaginary constitution, you won't be able to resist it. So, you have to run away as fast as you can and reach the finish line. Don't fight. Reach the finish line and you'll be the winner." Laplace muttered in his heart. Without any hesitation, he activated his imaginary physique, pressed the button on the timer, and rushed into the swamp. The swamp track had officially begun. As the track began, Laplace's guess was confirmed. The red curtain fell, and the gigantic clown head chased after Laplace, cackling strangely. The clown's head floated in the air, so Laplace did not need to worry about sinking into the swamp. It was also fast. Without her imaginary constitution, Laplace would have been caught in no time. More importantly, the clown's head could accelerate. It did not last long, but every time it did, the distance between the clown's head and Laplace would be shortened. The entire track turned into a tug-of-war. But in the end, Laplace's skill was still a notch higher. Her imaginary physique had increased her physical fitness in all aspects, and the skateboard with the pole skidding on the swamp was like swimming on a mirror. But swimming on a mirror was too easy for Laplace. Under the clown's regretful gaze, Laplace reached the finish line. The moment Laplace came ashore, the clown's head exploded with a bang. A large number of ribbons and clown balloons floated out, as if celebrating Laplace's success. Along with the ribbons and balloons, the audience applauded. Laplace's performance on the track this time was better than the previous ropeway. Perhaps it was because the chase had been very lively, and Laplace had used a lot of beautiful tricks to avoid being swallowed by the clown balloons, and these tricks had become bonus points. Therefore, the audience's response was a little more enthusiastic, but overall, it was still not a full house. In order not to disappoint the audience, the host had no choice but to warm up the audience again. Laplace completely ignored the noise outside and focused on perceiving the new information he had received. The challenger's code name is Silver Fox. Challenger Silver Fox has launched a solo challenge in the Special Dream Sunshine Circus. Challenger Silver Fox has succeeded. The current progress is the swamp track. Challenger Silver Fox has completed 2/5 of the track. Exploration level is 25%. After subtracting the 11% exploration level from the Knife Mountain track, Laplace's exploration level in the swamp track was 14%. Although it looked a little better, it was not that good. However, Laplace did not care. As long as he completed the track, the exploration level was not important. Or rather, it was not important in this special dream of the Sunshine Circus. Laplace did not listen to the host's witty words. Instead, he waited silently for the appearance of the third track. He did not have to wait long. Soon, the scenery was covered by a black curtain. In the darkness, the host's voice was still chattering. The next track is the Ring of Fire. Can the challenger succeed? There was a burst of boos in the darkness. The host smiled and said, I think you would like to hear my voice more, but the process is still going. Trust me, I will be back soon. Then, the time is now for the challenger. As soon as the host finished speaking, the dark curtain was lifted and a new scenery appeared in front of Laplace. Laplace looked around and could not help but frown. Previously, the host had said that the next track was the Ring of Fire track. She had thought that it was similar to a circus's Ring of Fire performance, but in fact, it wasn't. She was now standing on the beach. In front of the beach was the sea, a silver sea. Laplace sensed danger from this weird silver ocean. This was no ordinary ocean. Putting aside the dangers of the ocean, what about the Ring of Fire? Where was the Ring of Fire? Could it be that the ocean would catch fire later? In the distance of the silver ocean, an island could be vaguely seen. Above the island floated a familiar clown balloon. He reckoned that that was the end point. If the sea really turned into a sea of fire, how would they cross the sea to the other side? Laplace walked up to the familiar signboard with doubts in his mind. Did you notice? The host didn't call you by your codename this time. Angor's voice came from beside her ears. After a moment of silence, Laplace replied, It doesn't matter. Maybe the host's attitude has something to do with the exploration rate, Angor guessed. I can feel it. Maybe he thinks my exploration rate is too low for him to waste so much time on introducing me. But it doesn't matter. I only want to pass the test, not the exploration rate. That being said, Angor was still worried about something. He could ignore the audience's enthusiasm, but the host was closely related to Sunshine Circus. If the host became cold, would it affect the rabbit girl's fate? Angor kept his thoughts to himself. Instead, he accompanied Laplace to read the content of the signboard. The signboard gave a simple introduction about the track. Laplace was right. The Silver Ocean was indeed dangerous. The signboard clearly stated, any living being that falls into the ocean will lose all signs of life. Challengers, please do not jump into the ocean. Do so at your own risk. Was there really an ocean that could kill all living beings in this world? Angor did not believe it. But this was a dream, and an unpredictable one at that. Perhaps this was how the laws at the bottom worked. Even with Laplace's imaginary constitution, Angor did not think she was qualified to challenge the rules at the bottom. Following the signboard's rules should be his top priority. If he could not jump into the ocean, how could he cross it? The signboard also provided a solution. There are dolphins in the ocean. The dolphin will follow the whistle. Ride the dolphin and cross the ocean to reach the other side. Laplace looked at the sea and saw a dolphin-like creature swimming in the distant sea. The whistle mentioned by the signboard was also hanging on the signboard. It was a very ordinary whistle. As for the ring of fire, which Laplace was most interested in, the signboard also explained it. The ring of fire will randomly appear in the ocean after the challenge begins. Find the ring of fire, ride the dolphin, and jump over the ring of fire to reach the destination. If you do not jump over the ring of fire and reach the destination directly, you will fail the challenge. The ring of fire was not here yet because the challenge had not started yet. But judging from the signboard, it would not be easy to find the ring of fire. The ring of fire would be hard to find in the vast ocean. Besides, there was a time limit for this round, 5 minutes. She had to find the ring of fire, jump over it, and reach the destination within 5 minutes. Laplace assumed that the difficulty was in finding the ring of fire. But she was not worried because Angor could help her find the ring of fire. Of course, Angor would not refuse. He promised that he would tell Laplace as soon as he saw the ring of fire. Laplace felt that there were no more problems. Then, he picked up the whistle and blew it gently at the sea. As expected, the dolphin heard the whistle and began to swim toward Laplace's location. Jumping onto the dolphin, Laplace tried to control the direction of the dolphin. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she returned to the shore and pressed the timer. When the 5-minute countdown began, Laplace jumped on the dolphin again and signaled it to swim to the other side. The phantom dolphin was very obedient. Moreover, its speed wasn't slow either. It sped towards the opposite shore as fast as lightning. At this speed, the dolphin would reach the other side in 3 minutes. However, reaching the destination was not her goal. Before that, she had to complete the mission of jumping over the fire ring. "Do you see the ring of fire?" Laplace asked in a small voice. "No," Angor replied. 1 minute later, Laplace asked the same question again, and Angor's answer was still the same. When the dolphin was about to reach the other side, Laplace could not help but ask again. Again, Angor's answer was the same. Angor was puzzled. His vision was similar to God's view, which allowed him to see the entire Silver Sea, but he did not see a single ring of fire. The countdown had already started, and the track was fine. Why was the ring of fire still not here? Could it be that the host was unhappy because the exploration degree was not enough, so he deliberately let Laplace lose and not give him the fire circle? While both Angor and Laplace were still puzzled, the ring of fire finally appeared. But Laplace already saw it without Angor's reminder. This was because the ring of fire had appeared right in front of Laplace. It should be a good thing to see the ring of fire. And it was not far away, which meant there would be no detours. However, both Laplace and Angor sensed that something was wrong. In their imagination, the ring of fire was similar to the ring of fire in a circus. It was erected in midair, and people or tamed beasts would jump through the ring of fire. This was the so-called jumping ring of fire. But this ring of fire was different. It was not erected. Instead, it was spread out on the surface of the water. More importantly, when the dolphin jumped into the ring of fire, it was no longer under Laplace's control. It began to swim back and forth in the ring of fire. No matter how Laplace tried to control it, it would not move forward. Immediately afterward, the dolphin began to uncontrollably change the position of Laplace, allowing Laplace to stand on its mouth. It looked like a dolphin's head. However, the dolphin was now Laplace's head. Seeing this, Angor had a vague idea. "Is the dolphin performing?" Angor lowered his voice. "Maybe it wants you to perform with it before it jumps over the fire?" "I don't think so," Laplace said. When Laplace said this, he was obviously not confident enough. She did agree with Angor's words, but she didn't want to do it while standing on the dolphin's mouth, especially when she had to do it. So, she decided not to think about it. Instead, she wondered if there was something else going on. As time passed, Laplace's expression grew darker and darker. When there was only 1 minute left, Laplace finally gave up. Maybe the ring of fire was really a stage, and she had to perform before she could leave. Laplace tried again, but there was only half a minute left. Gazing at the distant shore, Laplace let out a long sigh and quickly said, "I think I failed." "When you fail, take Gluckner and Luigi offline. I'll wait for you in the reflecting space." Laplace ceased to struggle. She originally thought that she would be able to save herself, but she didn't expect that not only did she fail, but she also lost herself. Laplace was in a very bad mood right now. Okay. Angor nodded. He knew that any words of comfort would not bring any positive effect. The countdown ended. The audience booed. Angor did not watch any longer because he sensed that Laplace had gone offline. He looked at Glepner and Luigi and sighed deeply. Luigi did not know what was going on, so he asked out of curiosity. Glepner saw through the truth and asked in a low voice, "Let's talk offline?" Angor nodded. "Let's talk offline." The figures of Angor and Glepner slowly became blurry. Luigi finally realized what was going on and logged out as well after 2 seconds of hesitation. When everyone opened their eyes, they saw Laplace and the rabbit girl already awake. They were looking at each other in confusion. The atmosphere was a little strange. Laplace wanted to say something, but the words were on the tip of his tongue and he swallowed them back. The rabbit girl was looking at Laplace worriedly. Even if she did not say anything, she could still see the worry on her face. "We should sing a song right now." Luigi's voice interrupted them at an inappropriate time. Moreover, he really began to play the harp in his hand. Even though the notes he played were slightly melancholic and sorrowful, Laplace could not help but frown at him coldly. "Shut up." The familiar voice stopped Luigi. Luigi pursed his lips and stopped playing. "I'm just trying to lighten the mood." Luigi did not know what was good for him, but he did manage to calm the atmosphere a little. Glepner took the chance to ask, "What happened?" Laplace still looked a little uneasy, so Angor decided to talk to him first. He briefly explained what happened in the Sunshine Circus. Glepner muttered in a low voice, "So there's a performance." "Well, it's a circus after all." After that, Glepner's gaze subconsciously shifted to Luigi. When it came to performing, they did not lack talents. Luigi was a performance maniac. Luigi immediately understood what Glepner meant. He quickly said, "You want me to take on the challenge of the Sunshine Circus?" No way. I can perform, but I can't walk on a tightrope." Even little Laplace failed. "How can I do it? Besides, there's still that great battle royale. I don't think I can survive the pursuit of the clown's head." Luigi was trying to shirk the responsibility, but Angor believed that Luigi was right. Performing might not be a problem for him, but clearing the level wasn't just about performing. He still needed to have a certain level of physical fitness. Especially the second challenge, the swamp track. Even Laplace almost lost to the clown's head when he activated his imaginary constitution, let alone Luigi. Angor considered for a moment and decided that there were only 2 options. First, he could let Luigi pass some special dreams and obtain a Fairyland item and a Fairyland constitution. Then, he could challenge the Sunshine Circus and save Laplace and the rabbit girl. It sounded like a good idea, but most of the crystal creations were in Fairyland. It was still a mystery how the crystal creations could come out of the Fairyland. The rabbit girl's headband was the only one, and Angor could not figure out how it worked. Although it was possible to forcefully create crystal creations by killing monsters, would the crystal creations really be suitable for Luigi? If these crystal creations were also sealed with external powers and could only be used by immortals, then wouldn't it be pushing him into another fire pit before he even stepped into the fire pit of the Sunshine Circus? Second, Angor could find a way to control Wonderland through the Tree of Authority. However, he did not know how long it would take for him to control Wonderland well enough to affect the Sunshine Circus. Both options had their flaws. Considering everything, Angor preferred the second option. Before he could tell Luigi his plan, Laplace spoke first. "Maybe we don't need to let Luigi take the risk." "What do you mean?" Luigi was puzzled. Laplace lowered his voice. "Before I logged off, I received a message, end of chapter." Laplace shared the information she had obtained. However, she omitted a part of the information about the failure of the challenge. Everyone understood that. The special dream world, Sunlight Circus, has taken in 2 challengers. A new challenge mode will be activated. New mode loading, new mode loaded successfully. Available challenge modes, single race or relay race. This was the information that Laplace had obtained. The single race was the same as the previous one. One had to challenge all the stages alone. At the same time, there was a weighting bonus in the individual competition, which would result in a higher exploration rate. The relay race, on the other hand, would only be activated after 5 challengers. Each of the 5 challengers would challenge a track, and the exploration points would be awarded according to their performance. Like the individual race, if they could finish the relay race, they would be able to rescue Laplace and the bunny girl. The relay race and the single race were different challenges, so Laplace and the bunny girl could also challenge the relay race on the same day. In other words, Laplace and the bunny girl were already contestants if they chose the relay race. They only needed to select 3 more. Laplace said that Luigi did not need to take the risk because of the relay race. So far, the Ring of Fire track had a strict requirement. Luigi had to perform, or the dolphin would not move forward. If they chose the relay race, they could send Luigi to the 3rd track. As for the 3rd track, as long as Luigi did not jump into the Silver Sea, he would not be in any danger. So, you want us to challenge the relay race? Angor asked. Yes. The relay race will be easier. Laplace paused and looked at Angor. But you don't have to. I'll find someone else to fill your spot. If they chose the relay race, they still needed 3 more challengers. If Gleipnir and Luigi could be considered, then they still needed 1 more. According to Laplace, she would find someone else to fill the spot. Angor did not know who that someone would be. But, he did not think it was necessary to find someone else. It was not a bad idea for him to participate. You don't have to find someone else. I can go. He said that because he had the Tree of Authority. Even if he was trapped, he had other ways to escape. At most, it would just take some time. Laplace glanced at Angor. It was not that she did not trust Angor, but she was worried that Angor would be trapped as well. But on second thought, she did not care. She could always go offline. If the 5 of them were trapped, then they would just find another 5. They couldn't possibly send one wave after another, right? With that in mind, Laplace nodded to Angor to show his respect. Sure. But we only know the first 3 tracks, and we don't know what the other 2 tracks are. How should we arrange the relay? That's fine, Angor said. They could make targeted preparations for the first 3 tracks, but they didn't know anything about the last 2 tracks. It was very likely that they would fail because of that. Laplace said, Sure, Shan and I can start the relay race now. As long as we start the relay race, we will know the names of the 5 tracks and some rough information. However, if we start the relay race now, we won't be able to start the individual race before this race is over. Angor rubbed his chin. Well, it's worth a try. As for the individual race, we can give up for now. Generally speaking, the relay race was easier than the individual race. However, the relay race did not have any extra weight, which meant that it would be more difficult to gain exploration points. However, in a situation where exploration was not the primary goal, the relay race was definitely the best choice. How about you 2 start the relay race first, and we'll see what we can do later? Laplace nodded, and in the next second, he entered the dream crystal with the rabbit girl. Soon, the 2 of them opened their eyes. Before the others could ask, Laplace began, the last 2 tracks are the taming track and the magic track. The taming track and the magic track? From the looks of it, it was very suitable for a circus project. However, whether it was animal taming or magic, it should be a performance. How did it become a racetrack? Or did they have to perform like the Ring of Fire? The others were all Laplace's people. When Laplace opened his eyes, they already knew about the 2 tracks through telepathy. Angor was the only one who was puzzled at the moment. As for the taming track, Laplace said, the taming track says that you have to reach the finish line together with the tamed beast. What kind of beast? How do you tame the beast? Laplace shook his head. It didn't say. Angor was speechless. Well, the information was really rough. Angor calmed himself down and asked, what's the magic track? Laplace said, there's only one sentence in the intelligence of the magic racetrack. Please find the final exit in black and white and light. Find the exit in black and white and light. Angor muttered. Sounds like it has something to do with camouflage? If that's the case, I can try this track. Basically, when it came to magic, it definitely couldn't be separated from camouflage, and the foundation of illusion was also camouflage. If the track was really related to camouflage, Angor would be the best candidate for it. You want to try the track? Laplace asked in a soft voice, are you sure? Angor nodded. I'm sure. The reason why he was so confident was because he thought about it carefully. The track must have something to do with the camouflage spell. When he studied basic illusions, he learned about camouflage. Magicians had a wonderful metaphor for camouflage. Black and white were the base color of camouflage, while light and shadow were the curtain of camouflage. Black and white and light were both essential elements of camouflage. Angor was certain that the last track had something to do with camouflage. Camouflage could fool many people, but not Angor. Because camouflage was also one of the basic elements of illusions. Laplace considered for a moment and nodded. Very well. I'll leave the track to you. After that, Laplace looked at his teammates and said, we can discuss the allocation of the other tracks. Let's discuss it here. By here, he meant that his incarnations would not talk to each other in their minds. It was a kind of consideration for Angor. Luigi spoke up first after some melodious music. Leave the fire track to me. Don't worry. I'll give you a great performance even without the help of my harp. No one disagreed. Luigi was indeed the best candidate for the track. Laplace spoke up as well. We don't know where the taming track will be. Maybe we'll have to fight some wild beasts. I suggest I go. If you go to the taming track, who will go to the swamp track? Angor asked in a small voice. The swamp track was not only a race, but also a battle royale. As the clown's head chased after them frantically, the difficulty of this battle was actually quite high. It required an extremely strong physique to be able to escape alive. Laplace was the only one who had Helen's imaginary constitution. The others were all average, so they might not be able to complete the task. Laplace hesitated for a moment. The swamp track was indeed a big problem. Angor considered for a moment. How about this? I'll create an illusion that includes the track of Sunlight Circus. You all can try it. Also, limit your constitution to that of a normal person. Apart from Laplace, Angor was the only one who watched the first 3 tracks. He knew all the details well, and his illusion could recreate the tracks as best as possible. The others considered and nodded. Being able to experience the tracks themselves was indeed the best way to select candidates. As for limiting their constitution, Laplace said that she could control the amount of energy she allocated to her body. Soon, Angor finished constructing the first track, Knife Hill. Laplace didn't need to join the competition because she was sure to pass. Therefore, the first challenge was in the first 3 hours. Luigi already knew where the track was, but he still volunteered to be the first challenger. As soon as Luigi stepped onto the stage, Angor summoned a white bear costume on Luigi's body. No one was surprised, because according to the Sunshine Circus's style, they would definitely dress them in thick and heavy costumes. Luigi didn't feel anything when he was wearing the costume. However, when Laplace removed 99% of the energy from Luigi's body and forced him to become a normal person, Luigi immediately felt uncomfortable. Despite the discomfort, he could still move freely. However, when Luigi pressed the timer and was about to walk on the rope, he realized how difficult the challenge was. It was simply impossible for an ordinary person to run a kilometer in half a minute while bearing the weight and maintaining balance on the thin cableway. Not to mention 1,000 meters, Luigi had just walked 50 meters when he lost his balance and fell off the ropeway. As for the time, well, forget it. With Luigi's failure, it was Gleipnir's turn. Angor also put a white bear costume on her. In the end, Gleipnir also failed to complete the kilometer in half a minute. However, after Gleipnir failed, Angor used an illusion to create a long whip with supernatural aura. This long whip corresponded to Beela's long whip. I don't know if a fairyland item can be used in Sunlight Circus, but let's assume it works. Let's try again. Gleipnir held the whip and tried again. She swung the whip to tie the rope and used it as leverage to increase Gleipnir's speed. Every time she slowed down, she would swing the whip again to maintain her high speed. It took her exactly half a minute to reach the finish line. Although Gleipnir succeeded this time, Laplace's frown didn't loosen. Without the whip, Gleipnir would still fail. And whether the fairyland item could be used in Sunlight Circus was another question. If it couldn't, then Gleipnir and Luigi would be eliminated from the first track. The rabbit girl was the only one left. But the rabbit girl failed on the first track. In other words, Laplace was the only one who could guarantee success on the first track. Laplace considered for a moment and looked at the rabbit girl. If you fail again, we'll give up on the relay race. We'll talk about it later. This was Laplace's decision after careful consideration. If the rabbit girl failed as well, she might as well give up on the relay race. The rabbit girl's expression turned serious. She frowned and said in a low voice, "I won't fail again this time." Laplace didn't say anything. He watched the rabbit girl step onto the rope. No one knew how the rabbit girl failed the first time. But this time, the rabbit girl seemed to have learned her lesson. Instead of using the usual method, she chose an extremely risky one. The bunny girl curled herself into a ball, and with a gentle push from the other side of the steel cable, she rolled out like a snowball. Maybe it was because she was small, but she didn't feel heavy when she rolled. Instead, she moved faster and faster. Half a minute later, the rabbit girl reached the other side. Apart from Laplace, she was the first one to pass the Knife Mountain course. Also, Laplace used his imaginary body ability, while the rabbit girl passed the first track purely on her skills and courage. Apart from being surprised, Laplace also revealed a look of relief. Seeing how the rabbit girl passed the course, Luigi tried to learn how to roll on the first track. However, his balance wasn't as good as the rabbit girl's, so he gave up halfway. Perhaps Luigi could succeed if he had more time, but it was hard to say how long it would take. After finishing the first track, Angor simulated the second one. Just as Angor expected, the race did not end well. They were all wiped out. Gleipnir's whip and the rabbit girl's skills were completely useless against the clown's head. You can pass the Knife Mountain course with your skills, but the swamp course is a test of strength. Angor looked at Laplace. If you want to participate in the relay race, you should take the swamp course. What about the animal tamer course? Angor looked at Gleipnir again. I'll leave the Knife Mountain course to young Laplace. Maybe Gleipnir can take the animal tamer course. Animal taming in a circus wasn't just about teamwork. It also depended on items, which were usually whips. If Gleipnir's whip can be used in the circus, then it's best for her to take the animal tamer course. But we'll have to take a gamble and see if the fairyland item can be used in Sunlight Circus. Should he give it a try? He tossed the question to Laplace. Laplace looked at Gleipnir. Since Gleipnir was the key to their success, Laplace decided to let Gleipnir make the decision. Gleipnir did not answer right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and summoned a nebula. His entire being seemed to have merged with the nebula, giving off a mysterious feeling. When Gleipnir opened his eyes from the faintly discernible nebula, he finally gave an answer. "I'll give it a try." A new round of challenges has begun. This time, it's a fierce relay race. The host, who was wearing a perfunctory clown makeup and a bright red suit, shouted under the spotlight, and this time, we have a new challenger. Clank. Clank, the host knelt on one knee and pointed at a certain spot in the darkness with both hands. Following this, 5 spotlights descended from the sky and shone on the contestants. There was a bunny girl in a black bunny costume, Laplace in a silver fox costume, Angor, Gleipnir, and Luigi. Angor remained calm. He had seen Laplace's experience before, so he knew what the prelude to the race would be like. Gleipnir did not seem to like the bright light in the darkness. He narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Luigi, on the other hand, enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He could not see the audience, but hearing the waves of cheers in the darkness made him feel like he was standing on a stage with tens of thousands of people. As a performer, he loved these kinds of cheers. Luigi could not move yet, but he already put on a professional smile and nodded to the crowd in the darkness. If someone could hear Luigi's thoughts, they would probably be surprised. The little man in his mind was shouting excitedly, louder. Yes, that's it. Waves of cheers. Spin. Dance. Wah. Luigi was probably the only one enjoying the spotlight. After the audience applauded, the host began his routine. Challengers, please give yourselves a code name. They had already discussed the code names before. The code names were basically related to the costume, so it was best to choose the most suitable costume according to the requirements of the race. Luigi was the first to speak. Red-tailed frog. The tailed frog was a very common animal. Its overall shape was similar to an ordinary frog, but the difference was that it had a slender tail like a mouse's. The red-tailed frog, also known as the red-tailed frog, had the thinnest tail among the red-tailed frogs. The reason why Luigi chose the red-tailed frog as his codename was because the red-tailed frog's tail was very thin and long. It could easily bind him and the phantom dolphin. Of course, he did not bind the phantom dolphin to prevent it from moving, but to maintain his balance. According to Luigi, if he wanted to give a perfect performance, there would definitely be a choreography. If he didn't fix himself and the dolphin properly, he was afraid that he would fall into the silver ocean in the middle of his performance. That would be the end of him. In addition, another reason why Luigi chose the red-tailed frog as the code name was that the red-tailed frog's hands, or forelimbs, had obvious broken webbing. It could be understood that one finger was not connected to the other fingers. The fingers of the red-tailed frog were rounded at the front and long at the back, which made them look like microphones. Luigi did not have a harp to play, but he still hoped to have a microphone to help his performance, even if it would not increase the volume of his voice. No one objected to Luigi's choice. The red-tailed frog was generally quite light, and the ring of fire track was not too dangerous. Luigi could do whatever he wanted. The host did not object either. He loudly called out, "Welcome the challenger, red-tailed frog," and looked at the others. Gleipnir was the second to speak. She chose the codename White Bear. It wasn't because she chose to wear a white bear costume just because she wanted to. It was just that the white bear costume was more likely to be heavier. When taming beasts, if they were bitten by beasts, the protective power would definitely be higher than other lighter costumes. Besides, the white bear costume was quite flexible, so it would not affect her ability to use a whip, as long as she could use a whip. The white bear was a very common animal. Many circuses would also raise bears for their performances, so no one objected to the codename. In the end, the host looked at Angor again. Let's see what the last challenger's codename will be. Black Cat. Angor only had one choice: flexibility. The cat costume was obviously a smart one. The reason why he chose the black cat was because everyone else's codenames had a color in them. He didn't want to stand out from the group, so he had to come up with some color as well. As for the color of the cat, as long as it was not an orange one, Angor was fine with it. When he answered, he thought of Keely's midnight ferocious cat, Luna. Its mimicry was a standard black cat. So he simply said Black Cat. Here are the codenames for all challengers: Silver Fox, Black Rabbit, Red-tailed Frog, White Bear, and Black Cat. And that is the lineup for the relay race. Loyal audience of Sunshine Circus, are you looking forward to it? The host's voice was quite infectious. Even though most of the audience did not know who the new challengers were, they still cheered excitedly. It seems like the audience can't wait to see the performances of the challengers. However, before this performance, I'd like to give everyone a simple introduction. The host looked at the crowd with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. One had to know that when Laplace and the bunny girl were competing in the individual competition, the host did not say anything. But this time, he suddenly wanted to do an introduction. Could it be that there was a change? The host smiled. There are 5 tracks in the relay race. Each track can only have one runner, and the same runner cannot go on the same track twice. Those who haven't shown up yet will wait there. The host pointed at the sky. Everyone looked in the direction of the host's finger and saw that about 50 meters in the air, spotlights suddenly appeared. Wherever the spotlights shone, there were 5 seats floating side by side. There was a lifelike animal statue on the back of each seat. Obviously, these statues represented the challengers' code names. Right in front of the seats was a long table, which happened to include the seats of the 5 people. All challengers who haven't shown up yet will sit there. There, you can communicate, exchange, or trade. Oh right, the exchange and trade here are limited to gifts from the audience. You can't exchange other items. Gifts from the audience? Everyone looked confused. Was the relay race this complicated? Why would the audience give them gifts? Angor thought to himself, so this is what the hologram tablet meant by gift giving, and it's a live broadcast? Angor's expression changed. Before, he would at most think about it or complain about it. But as he learned more about Wonderland, he felt that it was very trendy. Or rather, it was more like the trend of Earth civilization. Dungeons, linked dungeons, forced plot kills, rewards for clearing a stage, and now gift-giving. Individually, they did not seem to be much. They were just some kind of mechanism. But when combined together, it became interesting. One could be a coincidence. But when all of them were combined together, could it still be a coincidence? Angor pondered in his mind. Why would something like this happen? He did not believe it was a coincidence. The only possible explanation was that he had mastered the most important authority, the Tree of Authority. The Tree of Authority was rooted deep in his mind space. Perhaps it was because of this that the Tree of Authority began to merge with his mind and personality, giving birth to the Tree of Authority in Angor's style. And the authority on the Tree of Authority was more or less influenced by Angor's style, which led to some subtle changes. Was Dream in Wonderland the product of such a change? Angor had a feeling that this guess might be the answer. So, now that there was a relay race in Wonderland, he was dragged into it, and he was the culprit in the end. Angor's mood became complicated when he thought about this. Angor looked at the people around him and muttered to himself. Guess. Even if it was true, there was no proof. No matter who said it in the future, except for John, Angor had to believe that it was just a guess. This was to prevent himself from becoming a target if someone really got trapped in Wonderland in the future. As Angor pondered, the host spoke again. The rules of a relay race are different from a single race. Every match will be scored by the audience. The maximum score is 20 points. As for the scoring method, you can see that, the host pointed to the sky again. New spotlights came on. Under the spotlights, there were 2 rows of neon lights, each of which contained 10 neon lights. These neon lights were not far from the hovering seats. They were about 10 meters away, enough for the contestants to see them clearly. Every time a lantern lights up, it represents a point. The scoring method is based on how enthusiastic the audience is. The more enthusiastic the audience is, the higher the score. At this point, the host gave an example. He told a few jokes in quick succession. To the audience, the jokes were very cold, but inexplicably, the audience liked it very much and let out enthusiastic screams. At the same time, the neon lights were lit up one by one. In the end, there were 18 lights. The host chuckled and said to the challenger, "Do you see that? That represents 18 points. There will be a score for each race, and the total score must exceed 75 points to be considered a success. If the score is lower than 75 points, your challenge is considered a failure. As for the punishment for failure, Black Rabbit and Silver Fox should know. You can ask them later." The contestants couldn't help but curse in their minds. It would be fine if it was just a trial. But the relay race was also based on the score? Without a doubt, the score was the so-called exploration rating. If a track had 20% exploration rating, to reach 75%, each track would have to have an average of 15% exploration rating. In other words, they had to try their best to please the audience while completing the race. This was definitely not easy. Angor looked around. Apart from Luigi, everyone looked serious. Laplace, in particular, looked extremely gloomy. It was the first time Angor saw such an expression on the woman's face. She must be regretting her decision. If she knew there was a scoring system for the relay race, she wouldn't have chosen it. She could just stay in Sunshine Circus with the bunny girl and wait for someone to pass the trial alone so that they could get out. As for whether it would take a long time, she had been drifting in the sea of mirrors for so many years. She couldn't bear the loneliness anymore. However, it was too late to regret anything now. She had already decided to join the relay race, and everyone else had been pulled into Sunshine Circus. They were all in the same boat now. There was no way she could change her mind now. Since she couldn't return, Laplace had to think about how to reach the 15% exploration rating. She chose the swamp track. She was glad that she got 14% exploration rating when she passed the race. If the audience gave her a score of 14, she would be 1 point short of passing. However, according to the information she received, it was easier to get exploration rating in a single-person race than in a relay race. Taking this into consideration, her exploration of the swamp racetrack seemed to be 14%, but it might be even lower. Was there any way to increase it, to please the audience? To perform? Forget it. Maybe I should talk to Luigi later and ask him to get a full score. Maybe he could make up for his low score. As Laplace was thinking about Luigi's plan, the host spoke again. By the way, I mentioned that the audience will give you a certain number of points based on the value of the gift. These points are extra points that can be exchanged. So, the challengers with lower scores can ask for gifts from the challengers with higher scores. That way, you'll be closer to 75. The host put on a serious expression. But I'm sure you're not aiming for 75 points. You're aiming for full score, or even higher. Now, let's show the audience what you're capable of. With that, the spotlight above the host's head disappeared, and he disappeared into the darkness. Angor knew that the host had already left the glass cabinet and went outside. They were still inside the glass cabinet. The dark curtain was slowly pulled open, and the contestants slowly rose into the air. As they ascended into the air, dolls began to appear on their bodies. Just as they had guessed, the style of the dolls all corresponded to their code names. Luigi's red, long-tailed frog costume combined with his green hair gave him an indescribable sense of absurdity. Gleipnir's white bear costume was indeed very sturdy. From the back, he looked rather charmingly naive, but from the front, his wrinkled face, coupled with his plump and furry body, was quite strange. So was Angor himself. Since he chose the black cat, he put a black, furry bodysuit on the cat, which also had an upturned tail on its back. The cat also had a pair of fleshy paws on its hands and feet. It was nimble, but a little embarrassing. Laplace and the bunny girl had already experienced it once, and everyone was used to it in the illusion, so overall, they looked much more normal than the others. Ignoring the discomfort, the contestants arrived at the floating seats in the air. They took their seats according to the animal statues. After taking their seats, the dark curtain was completely lifted, revealing the first track, Knife Hill track. End of chapter. Challengers, you can discuss who will go first. After confirming, press the statue on the table and you can go on stage. Remember, each challenger can only go on stage once, so choose carefully. Finally, I would like to remind you not to discuss for too long. The audience is waiting for you. At this point, the host went completely silent. At this moment, the people sitting in the suspended seats felt the power binding their bodies slowly disappear. Other than not being able to leave their seats, the restrictions on talking, small movements, and other related restrictions were all removed. After the restrictions were removed, everyone looked at Gleipnir immediately. This time, the focus was on Gleipnir's fourth track. They had decided to participate in this relay race to bet on whether Gleipnir could use a fairyland item. If he could, their bet would be successful and their chances of passing the race would increase greatly. Under everyone's gaze, Gleipnir hesitated for a moment. Then, he carefully reached his hand into the void and slowly retracted it. Seeing this, everyone relaxed. Since Gleipnir could reach his hand into the void, it meant that the celestial realm space where the items were placed could be opened. Since the fairyland space could be opened, the items inside should be able to be taken out. Yes. As expected, after Gleipnir retracted his hand, he gave an affirmative answer. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. If he could use a whip, their chances of success would increase greatly. This was good news for them. At least their bet had paid off. However, the next second, Laplace's words made everyone's hearts sink. Laplace said to Luigi, "You have to get full marks this time." Before, they had thought that they could pass the race, but now the host had clearly said that they had to get at least 75 points to pass. Full marks were 20 points. Each of them had to get 15 points. This was not an easy task. Thinking of this, everyone appeared to be deeply worried. Instead, Luigi said confidently, "I'm confident that I can conquer a group of people who haven't seen the world with my original song." Laplace recognized Luigi's ability. His voice and charisma were both top-notch. She had confidence in Luigi too. However, don't be an original. You can sing that. Laplace paused as if he was thinking about something. Finally, he said, the King of Light conquering the mountain dragon. Luigi frowned. My original work is also very good. Laplace said indifferently, are you sure your original work can surpass this one? Luigi didn't say anything. His original work definitely couldn't surpass this song. After all, this song was, oh, Lord of Light conquering mountain dragon is from one of the 6 chapters of Divine Punishment? You've heard of it? Luigi looked at Angor in surprise. I think everyone in the wizarding world knows about this poem of praise. After all, the author is a truth-finder sorcerer. Him Guan Yu. Him Sorcerer, a rank 1 truth-finder sorcerer from Rest Torch Academy, was the symbol of the academic faction. Most of the wizards from Rest Torch Academy were artists, and Guan Yu was the same. He was good at poetry and singing. He had created countless poems, the most famous of which were the 3 sacred hymns, the 6 divine punishments, and the 13 human traces. The reason why they were famous was because these 3 types of poems were all extraordinary poems. The 3 sacred hymns were like sacred music. They had the same effect as potions, but they were better than potions. They could calm people's minds and allow them to meditate while listening to the hymns. They could even reach the level of calmness if they were good enough. The 6 divine punishments were all epic hymns. The first 3 hymns were praises that increased group buffs. The last 3 hymns were sorrowful songs that could inflict debuffs on all enemies. As for the 13 human traces, they were only performed in Rest Torch Academy. It was said that they were useful for element and bloodline apprentices. The King of Light conquering the mountain dragon was one of the first 3 hymns in the 6 divine punishments. Luigi nodded. Oh, right. It's from Rest Torch Academy in the southern wizarding region. It's normal that you know about it. It was no secret in the southern wizarding region that Angor knew about it. As long as one was strong enough, he or she could easily find the content of the poems. After all, this series of extraordinary poems could only be recited by the wizards of Rest Torch Academy. Even if an outsider knew the contents of the poem, they wouldn't be able to sing the rhythm within. How did you know? Angor asked curiously. I got it from the Sea of Mirrors. Did he just pull out the empty mirror ocean? Angor knew what Luigi meant. He just didn't expect the Sea of Mirrors to be able to find something like that. Did you see anything? Was it Wizard Guan Yu singing? Angor asked. Luigi shook his head. No. It was an apprentice from Rest Torch Academy reading a book. The book recorded the 3 sacred hymns and the 6 divine punishments. Unfortunately, the mirror memory had been eroded by the empty mirror ocean. I only saw 3 of them, and one of them was incomplete. Angor felt a little disappointed that it was not Wizard Guan Yu singing. He would love to hear it if it was Wizard Guan Yu. He even wanted to make it into a music box. Even if he did not need it, he could give it to Toby. It was not a big deal if he only saw the poems in the book. Angor already saw 2 of the 7 divine punishments in Sunder's library. One was a hymn, and the other was a lament. Back in the research department, Sunders even found the original text of the 3 hymns when he was explaining the content of the movie box. He just did not use it in the end. The only one that was not known to the public was the 13 Songs of Men. It was said that the 13 Songs of Men changed every year. Even if it was not fake, it would probably become fake the next year. If you want to sing The King of Light conquering the mountain dragon, it's a good choice. The King of Light conquering the mountain dragon was both a hymn and an epic poem. As long as Angor did not make any mistakes, it would be a killer. But isn't The King of Light conquering the mountain dragon a little inappropriate? How about you change it? Didn't you see Wizard Guan Yu's 3 hymns? Luigi was about to answer when Laplace interrupted him. Just don't sing. Something original, Luigi. We can talk about it later. Luigi's on the 3rd track, and it's still early. We can talk about it later. According to the host, the longer we wait, the lower the audience's impression of us, which might affect our final score. Angor and Luigi exchanged a look and did not say anything. Laplace looked at the others, especially the rabbit girl. There's a limit to the score in this race, but you should focus on clearing the stage. Under the premise of clearing the game, do as much as possible to increase your score. How to improve my score? The rabbit girl asked in a small voice. Laplace didn't know how to improve her score. She had never tried acting before. She looked at Luigi and hoped he could give her some advice. Luigi looked at the rabbit girl in silence and did not say anything. He knew how to perform, but he did not know how to teach. Besides, the rabbit girl's specialty was fighting. He could not ask her to show off her fighting skills on the steel rope. It was not impossible, but they would not have enough time to clear the stage. They should focus on clearing the stage and not think about anything else. Laplace did not know what to do. She knew Luigi would not give her any useful advice. After all, the rabbit girl was using her childhood memories, and she had never performed before. Fine, let's do it. At least Gleipnir can use a whip. That's good news, Laplace said. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. The rabbit girl nodded and tried to press her hand on the statue to show that she would be the first to go. However, Angor stopped her. Angor carefully observed the rabbit girl's cute face and big watery eyes. Why don't you go and act cute? Rabbit girl, act cute? No one understood the meaning of this word. Angor cleared his throat. What I mean is, you don't have to hurry. Do some stretching exercises first, like moving your legs or your hands. You can also eat some carrots to improve your stamina. I don't have any carrots in my bag, the rabbit girl said in a low voice. She did have a carrot bag, but there were no carrots in it. Then think of it as a carrot and take a few bites. Then close your eyes and remember how it feels like. That's fine. The rabbit girl did not know what was going on. It's just a suggestion. You can try it. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to try it. The rabbit girl still did not understand what Angor meant. She scratched her head and stepped onto the stage. As the rabbit girl stepped onto the stage, the MC's voice came again. It was the same old introduction, but the audience applauded loudly. The MC did not reveal the bag, but the audience was still applauding. Was it because they were looking forward to the race, or did they see the rabbit girl scratching her head in confusion? The rabbit girl did not understand what Angor meant. However, she thought about it carefully and decided that it was just a pre-race preparation. It would not affect the race, so she could just follow it. Next, the audience watched as the rabbit girl did her best stretching exercises on the mountain top of the first track. From time to time, he would jump, and from time to time, he would stretch with all his might against the thick costume. Even though it was just a simple movement, the applause from the audience did not stop as he continued to make show. The rabbit girl was puzzled. Why did the audience keep applauding? What was there to see? But since there was applause, it meant she was doing the right thing. So, she followed Angor's instructions and began to eat carrots. The applause also reached its peak at this moment. Seeing this, everyone in the air realized what Angor was trying to do. He was just using his cute face to get applause. Would that really help him get more points? It was hard to say. Even if it could, the rabbit girl was probably the only one who could do it. After all, other people were not good at acting cute. However, no matter what, the applause had been deceived. Gleipnir looked at Angor. You're smart. It did not sound like a sincere compliment. Angor shrugged and did not say anything. While the rabbit girl was doing her best to get more votes, Luigi and Angor continued to discuss the choice of the poem. Why doesn't the Lord of Light crushes the mountain dragon suit the occasion? Luigi asked curiously. Angor did not hesitate to explain. The Lord of Light crushes the mountain dragon described how the god of light slayed a monster called mountain dragon in order to save the people who were suffering from a disaster. Just like many stories, the summary was very simple, but the content would be different depending on the writer's skill level. Wizard Light Plume was a very good writer, and his story was full of ups and downs, which were fascinating enough. Even wizards who had experienced great storms and waves would be attracted by the contents of the Light King's crusade against the mountain dragon. It was easy to catch a glimpse of it. The Lord of Light crushes the mountain dragon was good, but Angor still felt that it did not suit the occasion. Because the Shan dragon that the protagonist, the god of light, went to fight was actually a sea beast. Wizard Light Plume did not specify what kind of sea monster it was, but it sounded like some kind of carnivorous whale. What kind of creatures were most afraid of carnivorous whales in the sea? Dolphins, seals, sea lions, and so on. Luigi's mount in the third track was a dolphin. If she heard Luigi describe in detail how scary and terrifying the Xianlong was, would she be frightened? Even though Xianlong died in the end, Xianlong's death was the end of the story. It was the last chapter of the entire poem. Could the fantasy dolphin persist until the last chapter? Of course, the dolphin probably did not understand the poem. But what if it did? What if it did? To avoid such a situation, Angor thought it would be better to change the theme. Luigi nodded. You're right. Then I'll go with the original. No, don't. If this doesn't work, try something else. Laplace quickly interrupted Luigi. Angor had heard of Luigi's original work before, but it was a long story. Luigi did not dare to argue with Laplace. Angor took the opportunity to ask Luigi what other poems the man knew apart from The Lord of Light Crushes the Mountain Dragon. Luigi considered. Lord of Eternal Night Emerges from the Abyss and Hymn of the Sea Spirit. Lord of Eternal Night Emerges from the Abyss was one of the first 3 hymns of the 6 chapters of Divine Punishment. Hymn of the Sea Spirit was the last of the 3 hymns. Of the 2, I prefer Praise of the Sea Spirit. As the last chapter of the prelude, it's perfect. Also, it's a good song to praise the creatures living in the sea. It did not matter if the Silver Sea was a sea or not. It did not matter if the dolphin was a sea creature. Hymn of the Sea Spirit was definitely better than The Lord of Light Crushes the Mountain Dragon. Lord of the Eternal Night Emerges from the Abyss is fine too. It's not appropriate, but it doesn't spoil the mood either. You can decide for yourself. End of chapter. Luigi rubbed his chin as if considering Angor's words carefully. After a while, he looked at Laplace and asked, so, I'll choose between the 2. Laplace, okay, listen to him. Laplace trusted Angor's judgment. Besides, the 2 poems were written by the same person, which meant they were almost the same level of artistic achievement. Therefore, it didn't matter if Angor chose Ode of the Sea Spirit, Lord of Night Rises from the Abyss, or Lord of Light Conquers the Mountain Dragon. What if I choose the incomplete one? Luigi asked. Laplace hesitated for a moment. If it's incomplete, how many are missing? Luigi considered. I'm missing an ending. About 1/10 of it. It's not a big deal if. It's just an ending. Laplace grumbled in her mind. She didn't think Luigi would be able to reach the end of the song. Maybe the dolphin would drag him out of the ring of fire before he could even reach the beginning. After all, they only needed to perform in the ring of fire, and they didn't have to finish the song. Besides, a song usually took a long time, and the third track had a time limit. Even if Luigi started singing as soon as he entered the sea, he wouldn't be able to reach the end. Laplace nodded. That's fine. Luigi's eyes lit up. I wrote my own lyrics for the missing ending. Can I use my own lyrics to reach the end? Laplace considered and nodded. Sure. If Luigi really chose the incomplete one and reached the end, there had to be an ending. Laplace didn't trust Luigi's original work, but it was better to have some lyrics. Luigi smiled. I see. Trust me. I'll give you a good performance. On the other side, Angor wanted to say something when Luigi and Laplace were talking, but he held back in the end. He already read the entire Ode of the Sea Spirit. If Luigi really wanted to sing the song, Angor could just tell him the whole thing. But after some consideration, Angor decided not to. He wasn't trying to keep it to himself. It was just that no one could master a poem in a short time, not to mention the one created by Wizard Lightfeather. Even if Angor told Luigi the real ending, Luigi might not be able to grasp it right away. When the time came, there was a high chance that the performance would be inconsistent and there would be obvious flaws. Since Luigi had written the lyrics himself, it meant that he must have performed it many times. As long as he listened to it harmoniously, the listener should not find anything wrong with it. Therefore, he held back his urge to tell Luigi the whole story. By the way, you know this wizard Guan Yu very well? Laplace suddenly looked at Angor. I don't know. I've never seen it before. But his singing is very famous in the wizarding world, so I've heard of him. Laplace nodded thoughtfully. Angor thought this was the end of the topic. The rabbit girl was about to finish her warm-up, and the match was about to begin. Everyone should focus on her. However, Laplace did not stop there. Instead, he asked coldly, "Do you know how to sing?" Angor looked at Laplace, who was wearing a serious expression. It didn't seem like he was joking. From the look in Laplace's eyes, Angor understood something. "Do you want me to perform as well, Miss Laplace?" Angor asked. Laplace felt a little embarrassed, but he did not show it on his face. 75 points aren't easy to get. Angor remained silent. He knew that, but if he was asked to perform for the sake of points, he would not mind. But if he had to sing, he did not think it would be a bonus. Unless Luigi makes a big mistake when singing the poem and the whole poem is out of tune, I might choose to sing the poem. But if Luigi doesn't make any big mistakes, it won't be a bonus for me to sing, but a deduction. Now that he had such a great talent, he would only become a joke if he went on stage to sing. Laplace thought for a moment and sighed in his heart. "You're right." At this moment, Gleipnir said, "Actually, the names of the first 3 tracks and the last 2 tracks are very different. Mountain of Blades, Swamp, and Ring of Fire are all descriptions of the tracks. As for the last 2 tracks, whether it's animal taming or magic, it's a kind of performance on the circus's program list. So, completing the tracks themselves can be considered as a performance." There was nothing wrong with Gleipnir's words. But Angor had a feeling that she was trying to avoid the performance. After all, Laplace had been looking at Gleipnir ever since he left Angor. Angor did not know if it was as he thought. But it did not matter now. The rabbit girl's match had begun, and, well, it was over. The track had a time limit of half a minute, which was over in a blink of an eye. There was nothing special about the whole process. The rabbit girl used inertia to turn herself into a round ball and rolled down the ropeway from the mountain. The only difference was that this time, the rabbit girl did several squats and tumbles on the hill before she did it, which caused a round of applause from the crowd. Angor even heard someone screaming. The timing was just right, half a minute had passed. In the blink of an eye, under the illumination of the spotlights, the bunny girl slowly floated into the air. The spotlight did not bring the rabbit girl to a seat. Instead, she floated in front of Angor and the others and stared at the 2 rows of colorful lights. The host's voice echoed in everyone's ears. "The Black Rabbit Challenger gave us a beautiful performance. You can feel it from the audience's applause. Gosh, the audience is so passionate. I can already see people giving gifts. I'll arrange the gifts for everyone later. Now, let's see Black Rabbit's score. I believe that the audience of the Sunshine Circus will definitely give a fair score, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into enthusiastic cheers. Moreover, this shout was no longer as muffled as before. Everyone could clearly hear the audience chanting the challenger's codename, Black Rabbit. At the same time, the neon lights in the 2 rows began to flicker. "Black Rabbit, Black Rabbit, Black Rabbit." Along with rhythmic cries, the neon lights lit up one by one. Moreover, his drive was greater than anyone had imagined. Almost instantly, the 10 colored lights in the first row lit up completely. The second row of lights did not slow down either. Half of them lit up. Now, there were already 15 lights, which meant 15 points, which was a passing score. The lights did not stop. They were not lighting up as fast as before, but they were still lit up one by one. The lights finally stopped when the 18th one was lit up. 18 points, the same as the host's example. As the leader of Sunshine Circus, the host's 18 points were definitely different from the contestants'. Just like how fans had a filter for their idols, the audience also had a filter for the host. It was the same for giving the host a high score of 18 points. But the rabbit girl was different. She did not have an audience, but she still got 18 points. These 18 points were worth something. Besides, the score of the relay race would be discounted. If she got 18 points here, she could probably get full marks in the individual race. Now that they thought about it, the rabbit girl's score was not bad. Most of it was due to her acting cute. But so what? When cuteness could be used as a weapon, cuteness was justice. While the host was praising the black rabbit, Laplace let out a sigh of relief. 18 points, not bad. This meant that even if Laplace got 12 points himself, he could still pass. Laplace had been hoping that Luigi would give him extra points, but now the rabbit girl had gotten 18 points. It should be enough for him to make up for it. While Laplace was thinking about this, the rabbit girl returned to her seat with glory. The moment she sat down, a shower of petals fell from the sky. Accompanied by a large amount of petals, a bouquet of fresh flowers floated down slowly and landed on the long table in front of the rabbit girl. Congratulations, Black Rabbit. You've received a gift from the audience, a bouquet of fresh flowers representing the audience's love, the host said. This bouquet of fresh flowers can be exchanged for 1 point. You can use it for yourself or trade it with your other teammates in the relay race. Just a reminder. Although the relay race is based on the total score, the higher the individual score, the better the final reward. The second track will be held soon. Everyone, get ready. As soon as the host finished speaking, the black curtain disappeared. Soon, the surroundings lit up. Again. The track below had changed from the knife hill track to the swamp track. After the swampy track appeared, the host gave the audience some time to discuss. However, Angor said to Laplace, "No need to discuss. Get down now." Laplace looked at Angor, then at the rabbit girl, and seemed to understand what Angor meant. Without any delay, Laplace jumped down from the sky. She knew what Angor meant. He wanted her to get on the stage while the audience was still excited. Obviously, Angor wanted Laplace to take advantage of the rabbit girl's popularity. She had to get on the stage while the audience was still excited. Seeing that Laplace was so decisive, the host gave him a high degree of approval. Hey, our second challenger is already on the stage. I believe the loyal audience of Sunshine Circus knows him. He's our noble contestant, Challenger Silver Fox. Hearing the word noble, the audience cheered even louder. The title of Glory of the Fan Family did not seem to bring any substantial benefits, but it could be a great weapon in a special dream that required someone to decipher it. Unfortunately, in this Sunshine Circus, the audience might be tempted by the noble status for a while, but it would not last long. Otherwise, Laplace would not have been eliminated in the individual race last time. However, this was a relay race, and she was only going to participate in the second race. If she performed as well as her noble status, her score would not be too low, but it should not be too low either. As he pondered, the match had already begun. Laplace was very decisive. She looked like she wanted to finish this as soon as possible. She was obviously very familiar with the track. She completely ignored the clown who was chasing after her as she nimbly maneuvered around the swamp. She completed a battle royale and showed off her personal speed. It did not take long for Laplace to reach the finish line. The audience's applause was less enthusiastic than the one for the rabbit girl, but overall, it was much better than the one for the individual race. Based on the audience's enthusiasm, the score should be around 15 points if it was the individual race. However, this was a relay race, so the score might be discounted. The final score would depend on how many neon lights were on. Like the rabbit girl, Laplace floated in the air after the race and looked at the flashing lights under the spotlight. The host's voice came again. His introduction was similar to the one for the rabbit girl, but he did not mention anything about the audience's gifts. Laplace did not care about the gifts. She was more concerned about whether she was a burden or not. Based on how the Sunshine Circus worked, she should be a burden. If he was a hindrance, how much was he a hindrance? Soon, the result of the neon lights came out. All 10 lights in the first row were lit, while only 3 in the second row were lit. 13 points in total. Laplace was actually very surprised by this score. She was even prepared for it to be in the single digits. 13 points was not bad for her. It was only 1 point less than the individual race. It was probably because of her popularity. The audience had not recovered from the black rabbit's cuteness and would not give Laplace a good score. Anyway, Laplace was satisfied. She had gotten 31 points in the first 2 tracks. With the gifts, she got 32 points, which was a passing score. Laplace had been worried that her score was too low and would put too much pressure on the people behind her, but now she was relieved. As long as he could maintain the passing line for every subsequent round, there would basically be no problems. The third race began in such a relaxed atmosphere. Luigi, who was expected by everyone, finally stepped onto the center of the stage. The third track, Ring of Fire, after Luigi got on the stage, he felt no pressure at all. He even bowed to the air like a gentleman and introduced himself enthusiastically. Of course, he did not say his real name in his introduction. He still used Red-tailed Frog as his code name. He mainly described his profession, bard. He regretted that he did not have a harp and could not give the audience a perfect performance. He said confidently. Even without a harp, he could sing to make his performance as perfect as possible. Was there any use in saying that? It was useful. At least the audience applauded and looked forward to it. Under everyone's anticipation, Luigi boarded the back of the Phantom Dolphin and entered the silver ocean that was rippling with waves. End of chapter. Luigi was different from the others. After he boarded the Phantom Dolphin, he used his long tail to stabilize his body. Then, he stood up and bowed in all directions. It was as if he wasn't standing on the back of a dolphin, but on a stage where countless people were watching. The fire circle had not appeared yet, nor was there any disturbance. Even so, Luigi still closed his eyes and began to hum a gentle melody. The moment he heard the first melody, he knew that Luigi had chosen Ode to the Sea Spirit. It was a hymn, a sacred hymn that praised the countless creatures living in the sea. As per normal, Ode to the Sea Spirit would start with a small splash, which would slowly raise waves. By the end, the audience would see the magnificent sea and the beautiful creatures swimming in it like fairies. When the song reached the climax, it would slowly return to silence. The creatures in the sea bid farewell to the singer, and the beautiful melody would continue until the end. At the beginning of the song, there was music but no lyrics. At the climax, there was both music and lyrics. At the end of the song, there were no lyrics, only accompaniment. This was a kind of echo between the beginning and the end. Luigi didn't have a harp as an accompaniment, and he couldn't start singing before the audience got into the song. So, he chose to hum. He used his extremely gentle voice, which sounded like a fluffy feather tickling one's ear. He hummed quietly and performed the beautiful prelude before the magnificent song. As Luigi hummed, the audience who were still applauding all quieted down. The host's voice also stopped. Even the wind in the sea seemed to have stopped blowing. Everything became silent, and only Luigi's humming could be heard. It drifted leisurely, lingering in the ears and penetrating deep into the quiet soul. Finally, the prelude ended. It was time for the opening song. The opening song of Ode to the Sea Spirit was about how the singer met the creatures living in the sea. In the original version, the singer first met a group of dolphins that were happily swimming in the sea. Luigi didn't change the lyrics, so his opening song was also about how the singer met the fairy-like dolphins. Even without the accompaniment of a humming song, just the lyrics alone were enough to make the audience think of a beautiful scene that was as real as a dream. After the singer and the dolphin met, they embarked on their journey to the ocean. Now, Luigi's interpretation was completely in line with the divine will of the magnificent sea spirit praise. In fact, this divine will had even spread to the surroundings. The illusory dolphin under his feet seemed to be able to see the scenes hidden within the heavenly song. And under this kind of divine intent, the illusory dolphin also gradually changed. The last time Laplace had boarded a dolphin, he had completely treated it as a means of transportation, or rather, a vehicle. The dolphin was like an inanimate object. But this time, the phantom dolphin seemed to have been activated by the song, displaying an unprecedented level of intelligence. Moreover, there was more than one dolphin. 1, 2, 3. A large number of porpoises floated up from the silver ocean. They were like singers in hymns, following Luigi and moving forward with his singing. The phantom dolphin's swimming posture was no longer stiff, but rather graceful and nimble. There were even many illusory dolphins spinning in the beautiful song, and following the melodious rhythm, they jumped out of the water one by one. When Laplace saw this scene, the tight string in his heart also loosened. Just the scene of the illusory dolphin jumping out of the water was already a kind of performance. This was definitely a bonus. While the audience was immersed in the performance, a few people in the air were whispering to each other. In Laplace's opinion, although this was only the beginning, it was basically set. The illusory dolphin dancing, the audience holding their breath, this situation had never happened before. As long as it could be maintained, the score would not be low. It could even be said that it was not impossible for him to get full marks. As for the end of the magnificent sea spirit praise that they were most worried about, this could be put aside because the countdown below had already reached 1 minute, and now Luigi had not even finished playing the prelude. It was basically impossible to play to the end before the countdown. If there were no accidents, Luigi should reach the end around the middle of the song. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the ending being lousy. They would not be able to hear the end anyway. Angor really wanted to hear how Luigi would fill the hole in this incomplete work, but it seemed impossible now. Since Luigi's score would not be low, Laplace began to think about what to do next. Laplace looked at Angor. Do you think Gleipnir has room to improve her score? I don't know what the Beast Tamer track is like right now. Laplace, I mean, just like how you taught me and her before. Laplace pointed to himself and then to the rabbit girl. The rabbit girl's score was probably higher because Angor taught her how to act cute. Laplace's score was obviously higher, which meant that Angor told her to take advantage of the rabbit girl's popularity, and she did it successfully. These were all outside of the competition, and they had nothing to do with the competition itself. If Angor could help them, could he do the same to Gleipnir? Angor thought for a moment and shook his head. Most circuses work with astrologers. If the track this time is related to astrology, we can use Gleipnir's usual astrology skills and say something ambiguous to fool the audience. But this track is about animal taming, and it's difficult to combine animal taming and astrology. I can't do anything about it. As for letting Gleipnir act cute? Well, that would probably only get boos from the audience. Taking advantage of Luigi's popularity? Not really. Luigi's ode to the sea spirit stirred up the audience's emotions, which would only fade away as time went on. At this time, the audience was probably still immersed in the story of Ode to the Sea Spirit. This was the so-called sage hour. It was basically impossible to take advantage of someone's popularity at this time. After all, one could only take advantage of people's popularity when they were popular. Calm refractory period meant that one could not take advantage of people's popularity. As a result, Gleipnir, who was behind Luigi, had a hard time. He had to rely on his animal taming skills to pass the track steadily, or he had to create something better than Luigi's to pull the audience back into the frenzy again. Only in this way could he gain more points. However, all of this didn't seem very likely at the moment. The most important thing for Gleipnir is not to improve his score. The most important thing is to clear the stage. The beast taming track was a new and unknown track. Passing it was the priority. Everything else could wait. I also agree with his point of view. Gleipnir paused and looked at Angor. Speaking of which, I still have Bila's whip. Are you sure you can do it? Gleipnir's words sounded a bit provocative, but Angor could tell that Gleipnir really cared about Angor's last track. The beast taming track? At least she had her Wonderland item. Was Angor really going to be fine? Angor said that the track might have something to do with camouflage, but it was only a guess. What if it wasn't? What if Gleipnir asked Gleipnir to perform magic? Angor looked at Gleipnir and smiled. I know a little bit of magic too. As long as it's not too far from the topic, I'll be fine. Gleipnir frowned. He chose to trust Angor. Laplace gave Angor a thoughtful look. She felt that Angor was just as confident as Luigi after entering the special dream. Did he have something else up his sleeve? Laplace gave it some thought and found it reasonable. Angor was the owner of the dream crystallization. Even though Angor had yet to fully control the dream crystallization, he must have gained something during the process. It was reasonable that Laplace had a trump card. And Laplace's guess was correct. Angor did have something up his sleeve. And he had a lot of it. His most useful trump card was to use the Tree of Authority to interfere with Wonderland, but it would take some time. But now, he realized that the most suitable trump card was not necessarily to control Wonderland. The special dream prevented all items from the outside world, including the shedding of scales. However, it did not prohibit authority. In other words, it could not prohibit authority either. Even if Wonderland was a core authority, it could only prohibit the child authorities of the system. For example, the Gate of Dreams was a child authority of the law of space. The law of space could prevent the opening of the Gate of Dreams, but the law of space could not affect the evil mist, the tree civilization, or the membrane of rhythm, because these were not child authorities of the law of space. Wonderland was not a core authority either. It was on the same level as most of Angwar's current authorities. Since they were on the same level, how could he stop them? For example, he could still log off in a dungeon created by Wonderland. This meant that Wonderland and the Dream Gate did not belong to each other, nor did they interfere with each other. If he could use the Dream Gate, he might be able to use other authorities as well. However, Angwar had never entered a special dream before, so he never thought about it. This time, when he entered the Sunshine Circus, he finally noticed it. The only pity was that the other authorities he had were not fully displayed in the dream crystal. Only the first sign of the weather was revealed. Still, it was enough. Even though his current ability was weak, Angwar was confident that he could use it to clear a racetrack. He could even use it to help others. However, he did not need to use it for the previous 3 tracks. Besides, he might not be able to reach 75 points even if he helped them. She was doing well now. Even without his help, she was doing well. As for whether he should help Gleipnir in the future, he could always think about it later. Luigi finally reached the second half of the racetrack, surrounded by a large number of dolphin. He could already see the flying clown's head on the other side of the river. At the same time, the ring of fire finally appeared. Luigi did not pay much attention to it. He was still immersed in his hymn of the sea spirit. Moreover, as the climax of the hymn approached, Luigi had no time to care about anything else. He was completely immersed in the hymn. The first climax was the encounter with a solitary whale. This whale, which was not accepted by its own kind, joined the singer on her journey as she sang enthusiastically and cheerfully. The second climax was when the singer met a tortoise carrying an island on its back. The tortoise loved the creatures on the island, but the creatures on the island panicked when they found out the truth. The singer's arrival helped the tortoise to express its feelings and solve the problem. At this point, everyone saw the same scene. In the dark sea, a bonfire party was being held on the back of a giant turtle. The theme of this bonfire party was reconciliation. The third climax. Luigi was about to sing when he suddenly felt something wrong. After the first 2 climaxes, almost 3 minutes had passed. It was reasonable to say that the 5-minute time limit of the Ring of Fire racetrack was over, or even over. Why did he feel like he was still on the dolphin's back? As Luigi continued to sing, he quietly opened half of his eyes and looked outside. What he saw almost made him lose his tune. Rings of fire appeared in front of his eyes and extended all the way to the other side. Previously, there was only 1 ring of fire. What was going on with so many rings of fire now? He also noticed that there was a countdown clock hanging around the neck of the giant clown on the other side of the river. As more and more rings of fire appeared, the countdown clock kept increasing. What's going on? Luigi was not the only one who was confused. Everyone in the sky was wondering the same thing. While the others were still trying to figure out what was going on, Angwar whispered, "Did we trigger a hidden plot?" The bunny girl happened to be sitting right next to him. She heard Angwar's words and looked at him curiously. She still looked timid, but her curiosity overcame her social anxiety. What do you mean by hidden plot?" Angwar glanced at the bunny girl and whispered, "It's nothing. It's just that the mastermind thought it was a pity that Luigi could only sing half of the hymn, so he decided to let Luigi sing the whole thing." The mastermind Angwar was referring to was the dream creator. Sunlight Circus might look real, but it was still someone's dream. As long as it was a dream, the dream creator had the right to interpret it. The dream creator probably thought that Luigi's performance was beyond imagination, so he used this method to prolong Luigi's life. Generally speaking, this was a good thing. The only thing Angwar needed to be careful about was whether Luigi's ending of Ode to the Sea Spirit would be too lame. He considered. Even if the game ended badly, the overall score should not be too low since it was a good one. With that in mind, Angwar put away his wandering thoughts and carefully listened to Luigi's song. Angwar was curious about how Luigi would end Ode to the Sea Spirit. End of chapter. The climax of Praise of the Sea Spirit included the passionate bonfire party on the turtle's back, the hot-blooded battle between the dolphins and the king squid of the deep sea, the joy of meeting various sea spirits, and the sadness of bidding farewell to the school of fish. It could be said that the climax was the most classic part of the entire Praise of the Sea Spirit. Angor didn't know how Wizard Guan Yu did it, but Luigi's performance still moved him. He even felt something stirring in his spirit sea. Angor was surprised. The three hymns were famous because of its strange effect, which did not look like a potion but was somehow better than a potion. It could soothe one's mind and calm one's soul. Unfortunately, apart from Sorcerer Guan Yu, only a portion of the sorcerers in Rest Torch Academy could perform the Sea Spirit's Ode to such a wondrous level. But now, Angor also felt something stirring in his spirit sea as he listened to Luigi's performance. Did this mean Luigi had also mastered the essence of the hymn? They were in the Dream Crystal, and Luigi's body was no different from a mortal's. If Luigi could still stir up his spirit sea without the accompaniment of a harp, the effect would be even greater in the real world. Before this, Luigi's original works were nothing to Angor, so he didn't pay much attention to Luigi. But now, he had a whole new level of respect for Luigi. Luigi's original works weren't anything special, but they were only small flaws that wouldn't affect his achievements in the Hall of Arts. Now that he thought about it, Luigi was right. Laplace couldn't have arranged the three bodies randomly. There must be something special about them. As an astrologer, Gleipnir's ability complemented Laplace's heart reflection. The rabbit girl had inherited Laplace's memories, and her combat strength was off the charts. If one used the identity of an astrologer to refer to oneself, then the rabbit girl could be called a god of war, a lowly god of war. Luigi's identity was easy to tell. He was a bard. But apart from that, the only thing about him was his strong intuition. Putting aside something as mysterious as intuition, was Luigi really useless? Angor didn't believe it. As the only male body of Laplace, Luigi's body might contain some external memories, but he also carried some of Laplace's characteristics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become one of the three bodies. He didn't know what exactly it was. But after hearing Luigi's story, Angor was sure that Luigi was not a simple man. Maybe Luigi inherited Laplace's artistic talent? At the very least, Angor was shocked by what he saw. Now, Angor really wanted to see what Luigi would do in real life. Of course, it had to be a real performance, not some random doggerel. The climax of the magnificent Sea Spirit Praise was gradually coming to an end. Soon, he would reach the end of the magnificent Sea Spirit Praise. According to Luigi, the last chapter of the Sea Spirit Magnificent Praise was incomplete, and the rest was added by him. Luigi had already pushed his interpretation of grandeur of Sea Spirit to its peak. How would Luigi finish the story without a proper ending at this point? Would it have a plain ending, or would it be a continuation of the story, or would it amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? Angor preferred a plain ending. Praise of the Sea Spirit itself did not need a plot that would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. It was more like a beautiful story that would last for a long time. It was an adventure and also a journey. It was an adventure accompanied by the sea creatures, and it was also a small journey in the sea of life. It began with a beautiful and hopeful melody, and ended with a beautiful but slightly lost melody. This was what Angor wanted, and what the original version of Grandeur of Sea Spirit Praise was supposed to express. According to the original version, the journey with sea creatures would eventually come to an end, and it would end at a place called the Silent Strait. This was the final destination of the singer. A singer who pursued a perfect voice must not only know how to let his voice shine with all kinds of colors, but also how to listen and find the true melody in his heart. The Silent Strait was such a place. One could hear the true sounds of nature here, but no melody could be transmitted. It seemed to be a forbidden place for all singers. But for the protagonist of Grandeur of Sea Spirit Praise, his true transcendence was in the Silent Strait. He bid farewell to his friends and drifted alone in the Silent Strait, listening to the true sounds of nature while searching for the true melody in his heart. In the end, the story didn't say whether he found it or not. It simply ended with the singer returning to the shore. It was an open ending. Pessimists would think that the singer didn't find it, and it was a pity. Optimists would think that the singer found it, and it was a perfect ending. Everyone had their own interpretation, and this was probably what Wizard Guan Yu wanted to see. Of course, Angor believed that this was a deliberate suspense. A suspense ending was a bit cliché, but it wasn't tacky at all. Luigi didn't know the ending of the story. The only thing he knew was that the singer's destination was the Silent Strait. Why did the singer go there, and what kind of knowledge the Silent Strait would bring to the singer? Luigi had no idea. How will the singer continue when he brings her to the Strait of Silence? The intense drumming finally reached its end. Luigi began to sing about the parting between the singer and the sea spirit. It was a sad song, but it also carried hope for the future. Angor nodded in his mind. Luigi was right about this. The Silent Strait wasn't a place of despair. There was still hope. Since Luigi mentioned hope for the future, the ending shouldn't be too bad. With that in mind, Angor kept listening. Time went by slowly. Luigi finished the last part of the story much slower than Angor expected. However, Angor was still stunned by the end of the story. The ending that Luigi wrote and the ending that Wizard Guan Yu wanted to express were two completely different paths. It could even be said that they were two completely opposite concepts. Angor didn't know what to say after listening to the story. Of course, he had to compare the ending of Luigi's Ode to the Sea Spirit written by Wizard Guan Yu. But Angor was completely dumbfounded. He did not know how to compare. If the original ending of Praise of the Sea Spirit was 10 out of 10, then Luigi's continuation could be said to be 0, or it could be said to be 10, or it could even be said to be more than 10. Angor couldn't understand why Angor was so surprised because the ending was simply unimaginable. In Angor's opinion, this wasn't a continuation. It was a new perspective that jumped out of the box. The singer bid farewell to the sea spirit and drifted into the Silent Strait on a tattered wooden raft. Night had fallen. He looked up at the starry sky. Looking at the starry sea and the distant light under the heavy curtain of night, Luigi spoke again. A normal ending didn't require much singing. The melody and accompaniment were enough to express the singer's thoughts. However, Luigi didn't know what the real ending was, so he chose to speak. There was no way to sing here, nor was there any way to express any melody. Thus, he opened his mouth not to sing, nor to sing a melody, but to monologue. It was a monologue of the soul that had no lyrics. The monologue didn't belong to any human language. Even Angor had never heard of such a language before. The language seemed to have the ability to transcend time. It was a voice that could reach one's soul and the depths of the universe. Angor even sensed a solemn religious feeling in the language. This strange feeling brought Angor back to his childhood. Under the night sky, he sat beside John and watched as John used an unknown language to mutter to the stars. It was the same unknown language, the same solemn and religious feeling, and the same sentiments toward the depths of the universe. However, John was using this monologue to beg for the God in the depths of the universe. He hoped that the great God would allow him to return to Earth so that he could see his wife and daughter again. At that time, John was using Tuscan, and he was reciting the Divine Comedy. Now, Luigi was using a different language, but the feeling of talking to a god was similar. However, John was humbly begging for the god's mercy, while Luigi was speaking to the unknown God who existed in the depths of the universe since the beginning of time. The monologue's tone was sometimes calm and sometimes agitated. It felt like he was asking the god some questions. Perhaps the questions were about philosophy. Where did I come from? Where should I go, or about the truth? Where is the truth? Can the truth exist, or perhaps there were other profound and mysterious questions? In the end, the god didn't answer the singer's questions. Under the starry sky, the questions of the unknown gods, or rather, the questions of the true self, became the final scene of the magnificent sea spirit praise. The monologue at the end was long and distant, as if it was filled with regret and enlightenment. It was also an open ending. However, the original version was completely different from Luigi's. If someone asked which version fit the overall tone of the Ode of the Sea Spirit better, Angor would prefer the original version. But if someone asked him which version he preferred, he had to admit that even if he couldn't understand the monologue, he still preferred Luigi's version. Luigi's version pushed the Ode of the Sea Spirit to a whole new level. But even if Angor liked it, it didn't mean it was a good ending. Why did Angor say that 0, 10, or more points were acceptable? Because many people couldn't understand the deeper meaning of the ending, so they would think the tone was completely different from the rest of the story. Or rather, those who understood the deeper meaning would think it was a violation of the rules, which was unforgivable in the eyes of the believers. 10 points was the height of the original adaptation, and also the fact that it was accepted. As for more than 10 points, it was not only because the ending was accepted, but also because Luigi's ending reached a new height. Yes. Height. Or rather, structure. It was a structure that Wizard Guan Yu couldn't describe. It was a structure that reached the level of the gods in the universe. It was good for the singer to pursue the same goal. But it would be even better if the singer could reach a higher level. Angor couldn't give him a score, nor could he compare which version was better. But without a doubt, it was a classic performance. When Luigi finished his monologue, the dolphin also reached the shore. There were still 10 minutes left on the timer hanging on Clown's neck. The whole course was supposed to take 5 minutes, but when Luigi finished the challenge, there were still 10 minutes left. It was ridiculous, but it was also expected. Without a doubt, Luigi passed the third stage. Now, it was time to see his score. As for how high the score was, there was actually an indicator that could be observed, and that was the audience's reaction. When Luigi finished his performance, the audience remained silent for a long time, as if they were still immersed in the scene of Luigi talking to the gods. Even the host didn't know how to react. After a long time, the host finally came back to his senses. He cleared his throat and spoke in a hoarse voice. That was such an amazing performance. I don't think I'll ever see a more moving performance in my life. His speech was a bit dry at first, but it became smoother and smoother as he spoke. In the end, the audience also came back to their senses. An unprecedented burst of enthusiastic cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Angor sighed in relief when he heard the enthusiastic applause. It seemed that the audience still had some appreciation in them. Or rather, the creator of this special dream was not a fundamentalist, but an appreciative one. If it was the latter, they were probably blaming Luigi for overstepping his boundaries. But then again, the dream creator of this special dream was already very obvious. It had to be the host. If it was a special dream like Helen's dream, the special dream would surely end if the creator was killed. Unfortunately, this special dream was not a murderous one, so he couldn't leave by killing the creator. As Angor sighed in his mind, Luigi was already pulled into the air by a spotlight. The neon lights in front of him almost exploded. And 2 rows of lights lit up at the same time. Without a doubt, Luigi got the highest score in the Ring of Fire, 20 points. Not only that, but when Luigi returned to his seat, 3 bouquets of flowers and a white envelope fell from the sky. Challenger Red-Tailed Frog received 3 bouquets of flowers from the audience for his splendid performance. I've already told you about the flowers, so I won't repeat it. The host paused a little. Apart from the flowers, there's also an envelope from me. This envelope can't be exchanged. 4 points, but it represents my sincerity. I hope you can feel my respect for your performance, Challenger Red-Tailed Frog. Everyone ignored the host's other compliments. Now, everyone was looking at Luigi. Gleipnir nodded. Nice performance. The bunny girl also nodded vigorously. She also approved of Luigi's performance. Luigi was also proud of himself. He held his head high as if he was afraid that no one could see his pride. Angor also praised Luigi a little. Angor subconsciously looked at Laplace. Laplace was the only one who didn't say anything about Luigi's performance. Angor was surprised by what he saw. Laplace was also looking at Luigi. However, her expression was a little strange. She frowned a little, as if she wasn't satisfied with Luigi's performance. Luigi's performance was impeccable, which also met Laplace's requirement of full marks. He even received 3 bouquets of flowers, which meant he got 23 points. This was already a very high score. Why was Laplace unhappy? Was it because of Luigi's ending part? Angor already had some doubts after watching Luigi's performance. Where did Luigi's ending part come from? Maybe it was an original work, but it wasn't completely original. That dialogue between gods was very grand. It was like playing chess. Both sides thought they were evenly matched, but the other side was simply guiding them. It looked like they were going back and forth, but in fact, the other side was overlooking the whole situation and cooperating with the player's performance. Angor found it hard to believe that Luigi was the one who created it. If it wasn't Luigi, then there was only one possibility. It came from Laplace. So, Luigi's last continuation was written based on Laplace's vision. Does that mean that Luigi inherited Laplace's vision? End of chapter. Humans are indeed a race that loves to overthink things. Laplace glanced at Angor. Knowledge is not memory, and knowledge is not knowledge. Angor kept looking at Luigi and Laplace with a doubtful expression. He almost said that there was something fishy going on between them. So, Laplace simply asked Angor to get straight to the point. That was Laplace's way of being straightforward. Angor didn't hesitate to tell Laplace about his suspicion. Then, he received this reply from Laplace. Luigi is indeed different from my other incarnations. He didn't obtain my abilities, but... Laplace paused for a moment, as if he was considering if he should tell the truth. Laplace quickly made up her mind. He got a part of my spirit. Laplace decided to tell Angor the truth. Her idea was simple. Ever since she participated in the construction of the dream crystal, she had already formed a deep connection with Angor. Of course, she could cut off the connection, but it wasn't necessary. She had vaguely sensed that the dream crystal was beneficial to her. Later, when she discussed the power of the dream crystal with Gleipnir, she secretly discussed how the dream crystal would affect her. Gleipnir didn't dare to be careless and used his divination skills to find out the secret. From this, it was clear that the dream crystal wasn't just beneficial to her. It might even change the entire mirror domain. At that time, Gleipnir still had some regrets. In fact, Laplace had the opportunity to take control of the dream crystal. If he had, the benefits would have been much greater, but now, she only got one power from Angor, which wasn't worth it. However, Laplace rejected this idea right away. It was true that the dream crystal was precious, but the dream crystal was a game between the dream realm and the mirror world. Even if the mirror world helped her, would she be able to gain control of it? Wasn't there another opponent, the dream realm? Was it really just a game between two sides? Could the dream realm and the mirror world really create such a large small world? If so, why didn't they do it before? There was definitely a third party involved, and this third party was the real mastermind. The third party definitely wasn't the dream whelk. Laplace knew that the dream whelk was just a tool. If a third party could be dominant and even give Laplace a feeling that it was above the dream world and the mirror world, then it must be a higher level world. This could be seen from the fact that the dream world and the mirror world did not touch the third world at all. It was not that they looked down on the third world, but they were really afraid of it. And what was the third party? Laplace did not know. However, she was certain that Angor was the one who brought the third party here. To a certain extent, Angor could even control a third world. The reason was simple. Without the participation of a third world, the dream realm and mirror world would not be able to create a dream crystal. The fact that Angor could summon a third world whenever he wanted was proof. Since Angor could get a third party to enter, could he also get the third party to leave? There was a high probability that it would work. After the third party left, would the dream crystal still exist? Absolutely not. As such, even if he was the true controller of the dream crystal, he might not be able to hold on to it. It would only take him a moment to make the dream crystal disappear. It sounded impossible. But if one thought about it carefully, Angor could create a dream wasteland, and now a dream crystal. Did he really not have any other tricks up his sleeves? For example, if Angor was not around, would she really be able to obtain authority? Authority was comparable to a law, but Angor could restrain and bestow authority. Was it really something that could be learned easily? Laplace did not know what was going on. Of course, she did not have such a strong desire to take control of the dream crystal. The dream crystal was an opportunity, a fortuitous encounter. This was true. But the mirror world was her home ground. If she could use the dream crystal to influence the mirror world, that would be even better. She did not need to control the dream crystal to do that. After hearing Laplace's words, Gleipnir didn't really care. There was a huge gap between Laplace and Angor, so Angor could use this opportunity to launch a counterattack. Can you foresee Angor's future? Laplace only responded with one question. Laplace knew Gleipnir too well. This one question was enough to put Gleipnir on the spot. For astrologers, strength was not necessarily the scariest thing. The scariest thing was the unknown. Gleipnir could not see Angor's future. Not only Gleipnir, but Laplace's reflection of heart could not see it either. Of course, Laplace did not think too much about it. She did not want to become enemies with Angor anyway. Still, it was a good reason to let Gleipnir realize the truth. Generally speaking, Laplace would never cut off his connection with Angor. Laplace did not like to use value to determine whether someone deserved to do something or not. But she had to admit that Angor was more important to her than the wise overseer. Since it was already like this, Laplace did not mind revealing some of her secrets. Spirituality? Angor muttered. At first, he did not understand what spirituality meant. But when he connected Luigi with spirituality, he had a vague idea. The sovereign of wisdom's most common phrase was 10,000 years ago, so, and so. The underlying meaning of this phrase was that 10,000 years ago was different from now. To put it bluntly, it meant that the world changed as time passed. Whether it was the landscape, the creatures, or the civilization, everything would change with time. Vocabulary was the same. Not to mention the old calendar vocabulary. Even the vocabulary and grammar of the new calendar would have new interpretations every once in a while. The spirituality mentioned by Laplace should be an old word, so it would be interpreted differently. In new vocabulary, spirituality was similar to inspiration, which was a description of perception. In old vocabulary, spirituality was a very idealistic concept. In Angor's own words, it could be described as sensibility. In other words, Laplace shared part of her sensibility with Luigi. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Sensibility was the gathering of inspiration, the reflection of idealism, and the source of emotions. If Luigi wanted to create poems, he needed sensibility. It was perfectly reasonable for Laplace to share part of her sensibility with Luigi. Speaking of which, maybe because Laplace shared part of her sensibility with Luigi, she became cold and indifferent, even though she was not a human. Most likely, Laplace became a disdainful woman because she did not have Luigi's sensibility. Angor rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Maybe every disdainful woman has a sentimental, stupid man behind her. As Angor's disdain got out of control, Laplace gave Angor a strange look. She felt that Angor was thinking about something bad. Angor also noticed Laplace's strange look. He muttered to himself, "How sharp." Then he calmed his mind and calmed down. Back to the topic of sensibility, Luigi's dialogue with the gods was also a very emotional performance. However, this performance was too real, so real that it didn't seem like it could be written. Instead, it felt more like the performance of someone who experienced it. Angor glanced at Laplace again. The woman still looked uneasy. Angor wondered if it was because of Angor, or because of Luigi's performance. If it was the latter, maybe it was not just a performance. Luigi directly transferred Laplace's experience into the last chapter of Praise of the Sea Spirit. This was why Laplace, who was supposed to be happy about Luigi's 23 points, frowned and stared at Luigi. Usually, disdainful women were very indifferent. Frowns were rarely seen. Frowning at this moment was probably like reading a diary written by one's younger self after reaching adulthood. The arrogance and frivolity at that time would only make one feel ashamed when reading it as an adult. Did Laplace stare at Luigi out of shame? Angor did not know, and he did not want to ask. Anyway, he already knew that Luigi was not an ordinary person, and that was enough. Luigi's random creation sounded a bit like a limerick, but his serious work was still admirable. Even if Laplace's sensibility was mixed in, it did not affect the overall effect. Just look at how enthusiastic the audience was. The last part of the performance was very good. He wasn't going to ask if Laplace really went through the process of talking to gods, but there was something else he wanted to know. What language did Luigi use at the end? What does it mean? Laplace remained silent for a moment. It's a language that doesn't exist. Doesn't exist? Angor quickly understood. Did Luigi make it up? Laplace shook his head. No. Laplace paused for a moment before saying, "You should know about plane fusion, right?" "Yes, I do." Not only did he know that, but he was also looking forward to it. After all, the alien eye was the only thing that could trigger such a reaction. The secret of the alien eye was his biggest secret. He never told anyone about the alien eye. Even Sunders did not know about its existence. There are many theories as to why planes fuse. It's all about the big fish eating the small fish. I don't know if it's true, but I know there are exceptions. Do you think two worlds with almost the same energy level can fuse together? Laplace lowered his voice. Almost the same energy level was the main point of Laplace's question. If worlds were categorized by levels, they would be worlds with almost the same level. For example, the Abyss world and the four Wizard worlds were about the same level. Worlds of the same level might overlap, but fusing them together. Was it possible? Angor considered for a moment. Before this, I would say it's impossible. But since you said so, it's possible. You're right. Even worlds with almost the same level can fuse together. I've only seen it once, and only once. Maybe it's an exception. Those two worlds are very far away from the Wizarding world. They're even farther away than the Panic realm. I don't know their names, but after they fused together, a large number of memory fragments of intelligent beings were sent into the empty mirror sea through the mirror. Because those two worlds are too far away from the mirror realm that I'm in, those memory fragments are actually transmitted through the sea eye. The ocean eye? You said the ocean eye is one of the most dangerous places in the empty mirror sea. Laplace nodded. Yes, the ocean eye is dangerous. But it's also full of opportunities. The empty mirror sea can be found in every mirror region, but they're not really connected. For example, the dream wasteland and the dream crystal you mentioned have the same origin, but they aren't necessarily connected. However, although the empty mirror ocean isn't connected, the ocean eye is. It's like a link, or rather, it's the center of the empty mirror ocean, connecting the empty mirror ocean of the various major mirror regions. Angor's eyes lit up when he heard this. Laplace seemed to know what Angor was thinking. I know you want to ask if it's possible to go to another mirror region through the ocean eye. Maybe. But why would we need to use the ocean eye? The ocean eye is very dangerous. If the mirror creatures really want to go to another mirror region, we have other methods that are much safer and more convenient. The specific method isn't important right now, but I can tell you that the method to travel between different mirror regions can only be used by the creatures in the mirror. Back to the ocean eye. The ocean eye is connected to the empty mirror seas of all mirror regions. No matter how far away a world is, as long as a memory fragment is sent into the ocean eye, we can use the ocean eye to obtain relevant information. When two worlds fused together, a large amount of information was leaked out. Most of the information that leaked out actually flowed into the empty mirror ocean. Most of the information became blank in the empty mirror ocean. A small portion of the information was transmitted from the ocean eye to the other mirror regions. Of course, the result was basically blank. I was lucky. I happened to be near the ocean eye at the time, so I got the information from the ocean eye. There are intelligent life forms in both worlds. And the words Luigi said at the end of the Ode of the Sea Spirit were actually the language of one of the worlds. Angor was enjoying the story until he realized something. Laplace said it was a language that didn't exist. But she also said it was the language of one of the worlds. Angor looked up. You mean, end of chapter? Instead of answering, Laplace continued, I've seen many scenes of plane fusion, and I've also traded some mirror memories related to plane fusion from Tooth Immortal's ruins. Some of them are from the Wizarding world. Tooth Immortal's ruins allowed people to trade mirror memories? Angor was a little surprised, but he didn't ask about it. I know wizards divide plane fusion into 3 stages, said Laplace. The third stage is called Time of Plunder. Using the logic of big fish eating small fish, you're basically working with the big fish to clean up the small fish's pond. In the end, the small pond will become a vassal of the big pond. It sounds cruel, but the small fish's world will eventually become a vassal of the big fish's world. Therefore, when you go to clean up the small fish's pond, you rarely get rid of the source of the problem. After all, there's no point in merging a barren world with the Wizarding world. Angor nodded. He had heard about this before. There was a convention in the Wizarding world when it came to plane fusion. You could loot resources, but you should try your best not to harm ordinary intelligent beings. Even the Supreme Cult adhered to this rule. These intelligent beings might be aliens at first, but when two worlds fused together, they would become part of the wizarding world. After several generations, their bodies would be completely marked by the wizarding world. Naturally, the supreme cult wouldn't attack them if they weren't aliens. Besides, killing ordinary intelligent beings wouldn't do them any good. Apart from wizards who did extreme research on human bodies, most people would let them go. As for the powerful beings in the other world, the world's consciousness would eliminate them before the time of plunder. If wizards found any stragglers, they wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Of course, they wouldn't specifically pick on them. They might have treasures on them, but wizards didn't need them. During the time of plunder, they would go for resources that were more beneficial to them. Generally speaking, a world that fused with the wizarding world would retain its general appearance. Take the tidal realm for example. It was a world of elemental life forms. Even after merging with the world of adepts, it still retained the appearance of elemental life forms. Of course, this was also thanks to Feng's help. However, even if it was not the tidal realm, there were other subsidiary worlds in the sorcerer world, such as the fairy tale world. On the surface, there were still the inheritances of intelligent life forms, and their civilizations had not been broken. On the inner layer, there were even powerful supernatural life forms that had luckily escaped during the fusion. Some of them were so powerful that even Truthfinder sorcerers did not dare to provoke them. It was clear that the world of adepts had done all they could for their subordinate worlds. Laplace lowered his head and continued, however, not all planar fusion is the way of the world of adepts. There are also high-energy worlds with very radical standpoints. As the big fish of the big fish eating the small fish, they don't care about the little fish in a small pond, and even want to completely destroy the civilization of the other world, making it completely desolate. But with the protection of the world will, even if the civilization is destroyed, there would still be a portion of the natives who would survive. However, if it's not the logic of big fish eating small fish, but a collision between big fish, then the situation is completely different. That's what I saw in the CI's memories. Laplace continued, in this case, the so-called third stage of the fusion, the moment of plunder, has already begun at the beginning of the fusion. The two sides were connected to each other from the very beginning, and they were fighting against each other. Not only the citizens, armies, kingdoms, and even entire civilizations of their respective worlds were fighting against each other. This will last for a very, very long time. From what I saw, the two worlds have been fighting against each other for more than 100 years. This is different from other plane fusions. In the end, one side will be completely wiped out. The loser will be completely wiped out, from civilization to species. Nothing will be left, and the world will become a barren wasteland. And the language that Luigi used before was the language used by the species that had been completely wiped out. Angor understood what was going on. Even if Laplace learned a part of the usage of this language from the Sea of Mirrors, the source of the language was completely gone. This was a completely extinct language, and also a completely useless language. This was why Laplace called it a non-existent language. No, wait. Maybe this non-existent language was still useful. When Luigi used this language, he lamented to the universe, to prove to the gods that this language once existed. It was also because of the uniqueness and non-existence of this language that when he spoke to the heavenly god, it seemed so distant and sorrowful. Is this really the only case of a plane fusion? Angor waited until the black curtain was about to disappear before he asked again, is this really the only case? Laplace shook his head. I don't know. Angor muttered, there must be a pattern, a standard, and a deeper logic behind a plane fusion. Since there's only one example, there might be more in places we can't see. Laplace said indifferently, perhaps, but that's not something you and I should be concerned about, because it's meaningless. Perhaps only the lives above miracles would pay attention to these things. Angor considered for a moment. What about the winner? What do they gain by destroying the other side's world? Laplace asked, the winner? Do you really think there's a winner in such a situation? The so-called winner has already used up all of his or her resources, and his or her world is also barren. In the end, if it can't fuse with another world, it will also be destroyed. I don't know which one it will be. By the way, I don't know what the other world is called, but I know that the tallest tower in this world is called the Moon Chariot. It's the center of energy and survived until the end. If you were to embark on a journey through the void in the future and see a tower called the Moon Chariot in a distant world, or rather, the ruins of the tower, that would mean that the world was lucky enough to merge with the greater world and be saved. If he didn't encounter it, then he would treat it as if this world was annihilated, just like the reflection space in the mirror domain. The Moon Chariot? Angor whispered. I'll remember it. Angor paused for a moment. Luigi's performance this time is very special. If I have the chance, I hope I can turn it into a DVD box. As you wish, Laplace said in a flat tone. Laplace didn't care about the news since it had nothing to do with him anyway. Besides, Luigi was a bard who loved to perform. He would be happy if his performance could be seen by more people. As their voices fell, the curtain of the glass scenery was pulled down. Now that the third track was over, they would soon enter the fourth track, the tamer track. He still had some questions, but the host had already begun to explain the general situation of the tamer track. Perhaps it was because Luigi's performance in the third track was too outstanding, but when the host introduced the beast taming track, he was obviously more detailed than the other tracks. He even gave some of his own suggestions. According to the host, the tamer track was a companion track. A companion track meant that both the challenger and the tamed beast had to reach the finish line at the same time. The difference between the two tracks couldn't be more than 2 seconds. The tamed beasts here were provided by Sunlight Circus. The host didn't say what kind of beast the challenger would be, but he did mention that it wasn't random. The entire track consisted of 5 stages, namely the stone pillar in the sea, the fire ring in the swamp, the gravity space, the aerial cableway, and the sky swing. After these 5 stages, there was the sprint zone. The sprint zone was 500 meters long without any traps. It was meant for the final sprint. After hearing the rules of the tamer track, everyone's expression turned gloomy. Previously, they had to go through the tracks one by one. Now, the fourth track had to include all the previous tracks? And they had to travel with a beast? The increase in difficulty wasn't just a little bit. Everyone looked at Gleipnir. They didn't know what the stages were like yet, but could Gleipnir really pass with his current condition? The host suddenly spoke again. I have a few suggestions for the next challenger. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Everyone's ears perked up. There was no doubt that they had to listen to the host's suggestions. After all, the host had basically confirmed that he was the dreamer of this special dream. If they didn't listen to the dreamer's suggestions, who else would they listen to? This track doesn't have a time limit, so there's no need to rush. The challenger can give the audience a visual feast like the previous red-tailed frog. This suggestion went in one ear and out the other. Visual feast. Forget it. It was more important to pass. There are many stages this time. Every one of them looks difficult, but the most difficult one is the final sprint zone. Controlling the tamed beast and making it reach the finish line at the same time as you is the most difficult part. Remember, all the checkpoints in front are for the sake of the final thrust zone. Everyone didn't think of this at first, but they understood after hearing the host's explanation. Why was it said that all the stages in front are for the final sprint zone? To put it bluntly, it meant that the first 5 stages were all running in. Through various stages, the challenger and the beast would be running in and develop a corresponding tacit understanding to achieve the goal of taming. And the final sprint zone was to check the first 5 stages to see if the challenger was successful in taming the beast. If one was really successful in taming the beast, then controlling the beast's speed and making it step on the track with you was actually not a problem. This was also why the host said that everything in front was just fleeting clouds. The final sprint zone was the most important. One last suggestion. If you are successful in taming the beast, you don't have to pass some difficult stages by yourself. Does this mean that the beasts can replace the challengers to pass some difficult levels? But the premise was that one was successful in taming the beast. After the host finished speaking, the dark curtain that shrouded the scenery was slowly lifted. The fourth track finally appeared in front of everyone. When they saw this track, everyone was a little surprised. Because this track completely violated the common sense of physics. The first stage was called Stone Pillars in the Sea. The Caspian Sea was the forbidden Silver Sea. Instead of the dolphin, the Silver Sea was filled with stone pillars. The stone pillars were scattered all over the sea. Looking from above, they looked like stars in the night sky. The first stage was to step on the stone pillars and go to the other side of the sea. Since the stone pillars were densely distributed, as long as one chose the right path, it would not be difficult. Overall, this stage looked a little like the plum blossom stakes Angor saw in the hologram tablet. The second stage was to reach the other side of the sea and enter a dense swamp. This time, one did not need a skateboard because there were also stone pillars in the swamp. In other words, the challenger and his beast would still walk on the stone pillars, but instead of the silver sea, they would walk on the swamp. However, there were floating fire rings above the swamp. Angor did not know why the fire rings would not explode here. However, floating fire rings were already against common sense, so it did not matter if they did not explode. These fire rings were similar to the ones in the circus. They were all vertical. Some of them were single, while others were 2 or 3 overlapping. The longest one had 5 overlapping fire rings. The fire rings were meant for beasts, but the challenger did not need to walk on them. This meant that this stage was not difficult as long as one could hold their ground. The third stage was the gravity space. The track was placed on the wall in a spiral shape. By controlling one's center of gravity, one could run to the highest point in the spiral. This stage was a bit difficult. One had to be fast at the beginning, and control one's body during the whole process. After reaching the highest point, one had to cross a floating stone bridge to reach the fourth stage, which was the sky cableway. There was nothing special about this stage. It was similar to the Rabbit Girl's first track. However, there was no time limit, and there was no mountain of blades below. After the cableway was the fifth stage. There were 2 swings hanging in the sky, the kind that was commonly seen in circus performances. One had to have a certain degree of control over one's body and achieve a relative balance. At first glance, it did not seem too difficult. However, the visual difficulty of these 5 checkpoints wasn't very high. They were all controlled within a certain range. He believed that if Gleipnir had enough time, he would be able to clear all 5 levels. Even the most difficult one, gravity space, could be cleared as long as Gleipnir made good use of his whip. However, traveling with a beast was much more difficult. More importantly, he had to pass the end together with the beast, which was even more difficult. Angor considered. Maybe, he should just let Gleipnir kill the beast and drag the corpse to the end of chapter. The rest of the time is up to the challengers. As long as you agree, the challengers can enter the stage at any time. Finally, we sincerely hope that we can see a beautiful taming performance. After the host finished speaking, he returned the time to the audience. Angor took the chance to tell them his idea. The contestants did not find anything wrong with it. If it worked, it was a good idea. After all, corpses were more obedient than wild beasts. However, there were 2 problems to consider. Could the tamed beasts be killed? And could Gleipnir kill the tamed beasts? Gleipnir did not know the answer yet. He only kept the idea in mind. Whether he would use it in the end depended on what kind of tamed beast he would face. Apart from Angor's suggestion, the other contestants also talked about different ways to deal with different challenges. However, these ideas were only suitable for Gleipnir. Under the premise of walking with a tamed beast, Gleipnir's success was not the most important thing. It also depended on the tamed beast's ability and whether the tamed beast was willing to cooperate with Gleipnir. However, they did not know what tamed beast was yet, so they could not give more suggestions. Gleipnir listened to everyone's ideas and did not say anything. He stood up and said, "I'll go first. At least I need to see what kind of tamed beast I'm going to face, and whether Bila's whip will work on it." The contestants knew that it was pointless to say anything now, so they did not stop Gleipnir and let him touch the animal statue on the table. A burst of light came out of the statue and floated around Gleipnir. As the light grew brighter and brighter, Gleipnir's figure slowly disappeared from his seat and stepped onto the shore of the sea pillar, the first challenge of the 4th track. Next up is the White Bear Challenger. What kind of surprise will he bring us? The host spoke in a timely manner. Let's wait and see. The host continued, before the White Bear Challenger begins, we need to choose a tamed beast. I wonder if the White Bear Challenger already has an idea? Gleipnir was stunned for a moment before he whispered, choose to tame beasts? You want me to choose? Although Gleipnir's voice was very soft, the host seemed to be able to hear what he was saying. He continued in an exaggerated tone, "Of course, as I said before, the taming this time isn't random. Naturally, it's up to you to choose." "Don't tell me I didn't make it clear enough?" Gleipnir said. "Then I'll choose ants. Don't be aggressive, and don't exceed the length of my little finger. It's best if they can fly." The host paused for a moment and said in a displeased tone. "There are no ants. You can only choose between your codename or your teammate's codename. Also, you can't mention any conditions." In other words, Gleipnir could only choose between a black rabbit, a silver fox, a red-tailed frog, a white bear, and a black cat. At least from the perspective of these 5 animals, none of them were too ferocious to humans, except for the white bear. However, Gleipnir did not plan to choose the white bear. Apart from the white bear, there were a few other animals. Gleipnir thought about it carefully. If he followed Angor's method of killing the tamed beast and bringing the corpse to the challenge, the black rabbit would be the most suitable because it was the most docile. However, if he followed the standard taming procedure, the black rabbit would not be good enough. The reason was simple. The black rabbit had short legs and was not very agile in the air. According to the challenges, such as the stone pillars in the sea and the fire circle in the swamp, these tamed beasts could pass as long as they were obedient. The red-tailed frog was the best in the gravity space. It could jump very well, and its webbed feet could secrete mucus, which allowed it to climb to higher places easily. However, the red-tailed frog was a little weak in the gravity swing. Just like the black rabbit, it could not maintain its balance in the air and was not very agile. Gleipnir considered carefully and slowly said, "I choose the black cat." The other animals all had their own challenges. As a feline, the black cat was not the best in any of the challenges, but it was not weak either. All in all, it was the best choice. Moreover, among these animals, cats were the first to be tamed by humans, or rather, animals that tamed humans. They cooperated well with humans and were smart enough. The most important thing was that cats were also small in size and were easily killed. Therefore, if they really followed Angor's method of dragging corpses and bones, the black cat would be a good choice. As Gleipnir thought about this, a bright light fell from the sky like a meteor and landed in front of Gleipnir. When they saw the true appearance of the creature that had descended from the sky, everyone fell silent. What kind of cat was that? It was 2 meters tall and 3.5 meters long. Its black fur shone like oil. Each strand of hair was very hard and looked like the quills of a porcupine. This was not a cat. It was a black tiger. Moreover, this black tiger only had to yawn casually, and its bloody mouth was enough to swallow the skinny Gleipnir whole. More importantly, the black tiger shook its head and stared at Gleipnir with a ferocious gaze. From the look in its eyes, it was obvious that this was not a tamed animal from a circus. This was a wild, untamed black tiger. They could even say that it was the king of the forest that was flown here directly from the forest. A powerful black tiger like this was a tamed animal? And they had to travel with it and reach the destination together, not to mention the crowd, even the audience booed. Perhaps in the eyes of the audience, how could a stooped little old lady wearing a heavy white bear costume win against the king of the forest who still had the wild nature of the forest? This was simply an impossible task. At this moment, everyone began to worry about Gleipnir. However, apart from a slight frown at the first sight of the black tiger, Gleipnir remained calm. She only stared at the black tiger with her murky eyes. What was surprising was that the black tiger's ferocious round eyes actually evaded Gleipnir's gaze when they met. Gleipnir's body was weak, but her memories, experiences did not disappear. Now, they were all gathered in her eyes as she confronted the black tiger with her gaze. The black tiger looked ferocious, but it was still a wild beast in the end. Facing those heavy eyes, it was naturally defeated. However, the confrontation of eyes did not represent everything. The black tiger only lost in terms of gaze, but it was full of vigor and didn't have high intelligence. It would forget its previous fear in the blink of an eye. Gleipnir was still weak. If the black tiger really attacked, her outcome would still not be optimistic. However, to everyone's surprise, Gleipnir did not give the black tiger any time to react. The moment the black tiger avoided her gaze, she reached out and pulled out a long whip from the void. She waved the whip high and struck the black tiger. Gleipnir was not stupid. The moment the black tiger appeared, she knew that she had miscalculated. It was basically impossible to pass with the black tiger's corpse because she could not beat it. As for taming the wild black tiger, Gleipnir did not think that she could succeed in a short time. Her only chance now was the fairyland item, Bila's long whip. Up until now, she only knew that Bila's long whip had strong attack power, but she did not know if it had any other effects. The information on Bila's long whip did not say anything. If it had a special effect that could deal with the black tiger, then this relay race could still continue. If Bila's long whip only had attack power, the black tiger should be able to resist 1 or 2 whips. However, Gleipnir would not be able to resist the black tiger's attack. Therefore, she only had one chance. The moment the black tiger avoided her gaze was her chance. Gleipnir seized the opportunity and swung the whip down. If she could deal with the black tiger, she would continue. If she could not, Gleipnir would immediately admit defeat. At least, she could live if she admitted defeat. Gleipnir's movements of whipping, swinging, and swinging seemed smooth, but she had not practiced it before. It only looked smooth, but there were too many flaws. Normally, the black tiger would be able to dodge with its reflexes, but Gleipnir's timing was perfect. The black tiger was shocked by her gaze. In the words of wizards, the spirit sea was in an unstable state. At this moment, the black tiger's ability to deal with emergencies was completely reduced. It was not until the whip hit its body that the black tiger suddenly reacted. However, it was too late. On the other side, Gleipnir swung the whip. The moment it hit the black tiger, she received a message from the whip. The message was still presented in her mind. The message itself was very short. There were only 2 types, capture and kill. Capture was easy to understand, but kill. This whip could kill the black tiger? Gleipnir froze. How was this possible? She did not use much strength. Moreover, she had used Bila's whip in the outside world. It was indeed very powerful, but it should not be able to kill this huge black tiger with one whip. Perhaps because Gleipnir's thoughts had been lingering on the choice of kill, more information appeared in her mind. Return to original form. In a special dream, it can cause true damage to some living things. So what if you're a noble? In my territory, you'll still be beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. There was a new message for Bila's whip. This was something that had not been there before. The original message was just a sentence of Bila torturing Helen, but now there was a special ability of the whip, return to original form. At first glance, this special ability did not seem like much, but, true damage. The word true was very frightening. The place they were in now, including the dream crystal and the sunlight circus, was all illusory. As for true damage, could it be that it transcended all these and attacked reality? If that was the case, Gleipnir finally understood why one whip could kill the black tiger. The black tiger itself was illusory, a figment of the dreamer's imagination. In the dreamer's reality, the existence of the black tiger was a problem. The whip directly caused true damage, so it would be strange if the black tiger did not die. It's a pity that there are 2 restrictions on return to original form. One is that it can only be used in special dreams, which limits the usage environment. The second is that it can cause real damage to some living things. The some living things here didn't specify which part, but the range is estimated to not be large, otherwise, they wouldn't use such a conservative term. However, these restrictions had no effect on the current situation. After knowing the effect of return to original form, Gleipnir tried to sense capture. Perhaps capture could also correspond to the whip's effect. Just like before, when Gleipnir's thoughts revolved around capture, she also received information. However, the information this time was different from what she had imagined. It was not that Bila's whip had a new effect. It was just that the black tiger noticed the effect of return to original form after being hit by the whip. The black tiger did not want to die, so it chose to submit. Capture was an option given to the black tiger after it chose to submit. Gleipnir felt a little disappointed. It would be better if capture also corresponded to the whip's ability. Still, return to original form was already good enough. At least Gleipnir did not have to worry about the upcoming race. Between capture and kill, Gleipnir chose capture without hesitation. It was his idea to kill the tamed beast and carry its body with him, but it was only a temporary measure. No one knew if the host would complain if he killed the tamed beast. If he could tame the black tiger and truly walk with the beast, then the points he would get would definitely be higher than killing the black tiger. After confirming capture, Gleipnir wrapped the whip around the black tiger's neck. In the next second, the black tiger slowly shrank and turned into a real black cat. At this moment, the little black cat's eyes no longer held any hint of defiance. Facing Gleipnir, although it was still a little afraid, it still tottered over to Gleipnir's side and rubbed its head against her trousers as it meowed delicately. From this, it could be seen that the little black cat had completely submitted to him. Gleipnir did not say much, and led the little black cat straight to the first checkpoint. As for the crowd present, they were all stunned upon seeing this scene. That was it? It seems that the whip really is useful, Laplace whispered. Angor nodded in agreement. I wonder what the real effect of the whip is. We'll know when Gleipnir comes back. Laplace's anxious heart relaxed at this moment. After she relaxed, she finally had the time to look at Luigi. Earlier, Luigi received 3 bouquets of flowers, which represented 3 points. Laplace already knew that. However, apart from the flowers, Luigi also received a white envelope. According to the host, the envelope was a private gift to Luigi. It could not be exchanged for points, but it represented his sincerity. What was sincerity? What was the purpose of the host's letter? End of chapter. Back on the track, Gleipnir led his cat into the first challenge, the stone pillars in the sea. The stone pillars were densely packed together. Gleipnir carefully stepped on them without any problem. However, it would take him a long time. At first, Gleipnir was not in a hurry. Time was not a problem as long as he kept moving forward. However, every time Gleipnir stepped onto a stone pillar with great difficulty and was about to catch his breath, he saw the black cat standing on a new stone pillar first. It was agile and graceful. As he watched, Gleipnir began to have other thoughts. Perhaps I don't have to challenge the track personally. If someone can carry me on their back, it should be easy, right? With that in mind, Gleipnir looked at the black figure who was walking gracefully like a cat. In the air, Laplace did not pay much attention to Gleipnir's race anymore. The moment she gained control of the black cat, she had already won the race. She was more interested in the white envelope in Luigi's hand. As a matter of fact, Angor was curious about the contents of the letter. Now that Laplace asked about it, Angor's ears perked up. Of course, Luigi would not hide it from Laplace. He even tried to hand the envelope to her. However, the white envelope disappeared on its own and returned to the table in front of Luigi as if it never moved. From this point of view, it was likely that only Luigi could pick up the white envelope. Since he could not show it to Laplace, Luigi decided to open the envelope and read it aloud. However, as soon as Luigi opened the envelope, a large amount of information flowed out of the envelope and entered Luigi's forehead. Laplace could not see the information, but Luigi could see it clearly. He even had a feeling that if he could improve his mastery of Dream of Wonderland further, he would be able to read the information from thin air. But for now, he could not. He was not unfamiliar with the information. Every time there was a new system notification, or Wonderland notification, such information would appear. For example, after clearing a dungeon, a Wonderland notification would appear around the person who passed the dungeon. It would give a general evaluation of the person's performance in the dungeon. Also, when the person who passed the level received the reward, the information flow would also appear. For example, when Gleipnir got his hands on Bila's whip, he also saw the information flow inside it. Now that Luigi saw the same message when he opened the envelope, Angor was sure that Luigi had received a message from a fairyland. As expected, after digesting the contents of the information stream, Luigi revealed all the information that he had obtained. According to Luigi, after opening the envelope, 2 options appeared in his mind. One was an invitation letter, and the other was a recommendation letter. They could not exist at the same time, and he could only choose one of them. Although it was a multiple-choice question, it wasn't a closed-book choice. When Luigi focused his thoughts on the invitation letter, there would be a relevant prompt: Invitation to the Sunshine Circus. Your performance has stunned the audience. All the members of the Sunshine Circus have extended an invitation to you. We sincerely invite you to become a member of the Sunshine Circus. After accepting the invitation, you will automatically receive an identity card, Sunshine Circus member. After accepting the invitation, you will soon enter the multi-ring linked dream, Carnival of the Sunshine Circus. In other words, Luigi received an identity card and a chance to enter the multi-ring linked dream. The identity card was similar to Laplace's noble identity. However, the identity of member of the Sunshine Circus was very useful in the special dream of the circus. This identity was equivalent to immunity. In other words, if Luigi chose to become a member of the Sunshine Circus, even if he failed the relay race this time, he would still be exempted from punishment. After all, once he joined the Sunshine Circus, he would belong to the same family, and he would not be punished. As for entering the multi-ring linked dream, Carnival of the Sunshine Circus, Angor wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing. They did not know what a multi-ring linked dream was, but they were sure that it was a new special dream similar to Glutton's Feast. In addition to turning into an invitation, this envelope could also turn into a recommendation letter. When Luigi's thoughts were wrapped around the word recommendation letter, he received a row of information that was completely different from the previous invitation letter. Clown's recommendation letter, your performance has mesmerized everyone present. As the most discerning host in the Sunshine Circus, I pity your talent and have decided to write a letter for you, recommending you to my mentor and letting you step onto the most dazzling stage. After choosing the recommendation letter, you will enter the special dream, Oriel's Choice, in the near future. Compared to the invitation letter, the recommendation letter was much simpler. There was no identity card, nor was there any strange multi-ring linked dream. Instead, it directly stated that choosing the recommendation letter would give Luigi the chance to enter the special dream, Oriel's Choice, in the future. Luigi did not know what kind of dream Raphael's Choice was. However, from the prompt, this Uriel might be the mentor of the host in the Sunshine Circus. After confirming the situation of the envelope, Luigi now had to choose one of the two. Should he choose the invitation letter or the recommendation letter? Laplace suggested, you can wait for the next track to be released before you look at it. If it's too difficult for Angor to pass, you can choose the invitation letter. At least you won't be punished this way. Laplace's idea was good, but Luigi showed a bitter expression. We probably won't be able to wait until then. Laplace looked at Luigi's confused expression. It's fine if I don't open the envelope. But once I do, I have to make a decision right away. I can feel a countdown timer in my mind. There are only 3 minutes left. Now, there is only 1 minute left. In other words, Luigi had to make a decision within 1 minute. If he did not make a decision within 1 minute, he would choose randomly. Laplace looked a little embarrassed. She was the one who asked Luigi to open the envelope. Otherwise, Luigi would not have to make a decision right away. Laplace considered for a moment. If that's the case, I'll still recommend the invitation letter. But you don't have to listen to me. Just follow your instinct. Laplace glanced at Angor, as if he was waiting for Angor's opinion. If it's me, I'll choose the recommendation letter. As for the reason, well, I don't think it's a multi-loop dream. It's probably a special, difficult dream. Also, it's related to Sunlight Circus, so we can't use any external help. Angor decided to slack off as much as possible. The multi-loop dream sounded troublesome, while Oriel's Choice was a special dream, which was much simpler. Although the so-called special dream was not necessarily simple, at least it sounded more refreshing on the surface. Luigi nodded as if he had already made up his mind. A minute later, under everyone's gaze, the white envelope was slowly sealed again. The plain envelope was decorated with some gold decorations. Even the seal was covered with wax, which was stamped with a clown seal in the style of a circus. Both Angor and Laplace knew that Luigi had made up his mind. Your choice is? Laplace asked. The recommendation letter. Laplace considered for a moment. Intuition? Or do you agree with Angor's words? Luigi shook his head. Neither. Luigi smiled. It's because the recommendation letter gave me a hint. The recommendation letter? Laplace recalled the hint that Luigi had mentioned before. Gradually, her eyes flashed with understanding. Laplace, is it because of that sentence, that you stepped onto the most dazzling stage? Luigi nodded without hesitation. The invitation letter of Sunlight Circus would give him an identity as a reward. But what could a member of the circus do? At least Laplace's noble status was universal. The members of this circus were probably only of some value in this special dream. Therefore, Luigi didn't really care about the so-called identity certificate. Besides, as a minstrel, performing in a circus all the time would be too degrading. Luigi wanted to go to a bigger, brighter stage to show off his charm. The clown's letter of recommendation clearly stated that he could step onto a more dazzling stage. When Luigi saw this line of words, he was immediately tempted. His intuition and Angor's suggestion were not Luigi's main concern. He just wanted to perform on a bigger stage. So what if the stage was only a dream? Laplace didn't say anything about Luigi's choice. It didn't really matter which one he chose. Angor sighed. And here I was thinking about how to get those crystal creations out when they're all hidden. Now I see that I've been thinking too much. The special dreams come one after another. You don't even need to look for them. They'll just come to you on their own. A random envelope that Luigi obtained represented 2 crystal creations. Choosing the invitation letter meant Sunlight Circus's carnival. Choosing the recommendation letter meant Uriel's choice. No matter what Luigi chose, it meant that a new quest was coming. This dreamwalking in Wonderland authority was becoming more and more fun. Now, there was even a hidden trigger to activate a new special dream. It was even more fun than some of the games in the hologram tablet. While Angor was sighing, Glepner had reached the second half of the second challenge, the Swamp Fire Circle. She no longer moved carefully like before. Instead, she let go of the whip and let the black cat transform back into a black tiger. Furthermore, she was now directly straddling the black tiger's back, allowing the black tiger to carry her as it leaped. The swamp was difficult to walk through. However, there were also stone pillars in the swamp. If she walked alone, she would have to wobble. With the help of the black tiger, she could let it do the job. Every time the black tiger leaped, it would be able to jump over several stone pillars. There was almost no pause in the middle. It was much faster than her. Glepner didn't even need to move when jumping over the fire circle. She just needed to crouch a little, and the tiger could easily jump over. In just 5 minutes, the first and second challenges were completed. Now, they had crossed the swamp and reached the third challenge, the gravity space. The gravity space was an indoor space that looked like a spinning top. Glepner and the tiger were currently at the bottom of the spinning top, while their destination was the top, where there was a small exit that allowed them to see the light outside. There were no other tools in the gravity space. The only way to reach the small exit was to run on the slanted track on the wall. They had to reach their maximum speed and reach the top at the end. This was the way to clear the gravity space, and it was also the most normal way to clear it. However, after pondering for a moment, Gleipnir didn't choose this ready-made method to clear the level. She had learned to be flexible. She swung her whip. Biela's whip lengthened in the air. The whip was only about 3 meters long, but it quickly grew to 20 meters long. It hung firmly on the top of the gravity space. After making sure the end of the whip was secured, Gleipnir began to retract the length of the whip and pulled it to the top of the gravity space like a lift rope. As for the tiger, it had turned back into a black cat. Gleipnir carried it and brought it to the top as well. The most difficult obstacle in Gleipnir's eyes was easily skipped by relying on Biela's long whip's retractable properties. Gleipnir was now facing the fourth challenge, the aerial ropeway. This level was even easier for Gleipnir. She made the black cat turn back into the black tiger, and the black tiger had excellent balance. She only needed to sit on the black tiger's back like the previous level and let the black tiger walk the ropeway in the sky. She could easily pass the level. Angor looked away when Gleipnir stepped on the ropeway. Without a doubt, Gleipnir was going to pass this challenge. Since that was the case, he didn't need to worry too much. He turned his attention back to Laplace. When he was listening to Laplace's story of the plane fusion, he had a question buried in his heart. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to ask about it. You said you can trade mirror memories in Tooth Immortal's ruin? End of chapter. Yes. The empty mirror sea is too big. Most of the memories coming in from the outside world are messy and quickly washed away. It's almost impossible to find specific mirror memories. Angor frowned. Then why do you need mirror memories in Tooth Immortal's ruins? Laplace said, as I said before, the ancient Tooth Immortals in the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins were the scholars of the Mirror Ocean. They can use the memory fragments they fished out from the empty Mirror Sea to locate objects that drifted into the empty Mirror Sea together with the memory fragments. Angor remembered this as well. Basically, the ancient Tooth Immortal was looking for gold in the empty Mirror Sea. Laplace said, what I said before is actually the original version of the search method. Now, the ancient Tooth Immortal can use it both in the right direction and in the opposite direction. What do you mean? Angor asked. In the right direction, you can use the memory fragments to find objects that drifted into the empty Mirror Sea. In the opposite direction, you can use the object to find the corresponding memory fragments. This method doesn't require a strong connection, only a weak one. Angor didn't quite understand. Strong connection? Weak connection? What do you mean? A strong connection means that the object must correspond to the memory fragments. A weak connection means that you don't need a complete match. You can think of it as if you picked up a hat on the street, and the hat has a strong connection with its owner. There's an internal logical connection between them. The hat has a weak connection with its owner. In other words, there's no internal connection between the hat and its owner. Laplace paused. Similarly, when the item searching method is used in the opposite direction and only requires a weak connection, the ancient Tooth Immortal can find all kinds of mirror memories as long as there are objects related to them. For example, the item I traded with the ancient Tooth Immortal was a memory related to plane fusion. The ancient Tooth Fairy used half a drop of the fragment of eternity to find a lot of memories related to the fusion of planes in the empty Mirror Sea through the reverse use of the object-seeking technique. In other words, as long as there are objects related to them, I can find the corresponding memories. You can think of it that way. The method of searching for objects could only be used through a strong connection. However, if the search method is used in the opposite direction, the items found will have both strong and weak connections. Angor understood that. In any case, the ancient Tooth Fairy's method of searching was simply a tool for gathering information. Laplace asked, are you interested in the specific mirror memories that the ancient Tooth Fairy is looking for? Laplace deliberately mentioned the word specific because without the ancient Tooth Fairy, she and her body in the past could get out of the empty Mirror Sea without the ancient Tooth Fairy. Angor nodded. Yes, I'm interested in certain mirror memories. Just like the information you mentioned about plane fusion, I'm very interested in it. However, I'm not interested in the story after the plane fusion. I'm interested in the plane fusion itself. Laplace asked, you want the fragments of eternity? Angor chuckled but did not answer. Fragments of eternity could be used to build a sorcerer's garden, which was a treasure sought after by all wizards. Of course, Angor wanted it as well. However, compared to the fragments of eternity, he was more concerned about the plane fusion itself. Of course, he could not tell Laplace about this. Laplace did not know what Angor was thinking. He only thought that Angor admitted it. If you want the fragments of eternity, you can go to the ancient Tooth Fairy. There are always signs before the plane fusion. The ancient Tooth Fairy can also find some mirror memories with such signs. Laplace paused for a moment. However, even if you obtain these memories, you might not be able to rush over before the plane fuses. Unless the plane fusion happens in the southern wizardry region. However, the ancient Tooth Fairy usually finds mirror memories that are very far away from the southern wizardry region. I know. That's why I'm just saying it out of the blue. Besides, I'm interested in the ancient Tooth Fairy. Laplace, oh? Angor asked in a small voice, what do you think if the ancient Tooth Fairy set up an online shop in the Dream Crystal, just like the Tooth Fairy's ancient ruin? Online shop? What kind of weird term was that? You can buy things online and trade them offline. That way, if you have something to buy, you can go there and pick it up. If you don't have anything, you won't have to waste your time. Laplace quickly understood Angor's idea. I understand the concept of an online shop. But it won't save much time. People who really want to buy things won't necessarily go there in person. They can just send a shadow or a mirror spirit to achieve the effect of an online shop. You don't want an online shop. You want something else, right? For example, the ancient tooth fairy's information system. I have other ideas. But don't you think an online shop is a good idea? It's not just limited to the tooth fairy. Let's say you want to buy cute hair clips, songs, or astrology items. What if the tooth fairy doesn't have them, but someone else has them? Wouldn't we be able to exchange what we have from the online store and then proceed with the transaction? Laplace considered for a moment. You're right. But I don't think it's necessary. What you're saying is more in line with human ecology. The mirror creatures have their own ecology. But let's not talk about the online shop. If you want to expand the population of creatures in the dream crystal, the tooth fairy is a good candidate. The tooth fairy loves to do research. But just like the other tooth fairies in Tooth Fairy Paradise, it also yearns for art. But there aren't many places in the mirror realm where it can express its artistic talents. The dream crystal can let it do as much as it wants. You're saying, Laplace, for example, architecture, the dream crystal was now a barren plain. It was so barren that it was almost unbearable to look at. However, if there were enough materials and ancient tooth fairy could create its own designs, it would be willing to do so even if it didn't need to spend any crystals. The tooth fairy always lamented that the tooth fairy's ancient ruins was too small. The dream crystal was a perfect place for it to shine. When ancient tooth fairy finished designing her favorite building and paradise, ancient tooth fairy would do the same even without Angor's suggestion. After all, it would be too much of a waste if he didn't move in after building a building that he liked and did nothing. That's a good idea. Angor's eyes glowed as he listened to Laplace's explanation. Laplace nodded and didn't say anything else. But Angor already had an idea. Maybe he could leave a batch of logins for Laplace after he logged off. It would be best if he could get the tooth fairy to join him first. After all, he couldn't ask for people from the wizarding world to build infrastructure. Besides, Angor was hesitating. The dream wasteland would be open to the public, but he didn't know if he should tell others about the dream crystal. While he was still thinking, Gleipnir had already broken through the swing and entered the final stage of the attack. Just like before, Gleipnir rode her black tiger and rushed toward the finish line. Without any hesitation, she and the tiger crossed the finish line at the same time. As Gleipnir crossed the finish line, a large number of ribbons and balloons were released from the finish line to celebrate Gleipnir's success. Along with the balloons and ribbons, as well as the host's praises, Gleipnir slowly floated into the air. Meanwhile, the black tiger vanished into thin air. Gleipnir had originally wanted to bring the black tiger into the air, but he didn't expect the circus to make it disappear. Gleipnir felt a little regretful. She actually liked playing with cats. But soon, Gleipnir put her regret behind her. The lights in front of her began to flicker, which meant the audience was about to give her a score. Gleipnir didn't know how she did, but judging from the host's persuasion, she didn't think she would get a high score. If she did, the host wouldn't go to such lengths. Soon, the first row of lights was fully lit up, which meant Gleipnir got 10 points. On the other hand, the second row of colored lights lit up at a much slower speed. It only lit up halfway before it stopped. A total of 15 colored lights were lit up, which meant that Gleipnir had obtained 15 points in the beast taming track. Gleipnir sighed in relief when she saw the score. At least she passed. When Gleipnir returned to his seat, the host casually praised him a few times before pulling the curtain off the scene. The audience was plunged into darkness again. They couldn't see anything, but it didn't affect their communication. Now, everyone's focus was on Angor. The next track was the magic track, which Angor was going to challenge. The magic track was an unknown track, and it was the finale. Would it be harder than the previous tracks? While everyone was discussing spiritedly, the black curtain was suddenly pulled open, and a bright and beautiful light immediately poured in. Everyone took a moment to adjust to the light and look down. They wanted to see what the last track was like. But when they looked down, they were stunned. Below them was a cluster of houses of various sizes. They were arranged in a disorderly manner, and almost all the houses were connected. They were either facing each other or had wooden bridges on the second floor. It looked like a slum. Houses in slums usually had different colors, but these houses were all made of black and white. There was no third color. So this was the magic track. What did these houses have to do with magic? just as everyone was puzzled, the host's voice was heard. So this is the last track, the magic track. The Black Cat Challenger is the only one left, right? The host continued. The Black Cat Challenger looked surprised. Can't wait to get on the track? Angor did look surprised. However, it was completely different from what the host interpreted as impatience. He just looked at the track and thought of something interesting. Leaving the other tracks aside, the magic track alone gave Angor a strange sense of déjà vu. If the black and white houses were geometrical patterns, and the track was brighter than the others, the entire track looked like a small game he once played, Monument Valley. He had once refined a related item for this minigame, the Monument of Strange Rings. However, he only had a sense of déjà vu. He didn't know how to play the track. At this moment, the host spoke at the right time. This magic track was rushed out by the Sunshine Circus overnight. Its ingenuity and inspiration came from the heavens. I know that you must have a lot of questions about this track, but it's a pity that I can't reveal too much about it. This is a God-given design and a God-given idea. I'd be ashamed to tell you anything. I can only tell you two things. First, this track still has no time limit. Second, I can tell you the starting and ending points. The host paused and continued, now, you can look down. The glowing red circle is the starting point. Everyone looked over and saw that the starting point was at the front of this slum. So the ending point should be at the back of the slum, the host continued, alright, let's look at the ending point now. I'll show you the ending point with a green circle. Everyone looked at it. They didn't see anything. They thought there would be a green circle at the back of the slum, but there wasn't. Also, they couldn't see the green circle outside the slum. Could it be inside a house? They suddenly heard Angor coughing. What's that? Everyone turned their heads to look in puzzlement. With one look, they were completely stunned. This was because the green circle was right under Angor's seat. The light turned Angor's costume into a shade of green. But that wasn't the point. The point was, the circle was under his seat, they were high up in the sky. And there were no roads around. How could the ending point be here? Could it be that the host made a mistake? The host saw the confusion in everyone's eyes. You're right. The ending point is where the black cat is sitting. Luigi frowned. How? Does he need a flying item? Don't doubt it. This is the ending point. As for how to get there, that will depend on the black cat's intelligence. The host paused and continued, does the black cat need to discuss with us? Remember to press down on the animal statue when you're ready. Don't let our audience wait too long. Before the host could finish, Angor had already pressed down on the animal statue on the table. End of chapter. Both Luigi and the rabbit girl looked at Angor in confusion. Was Angor not going to discuss it? Angor only showed a bright smile in front of everyone's eyes. Although he didn't say anything, his smile calmed everyone's hearts. Maybe Angor had something up his sleeves. The bunny girl glanced at Laplace and Glepner, who were standing beside her. They didn't seem to care about Angor's decision at all. Seeing this, the bunny girl felt even more at ease. If Granny Astrologer and her host were so calm, Angor should be fine. As for Laplace and Glepner, they had their doubts as well. But they could tell that Angor wasn't someone who acted on impulse. If he was so decisive, he must have a plan. Under the guidance of the spotlights, Angor slowly landed on the ground. Or rather, at the foot of the mountain. The black and white slum was built inside a small mountain. There were only black and white houses from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. It was a city inside a mountain, but the mountain wasn't very tall. The top of the mountain was only a few dozen meters above the ground, while the green light circle was pointing at 100 meters above the ground. They couldn't reach the green light circle even if they reached the top. Besides, even if the top of the mountain was 100 meters high, it was still hundreds of meters away from the green light circle. They weren't in the same coordinate system, so there was no way they would meet. But Angor was at the red light circle. The only way was to enter the slum and reach the top of the mountain. But the top of the mountain didn't match the green light circle. What should they do? Everyone was trying to think of a solution. Even Glepner and Laplace were discussing in private. But they couldn't come up with an answer. Maybe there's some kind of mechanism in the room below? Like an updraft that creates a wind field? Luigi whispered. Laplace and Glepner didn't answer, but they were more inclined to agree with Luigi's idea. It wasn't necessarily an updraft. Maybe there were other kinds of mechanisms. They couldn't see anything inside the room, and there might be something inside. Angor couldn't hear their discussion. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. In fact, he already had some guesses. About this racetrack. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The glaring sunlight shone down. The bright light shone on his body, and the shadows outlined his facial features, and the shadows became deeper and deeper. He chuckled and looked straight ahead instead of looking at the sky. Right in front of him was a black bungalow. There were no windows and the walls were pure black. Currently, he had two paths. One way was to enter the black house. Although there were no windows in the house, there was a door. The door was open, but it was dark inside and nothing could be seen. The second way was to climb up to the roof. There was a black wooden ladder on the wall of this black house. Following this wooden ladder, one could climb to the top of the high wall. As far as Laplace and the others were concerned, Angor should go inside now. However, he did not do that. He walked to the side and climbed up the wooden ladder to the roof. There were no other passageways on the roof, but they could see the distribution of the surrounding areas. There was a black house right in front of the roof, separated by a 3-meter-wide passageway. There was another black house on the left, also separated by a 3-meter-wide passageway. About 6 meters to the right, there was a white house with 3 floors. There was no balcony or window on the second floor. If Angor wanted to go to another place from this roof, he either had to go in front or to the left. There were 3 meters between them, but he could still jump over if he wanted to. However, he didn't make a decision right away. Instead, he turned around and pulled the wooden ladder up to the roof. Seeing this, the others realized something. Was he going to use the ladder to go to another roof? This was not a bad method. At least it was easier than jumping 3 meters. However, he did not do that. Instead, he walked around the roof with the ladder and found a backrest. Then he simply let the ladder stand on the roof. The others had no idea what Angor was going to do. Was he going to climb to the top and look into the distance? Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it on his own? As they wondered, Angor gave up on the ladder and went to the left. With a light leap, he jumped onto the black roof on the other side. Next, he found a ladder on the roof and climbed up to a higher spot. Just like before, he picked up the ladder and placed it vertically. After that, Angor kept moving forward. Angor did not enter any room along the way. He only moved on the roof and put up ladders or wooden planks to block certain places. Luigi and the bunny girl were puzzled the whole time. Laplace and Glepner, on the other hand, noticed something when Angor put up the 4th ladder and pointed at a tall tower in the distance. Was he building a shadow? Yes, a shadow of a building. The shadows looked scattered, but there was nothing behind or in front of Angor. As long as the sunlight reached a certain angle, the shadows would overlap. Moreover, the overlapping shadows were facing the direction where they were sitting. So Angor was relying on the shadows to reach the end, the green circle. However, even if the shadow reached the circle of light, what use would it be? Angor couldn't turn himself into a shadow and travel among the shadows, could he? If Angor could hear Laplace and Glepner's thoughts, he would be impressed. Their guess was actually not wrong. He was building shadows by using ladders, wooden planks, and the shadows of towers and houses to create a path of shadows that reached the green circle. But Angor did not need to turn himself into a shadow, nor did he need the ability to travel among the shadows. He could just step on the shadows. And he did not need any external help. Because that was the mechanism of the track. When Angor first saw the track, he already thought about the game Monument Valley. When the host talked about the track, it sounded like a very creative way to play it. As for the source of the idea, the host also mentioned that it was Providence. Speaking of Providence, Angor naturally thought about the system in Wonderland that gave him a sense of déjà vu quests, hidden quests, quest rewards, and so on. They all existed in the corner of his mind. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, Angor would think it was just a coincidence. But when he saw all of them, Angor had a feeling that Wonderland was influenced by his thoughts, right? It was hard to believe that his thoughts could affect his authority. But since the tree of authority was located in the depth of his mind, it was possible that his thoughts could affect the authority. Just like Sundar's and Sumesh's nightmare domains, their thoughts could affect the changes in their nightmare domains. Even Angor's own nightmare domain could be affected by his thoughts. The dream wasteland and the dream crystal were both nightmare domains, but they were too big for Angor to affect with his thoughts. This was why Angor never thought about using his thoughts to affect the dream wasteland. But now, the déjà vu he saw in Wonderland was too much of a coincidence. Angor began to wonder if his thoughts could really affect the nightmare domain. Maybe it was because he had the tree of authority as his core authority. With this in mind, Angor looked back at the ingenious idea mentioned by the host and came up with a new idea. Perhaps the so-called ingenious idea was actually Dream Creator's dream modified by Wonderland on the basis of Angor's thoughts to create this ingenious idea. If that was the case, it was possible that the black and white slum was using Monument Valley as a way of playing. In order to prove his theory, Angor entered the track. Monument Valley had an interesting way of playing, which was to create a path by using optical illusions. According to the magic track, the core of the track was black and white and light and shadow. Considering the current situation, Angor thought of using shadow illusions to create a path. In his previous attempts, a single shadow was unable to form a passageway. However, if two or more shadows overlapped, then the shadows would be able to create a passageway that was invisible to the naked eye but could actually be walked through. However, although shadows could overlap, it was difficult to form a straight shadow path that reached the green halo in the sky. To reach the green circle in the sky, the shadow would have to make a turn in the middle. How to create a turn? This was when the houses came in handy. A pure black house could be used as a shadow to create a path. The shadow of a white house could also be used as a path. In this case, the black and white houses combined with light and shadow could create a path that reached the sky. This was how the track worked. After unraveling the mechanism, Angor was sure that it was similar to the Monument Valley. Which meant all his previous guesses were correct. Wonderland was an authority that extracted certain thoughts from his mind and combined them with the energy of the mirror world, dream realm, and nightmare realm. Angor felt a little uncomfortable about this. After all, part of Wonderland's mechanism came from his mind. No matter how he thought about it, he did not like it. If he really wanted to borrow it, he could have discussed it first. But he also knew that Wonderland was an authority without sentience. It was influenced by his mind, but it did not mean that it could communicate with him. Therefore, he had no choice but to accept the Dream of Wonderland ability. However, this also reminded him that he needed to set up a mental barrier to isolate the Tree of Authority from his mind. Otherwise, he would lose all his secrets in the future. Of course, Angor knew that this was not possible. His mind could influence the authority tree, but only to a limited extent. If Wonderland's mechanism was 100% autonomous, Angor's influence could only reach 1%. This was a very small amount. Like Sundar's nightmare domain, Angor could easily reach 100% by using his mind. Unlike Angor, he had absolute control over the situation, unlike Angor, who was forced to interfere. Still, Angor decided to add a thought barrier around the authority tree. When he no longer had to passively influence the nightmare domain and gained absolute control over it, he would not need such a barrier anymore. Still, he was a little annoyed that Wonderland was trying to pry into his mind without his permission, and he was not happy about it. However, he had to admit that Wonderland's appearance had given him a better understanding of the nightmare domain's main body. He used to think that the authority inside the nightmare domain's main body was similar to the basic laws in other worlds. However, Wonderland changed his mind. The authority itself was not fixed. Instead, it could be customized. Angor's mind was still limited by the world he knew, so he only knew a few kinds of laws. Now that he found out that Wonderland's authority existed, it was an eye-opener for him. What kind of authority would Wonderland be if he had to define it in terms of fixed knowledge, puzzle solving? Illusion-related? Or dungeon-related? Angor did not know the answer yet. Perhaps he would be able to figure it out when he gained a deeper understanding of Wonderland. Now that Angor knew that the track was using Monument Valley's mechanism, he could solve the puzzles much faster. According to the host's estimation, Angor would need to stay on the track for a day or two before he could figure something out. Even if he had an idea, he still needed to see the big picture. Only when he knew the big picture could he construct the path of ascension as quickly as possible. That would take a long time, no doubt. The host had already prepared for a long time. However, Angor's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. It only took him half an hour to build the foundation of the path of ascension. Yes, it was only the foundation, which was the so-called geographical advantage. To open the path of ascension and reach the green circle, one needed not only the geographical advantage, but also the right time. Only when the angle of the sun's inclination coincided with the path of ascension, could the path of ascension be opened. The host knew the exact time. It was 2:45 in the afternoon. Angor entered the track at 9:30 in the morning, and it was now 10 in the morning. In other words, Angor had finished the race ahead of schedule. He still needed to wait until 2:45 in the afternoon, when the track would end. The host did not know what to say anymore. If Angor had not found the solution, he could have teased him a little. But now, Angor had already completed all the preludes. All that was left was to wait for the final moment. The host did not know what to do. It was not funny to tease Angor, and he did not have the right to mock him. There was no need to stir up the atmosphere. While the host was trying to figure out how to spend the next 4 hours, Angor, who was on the track, suddenly flew up. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Angor flew away with the wind. In just a few seconds, Angor reached his seat. One more step and he would reach the end, the green circle. However, he didn't move forward right away. Instead, he moved his lips slightly. The audience couldn't see what Angor was saying, but Laplace and the others who were not far from Angor saw his lips clearly. Angor was asking, "How many points will I get if I go straight to the end? More than 5 points?" As for who he was asking, Laplace looked around and saw the confused looks on everyone's faces. Clearly, Angor wasn't talking to them. If that was the case, there was only one possibility: Angor was talking to the host. Could Angor contact the host outside the Sky Curtain studio? Laplace wasn't surprised. Angor's ability to fly meant that he had something up his sleeves. As for contacting the host, why couldn't he? Earlier, Angor took Laplace into God's eye view so that Laplace could see the purgers, so she knew what it was like to be in that state. They were in a special dream, but they didn't leave the dream crystal. Why couldn't Angor use God's view? Since Angor could use God's view, it made sense that he could contact the host. With this in mind, Laplace already knew what Angor's trump card was: authority. Some of the special dreams would restrict external objects, but would they restrict one's authority? Probably not. Perhaps some powers of the heavenly gods would be restricted to a certain extent, but the powers of the heavenly gods definitely wouldn't be restricted. Since Angor was able to create the dream crystal, he must have a supreme authority. Some of his authorities might be suitable for the dream wasteland, but there must be some that could be used in the dream crystal. And such authorities wouldn't be restricted by the special dreams. Angor's ability to fly with the wind was probably one of those authorities. Laplace was so sure because when the dream crystal was first built, Angor already used a power similar to wind. She vaguely remembered that it was the authority to manipulate weather. Weather was most likely a universal authority, so Angor could bring it to the dream crystal if he got it from the dream wasteland. It was just that the dream crystal wasn't as effective as external objects. Otherwise, Angor could have used the power of celestial phenomenon to kill the purgers instead of using her scales to kill them. All of the above are Laplace's degrees. If Angor could hear Laplace's thoughts, he would be impressed by her imagination. Most of it was correct. However, there was one thing Laplace was wrong about. In fact, Laplace was the one who contributed the most to the creation of the dream crystal. In other words, he gained an advantage in the battle between the mirror world and the dream realm. In the past, whether it was the dream wasteland or the dream wasteland, the cleaners that came were all colossal. Some of the cleaners were even bigger than the dream wasteland. Therefore, even if Angor had mastered all the powers to control the weather as soon as he created the dream crystal, he still wouldn't be able to deal with such a monster. This time, the dream wits mirror the dream wasteland. As for the reason, the dream realm hoped to continue its connection with the mirror world, while the mirror world mainly considered the fact that Laplace was in the dream crystal. Laplace's idea was mostly correct, but he didn't consider himself as the key. Of course, it didn't have much to do with the current situation. Laplace's guess was completely accurate. Angor could control the power of the dream crystal and use God's view, which allowed him to ride the wind and speak to the MC. Outside the dream crystal, the MC stood under a spotlight on a stage covered with colorful ribbons and balloons while explaining to the audience. People inside the dream crystal couldn't hear what he was saying. What the host said was basically just a joke. Occasionally, he would explain the actions of the Black Cat Challenger, but at this time, it was not the time for the real reveal. So, even if he explained some of the Black Cat Challenger's actions, he did not tell the audience the meaning behind the actions. The MC thought he could use this method to stall for a long time, and the audience would be more than happy to wait for 2 or 3 days. But Angor was too fast. Half an hour later, he solved all the puzzles. Now, the MC had to bear the pressure. He had many other jokes he could use to entertain the audience, but he couldn't keep talking about them. After all, the dream crystal was about the challenger's track, and he still needed the audience to pay attention to the challenger. However, the Black Cat had solved the puzzle and completed his challenge. He only needed to wait for 4 hours before leaving. Normally, the challenger wouldn't move for the next 4 hours, and the MC had to give an explanation to the audience. And the explanation had to be reasonable. He couldn't say that the challenger had given up. If he said so, the challenger would come out in 4 hours, and he would be slapping himself in the face. But if he said the challenger had already solved the puzzle and was only waiting for the light to come out, wouldn't it show that his ingenious mind was useless? Besides, he couldn't just let the audience wait for the next 4 hours, could he? As a performer in a circus, he couldn't just leave the audience in the cold. But he couldn't give a perfect explanation to the audience. As for adjusting the time and making the 4 hours pass faster, he couldn't do that either. There were rules in Dream Crystal too. Just as the host was feeling vexed, he was surprised to see the challenger fly up. And he flew straight to the green light circle. As long as the challenger was willing, he could go one step further and reach the finish line. Seeing this scene, although the host was surprised, the burden in his heart was relieved. If the Black Cat chose to end the game this way, he didn't need to explain his behavior to the audience. And he didn't need to wait for 4 hours like sitting on pins and needles. With this in mind, the MC quickly spoke to the audience. "I didn't know the Black Cat could fly." Well, the track really hit the nail on the head this time. But it's a good thing to pass the challenge. It doesn't matter what method you use. It's fun to see a black cat that can fly. The MC continued, but speaking of which, the Black Cat didn't reach the finish line immediately. What is he doing? Is he going to go back and try another method, or is he going to end the challenge like this? As soon as the MC finished speaking, he saw the challenger's lips moving. He thought the challenger was talking to his friend, so he didn't think too much about it. But the next second, he froze. Because he heard a tiny voice right next to his ear. "How many points will I get if I go straight to the finish line? Can I get more than 5? It was the voice of the Black Cat, no doubt. But why was the Black Cat talking right next to his ear? The MC looked around and saw the audience booing. They were booing because Angor took a shortcut, which prevented them from seeing a perfect performance. It also meant that the audience didn't hear Angor's voice. Was the Black Cat talking to himself? Maybe it was because the MC didn't answer, but the Black Cat spoke again. "You have 2 choices. First, answer my question. If I can get more than 5 points, I'll fly to the finish line. Second, I'll go back down and wait for 4 hours. Then, I'll enter the shadow path and walk to the finish line. But I don't want to waste time. And I guess you don't want to leave the audience hanging for 4 hours either, right? Can you answer me now? Choose one. Or, if you have a third choice, you can tell me." The MC realized that the Black Cat already knew that the puzzle of the magic track had been solved, as well as what was going on outside. The MC didn't know how the Black Cat could send voice transmissions and investigate the outside world, but it didn't matter. Just like how the white bear used a whip to tame the black tiger in the previous racetrack. Maybe this was Angor's ability. As long as the challenger didn't break the rules of the track, he could use whatever ability he had. The Black Cat also followed the rules. He might have communicated with Angor, but it didn't break the rules. The MC remained silent for a moment. He blocked the audience and sent a message to the scenery. I can't decide the audience's rating. Maybe they can get more than 5 points, or maybe not. Angor said, so I still have to wait for 4 hours? Or, you want to leave the audience hanging for 4 hours? The MC sighed. How about this? You choose to reach the finish line now. Even if you don't get 5 points, I'll give you 5 points. If the audience gives you more than 5 points, I'll give you a private gift. The MC didn't want to leave the audience hanging either. Besides, the black cat really did solve the puzzle, and it was incredibly fast too. This actually triggered a hidden condition set by the gods. As a consciousness born in this place, the MC didn't want to offend a promising challenger. Therefore, he would give Angor a reasonable compensation. Angor didn't know what the MC was thinking. After receiving the MC's confirmation, he stepped forward without hesitation. He went straight into the green light circle. As colorful balloons and fireworks rose into the sky, the last racetrack was completed. Then, it was the audience's evaluation of the magic track. The audience didn't care about the score. They all heard the MC's voice. No matter what, Angor would get 5 points. He would get more than 75 points in the end. That was enough. Luigi, on the other hand, was curious about Angor's score. Earlier, the MC gave him an envelope, which contained the prelude to a new special dream. If Angor's score was more than 5 points, would the private gift also have something to do with the prelude to the new quest? It would be best if it was Uriel's choice. Then he could challenge the special dream together with Angor next time. As Luigi waited expectantly, the colorful lights in front of him began to light up one by one. The lights in the first row lit up almost instantly, but Angor's was slow. He lit them up one by one. It was obvious that the audience didn't know that Angor had solved the puzzle yet. The audience only rated based on their own senses. Most of them didn't understand Angor's previous actions, so they didn't get a high score. Half a minute later, the last light came out. 9 points. Even the lights in the first row weren't finished yet. However, the audience didn't really care how high the score was. Angor only needed 5 points to save the rabbit girl and Laplace. It didn't matter how high the score was. It wasn't like he could get a 100% exploration rate. With 9 points, the black curtain came again. This time, the black curtain lasted for a long time. However, the audience wasn't too worried because they all received a notice in their minds. The performance is over. The circus is taking a curtain call. The final score will begin after the curtain call. There was no countdown, but everyone knew that the MC was taking a curtain call. When the curtain call ended, they would be able to leave. While waiting for the curtain call, the audience began to chat. The rabbit girl was the first to speak. She was blaming herself for taking the headband on the ground. Luigi comforted her and changed the topic to Angor. He mainly asked about Angor's performance in the magic track. For example, how did he figure out the shadow path? How did he fly? Why did he build the shadow path if he could fly? Angor gave a few perfunctory answers and changed the topic to Laplace. He already spent a lot of time in the dream crystal plane. Some of Sweet Dream's characteristics were already inside the dream crystal plane. Now, he planned to find a quiet place to study the dream crystal plane. Before that, he still needed to solve some practical problems, such as how to leave the underground ruin, how to enter the dream crystallization again, and how to finish the dream crystallization, how to develop it in the future, and what kind of authority Laplace was going to assume. Laplace said that she needed to discuss with Gleipnir before making a decision. They didn't talk about it in front of Angor, but Angor believed that they must have talked about it in private. What about the result? Was Laplace ready to assume the authority? Angor didn't have time to ask because of the relay race. Now that the race was over, he decided to use this chance to ask. End of chapter. Laplace nodded. I do have an idea. Can you tell me about it? Laplace didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked at Gleipnir and exchanged glances with each other. They seemed to be discussing something, but at the same time, they were trying to confirm something. After a long while, Gleipnir sighed softly. Laplace looked at Angor and said, "The power of memory." He looked at Laplace, then at Gleipnir. Judging from the way they looked at each other, it seemed that they were not on the same page. In the end, Laplace's idea won the argument. Of course, this was only what Angor observed. Angor couldn't tell if there was a real conflict between them, or if it was just an act. However, Laplace did say that she would discuss with Gleipnir before giving an answer. Gleipnir obviously had something to say, but Laplace still rejected it. Angor was curious about what Gleipnir's idea was. The power related to memory. I don't think there's a problem. Dreamwalking in Wonderland actually involves a similar authority. Angor considered. But you already have your memory garden. Why do you still want the power related to memory? Laplace spoke in a flat tone, I don't know what I'm talking about. Besides, the power I want is not only related to memory. There are other, unknown areas. In other words, what Laplace wanted was not just the ordinary memory authority. The authority she wanted might span across multiple domains, and the scope of authority and responsibility would be even greater. If that was the case, Angor could understand. I see. We can talk about the details later. He only needed to know the general idea. He still needed to think about the details. After all, the power was very important. He hadn't known Laplace for a long time. He gave Laplace the authority not only to repay Laplace for his contribution in the cleanup, but also to give the mirror world an explanation. This kind of gift was not as generous as the one he gave to Sunders. It was similar to territorial disputes. He couldn't agree right away. He had to be generous when necessary, but he also had to fight for it when necessary. Even if it wasn't a core power, he still had to do the same. Therefore, it wouldn't be too late to discuss the details later. Laplace also understood what was going on. He nodded and did not continue speaking. Next, he looked at Gleipnir. Gleipnir should have his own ideas as well, right? Gleipnir shook his head. My main body's idea is my idea. Angor didn't believe Gleipnir. Before he could ask again, Laplace spoke in a flat tone, she wants the power related to the law of time. Angor was surprised. The law of time. It was a very mysterious and secret law, and it was a sovereign power. Just like the laws of space and everything, it was an absolute core law. Even a child authority under the law of time could be a core authority, and he would never give it away. The law of time. Even in the dream wasteland, there is no such thing. Angor looked at Gleipnir. Because no one can afford it. Under Gleipnir's puzzled gaze, Angor explained, you need to have a solid foundation to bear the power. For example, the power related to time requires a very, very solid foundation. Perhaps only a veteran legendary wizard who knows something related to time can afford it. If no one can bear the power, it will only dissipate into the world. Angor paused a little. Besides, a newly born world, no, it can't even be called a world now. It's just a newly independent space. Do you think such a space can bear the torrent of time? Angor was telling the truth, but he also exaggerated a little. Time authority, such as the authority of sovereignty or the authority of the first generation, was something that no one would be able to bear. But if it was a sub authority under the authority of time, or a complex authority that only involved a very small portion of the law of time, perhaps someone would be able to bear it. But even if someone could bear the power, Angor wouldn't give it to anyone right now, even if it wasn't a core power. Such an unpredictable power could easily lead to the collapse of the fundamental laws of this new world. Angor would only consider the power of time when the core powers of a world that operated for a long time had all appeared, and when the world was rich enough to manifest the law of time. Considering this, the dream wasteland didn't even meet the requirements yet, let alone the dream crystal plane. I was too narrow-minded, Gleipnir said. Gleipnir was being modest, but he didn't show it on his face. He knew Angor was telling the truth, but he also knew that Angor didn't want to give away the power of time. Gleipnir didn't think Angor was sincere enough, so he didn't try to convince him. Laplace, on the other hand, secretly shook his head. In the end, Gleipnir still thought too highly of his seniority. She still believed that Laplace deserved this kind of treatment because he was stronger than Gleipnir. However, Gleipnir didn't consider how great Angor's achievement was. If Gleipnir directly asked for such an important power, it would be the same as telling Gleipnir that he was going to steal Gleipnir's honor and stop his path of truth. There was no way Angor would agree. Of course, it was also possible that Gleipnir already considered this, but she still decided to do it. Letting Glepner play the bad guy would be more advantageous in the negotiation. Either way, Laplace didn't agree with Glepner's decision. Compared to a temporary gain, she preferred to maintain a friendly relationship with Glepner in the long run. The Dream Crystal Plane was a great opportunity for her. It was a wonderful place that could fulfill many of her regrets in the real world. And it didn't require a core power. Memories, as long as he had memories, he would be fine. Because of Griebner's perfunctory words, the atmosphere became a little awkward. However, the curtain call ended at this moment. A new row of information popped up in their minds, causing everyone to immediately forget the awkward atmosphere from before and refocus their attention on the Wonderland prompt. The curtain call has ended. Calculation will begin in 1 minute. Calculation rules. 1. Before the calculation begins, scores can be adjusted. However, once the calculation begins, scores can no longer be adjusted. 2. Rewards will be given according to the scores of the challengers. Rewards will be announced at the end of the calculation. 3. Rewards given by the host in private will not be announced. The rest of the information will be announced after all challengers receive their rewards. This time, there was only one important thing in the notification. During this 1 minute, challengers could adjust their scores. Currently, each challenger's score was made up of the audience's scores and the flowers given by the audience. The audience's scores, which were displayed on the colored lights, were fixed and unchangeable. However, the flowers given by the audience could be traded with each other. This was the so-called score adjustment. Do we need to adjust the scores? It was Luigi who broke the silence. He had the highest score and the most flowers. If they wanted to adjust the scores, they would have to start with him. Laplace didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Angor. Angor said, Laplace, Glepner, and I don't need to adjust the scores. If the scores are too low, all the flowers won't make any difference. So, if we want to adjust the scores, we have to start with young Laplace and Luigi. There are 2 ways to adjust the scores. The first is to pile up all the flowers and let Luigi get the highest score. But Luigi already has 23 points. Even if he gets young Laplace's flowers, he will only get 24 points. I don't think there will be a big difference between 23 and 24 points. But that's just my opinion. Maybe there will be a big difference between 23 and 24 points? The second way is to let Luigi trade a flower to young Laplace. In this case, Luigi will get 22 points, and young Laplace will get 20 points. The total score of each track is 20 points. The difference between 19 and 20 points is like the difference between a perfect score and a not-so-perfect score. Personally, I think it's bigger than the difference between 23 and 24 points. Of course, the choice is still up to you, Luigi. There were 2 ways to adjust the scores. The first way was to accumulate the highest score and get the best reward. The second way was to average the scores and see if there would be a qualitative change between 19 and 20 points. There was no doubt that Angor was leaning toward the second one, which was evident from the way he described it. The others were also leaning toward the second way. There was a big difference between a perfect score and a not-so-perfect score. However, Luigi seemed to be hesitating. You want to choose the first way? Laplace asked. Luigi scratched his nose and nodded, a little embarrassed. Yes. Laplace asked, Intuition? Luigi hesitated again. I don't know. Personally, I think there's not a big difference between 23 and 24 points, and there might be a qualitative change between 19 and 20 points. But the first thing that comes to my mind is that I can get a higher score. Maybe it's intuition, or maybe it's just selfishness? While Luigi was hesitating, the bunny girl gently tossed her flowers in front of Luigi. I trust your intuition, Luigi. The bunny girl blinked her big eyes and gave Luigi an affirmative look. Luigi had the best relationship with her. She trusted Luigi's intuition, not selfishness. Even if she was being selfish, she would still like Luigi as usual. Luigi held the bunny girl's flower and felt even more embarrassed. He quickly took out 2 bouquets from his bouquet and tried to give them to the girl. However, the bunny girl waved a hand and refused Luigi. Laplace spoke up as well, take it. Maybe the reward will change from 19 to 20 points, but it doesn't matter if the reward is useful or not. Angor began to think about Laplace's words. She was right. No matter how good the reward was, it would be meaningless if it was not suitable for you. Sometimes, balance was not always good. Luigi remained silent for a moment and nodded. Okay. A minute passed very quickly. The next round began. Everyone thought the game would end in darkness, and they would be kicked out of the Sunshine Circus. This was because the previous Helen's Dream and Glutton's Feast were the same. However, that was not the case. They disappeared from the darkness and arrived at the circus stage with colorful scenery. The audience had already left, and only the host was left on the stage. Everyone sat in rows on the circus stage while the host flattered them in front of them and praised them non-stop. He even described the exciting moments of their competitions, making them feel as if they were reliving their own competitions. When the host was almost done, he announced in a loud voice, "Now, I will give out the rewards for your matches. This is the first time Sunshine Circus will give out a relay match reward. It was carefully selected by the circus leader. I hope you like it." The contestants finally understood why the Wonderland notification said that the reward would be announced when the reward was calculated. The host announced the rewards, which meant it was the so-called announcement. The host looked at the bunny girl first. "Challenger Black Rabbit, you have 18 points. That's a very good score. Your reward is..." Clang. Clang. "Look over here." The host shook his fingers, bowed, and took a step back, motioning for everyone to look behind him. Everyone looked in the direction he indicated and saw a table slowly rising from the center of the stage. The spotlight shone on the table, and they could clearly see that there were 2 exquisite porcelain plates on the table. The porcelain plates were covered by lids. However, the lids were transparent, so they could see what was on the porcelain plates. On the left plate was a mini rabbit costume that looked exactly the same as the one worn by the bunny girl. On the plate on the right was a revolver engraved with clown patterns. This is the reward for Challenger Black Rabbit. However, you can only choose one of the two. Challenger Black Rabbit, you only have 1 minute to choose. You can also let me introduce it to you, but my introduction is also counted in 1 minute. The host looked at the bunny girl with a smile. The bunny girl wanted to ask the others, but the host said, "Instead of discussing with others, it's better to follow the choice in your heart." The bunny girl paused for a moment and whispered, then, "Can you introduce me to the reward on the right plate?" The host, "Of course. The one on the right plate is a revolver. I'm sure you don't know what a revolver is, right? Then let me tell you. It is not just a signal transmitter, it is also a weapon of mass destruction." Just as the host said that, the bunny girl frowned and interrupted, "Introduce the reward on the left plate." The host was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. "All right, the one on the left plate is a costume. Don't be fooled by its small size. After the seal is removed, it will be as big as the one you are wearing. However, when you wear this costume, you will not feel any weight. Additionally, you will have the flexibility of a rabbit and the ability to jump. In addition, there are some special abilities related to rabbits." Hearing that, the bunny girl said without hesitation, "Then I choose the left plate. By the way, can you make the costume white? I want to become a white rabbit, not a black rabbit." The host nodded. "Of course, the color change is very simple." The MC snapped his fingers, and the table on the stage disappeared. The plate with the rabbit plushie appeared in front of the rabbit girl, and the black rabbit fur on the plate turned into pure white rabbit fur. After the bunny girl's reward was given out, the host looked at Laplace. "Next is the reward for Challenger Silver Fox." As for Laplace, the host didn't have much praise. He just casually said that she was strong and left it at that. The next process was the same as the rabbit girl's. A table rose from the center of the stage, and on the table was the reward for Laplace. However, the rabbit girl could choose one of the two, but Laplace only had one reward, a silver fox costume. The effect of the silver fox costume was similar to the rabbit costume. After wearing it, one could inherit some of the silver fox's abilities. The silver fox challenger can also customize the color. Not only a single color, but also a variety of colors. The host smiled. Laplace shook her head. "No need." She didn't care about these rewards and nodded. The host didn't care. He turned to look at the third challenger, Luigi. When facing Luigi, the host's enthusiasm came back again, and it was even more enthusiastic than the rabbit girl. The praise was endless. Everyone could even see the admiration in his eyes under his funny makeup. Obviously, Luigi's performance had completely convinced the host. However, the praise was just the process. The main point was the reward. The lights on the canopy above their heads flickered. Under the sound of the bugle horn, countless ribbons erupted, and rainbow-like smoke filled the air. Amidst the smoke, 3 very gorgeous display cases rose up from the center of the stage. There were also 3 plates in the display cabinets. On the plates were Luigi's rewards. It was a completely different ceremony from the previous awards ceremony. It also showed the importance of Luigi to the Sunshine Circus. Such a lively announcement made everyone curious about what Luigi's reward would be. Looking at the light under the spotlight, the 3 transparent display cabinets each held a different prize. In the first display cabinet, there was a red-tailed frog costume. Seeing this, everyone roughly understood the rules of the rewards. This costume was probably a fixed reward. Everyone had one. As for whether it was worth choosing a costume as a reward, it depended on what animal you chose when you chose a code name. From this, it could be seen that Wonderland also followed a principle of balance when giving rewards. If one wanted to save effort on the track, they would definitely choose a light costume. Most of the animals corresponding to this costume were weak. When the final reward was calculated, choosing this costume would give one a certain amount of ability, but it wouldn't be too strong. If one chose a heavy costume on the track, the corresponding animal would not necessarily be stronger than the corresponding animal in the light costume. However, from the distribution, most of the animals in the heavy costume were stronger than the light costume. Just like the white bear that Gleipnir chose. It was very cumbersome to wear on the track, but the real white bear was not only agile and flexible, but also powerful. The value of the white bear costume was much more worth it compared to the red-tailed frog costume, the white rabbit costume, and the silver fox costume. Of course, there were exceptions. Value couldn't measure everything. Just like the bunny girl, the bunny costume might not be better than the revolver, but she wanted to change into the bunny costume because she liked it. Money couldn't buy it. So, it couldn't be the same. The first one was the red-tailed frog costume. In terms of actual value, it was probably lower than the other 2 costumes. However, Luigi's score was higher, so he had a choice. He could choose one of the 2 costumes without the red-tailed frog costume. The item on the second display cabinet was a badge. The background of the badge was a set of rectangular keys, one deep and one shallow, which looked like the black and white keys of a piano. Behind the keys, there were several musical instruments of different shapes. As a noble, he had seen many different types of badges before. None of the badges in the display cases looked like family badges. Most families wouldn't choose musical instruments as their emblem. Even if they did, there would only be one kind of instrument that stuck out as the main body. There were many kinds of musical instruments on this badge. Compared to family badges, this one looked more like a school badge. "This is the emblem of Birmingham's Eden Academy," the announcer said. "That's the emblem of Birmingham Eden Academy. Birmingham's Eden Academy is the best music academy in Tasman Empire. With this emblem, you will receive the best treatment in all the music theaters you visit." It was indeed a school emblem. And from what the host said, the emblem was probably something similar to Glory of Fan Family, which was a proof of identity. Angor didn't really care about the so-called proof of identity. He was more interested in the Tasman Empire, the host mentioned. He felt like he had seen this name somewhere before. Angor tried to recall, but his mind still went blank. There was only one possibility for him to forget the name with his current memory. He probably saw the name by accident. Accident was the most difficult thing to find in memories. As long as one's eyes were open, there would always be things that one didn't pay attention to. Maybe they came from the corner of one's eyes, from the blind spot of one's vision, or from a random glance, all of which were captured in one's memory box. Trying to find such fragmented memories was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It all depended on luck. Of course, if Angor was as strong as Sunders, it would be easier for him to find accident. But he still needed some time to find it. When Angor decided to give up, he heard Luigi mumbling in a low voice, Tasman Empire. I think it's a country in the Western continent, the Western continent's wizarding world. With this keyword, the automatic search system in Angor's mind started working again. This time Angor finally found Tasman Empire in his memory. Earlier, he found Tower Mechanics Lab Number 4, or Snooker's base, in the depths of the misty waters. There, he collected a lot of magazines from other wizarding worlds. One of them was called Port Chronicles, which came from the Western continent's wizarding world. It was a periodical published by a magazine company in Warm Breeze Harbor, Victoria. It was published once a year and told all kinds of stories about Warm Breeze City in Victoria. Warm Breeze City was a wizarding city, but it wasn't a random place. It was located in the Tasman Empire. Since the content of Port Chronicles was too boring and distant, Angor only gave it a quick glance without paying too much attention to it. That was why he didn't think about the Tasman Empire for a long time. Since something from the Tasman Empire appeared here, did it mean that Sunlight Circus came from the Western continent's wizarding world? Was the host also from the Western continent's wizarding world? The host also heard Luigi's words and showed a puzzled look. Western continent's wizarding world? I've never heard of it before. But I think I know something about the Western continent. My music teacher told me that we're in the Western continent. Angor was sure that the host was from the Western continent's wizarding world. But he was only a mortal. It was normal for mortals to not know about the wizarding world. As for why his music teacher knew about the Western continent, either the teacher was a supernatural or a noble who knew something. But that's not important. Let's get back to the prize. Red-tailed frog, do you want me to tell you more about the emblem, or do you want us to go to the third display case? Luigi pondered for a moment and asked, you said before that as long as you have this school badge, you will receive the best treatment when you go to any music theater. Why? Aren't they worried that someone might impersonate them? Each emblem corresponds to one student. As long as the student doesn't expose you, you can become the owner of the emblem and enjoy all the privileges it brings. How can I be sure that the owner of the emblem won't expose me? Luigi asked. To the others, Luigi's question sounded like he was trying to pick a fight. It was just an ID. After all, Laplace had inherited the glory of the Fan family, so he naturally inherited the identity of a noble. The Wonderland had its own rules. Who would expose you in the Wonderland? However, perhaps the host admired Luigi, so he didn't think Luigi was trying to pick a fight. He still answered Luigi's question seriously. Red-tailed frog, if you choose the emblem, no one will suspect you with your strength. You're qualified to wear the emblem. Also. The host paused and looked at Angor with a strange look. Also, the emblem is actually mine. It has my name on the back. Since I've shown it, I've recognized you as the owner of the emblem. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They thought that the school emblem was a reward given to them by dreaming in Wonderland. They didn't expect the host to give it to them. There must be a reason behind it. Luigi nodded and did not ask any more questions. The host calmed himself down and walked to the third display case. The third display case contained a harp that shone with a faint radiance. The design of the harp was very ordinary, but it gave off a sense of elegance and nobility when placed there. As far as Angor was concerned, the harp was definitely made for Luigi, and it was the best of the three. As expected, the host introduced the information about the harp and directly revealed that this harp was from the circus leader's collection. He had specially taken it out for Luigi. The harp was made by a light apostle from the Church of Brilliance's headquarters in the Tasman Empire. Its name, Harp of Brilliance. The Harp of Brilliance bathed in holy light and accompanied countless hymns. Any hymn or interjection played by the harp would reach deeper into people's hearts. In other words, the harp had the power to influence people's hearts. The host continued, now, the choice is yours. You may choose one of the three rewards. If you need my recommendation, feel free to tell me. Angor spoke in a gloomy tone, didn't you say I'll follow my heart? What? Now you're saying you can recommend something? Because the red-tailed frog is worthy of my recommendation. Everyone remained silent. As expected of someone with a high score. The difference in treatment couldn't be more obvious. Luigi followed the host's words and asked, "What would you recommend?" The host answered without hesitation, "The harp is my first choice, and the emblem is my second choice. Without a doubt, I recommend the Harp of Brilliance the most. It's the best combination to perform the Song of the Red-Tailed Frog. The emblem is a little useful, but not much. As for the red-tailed frog costume, I don't recommend it." After listening to the host's suggestion, Luigi nodded. "I understand. Then I choose the emblem of Birmingham's Eden Academy." The host was about to take out his harp, but when he heard Luigi's choice, he was stunned. He didn't know why Luigi chose the emblem, but he still followed Luigi's suggestion and took out the emblem. The host was still trying to persuade Luigi, "Actually, the emblem is useless. I really think you should choose the Harp of Brilliance." Luigi smiled brightly. "It's fine. I think it's a good idea to inherit the host's identity." When the host heard this, he muttered softly, "Inherit my identity." After a moment of silence, the host sighed and handed the emblem to Luigi without saying anything else. The others looked at Luigi. They didn't understand Luigi's choice either. Luigi put on the emblem with a smile and spoke to the crowd in a soft voice, "Intuition, intuition." Luigi himself preferred the harp. But his intuition told him that the emblem might bring him something interesting later on. Back when he got a bouquet of flowers from the bunny girl and earned 24 points, he used his intuition as an excuse. So he might as well follow his intuition to the end. He didn't know whether his intuition was right or not, but it didn't matter. After Luigi's reward was given out, it was Glepner's turn. Glepner's score was 15 points, which was about the same as Laplace's 13 points. Glepner thought he only had one costume to choose from, but he didn't expect to be given the same treatment as the bunny girl. So the rewards were divided into 3 levels. Those above 20 points could choose one of 3, those below 15 points could choose one of 2, and those below 15 points could choose one of 2. Those below 15 points could only choose a costume. Of course, no one knew if those who scored less than 10 points wouldn't even be able to choose a costume. They would see Angor's reward later. Angor's score was 9 points, which happened to be below 10 points. Glepner's reward was a white bear costume and a small black cat that looked around. This was the first time a living creature reward was given. According to the host, the black cat was the black tiger that Glepner tamed on the track. Glepner had seen the tiger's ability before, and it didn't seem to work. How strong could the tiger be if it could turn into a small black cat with a single whip? In terms of value, there was no doubt that the white bear costume was more valuable. However, Glepner didn't choose the white bear costume. Instead, he chose the small black cat. It wasn't that Glepner had developed feelings for the black cat. According to Glepner, he wanted to study the living creatures in the dream crystal. Or rather, he wanted to know the difference between the living creatures born in the dream crystal and those born in the dream crystal. In other words, he was using the black cat as a research subject. The black cat didn't know its fate yet. It meowed happily at Glepner. When the host put the black cat in Glepner's hand, it even rubbed its head against Glepner's hand affectionately. It had no idea how much trouble it would face in the future. After Glepner's selection, only Angor's reward was left. The host looked at Angor as well. End of chapter. Next, the reward for the Black Cat Challenger. The MC's tone was a bit strange. Perhaps the host himself also realized that his tone was not right, so he paused for a moment, adjusted his breathing, and continued, "I'm sorry. There are 2 types of rewards. Let's take a look at the first one." The MC turned around and revealed a table in the center of the stage behind him. The reward was on the table. However, it was different from what people expected. They thought there would only be one reward for a reward below 15 points, and it would definitely be a costume. But this time it was different. There were actually 2 plates on the table. This meant there were 2 rewards. Laplace only got 1 reward when he scored 13 points. Angor, on the other hand, only got 9 points and 2 rewards, which surprised everyone. The MC spoke again, and this time, his words cleared up everyone's confusion. Originally, rewards below 10 points wouldn't include the costume reward, but the leader felt that there wasn't much difference between 9 points and 10 points. Moreover, the Black Cat Challenger's performance was worth more than 10 points. So, the leader simply asked me to bring up the rewards of 9 points and 10 points for the Black Cat Challenger to choose from. In other words, even if he could choose one of the two items, the quality of his reward would not reach 15 points. To put it bluntly, the ringmaster only gave Angor a costume as a reward. The reward was not good, but at least Angor had the right to choose. On the left plate was a black cat costume, which was similar to the other costumes. Wearing it would grant the challenger some of the black cat's talents. On the right plate was a cone-shaped firework tube. The host focused on the firecracker. According to the host, this firecracker was called the Sunshine Cannon. After using it, it could be used to fix the entrance to the Sunshine Circus for a month. It was similar to the Special Dream Gate. As long as the entrance was fixed, the Special Dream of Sunshine Circus would be here for a month, waiting for challengers to challenge it. For Angor, the Sunshine Cannon was basically useless. He did not care about the 100% exploration rate. Why would he keep the entrance open for a month? Why would he keep challenging it? Angor looked around and did not see anyone who wanted to increase their exploration rate. Then he looked at Laplace and asked if he wanted to increase the exploration rate of the dream. Laplace, who had been acting like a perfectionist, turned his head away. She could try to increase her exploration of other special dreams, but she didn't want a special dream like the Sunshine Circus that required a performance. From this, it could be seen that the Sunlight Salute was despised by everyone. It was of little value. No wonder it was a reward with less than 10 points. Host, does the Black Cat Challenger need to think about what to choose? He pointed at the black cat costume and said, "I'll take this one. But can you make it a little smaller?" The host was stunned for a moment. Huh? Become smaller? Angor nodded and gestured with his hand. About the size of a palm. About the size of a bird. The black cat costume was useless to Angor anyway, but he could give it to Toby as a gift. Anyway, Toby liked to wear all kinds of strange clothes, so this black cat costume was perfect for him. The host hesitated and nodded. Why, yes. Do you want to change the color of your costume? Gold. Angor tried imagining Toby's costume in different colors. Toby's feathers were grayish-black, and his tail feathers were bright. However, as long as he remained calm, he would not attract attention. This dark color would go well with either gold or red. But Toby had too many red dresses, so gold was a better choice. Soon, the host adjusted the color and size of the costume according to Angor's request and handed it to him. Angor looked at the golden cat costume for a while and put it away in his Wonderland space. Also, Angor noticed that the space inside the item was really inside the Wonderland. However, it was deeper inside the Wonderland, which was not in the same area as the crystal objects. Angor sensed the general direction and did not pay much attention to it. The host continued, "That was the first reward for the Black Cat Challenger. The second reward is a personal gift from me, so I can't show it to you. Black Cat Challenger, please follow me to the backstage." The host walked to the back of the stage as he spoke. Everyone understood that this was what the Wonderland meant when it said personal gifts from the host will not be shown to the public. Angor did not say anything. He stood up and followed the host to the backstage. They thought Angor would not stay for long. However, he did not come back for a long time. Half an hour later, their surroundings suddenly became illusory. At the same time, they received a message from the Wonderland in their minds. All rewards for challengers have been calculated. You will leave the dream in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. When they read the message, they realized that Angor's second reward had already been calculated. It seemed they would be kicked out of the dream right after the reward was calculated. There was no other way to end it. If they were not mistaken, Angor should have left the dream together with them. When they reappeared on the wasteland, they saw Angor standing beside them, just as they expected. However, Angor did not say anything. Instead, he was staring at something behind them. Everyone followed his gaze and saw that Angor was looking at the rabbit-eared headband that tricked the rabbit girl and all of them. Perhaps because they had already cleared Sunshine Circus, the rabbit-eared headband was floating in the air and slowly turning illusory as if it was about to disappear into the void. When everyone saw that the rabbit-ear headband had disappeared, they heaved a sigh of relief. It had disappeared just in time. They did not want to see this thing again. What they did not know was that Angor did not see the rabbit-eared headband's hidden form. Instead, a large amount of information was gathering around the headband. It was similar to when Laplace came out of Helen's dream, and Helen's dream began to change. However, this time, the information flow was more complicated, and it contained the rules of Wonderland's dream authority. Even if he could, he was sure that he would be knocked out by the sheer amount of information coming at him. Perhaps it would not last long, but it would be embarrassing to pass out in front of so many people. Therefore, Angor did not cut off the flow of information. Besides, based on his experience in Helen's dream, Angor guessed that since the information flow was gathered here, the challengers would receive the specific information flow later, and it would be simplified. Therefore, there was no need to check the information flow now. As expected, when the rabbit-eared headband completely disappeared, a series of Wonderland notifications appeared in everyone's minds at the same time. Special Dream, Sunshine Circus. Total score of the relay is 79 points. Exploration progress is 79%. Because the total score of the relay is over 75 points, the Special Dream, Sunshine Circus will enter challenge mode. Challenge mode is fixed as a relay race. 5 humanoid creatures will be randomly selected from the outside world every week to challenge them. Every time a team of challengers completes the relay race, the racetrack and rules will be changed. Challengers who have completed the race can choose to become spectators or ignore them. If there are less than 5 humanoid creatures who did not pass the race, they can also be recruited from the challengers who completed the race. If there are less than 5 humanoid creatures in the outside world, continuous recruitment will be carried out. Challenge mode will be terminated when exploration progress reaches 100%. After reading this series of information, everyone fell silent. Angor sighed in a low voice. Did we just open Pandora's box? Random recruitment across the entire realm. No one knew what Pandora's box was, but they could guess what Angor was thinking because they had the same feeling. Is there an end to this? Laplace couldn't help but ask. It's fine. We're all challengers, so we can become spectators and watch other people's performances. Maybe we can even give scores to other people, said Luigi. As the only one who didn't hate Sunshine Circus, he didn't mind the weekly recruitment. In fact, he was looking forward to it. However, as soon as Luigi finished speaking, Glepner's voice sounded behind him. If it's a solo race, Luigi, you can go and have some fun if you like. However, this is a relay race. It's useless even if you get full marks alone. And where are the 5 humanoid creatures from? How can there be 5 humanoid creatures in the Dream Crystal now? According to the circus's schedule, there would be a new round of recruitment in 2 days on Monday. Apart from a small number of cleaners, they were the only ones in the Dream Crystal. There was a notice in the fairyland that stated, if there are less than 5 humanoid creatures in the outside world who are not challengers, they can also be recruited from challengers who passed the trial. This meant that if there weren't 5 humanoid creatures in the Dream Crystal within 2 days, they would be recruited again. Angor felt a headache coming on. If it was the wizarding world, he could easily recruit some people to fill the numbers. However, this was the Dream Crystal plane. In the wizarding world, it was impossible to pull someone into the Dream Crystal plane. They could only pull someone into the Dream Wasteland. If he wanted to fill the numbers, he had to find humanoid creatures in the Dream Crystal. But Angor wasn't familiar with the environment of the Dream Crystal at all. Angor looked at Laplace. There are 2 more days until Monday. How about I give you a login device so you can lure some humanoid creatures in? Laplace understood Angor's dilemma. Since Angor wasn't familiar with the Dream Crystal, they had to do it. It was just that Laplace didn't know where to find them. Angor said, they don't have to be humanoid. Laplace, you're not a human either. As long as you can transform into a human and enter the Dream Crystal, you'll be considered a member of Sunlight Circus. Laplace's eyes twitched. If that was the case, the range of possibilities was much smaller. Previously, she had been thinking about finding some mirrors raft to trick them into the Dream Crystal, but now, she had a much wider range of options. Even the Cyclops family could enter the Dream Crystal. However, considering the relationship between the Cyclops family and the wise ruler, Angor believed that the Cyclops family wouldn't be involved in the Dream Crystal for the time being. At least, before he left the underground ruin, he had to draw a clear line between the wise ruler and the dream crystal. How about we lure the Tooth Immortals into the dream crystal? If you want those Tooth Immortals to set up their online shop in the dream crystal, you'd better not do that now. Angor thought about it and agreed. The Tooth Immortals didn't like the dream crystal. Whether they liked it or not depended on their first impression. If the Tooth Immortals' first impression of the Tooth Immortals was that they were tricked into joining the relay race, they would definitely dislike the dream crystal. Even if they could get rid of it in the future, it would still be a thorn in their hearts. How about we find someone who doesn't mind joining the relay race? Angor thought about it and shook his head. Even if they don't mind joining the race, they won't be able to clear it. According to the information provided by the Wonderland, the rules of the race would change once a person cleared the dream crystal. Angor and the others didn't know about the new race rules. If the race was too difficult, even if they didn't mind joining the relay race, they would still be locked up in a small black room. This would definitely hurt the confidence of the others. Therefore, it would be difficult to choose the first batch of dream crystal customers. Maybe I can find someone from the real world? Angor couldn't help but think about how he built Foundation City. Back then, he couldn't find anyone to help him build the city, so he had to find people from the real world who were about to die and bring them into the dream wasteland. These people became the first residents of Foundation City. Every now and then, Freud would drag people who were about to die into the dream wasteland. However, most of them were mortals who were beyond cure, unlike the dying Angor used to drag criminals into the dream wasteland. Angor added, or maybe we can drag in any dying creatures in the mirror domain. Just like the dream wasteland could accommodate consciousness entities. Such entities without physical bodies could also become the first residents of the dream wasteland. Glepner suddenly thought of something. There are still some humans in the mirror domain. And they're dying. After Glepner finished speaking, Laplace seemed to have thought of something as well. You mean Charlie Palace? End of chapter. Glepner nodded. That's right. Maybe I can go to Charlie's Palace. Charlie's Palace? Angor remembered that Laplace sent 3 of his avatars to different places in the mirror domain to find out if the creatures in the mirror domain could still dream. Glepner went to Charlie's Palace this time. Charlie's Palace was an unusual place in the mirror domain because all the living creatures there were mirror wrongs transformed from humans. It was said that Charlie's Palace also corresponded to the royal family of a certain kingdom in the real world. In the human world, most royal families feared nothing other than fighting against their own kin or dying without a proper cause. As the founder of a kingdom, I didn't want to die like this. In order to live for a long time, in the latter half of his life, he searched for all kinds of ways to survive. In the end, he stumbled upon a treasure called the Mirror of Mithril. Through the Mirror of Mithril, I entered the mirror domain before his death and turned into a mirror wraith in the mirror space corresponding to the Mirror of Mithril. I had used an alternative method to avoid complete death. I lost his royal power in the real world, but at least he was still conscious in the mirror domain. He could still grow stronger and protect his family. This was already a blessing for him. After that, I built Charlie's Palace in the mirror domain. Every descendant of I had a chance to enter the Mirror of Mithril and become a mirror wraith. Unfortunately, up until now, only Charles I, Charles II, and Charles XIII had been successfully converted into Mirror's Grudge. The rest had failed to be converted. That was all Angor knew about Charlie's Palace. I thought there were only 3 people in Charlie's Palace? Where did all the dying ones come from? Only 3 descendants of Charlie's royal family managed to turn into mirror wraith. However, Charlie's royal family has been working hard in the real world for thousands of years. They gave their descendants the right to enter Charlie's Palace. There are at least hundreds of mirror wraith in Charlie's Palace. Inside Charlie's Palace, there are dying ones waiting to be turned into mirror wraith. They don't necessarily succeed, but there are many of them every day. So, if we can convince them, the Dream Crystal should welcome a huge increase in population. Angor did some calculations in his mind. Since these people were able to succeed, they must be good people. They were definitely much stronger than the criminals he had casually gathered in the past. It was not a bad idea to let them fill the whole of the Sunshine Circus. Who knows, they might even be able to reach 100% exploration. However, would they be willing to come to the Dream Crystal? In response to this question, Glepner said, as long as one's thoughts and memories remain, it doesn't matter where one lives. Since they were willing to become Mirror's Grudge in order to survive, it was not impossible for them to become the natives of the Dream Crystal. Moreover, the chances of them turning into Mirror Grudge through the Mithrite Mirror was actually only 10%, maybe even less than 10%. Once the transformation failed, they would be completely annihilated. As for entering the Dream Crystal and becoming a native, the success rate was 100%. Why were they unwilling? It's a good idea to let them in. But I'm afraid the 3 royals of Charlie's royal family will have some complaints, Luigi suddenly spoke up. Glepner nodded. Indeed. Even if I'm friends with Charlie he'll still be unhappy about it. But there is a way to solve this problem. If we give the choice to Charlie's royal family and let them decide who can enter the Dream Crystal and who can become Mirror's Grudges, this problem should be solved. It sounded like Glepner was trying to accommodate Charlie's royal family, but that was not the case. To put it bluntly, they were giving the Charlie's royal family the logins. They did not need to give too many. 1 or 3 would be enough. Those who were about to die would only need to use the logins once to become natives. The remaining logins would be handled by Charlie Charlie 2, and Charlie 13. If they were given 1, they would take turns using the logins. If they were given 3 logins, all 3 of them could enter the Dream Crystal at the same time. At most, 3 logins could be exchanged for a group of new natives. This was a good deal. As for whether the new natives would still be under the control of Charlie's royal family after entering the Dream Crystal, Angor did not care. As long as they wanted freedom, they could go anywhere in the Dream Crystal. If they were still loyal to Charlie's royal family, that was fine too. If Angor could allow Tooth Fairy to build Tooth Fairy's ancient ruins here, he could also allow Charlie's royal family to build a new Charlie's royal palace here. And this tolerance wasn't limited to the Dream Crystal, but the Dream Wasteland as well. For now, there were only 2 human settlements in the Dream Wasteland, the New City and Foundation City, which were closely related to Angor. But after the Tea Party, Angor would allow other wizard organizations and even wizard clans to find a place to live in the Dream Wasteland. Rain was currently working on the layout of the Dream Wasteland. The reason was simple. No matter how much these natives or dreamers claimed to be kings, they had no authority and could not stir up any waves. Since Angor had the core authority, he could also monitor their actions. Giving them freedom in the Dream Wasteland would not affect anything. Therefore, when Glepner suggested this, Angor agreed without hesitation. Then we'll do as Glepner says. But it's best if we can convince them to come in as soon as possible. After all, there were only 2 days left until the next round of enlistment. Glepner said, that should be fine. However, should I reveal the circus to Charlie's royal family? Sure. But it's a burden for us to recruit people from all over the country. But if someone can pass the trial, it'll be a great reward. Just like this time. Even if we only get a costume, it'll still greatly improve our strength. Glepner did not choose the costume, so he did not know the specific benefits. But he still agreed with Angor's words. Telling Charlie's royal family in advance would allow them to be prepared and increase their chances of passing the trial. After confirming that Glepner would go to Charlie's royal family, Luigi spoke up, I can also ask some of my old friends to enter the Dream Wasteland. But I don't think they can pass the trial. Luigi looked a little embarrassed when he said this. This was because Glepner only needed to give her at most 3 logins to deal with a large group of people. As for his so-called old friends, they could only get 1 login per person. Compared to Charlie's palace, the efficiency was clearly inferior. Luigi did not want to let his old friends enter the Dream Wasteland because he did not want to waste the logins. But now that he had a way to solve the problem, he suggested it. Angor noticed Luigi's strange mood and smiled. Sure. It's easy to make logins. I can already make them in batches. When we leave the Dream Wasteland, I'll leave 500 of them here. I'll make up for it later. Luigi quickly thanked Angor. The bunny girl also whispered, can I have 2 too? Just 2. Of course. Angor paused for a second. It was not that he did not want to. He just glanced at the bunny girl out of instinct. He saw that the bunny girl had already changed into the bunny plushie. She was wearing a bunny costume before, but she still looked like a human. At this moment, she was wearing a rabbit costume, and only her apple-like little face was exposed. At first glance, she really did look like a rabbit. Even Angor hesitated for half a second. Everyone noticed Angor's hesitation and looked at the bunny girl. Luigi's eyes lit up when he saw the bunny girl's outfit. It's settled then. If you want the logins, go to my main body's clone. Speaking of which, little Laplace, your outfit gave me the idea to write a poem. Why don't you spin around? Maybe I'll get more ideas. The bunny girl did not doubt him and turned around several times. Cute! Luigi exclaimed in his mind. Out of instinct, he wanted to rush over and pinch the bunny girl's fluffy ears. But before Luigi could reach her, the bunny girl disappeared. While he was puzzled, everyone looked behind him. Luigi turned around and saw that there was a hole behind him, and an adorable little white rabbit was blinking at him from the hole's entrance. Yes, it was a bunny. Not a bunny girl. That's... Luigi pointed at the bunny in surprise. The furry bunny crawled out of the rabbit hole, and the moment it jumped out, white smoke came out with a bang, and it turned back into a bunny girl from a rabbit. That's the effect of the costume. You can turn into a cave rabbit. The bunny girl saw Luigi's puzzled expression and explained, I prefer snow rabbits, but cave rabbits are fine too. The bunny girl gave a simple explanation of the specific effects of her costume. Firstly, it increased her physical fitness by a small amount and greatly increased her jumping ability. Secondly, it allowed her to transform into a cave rabbit, allowing her to easily dig out rabbit holes that extended in all directions. Generally speaking, the bunny costume was not too outstanding. But it was good for digging holes. Especially in the Dream Crystal, which had a huge underground space. Digging holes would be much more convenient. After Luigi heard this, a look of realization appeared on his face. After pondering for a moment, he could not help but turn to look at Laplace. If the bunny girl's costume could turn her into a cave rabbit, what about Laplace's silver fox costume? Could it turn into a silver fox as well? Luigi's eyes were blatant, and his curiosity was written all over his face. Laplace wasn't going to answer, but Angor suddenly spoke up. So different costumes have different effects. I checked my cat costume. It can improve my reaction speed in all aspects, and it also comes with a special ability. But it's not a cat. It's a skill called Immortal Body. Immortal Body? Everyone looked at Angor when they heard the name. Did this mean that wearing the golden cat costume meant that he wouldn't die? Angor shook his head. It's not what you think. He took out his cat costume and handed it to Laplace, who was standing closest to him. Laplace hesitated for a moment before taking the miniature golden cat costume. As soon as he took it, the information about the item appeared in his mind. Laplace nodded and handed the costume to the others. After a round, the costume returned to Angor's hand. Now, everyone understood what Angor meant by immortal body. Immortal body, avoid direct death when falling from a high altitude. It was an effect of immortal body. However, it didn't mean that the wearer would not get hurt. Although the name sounded impressive, it was hard to tell whether the effect was better than turning into a cave rabbit. In fact, this so-called immortal body was even worse than the feather fall spell in magic tricks. Feather fall allowed the wearer to fall from a high altitude as soft as a feather. As long as there was no interference, the wearer would not get hurt no matter how high they fell. It was much better than immortal body. Luigi thought about the bunny costume's ability and found it reasonable. He reckoned that this type of costume wouldn't have much ability. Luigi suddenly heard Laplace's voice. Laplace did not say anything unnecessary. He simply read out the effect of the silver fox costume. Fairyland item, silver fox costume, produced by Sunlight Circus. Wearer's physical condition will be improved to a certain extent and greatly increased movement speed. Additional ability, Phantom Fox Domain. Phantom Fox Domain, create a light-type illusion within a certain range. The degree of reality and strength of the illusion are determined by the wearer's perception. Phantom Fox Domain creates a light-type illusion. If the illusion exceeds the maximum energy storage capacity of the costume, it will consume the surrounding energy and permanently shatter the costume. After listening to Laplace's introduction of the silver fox costume, everyone fell silent. The effect was too powerful. They understood that the degree of reality of the illusion was determined by the wearer's perception. However, if the strength of the illusion was also determined by the wearer's perception, it would be a little scary. It did not matter if the wearer was weak, but it would be terrible if the wearer was strong. For example, if Laplace attached his perception of the main body in the mirror C to the phantom fox domain, he would be able to create a powerful existence similar to his main body. The illusion would only last for a short period of time and would shatter if it exceeded the maximum energy storage capacity of the costume. However, it was still a killer move. Of course, this was only a guess. They still did not know if the free energy in the dream crystal could support Laplace's main body. However, it had to be said that once the silver fox costume was released, it set off the rabbit costume and the golden cat costume as if they were picked up from the streets. While the others were admiring the sturdiness of Silver Fox's costume, Angor was more interested in the two names in the costume: the maximum energy storage capacity of the costume and free energy. End of chapter. Angor was curious about where the energy came from. Did the power of Dream Wonderland come from, or did it come from the outside world? Now, it seemed that the answer was both. Angor understood that the power of Dream Wonderland contained incredible energy. But where did the energy from the outside world come from? Was it the energy that existed after the dream crystal was created, or was it the energy that flowed into the dream crystal after the cleaners died? Angor had no idea. But he could feel that the energy in this world was different from the one in the dream wasteland. Angor believed that the energy system here was different from the one in the dream wasteland. Perhaps the energy system here was based on the mirror world's polymerization structure. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Even if Sunders had mastered both the power of energy selection and energy limitation, it would still be difficult for him to create a new energy system here. After all, Sunders was not familiar with the polymerization of the mirror world. Of course, Angor knew that Sunders should be able to find a way to solve the problem. Angor was confident in his teacher's ability. But it would definitely take Sunders a long time. A short delay was not a big deal. But what if it dragged on indefinitely? The dream wasteland and the dream crystal were not the final destination. Angor would keep adding more maps in the future. Each world's energy system would have its own characteristics. If that was the case, he would have to rebuild the energy system of each world. That would be the real problem. Angor decided to discuss this with Sunders. It was time to change the energy system of the Nightmare Wasteland. Virtual mana was great. But it was only suitable for the dream wasteland. It would be best if he could find a universal energy source. If he used it in the dream wasteland, it would be called virtual mana. In the dream wasteland, it would be called virtual mana. In the dream wasteland, it would be called virtual polymerization. Of course. It was just an idea. Whether it could be done or not would depend on Sunders' opinion. They're all dolls. I can't believe they're so different. Luigi was still admiring the power of Phantom Fox domain. He turned around and saw Angor looking at him with the same expression. Thinking that Angor was thinking the same thing, Luigi nudged Angor's shoulder. You think so too, don't you? Angor had just pulled himself back from his thoughts. He was pushed by Luigi. Hearing Luigi's question, what is Luigi trying to ask? Angor's first thought was not. Instead, Luigi did not call him friend. Previously, when Luigi came to talk to him, he even deliberately addressed him as a friend, as though he wanted to use this as an excuse to get closer to him. Did he not want to talk about it now because he felt that their relationship was so close that there was no need to talk about it? Why aren't you talking? Luigi moved closer to him. Angor cleared his throat. It's nothing. I think you're right. Luigi said, then why do you think they're all in costume? Why is there such a huge difference in their abilities? Angor did not know why. He casually asked, could it be because of the score? Luigi thought for a moment. You got 9 points. It was understandable that he had obtained a useless ability like the immortal body. But little Laplace scored 18 points. It was much more than the 13 points of the original body. It's doll suitability. Compared to the Mirage Light Fox domain, it's not that great. That's the difference between people, said Angor. In other words, what ability did one get? It all depended on one's luck. Luigi thought for a moment. He also felt that this was the only possibility and sighed. I didn't know that getting a reward in this place depended on luck. Glepner suddenly spoke up. I think Angor's guess is right. Also, both of his guesses may be true. No one was interested in such guesses. However, Glepner's words attracted their attention. Why do you say that? Even Laplace asked. What if the reward system is weighted? Glepner asked. The original body has no other choice except for the silver fox costume, which means all 13 points of the original body's weight are given to the costume. Little Laplace has two choices. One is the costume, and the other is the revolver. Perhaps the weight of the costume is only 10 points, or even lower, but the weight of the revolver is more than 15 points. Luigi did not understand the meaning of weight at first, but now he did. So one of the two options will share the weight, and it's not as good as the original one? Glepner shook his head. I don't understand it that way. I think that having more choices will indeed spread out some of the weight. However, among the many choices, there will definitely be one that is worth more than 15 points. Otherwise, if there is only one choice below 15 points, wouldn't it be a profit for everyone? So you're saying that the single choice below 15 points is stable. But the multiple choices above 15 points will depend on luck, Angor said. Glepner nodded. Yes. That's why I said that your two guesses might be correct. It was about both points and luck. Luigi finally understood. So, the revolver that young Laplace gave up is actually the good stuff? Glepner said, yes. Perhaps the revolver is the prize that reflects the value of 18 points. Luigi frowned. Then little Laplace will lose a lot. Glepner shook his head. No. Even if the revolver is worth 18 points, it still depends on your preference. At this point, Glepner turned to look at the bunny girl. If you were given another chance to choose, would you choose the bunny costume or the revolver? The bunny girl did not hesitate. I'll still choose the costume. Glepner said, see. Value and preference are two different things. It's up to you to decide. Just like you, I don't think your choice is based on value either. Glepner looked at Luigi. Luigi's reward was to choose one out of the three present. He had to choose between the costume, the school emblem, and the harp. The people present were not blind. They were very sure that among the three choices, the harp was definitely the most valuable one. It was the most valuable item in the fairyland that was worth more than 20 points. Even the host was hinting that the harp was the legendary Harp of Radiance, which had incredible power. The host did not give such a hint to the others. Luigi got full marks and even received a recommendation letter from the host. This undoubtedly increased the host's favorability. That was why the host hinted. In the end, Luigi did not choose the most valuable Harp of Radiance. Instead, he chose the school emblem. The effect of the school emblem was to give Luigi an identity. It would be fine if it was a noble identity, but it was just the identity of a student. Its value was definitely not too high. It was even possible that the school emblem's existence was just for show. It was specially taken out by the host to share the weight. Perhaps its value was even lower than the costume. Luigi had resolutely chosen the school emblem. Wasn't this the same as the bunny girl choosing the costume? Luigi scratched his head. That's true, but I actually chose based on my intuition. You believe in intuition. Little Laplace likes it. Although the reasons are different, the result is the same. You both gave up on high-value items, Glepner said indifferently. Luigi did not know how to refute. He could only nod in tacit agreement. Speaking of which, why did your intuition choose the school emblem? Is there anything special about the school emblem? Laplace asked. Luigi shook his head, took out his emblem, and showed it to everyone. The information of the emblem appeared in everyone's minds. Emblem of Birmingham's Eden Academy, the emblem of the best music academy in the Great Tasman Empire. Possessing this emblem means you are a future musician, a shining star in the art world. The useless introduction only had one main idea, a student with a promising future. This was even more unreliable than Glory of the Fan Family. At least glory of the Fan family did not mean promising future. Instead, it directly gave you a noble status. Maybe Gleipnir is right. Maybe the host is just using this as a way to share the burden of the show. The purpose is to let the Harp of Radiance appear in the selection. The host really valued Luigi. He also knew that the hymn needed to be paired with a harp. However, there were not many harps suitable for Luigi. Among them, the Harp of Radiance was definitely the best. However, if the host chose the Harp of Radiance, the other rewards would have to be very, very small. The red-tailed frog costume would definitely take up a spot. In order to make the remaining reward even less important, the host used one of his school badges to make up the numbers. He believed that anyone with eyes and good judgment would choose the Harp of Radiance. He would also give Luigi some hints so that the latter would get the Harp of Radiance. However, Luigi gave up on the Harp of Radiance and trusted his instinct. Laplace also said, "There doesn't seem to be anything special." Is your intuition wrong? Luigi considered for a moment. I don't know. But if I have to choose again, I'll probably follow my instinct. Angor saw that Luigi was still so stubborn. The emblem doesn't seem to be useful for now, but that doesn't mean it won't be in the future. As the description says, the future is promising. Luigi chuckled. That's right. The future is promising. Maybe I'll need it soon. Luigi paused and looked at Angor. What about you? You got 2 rewards. Let's not talk about the golden cat costume. What about the half hour you spent with the host backstage? Laplace frowned when he heard Luigi's question. Their rewards were public, so it was fine for them to reveal it. But Angor's reward was a private one, and it was not public. Luigi's question was tantamount to invading someone's privacy. Laplace was about to tell Angor that he didn't have to answer. But before she could, Angor spoke first and told Luigi what happened during the half hour. Angor wouldn't tell Luigi if he didn't ask. But he didn't mind telling Luigi about it anyway. After all, he changed his second reward without hesitation. The host gave Angor a VIP ticket to Sunshine Circus's carnival. According to Angor's information, the ticket was the entrance ticket to Sunshine Circus's carnival. However, unlike ordinary tickets, he could enter as a VIP. Even if he didn't do anything, he would still be given a VIP gift bag when he left. In other words, it was a free ticket for dungeon runs. However, Angor rejected the VIP ticket because he didn't have the motivation to do dungeon runs. Maybe the items were good, but they only worked in the Dream Crystal. Besides, Angor could craft items himself, so he wasn't interested in the rewards. So, Angor assumed that the VIP ticket was for a long talk with the host. A long talk? Luigi was surprised. You talked to Dream Creator? Angor chuckled. Yes, I chose to have a long talk with him. Because I want to know something about the Tasman Empire. Compared to the items, he was more interested in information about the Western Continent's wizarding world. It didn't matter if the host was a mortal. It would be nice to see the Western Continent from a mortal's perspective. So, Angor spent most of his time talking with the host about the Western Continent's customs. The host was born in the Great Seaman Empire and had never left the empire. Therefore, most of the content was about the empire. However, he also learned about things outside the empire and even overseas from some books. The content might not be true, but the host still told him everything under Angor's guidance. Angor now had a general idea of how the mortal world of the Western Continent worked. Compared to the southern region, the wizarding world of the Western Continent seemed to be more moral. According to the host, this kind of morality seemed to come from religion. For example, the Tasman Empire had the Church of Light to educate sinners, and there was also a free Church of Light to teach poor children. It was said that the Church of Light existed not only in the Tasman Empire, but also in many nearby countries, including overseas. Angor didn't know if the Church of Light was really moral, but since they existed in so many countries, Angor was sure that there was a supernatural organization behind the Church of Light. Maybe the Church of Light was a wizard organization itself. Apart from that, Angor also learned something interesting from the host. This interesting news had nothing to do with the Western Continent. It was related to the host. When talking to Angor, the host would occasionally talk about his own thoughts and opinions about the Western Continent. But in the end, the host would always add, no matter how good the Western continent is, it's only a place to come from. This is where I belong. At first, Angor thought that the host was dreaming. Because anyone who had a good dream or a lucid dream would have a fleeting thought that everything in the dream was better than reality. If only they could stay in the dream forever. As a dream creator, it was not hard to understand why the host felt that reality was not as good as the dream. But as the host kept talking about himself, Angor noticed that something was wrong. Angor did not care if the host mentioned Wonderland as a place to return once or twice. But the host mentioned it too many times. Whenever he compared it to the Western continent, he would mention it. When the host said, "How can the Western continent be better than here?" again, Angor finally could not help but ask, "Why do you think this place is better?" Angor did not pay much attention to the host. He only cared about the Western continent behind the host. But the host's words really made him feel strange, so he could not help but ask. The host said matter-of-factly, "Because I'm a heavenly citizen, of course." Heavenly citizen? Angor was a little confused. He vaguely felt that his judgment was wrong. Maybe the host was not just a dream creator. With doubts, Angor asked further. The host did not hide anything and spoke frankly about his identity. Judging from his expression, he believed that he was very rich. Following the host's explanation, Angor gradually understood the host's thoughts. He understood what a heavenly citizen meant. At the same time, he also learned more about some of the rules of Wonderland. Combined with his own understanding of Wonderland, Angor roughly figured out the host's identity and background. The host was a dream creator. There was no doubt about it. Generally speaking, in the dream realm, the dreams of the dream creator would also turn into bubbles and disappear when the dream creator woke up. However, there were some special dreams that were preserved. And the cores of these special dreams turned into monsters. They became the dream destroyers. Now, the dream destroyers crashed in the dream crystal plane, and the monsters turned back into primordial dreams under the control of Wonderland. Since the authority of dreamwalking in Wonderland could turn objects with memories into special dreamscapes, then these primordial dreams. Naturally, it could also be transformed into a special dreamland by the dreamwalking Wonderland. There were some special existences in the primordial dream. For example, some dream creators who had self-awareness would be transformed and instilled with knowledge from the Wonderland. To become a heavenly citizen. The heavenly bestowed citizens had the right to walk in most of the immortal realms. Moreover, they could also receive a gift from the heavens. The so-called gift from the heavens. This was the knowledge and reward given by dreamwalking Wonderland. Just like the magic track he experienced this time. It was Xianxia. Otherwise, with the host's lack of imagination, it was simply impossible to construct such a track. There were many such heavenly gifts. There were also many types. As long as they completed the mission given out by dreamwalking in Wonderland, the citizens of Heaven's Bestowal had a chance of obtaining Heaven's Bestowal. According to the host, it was even possible to obtain the ability to leave the immortal realm and walk freely. In other words, the people in these special dreams. It was also possible that they would walk out of the dream and arrive at the dream crystal plane. That was basically what Angor had learned so far. It sounded a little complicated, but to put it bluntly, the heavenly citizens were the guides, reward givers arranged by the authority of dreamwalking Wonderland. In general, they were NPCs with certain authority. Thinking of this, Angor's expression became very strange. The host was not only a dream creator, but also an inherent NPC in the dungeon. He might even become a wandering NPC in other dungeons. Angor originally thought that by asking the host, the most important information he would get would be related to the Western continent. He did not expect that in the end, the concept of an NPC would overshadow the main topic. He had to admit that dreamwalking Wonderland had used the content of games in his mind to the extreme. While Angor sighed, he also secretly became vigilant. It seemed that it was imperative to create an isolation barrier for the Tree of Authority. Otherwise, the authority in the future would probably be born from his thoughts. Although it was not a bad thing to turn his thoughts into authority, it was more beneficial for Angor to control the dream crystal plane. However, Angor had too many secrets in his mind. He was afraid that these secrets would be exposed in the form of some kind of authority. That would not be good. In the future, Angor would be able to partition his mind space. After making sure that the tree of authority did not affect the thoughts of other blocks, by then, the authority would be based on his thoughts, and Angor would not have to worry about it. After listening to Angor's explanation, the others all focused on the blessed people and did not pay much attention to the wizard world on the western continent. After all, everyone here was a mirror creature except for Angor. The mirror creatures did not even have enough time to care about their respective mirror domains. Why would they care about other wizard worlds? The dream creator transformed into a heavenly citizen. This dreamwalking wonderland's authority is quite interesting. Luigi paused and looked at Angor. But why did you call them NPCs? That sounds weird. Angor replied, blessed people is what they call themselves. But from what I learned about Dreamwalking Wonderland's authority, they are actually called NPCs from the perspective of Dreamwalking Wonderland. Angor made up some nonsense in a serious manner. The name is not important. You just need to know that NPCs represent blessed people. For example, I always said that special dreams are dungeons. From the perspective of Dreamwalking Wonderland, a special dream is a dungeon, and each dungeon has its own story mode. Luigi still found the pronunciation strange, but he still nodded. I see. For example, why was Loft World called Loft, and why some people called aggregates ether condensation? It was just a name. It was not the real name of a powerful being. As long as the direction was correct, it could be called anything. While the others tried to digest the strange names, Luigi looked at Gleipnir again. The other rewards were already displayed. So far, Gleipnir's reward was still a secret. He knew Gleipnir chose the black cat as his pet, but did the cat not have any special abilities? Did it have a high proportion in the weight score, or did it just occupy the model? Just as Luigi was about to ask, streams of information currents descended from the sky and surrounded Luigi. The others didn't notice anything strange, but Angor noticed Luigi's strange behavior. When the information disappeared, Angor asked, "What is it?" Luigi did not answer. Instead, he took out a letter from his Wonderland dimension and handed it to Angor. When Angor touched the letter, a notification about the Wonderland dimension automatically appeared in his mind. Clown's letter of recommendation, your performance has mesmerized everyone present. As the most discerning host in the Sunshine Circus, I pity your talent and have decided to write a letter for you, recommending you to my mentor so that you can step onto the most dazzling stage. Special Dream Oriel's Choice has entered the active phase. Coordinates will be activated in 3 minutes. Special Dream Oriel's Choice will remain active for 168 hours. If you do not enter the dream within the active phase, you will automatically give up. Coordinates will be activated at 2:50. Coordinates will be activated at 2:49. Luigi did not intend to hide the content of the letter. He showed it to Angor and everyone else. So the dungeon will be activated in 3 minutes, and you have to find it and enter within 168 hours? Luigi nodded. Yes. Gleipnir asked, will you go? Of course. Why wouldn't I? I don't have anything to do these days, and I want to see what that dazzling stage looks like. Luigi's eyes flickered as he spoke. Anyhow, if it was called Dazzling Stage, it had to be better than the Ring of Fire. He had to check it out. Even if it was not dazzling, it would still serve as a way to gain experience. The 3-minute countdown was over in the blink of an eye. Luigi opened his eyes. I see it. It's to the south. Angor also switched his vision to God's Eye and looked toward the south. More than 10 kilometers away, there was a 2-story pavilion that he had never seen before. It was standing tall on the crystal plain. If he was not mistaken, this was where Luigi was going. Angor told Luigi what he saw. You're going there now? Do you need me to give you a ride? By give, Angor meant going offline and going online again, then using the feature of Dream Gate to teleport Luigi to another location. But Luigi shook his head. No need. There's a light mark on the letter. It won't take long. I can go there myself. After saying that, Luigi didn't care about what the others thought as he left happily. Before Luigi disappeared, he suddenly thought of something and called out to Gleipnir, remember to show me your black cat when I come out. Gleipnir humphed but did not say anything. After Luigi left, Gleipnir said calmly, speaking of the black cat, there seems to be a domestication level. Without a certain level, it won't be able to show the Wonderland prompt, and there's no way to bring it into the Wonderland. Since I'm free, I'll go find the remaining cleaners to have some fun and bring the black cat to improve its domestication level. As for the circus, there's still 2 days to go. There's no rush. I'll go to Charlie's palace after I log off and take care of this. After Gleipnir finished speaking, he didn't say anything else and turned to leave. The bunny girl wanted to go as well. The mission of killing the cleaners was hers to begin with. She already had too much time on her hands, and she didn't want to waste any more time. But before she could leave, Laplace stopped her. Wait. I have something else to tell you. The bunny girl gave Laplace a puzzled look. Instead of explaining, Laplace looked at Angor. What are you going to do next? Keep studying, sweet dream? Angor shook his head. Yes, but not now. He only knew that sweet dream, which was pulled into the dream crystal, was intercepted by the power of Wonderland. As for where exactly it was, he had to find it himself. And even if he did find it, it would take him some time to study it. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. As long as he knew that some of Sweet Dream's characteristics were pulled into the dream crystal, he could study the rest after leaving the underground ruin. Since you're not going to study it now, why don't you come with me to the projection space? Laplace looked at the bunny girl. You come with me too. The rabbit girl, huh? She didn't know what Laplace was going to do, but she didn't dare to refuse. She nodded and logged off. Laplace and Angor exchanged a look and logged off as well. Back in the mirror, he glanced at Luigi and Gleipnir who were still sleeping, then at the rabbit girl and Laplace who just opened their eyes and sighed. Angor could understand why Luigi went to Uriel's choice. But Angor didn't believe that Gleipnir was going to train a cat. She just wanted to avoid them. As for why Gleipnir wanted to avoid them, she probably knew what was going to happen next. Angor was going to let Laplace inherit the power. Gleipnir had a conflict with Angor because of his authority. Angor might not like her if she got involved in the conflict. However, she also wanted to know what kind of power Laplace was going to get, so she chose to stay in the dream crystal. Going to Charlie's palace was obviously more important than training a cat. But she chose to train a cat instead, which meant she didn't go offline. Of course, this was only Gleipnir's opinion. Gleipnir was right about one thing. Angor was going to talk about the power with Laplace, and if possible, he wanted her to take it as soon as possible. This would appease the mirror world, further persuade Laplace, and accelerate the development of the dream crystal. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Laplace probably knew about this as well. She probably wanted to talk about the power with Angor next. But Angor didn't understand why she had to go offline when she could talk about it in the dream crystal. Also, why did she bring the bunny girl with her? While Angor was still wondering, Laplace finally spoke, I'm going somewhere. Do you want to come? Angor was surprised. Weren't they supposed to talk about the power when they went offline? Why did it suddenly become a trip? Where are we going? Laplace looked at the bunny girl who had nothing else to do. You lead the way. The bunny girl didn't know what was going on at first. But after looking at Laplace for a while, she realized something and showed an anxious look. Judging from her expression, Angor knew that they were talking to each other in their minds. But where were they going? Why did the bunny girl look so reluctant? The bunny girl tried her best to argue, but Laplace only gave her a cold stare. Of course, Angor didn't know the exact details. He could only guess based on the girl's expression. In the end, the rabbit girl pouted and walked to the side unwillingly. After convincing the bunny girl, Laplace looked at Angor. Shall we go? Angor nodded without hesitation. Yes. He didn't know where Laplace was taking him, but he didn't sense any malicious intent. Besides, if Laplace really wanted to do something to him, Angor wouldn't be able to resist anyway. There was no need to ask for Angor's opinion. Laplace turned around and led the way. He humped as he approached the bunny girl. The bunny girl hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she lowered her head and volunteered to lead the way. They didn't leave through the main entrance. Instead, Laplace created a small crack in the wall, which led them to a corridor made of glass. Walking through the glass corridor, he could clearly see everything around him. When he looked down, he saw One-Eyed Debeo sitting alone outside, waiting for him. But One-Eyed Debeo didn't notice the corridor at all. It was as if they were in two different dimensions. This is my corridor of mirrors. You can think of it as a plain passageway from the main world. No one can see us here. Laplace whispered to Angor as he saw Angor walking toward Debeo. So, Miss Laplace, you can use the corridor to enter the mirror space? Angor used an illusion to create an earring. The earring was made of 4 silver ornaments. The triangle was the outermost shape, the 2 rectangles inside the triangle, and the circle inside the rectangle slowly rotated. The earring was the physical key given to Angor by the wise man, which was one of the keys needed to open the door to the mirror space. Laplace glanced at the earring. I can come and go as I please. But the wise man or anyone else will need a key to enter the mirror space. Angor glanced at the bunny girl. You can come and go as you please, right? Angor saw Luigi's body entering the mirror space with his own eyes. Laplace did not deny it. Yes. If I want to study Sweet Dream again, can I ask Lady Laplace or your real self to take me to the mirror dimension? You don't have to keep adding the lady suffix. After a pause, Laplace continued, I can, but since I gave the Sweet Dream to the wise man, if you want to go in again, you'd better tell him. Of course, Angor chuckled. While they were talking, the corridor in the mirror was already far away from the periphery of the mirror domain, and they could no longer see Debeo. When he looked down, he saw pieces of broken glass that glowed like stars in the night sky. Below the stars, Angor occasionally saw some mirrors covering the dome. These mirrors were not so easily broken. At least, they were perfectly fine before the dome was destroyed. Occasionally, he could see some shadows moving around inside the mirrors. Perhaps they were the mirror creatures living in them. According to Angor's guess, the mirrors above the dome were the relatively stable areas of the mirror domain. Most of the mirror creatures lived in this kind of mirror space. Angor had to admit that the living conditions here were worse than he thought. Suddenly, he heard someone speaking in a timid voice beside him. You're right. Mr. Angor? Angor turned around and saw the bunny girl quietly retreating to his side. It was the bunny girl who greeted him. Angor glanced at Laplace out of reflex and saw that Laplace was walking in front of him. It did not seem like Laplace cared about the bunny girl. Just call me Angor, or you can, Angor suddenly stopped. He was going to say, you can also call me Brother Pat if you want. But when he looked back, he realized that he was much younger than the rabbit girl. Regardless of age, he didn't think he was smarter than the rabbit girl in terms of intelligence. What the rabbit girl showed was that she was very young, and she had some seemingly childish hobbies, but hobbies and intelligence could not be equated. Many adults liked to collect dolls too. Did that mean they were not mature enough? No. Therefore, Angor did not deserve to be called brother in terms of age and intelligence. Can also what? The bunny girl tilted her head. Angor cleared his throat. Nothing. Just call me Angor. Angor was glad that he stopped himself in time. Otherwise, it would be very awkward. The bunny girl did not think too much about it. Then, Angor, can I ask you a question in private? Angor, don't think I'm being discreet just because I lowered my voice. What can you do to stop Laplace from asking? Angor complained in his mind, but at least he had an answer to one of his questions. The bunny girl rarely talked to him. Or maybe it was because of her personality that she always treated everyone with caution, except for Luigi. This was why Angor was surprised when the bunny girl suddenly came to him. Now, it made sense that the bunny girl wanted to ask a question. Of course. But I don't think I can answer many of them. He agreed without hesitation because he believed that he would not be able to answer the rabbit girl's question. Judging from how the bunny girl showed him the way unwillingly, she probably wanted to ask about their destination. Angor did not even know where the destination was. How could he possibly answer a question like this? To his surprise, the girl did not ask about their destination. Instead, it was about Angor himself. The bunny girl looked around, especially Laplace. When she was sure that Laplace was not looking at her, she whispered into Angor's ear, "Can you tell me how to not be afraid of my true form?" Angor? Laplace, who was walking in front of Angor, also stopped walking. The bunny girl thought Angor did not understand her question, so she explained further, I already noticed that you're different from the others. You don't show any fear when facing my true form. Why aren't you afraid at all? Even the wise overlords bow to my true form in the mirror domain. Can you teach me? I promise I'll learn it in secret and never tell anyone else. It sounded like a threat at first, but after listening for a while, one would realize that the bunny girl was really asking why he could face Laplace so calmly. There was a high chance that Laplace's tough attitude had caused this poor child to become a little rebellious. As far as the bunny girl was concerned, no one else could do it, not even the wise overlords. How did Angor do it? If he could do it, would he be able to teach her and not be afraid of her true form? Angor did not know how to answer. He could not say that he would just use his trump card. As long as he did not kill Laplace instantly, he still had the support of the entire brute cavern. Don't worry about it. Laplace sent him a voice transmission. You don't have to worry about that. After pausing for a moment, Laplace continued, her problem wasn't caused by me. It's my true form's idea. Maybe it has something to do with my curiosity when I was young. In other words, the question had nothing to do with Laplace, so Angor did not need to answer it. Despite that, Angor only smiled when he saw the girl's expectant look. I don't know how to answer it either. How about this? I'll tell you a story. A story? The bunny girl frowned. Angor nodded and began to tell the story in a serious tone. The story was called A Newborn Calf Fears Nothing. In short, a newborn calf does not fear a tiger. The bunny girl still didn't quite understand. Angor continued with a smile, of course, the most important thing is that Lady Laplace didn't bare her fangs at me. If she did, I'd have to lie flat on the ground. The rabbit girl asked, then why aren't you afraid when you know that it has fangs? Maybe I'm too slow to react? Are you lying to me? The bunny girl looked at him doubtfully. No, Angor shook his head. Being slow means being confused. Sometimes, it's better to be confused than to be clear-headed. The rabbit girl still had a look of disbelief on her face. At this moment, Laplace said, you're no longer whispering. You're openly provoking me. The bunny girl stood at attention and spoke in a timid voice, Aye. I'm sorry. Laplace humphed. Lead the way if you know you're wrong. The bunny girl pouted but did not say anything. She walked to the front again. Laplace gave Angor a meaningful glance. She did not say anything. We're almost there. With that, Laplace turned away and did not say anything else. Although Laplace did not say anything, she was actually considering Angor's words. Living in a daze was indeed more comfortable than living in a clear state of mind. Take Angor for example. If he always lowered his head in front of her, it would be impossible for her to work with him later. If Angor was afraid of her, he would never show her the dream crystal, which contained a great destiny, or ask her to kill the cleaners. When Angor talked to her, he was respectful but also fearless. It was because of this sense of propriety that they were able to reach a harmonious relationship. Was Angor being confused? Maybe. Ordinary wizards would always be afraid of her, the wise overseer, and Adonis. If they really wanted to talk to her in a plain tone, they would have to pretend to be confused. But Laplace believed that Angor did not really tell her the answer. Confusion was a glossy answer. Perhaps there was a deeper truth hidden behind the confusion. Knowledge. Or maybe a trump card. Laplace did not believe that Angor could gain the favor of Adonis if he did not have such knowledge. She also did not believe that the wise overseer was willing to give up her path for him. Inside the dream crystal, Laplace also saw a small part of Angor's knowledge. Or rather, the fact that Angor could create a dream crystal was more than enough proof. A truly foolish person would not dare to face the abyss directly. Angor was only pretending to be foolish, but his mind was clear as day. After walking for about 3 minutes, Angor noticed that his surroundings were getting more and more ridiculous. Earlier, he saw mirrors turning into starlight. At that time, he was already very shocked, but now, he saw a galaxy. A galaxy visible to the naked eye. If the starlight from before was considered sporadic, then the Milky Way in front of him was densely packed. Countless mirrors were being created and destroyed in this place. It seemed like there was no end to them. Every half a second, a mirror would shatter, and a new one would appear in the next and continue to shatter. He thought he saw something terrible in the starlight. But the real horror was this galaxy of hell. Angor felt a chill down his spine as he looked at the broken mirrors. If he fell into this place, his fate would be even worse than falling into the sea of mirrors. At least, the sea of mirrors could turn someone into a hollow being. But this place was more than enough to kill him. Different worlds had their own powerful forces. And this was the power of the mirror domain. He didn't think he could survive such a powerful force. But to his surprise, he also saw many mirrors covering the ceiling of the Milky Way. These mirrors with domes seemed out of place in the incessant starlight, but they also made people feel astonished. Based on his previous experience, could there be mirror creatures in these mirrors as well? That's the 100 Dragons' divine kingdom, Laplace explained. Huh? Laplace pointed at one of the blood-red domes. You were looking at that, weren't you? That's the 100 Dragon Kingdom. It's the habitat of the mirror dragons. There are dragons in the mirror. Before Angor could fully digest the information, Laplace pointed at several domes nearby. That golden dome over there is the only gathering place of all races in the eternal mirror sea. It's called the City of Hot Gold. A gathering place of all races? Laplace said casually. Previously, the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom only had the mirror dragons, and only the mirror dragons were allowed to enter. But the City of Hot Gold allows all kinds of mirror creatures to enter. But that's just a theory. Any mirror creature that can survive in the eternal mirror sea and reach the City of Hot Gold is no weakling. End of chapter. Angor glanced at the City of Gold from afar. At first glance, the city looked tiny compared to the vast galaxy of broken stars. However, when he looked at the mirror surfaces that were constantly shattering and the flowing and changing Milky Way, in comparison, the dome that had remained unchanged for a long time seemed even more tenacious. It was like a stalk of grass in a storm, stubbornly clinging to the ground and refusing to be blown away by the wind. If this place is so dangerous, why did the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom and the City of Gold stay here? Laplace said indifferently, you should have guessed it. Is it the energy of convergence? Laplace nodded. It's true that mirrors are dangerous. But each time they break, they release a part of their convergence energy. Angor already had a general idea of what was going on. Each time a mirror broke, it would release convergence energy. Here, in this galaxy, there were countless broken mirrors, and they were coming in an endless stream. One could only imagine how much convergence energy was being released every second. In order for a mirror creature to grow stronger, it had to absorb convergence energy. Therefore, no matter how dangerous this place was, there would always be mirror creatures who would find a way to survive. For example, the City of Gold, or the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. There's more than one way to generate convergence energy, right? Angor asked. Of course. As long as the mirror reflects the outside world, convergence energy will be generated. But it's not as fast as the mirror breaking. Also, the empty mirror sea is full of convergence energy. Angor wasn't surprised that the empty mirror sea had convergence energy. Without convergence energy, Laplace's main body wouldn't stay in the empty mirror sea. Are there many places like this? Angor pointed at the galaxy below them. There are a lot of eternal mirror seas, Laplace said. Like the mountains and rivers in your human world, they can be found all over the mirror realm. The eternal mirror sea was the galaxy Angor was talking about. You can say that the mirror realm has the most eternal mirror seas. But different eternal mirror seas have different sparseness and strength of converged energy. There aren't many eternal mirror seas that are suitable for absorbing polymerization energy and have a controllable strength. Angor nodded. In other words, there were very few places suitable for a mirror creature to build something like the City of Gold. Using mountains and rivers as an example, the eternal mirror sea was like the famous mountains and rivers recognized by humans. Compared to unknown barren mountains, there were definitely fewer of them. While they were talking, a strange multifaceted crystal suddenly rushed into the Milky Way from the void below. From the looks of it, its destination seemed to be Gold Rush City. Amidst the shattering starlight of the Milky Way, the multifaceted prism crystal was also being eroded and digested. At this time, the layers of prism crystals on its body fell. When these prism crystals collided with the broken mirror, the starlight dimmed a little. This meant that it had slightly delayed the shattering of the mirror. Taking advantage of the dim starlight, the polygonal crystal rushed into the city of hot gold. What was worth mentioning was that when the multifaceted prism crystal entered the hot gold city, almost all of the prism crystals around it had fallen off, revealing the true appearance of the multifaceted prism crystal. It was a creature wearing a fluffy skirt and holding an umbrella that looked like a bowl cover. At first glance, it looked like a humanoid creature. However, when it entered the dome of Hot Gold City, it tilted its head and let Angor see its true appearance. Its face was full of crystals, and there was only one vertical eye in the center. "It's a crystal eye race," Laplace explained when he saw Angor staring at the mirror creature. Crystal eyes were a common race in the mirror realm. They came in all shapes and sizes, depending on how they were willing to pile up their crystals. The crystals could be piled up into the shape of a human, a geometric figure, or even a pure mirror. The crystal eyes all had different appearances, but one thing was for sure, they all had a very beautiful eye. Angor tried to recall. The vertical eye of the crystal eye race looked strange, but it was indeed beautiful if he looked at it alone. It was as clear as a crystal. "I saw that crystal eye race creature entering the city of hot gold without any restrictions. Doesn't the hot gold city require any conditions to open its gate?" Laplace said, "Like I said, everyone who can come here is a powerful being. Being powerful is one of the conditions. Apart from that, there are no other conditions. However, if something happens to the dome of Hot Gold City, it will affect the whole situation. The people inside will also be affected. So, if the dome cracks or even breaks, everyone inside, including the powerful beings who came here, will have to contribute their strength. This is the hidden condition that allows Hot Gold City to accommodate all races. In other words, as long as nothing happened, this place would be a free training ground. However, when something happened, no one would be able to escape. They all had to protect the safety of Hot Gold City. In a way, this was a trade. It could even be manipulated in secret. Sometimes, even if nothing happened to the dome, the city lord could still conquer all races as long as he wanted. For example, if he felt that the dome was not secure enough, he could make some noise so that the powerful beings would have to step in to protect it. Of course, this was only Angor's imagination. He didn't know if such a thing would actually happen. Laplace said, "The people who made the rules of Hot Gold City are very smart. It's because they opened the door that a large number of powerhouses entered Hot Gold City, which allowed the dome to remain intact. Accommodating all races. Can humans go in too?" Angor asked. Laplace glanced at Angor. "Do you want to go in? It's a rare chance to come to this place. If I have time, I'd like to see what this place looks like." Laplace waved a hand and changed the direction of the mirror corridor. Instead of the dark void, Angor saw a shining golden dome. "If you want to go, then let's go." Laplace didn't say anything else and walked forward. Angor was surprised by Laplace's sudden change of attitude. He didn't say that out of politeness. He even said "if I have time," which meant that he didn't have that much time to waste here. He was planning to leave the underground ruin as soon as possible to study the properties of paradise and sweet dreams. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at the Hot Gold City, but it was just a thought. He didn't have to go. However, Laplace simply waved a hand and changed their route to Hot Gold City. Angor didn't know what to do. He had a lot of things he wanted to say, but in the end, he kept them to himself and followed Laplace. He didn't know where Laplace was going to take him anyway. Since he already had enough time, he didn't want to waste it. He was already here, after all. The mirror corridor won't be affected by the eternal mirror sea? Angor looked around and saw that they were still above the galaxy earlier. Now, the mirror corridor had fallen into the galaxy. Because of this, Angor could clearly see the mirrors around them flickering in and out of existence. Laplace said indifferently, "Most mirror corridors will be affected by the eternal mirror sea, but mine won't." Laplace didn't explain why, and Angor didn't ask. There were only two possible reasons. Either Laplace was strong, or Laplace was the daughter of the White Sun Mirror Domain. "Will it be okay to use the mirror corridor to get to Hot Gold City?" If Laplace's mirror corridor was so special, wouldn't they become the center of attention if they entered the city? It should be noted that the creatures of the Crystal Eye clan had shed several layers of skin when they entered the hot gold city. Laplace shook his head. The creatures inside can't see what's outside. Even if they can, they won't know that we're going to use the corridor. Many living beings in the dream realm have the ability to conceal themselves, even in the eternal mirror sea. Is it really okay to go in human form? Angor asked. Laplace shook his head again. No problem. Didn't you ask before if humans could enter? I can answer you now. Yes. My true form has never been to Hot Gold City, but both Gleipnir and Little Laplace have. Laplace also added Little in front of the rabbit girl's name so that Angor would be able to tell them apart more easily. According to their memories, there are humans in Hot Gold City. Not many. But there are quite a few humanoid creatures. In other words, even a human being could enter Hot Gold City without any problem, let alone a humanoid form. When the Hot Gold City said that it could accommodate all races, it was not just for show. It didn't matter which race you came from, as long as you could reach Hot Gold City, you would be able to enter. As they approached the Golden Dome, Angor decided to ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Speaking of which, where are we going? Angor didn't plan to ask since he knew that Laplace wouldn't hurt him anyway. If that was the case, Laplace wouldn't have waited until now. But now, they were going to Gold City instead. Even though Angor was the one who suggested it, it would still take some time. So, Angor wanted to know where they were going. And what were they going to do there? At least it would be easier for him to make a plan. For example, since they were already in Hot Gold City, should they take a closer look around or just look around? We're going to Little Laplace's home, said Laplace. Angor guessed that the destination had something to do with the rabbit girl. Otherwise, the girl wouldn't have been so anxious. To his surprise, Laplace took him straight to the rabbit girl's home. Isn't Little Laplace's home in the Sea of Mirrors? Angor wanted to ask if the rabbit girl's home wasn't Laplace's home. But after thinking for a while, he changed his question. No, it's not in the Sea of Mirrors. Little Laplace's home is a special reflecting space. You'll know when you get there. Since Laplace didn't want to explain further, Angor sighed and didn't ask any more questions. They did not speak along the way. Soon, they arrived outside the Golden Dome. Are we going in directly? Or a disguise? Laplace gave Angor a strange look. Do as you wish. Since Laplace said so, Angor didn't mind it. He stretched his face a little, and with a series of cracking sounds, his bones, skin, hair, and clothes all changed. Both Laplace and the rabbit girl fell silent when they saw Angor's new appearance. Angor's new appearance was exactly Luigi's. Not only did Angor mimic Luigi's appearance, but his aura was also the same as Luigi's. Even the faintly lingering polymerization energy around Luigi was simulated by him. Laplace was also taken aback by Angor's sudden transformation. Laplace reached out a hand and removed some of the condensed energy from Angor's body. What you're doing right now? Laplace reached out a hand and removed some of the condensed energy around Angor's body. Only then did he realize that the converged energy was actually fake. The energy used to mimic Luigi's body was strange. It seemed to have faint green runes on it. What's wrong? Angor looked at Laplace. Laplace wanted to ask what this energy was, but after a moment of silence, she didn't say anything. Perhaps this was Angor's talent. It wasn't polite to ask a random question. Laplace shook her head. Nothing. Are you sure you want to imitate Luigi? Angor checked his body carefully. Is there something wrong? No, there's nothing wrong. It's very similar. Are you really Angor? Not Brother Luigi? The rabbit girl asked. Angor smiled and raised a hand. A harp appeared in his hand. Along with his plucking, the melodious sound of the harp reached everyone's ears. Angor cleared his throat and spoke in Luigi's voice. Rivers, stars, waves, all are magnificent. Homes, lights, they don't shine on me. The rabbit girl's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe it. This was Luigi's favorite line. He used it to show how miserable he was and how lonely he was. Angor's Luigi didn't look strange at all. For a moment, they felt as if Luigi was really standing in front of them. Laplace gave Angor a thoughtful look. You do look like Luigi. It's hard to tell. But you should change your appearance. Luigi's reputation isn't very good in this mirror area. Angor wanted to say that it didn't matter since it was only for a while. But when he saw Laplace's subtle hint and the deep meaning in his tone, he finally nodded. Happy New Year, end of chapter. Angor didn't put away the harp. He still planned to enter Gold Rush as a bard. Of course, this was only Angor's assumption. Traveling bards would go to Gold Rush to collect materials from all over the place. The only thing he changed was his appearance. He completely changed Luigi's face into a young man with clear eyes who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. A bard with a story. That was what Angor wanted to look like for now. Laplace wanted to say that Angor's new look would be more eye-catching than Luigi's. But when he thought about the situation in Gold Rush, he shook his head and said nothing. So what if he had a story? The mirror creatures didn't have time to talk to him anyway. With Angor's change, the three of them stepped into the Golden Dome. Entering the dome didn't mean entering Gold Rush. They still had to go through the mirror to reach their destination. Going through the mirror was similar to walking through the mirror corridor. The only difference was that they had to walk through the corridor on their own, while going through the mirror was weightless. Several seconds later, bright light shone on Angor's face again. Angor thought that he would find a prosperous city, a rundown town, or a city full of strange creatures like Razudran. However, the real situation was completely different from what he had imagined. A city? He didn't see anything. What he saw was a giant light source that looked like a small sun, as well as a large square several kilometers around it. There were no buildings in this obviously man-made square, only colorful reflections of light. These mirrors could be called a dome, or they could be separated spaces. Or, they could be called mirrors. In any case, these countless mirror images cut the square, making it look very desolate. Even the colorful reflections on the mirror didn't add any liveliness to the square. So this is Gold Rush? Angor looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Laplace nodded. Yes. What kind of city was this? There weren't any buildings? All these mirrors were standing, lying, or covering the square. What kind of city was this? Laplace seemed to have guessed Angor's thoughts. The city I'm talking about is just a translation into human language. To be more precise, it's a settlement. The concept of a city doesn't exist in all intelligent races. For example, Xianxia's world is a world of flames. There is a settlement there that you humans translate as Blazing City, but if you want to find any place that is related to the city in your concept, it does not exist. Angor pondered for a moment and nodded. I see. Angor's idea was still too self-centered, which led to his prejudice. It was normal for different worlds to have different views. Laplace said, however, there are many similar cities in the mirror realm that you humans speak of, and there are many of them. However, the Hot Gold City is more inclined towards a place for cultivation. There is no need for a more detailed plan. Every mirror in the square has one or more mirror creatures living in it. Here, the most important thing is privacy, cultivation, and gathering strength. Privacy and training. Angor knew that the mirrored images were probably something like a compartment to hide one's training and abilities. But gathering power? What was that? Did the square need to gather power? This square is connected to the dome outside. Once you step into the square, all living beings inside will have to contribute their power to the dome. Of course, that's only if the dome cracks. This was called gathering power. Once they entered the square, they would be in the same boat. Once the dome cracked, they would have to work together to get through it. Of course, you can choose not to enter the square. There are still plenty of spaces outside. However, there is no gathering power outside the square. All of it is absorbed into the square by the dome. Of course, the area outside the square was not completely useless. There was a trading zone centered around the Tooth Immortal's ruin branch. Tooth Immortal's ruin has a branch here? Angor wondered. Laplace nodded. It's just a small one. Since there's no gathering power outside the square, no one will object to Tooth Immortal's decision. Moreover, some of the creatures in the mirror who had reached a critical point in their cultivation and needed the help of certain extraordinary items could trade at the trading point without risking leaving. It was quite convenient. This was the main reason why Gold Rush allowed Tooth Immortal to establish a branch here. Where do you want to go? Laplace looked at Angor. If you want to go to the square, I remember a friend of Glepner's who has a mirror area here. I can take you there. If you want to go to the trading zone, just go around the edge. By edge, Laplace was referring to the shadows behind them. Angor didn't notice it before. Now that he looked back, he saw something similar in the shadows. There's no restriction on entering the mirror area. You can go in directly. What Laplace meant was that if Angor wanted to go to the trading point, he could simply enter the mirror there. Angor considered. Anywhere is fine. Angor didn't really mean it when he said he would visit Gold Rush City if he had the chance. However, since he was already here, he didn't mind looking around a little longer. Let's go to Glepner's friend first, then go to the trading zone? Laplace suggested. Angor considered. Let's go to the square. No need to look for him. Going to see Glepner's friend without any preparation was a very rude and impolite thing to do. Angor didn't intend to do that. But according to Laplace, the square was filled with a strong concentration of polymeric energy, and he really wanted to see what it felt like to be in the middle of a sea of energy. Laplace nodded and led Angor and the bunny girl into the square. Half an hour later, Angor walked out of the square with an absent-minded look on his face. Angor had been sensing the gathering energy around him for the past half an hour. He was surprised to find that the energy could be absorbed by his mana whirlpool. He tried to sense the energy before, but he never noticed it because he was always outside the mirror domain and couldn't sense enough energy to reach his mana whirlpool's level. Now that he was in the sea of gathering energy, he finally realized that his mana whirlpool could absorb it from the outside world. Not only that, but his spirit model could also convert the energy into pure energy for his own use. But the conversion rate was very low. In the outside world, he could meditate and absorb primal mana to recover his energy. If he was fast enough, he could recover from 0 to full in 1 or 2 hours. But in this place, it would take at least 3 days, or even longer, to fully recover by absorbing the convergence energy and converting it into mana. Although it would take a long time, it would still be able to recover. This was already very good. In other words, wizards could be self-sufficient in the mirror area. Of course, they had to stay in a place like the Eternal Mirror Sea, which had a strong concentration of gathering energy. Angor now understood why the creatures in the general planes were so eager to learn wizardry. The ability to convert energy into one's own in other worlds was the reason why people were so eager to learn wizardry. However, this wasn't the reason why Angor stayed there for half an hour. He was trying to test the power of the Nightmare Realm. He found that he could use the green rune on his right hand to drive it. So far, he knew that nightmare energy could drive the green rune. Mana could also do the same if it was tainted with nightmare energy. Now, the gathering energy could also do the same. Did this mean that any energy, no matter what kind of energy it came from, could be used as a stepping stone to drive the green patterns? Of course, he couldn't prove it yet. But at least he had an idea. If he had a chance to go to another world, he might be able to test it further. It was only a research project, but it was still useful right now. For example, right now, Laplace was looking at Angor with a puzzled expression. They were already shocked when Laplace used her illusion to simulate Luigi's gathering energy. Now, the energy around Angor's body was even denser, which completely covered Angor's human scent. Any mirror creature who saw Angor now wouldn't think that he was a human. At most, they would think that he was a mirror creature that looked like a human. Even Laplace couldn't see anything wrong with Angor's disguise. After getting Angor's permission, Laplace took a strand of gathering energy from Angor's body and walked away. Caressing this strand of converged energy, Laplace still didn't find any abnormalities. She hesitated for a moment and began to erase this strand of converged energy layer by layer. She didn't know how many layers she had erased, but finally, little green spots of light appeared. However, these green spots of light disappeared the moment they appeared. As for the gathering energy in her hand, it had been completely destroyed. If Laplace didn't learn from Angor that the green light spots came from Angor's illusions, he would have doubted that Angor's convergence energy had such properties all by itself. This small interlude proved that Angor's half-hour study was very valuable. At least, no one would suspect him now that he was pretending to be a mirror creature. Moreover, he could also use his gathered energy to activate the green runes, which allowed him to imitate the mirror creatures and fight in a battle. As long as he didn't say it out loud, no one would notice anything. When Laplace saw this scene, he was very calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. Was it really possible to create illusions like this? Even gathering energy, which was native to the mirror realm, could be fooled. Laplace didn't believe it. Maybe it wasn't the illusion that worked, but the strange green light spots. Laplace vaguely felt that he had seen these green dots of light before in the dream crystal. Was this Angor's trump card? Or was it his trump card? Laplace wasn't sure, but she was sure that it was better to be on good terms with Angor than to go against him. This was also a new discovery for Angor. If he could simulate the energy of another world, did that mean he could also become a supernatural creature from another world? If so, it would be very valuable. With that in mind, Angor increased the importance of this research project even further in his mind. After leaving the square, Angor had become a real mirror creature. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about being seen through if he went to the trading point again. Of course, no one would say anything even if they did. The trading point was hidden in the shadows. Angor felt a bit more lively as soon as he stepped inside. He couldn't see any buildings around him, but he could still see some creatures coming out of the mirrors from time to time, which at least made the trading point feel a bit more spacious. Angor spent more than half an hour in the square, and he didn't see anyone coming out at all. But now, there were at least some creatures coming and going. However, these creatures were not in human form. They all had strange appearances. For example, there was a one-eyed red-skinned monster in front of him. It was wearing a wooden fence like a shirt. Angor was sure that it wasn't a crystal-like creature. A crystal-like creature's eye was extremely beautiful, while this monster's eye had a lot of jagged teeth. It wasn't beautiful at all. The red-skinned monster noticed them as well, and its single eye glowed brightly for a second. Laplace could even faintly hear it whisper, "Human." The red-skinned monster ran toward them as if it had found a treasure. However, when it was about to reach them, it seemed to smell something, and its glowing eye dimmed. Not humans. And the smell of time bodies. Ah. They're strong. The red-skinned monster quickly turned around and ran to the side as fast as it could. There was nothing around him that could hide his body, so he simply plunged into a nearby mirror. According to its thoughts, although it was leaning towards the group of time bodies, it did not directly come into contact with them. Moreover, it was very sensible to avoid them, so it should not be targeted. While it was thinking, it didn't notice that 3 more shadows had appeared behind it. End of chapter. Is this the branch of Tooth Immortal's ruin? Angor asked as he followed the monster into the mirrored area. Laplace shook his head. The Tooth Immortal's ruin branch is still under the control of ancient Tooth Immortal. Like Tooth Immortal, ancient Tooth Immortals like to build grand buildings. So, this isn't the branch of Tooth Immortal's ruin. Angor looked at the small stone hut in front of him, then at the floor stall covered with a layer of mirror paper. He nodded. He knew it. If the branch of Tooth Immortal's ruin was only as big as a street stall, it would be too cheap. If that was the case, Angor would consider letting ancient Tooth Immortal stay in his dream crystal. If this wasn't the branch of Tooth Immortal's ruin, then what was this place? Angor checked the items on the floor. Most of them were unknown vortexes. 2 of them were real objects, a bottle filled with some unknown liquid, and a small round mirror used by ladies to fix their makeup. You're selling sundries? Angor looked at the shopkeeper behind the stall. The shopkeeper didn't look like a real person. Instead, he was an inflatable human-shaped leather bag with antlers attached to it. There was a rope tied to his feet to prevent him from floating around. No. Most of the items I sell are skills. Very practical ones. The shopkeeper's voice sounded like he was drinking wind. When the shopkeeper noticed that Angor was speaking in human language, he also adjusted his language to human common. This was quite common in the mirror domain. Human common was one of the more common languages. After all, humans created a lot of mirrors, and the mirror domain was connected to the outside world where humans lived. Even if the creatures inside the mirror didn't learn human language, they would still learn it after consuming some of the mirror's memories. Therefore, Angor didn't have any problem talking in human language. Skills? Angor looked at the strange vortexes in confusion. Skills can be learned directly? Instead of asking the shopkeeper, Angor looked at Laplace. These are basically the memories of the gaseous creatures. Some of the gaseous creatures' abilities are very compatible with the mirror creatures. As long as you read the relevant memories, you will be able to learn or figure out the relevant abilities. Well, it's not just the gaseous creatures. Actually, humans also have memories that are compatible with the mirror creatures. It's just that most humans are ordinary humans, and the mirror memories related to superhumans aren't necessarily related to knowledge. That's why gaseous creatures are more popular here. It wasn't that the gas creatures' abilities were reflected in the mirror, but some of the gas creatures lived in environments similar to the crystal world, so it was easier for them to be reflected in the mirror. Angor nodded. To put it bluntly, these books were like books and knowledge. Do you think they're useful to you? Angor decided to ask again. Laplace said, it's useless. Besides, it might not be a skill. As soon as Laplace finished his words, the antler bag spoke in a loud voice, don't you dare slander my reputation. These are skills. Laplace glanced at the antler bag, and a beam of light flashed across his eyes. Yes or no, you and I both know it. The antler bag wanted to say something else, but he suddenly shivered. He walked around on the spot in a daze. After a while, the antler bag looked at Laplace in confusion. You did this? Laplace humped but didn't say anything. The antler bag was still trying to argue with Laplace. After hearing the humph, he seemed to have realized something. How could you? Angor looked at Laplace in confusion. What did you do? Laplace whispered to Angor using voice transmission. I found his real body and gave him a small punishment. Real body? Angor followed the voice transmission. His real body is in the square. There's no need to show mercy or argue with these people who bully customers. Laplace's main body had been in the empty mirror sea for many years, so she had seen countless mirror memories. Her understanding of memories was also very deep. The vortex-like gas was indeed a memory, but it was hard to say whether it was a skill or not. Angor had to read it himself to know. In other words, buying the gas vortexes was like opening a blind box. But what if the blind box had already been opened, or if someone had poked a small hole in the blind box, peeked at the contents of the box, and then took it out to sell? Laplace didn't know if there was a skill inside, but she could tell at a glance that the vortex was incomplete. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it was incomplete, but it might have been a problem with the process of capturing it. But each of the gas vortexes was missing about 0.1%. Someone must have peeked inside the memory. Since the gas vortexes were already peeked at and were still being sold, Laplace was sure that the gas vortexes didn't contain a skill. Laplace knew this too well. If she really wanted to argue, the shopkeeper wouldn't be able to win. But she didn't want to argue. Instead, she used the antler bag as a medium to threaten the owner of the bag. She clearly told the owner that she could find him, that she knew who he was, and that he had nowhere to run if she wanted to kill him. Laplace could treat Angor as an equal because Angor was worth it. But if she wanted to treat other living beings as equals, she could do it, but she didn't want to. At first, the shopkeeper didn't understand what was going on and felt wronged. But when he realized Laplace's terrifying ability, he immediately shut his mouth and leaned against the wall of the stone house like a frozen balloon. Although Laplace clearly said that the gas vortexes weren't skills, Angor still checked the items on the ground with great interest. It was the first time he saw such things. He didn't have to buy them, but the shopkeeper didn't want to make a fuss about it. Angor could use them to gain proficiency with alchemy. That was what Angor meant. Alchemy wasn't something that could be achieved by simply gaining proficiency. By gaining, Angor simply used alchemy to detect unknown objects and record the information into a server in his mind. Angor could then edit the unknown information and turn it into known information. Then, the next time he encountered a similar item, the server would not pop up with an unknown message. In other words, Angor was using the server to update its knowledge. When he was done with the vortex, he looked at the only 2 items on the stall. When he was about to examine the object, he noticed a red figure trying to move away from the wall. Without a doubt, it was the red-skinned one-eyed monster. At this moment, it was almost at the door. As long as it turned its body sideways, it could quickly rush out and leave this cramped little stone house, leaving the mirrored light, and that was exactly what it did. However, when it was halfway there, the mirror at the door suddenly solidified. It crashed into it, and a huge bump immediately appeared on its head. While the monster was still confused, Angor's voice came to its ears. "Why are you running? I need you." Several minutes later, the red-skinned one-eyed monster obediently stuck to the stone wall, not daring to move an inch. After making sure that the monster wouldn't run away, Angor continued to observe the other two objects. Everything alchemy I identified before was filled with question marks. But this time it had a clear answer. The first bottle with a strange liquid was a potion. Angor did not open the bottle to check the composition of the potion, but he already smelled something familiar on the bottle cap. "There's black charm tea in it?" Angor was surprised. As soon as Angor spoke, the antlered skin bag, which had been pretending to be a human, suddenly spoke in a buzzing voice. You know it?" "No, I mean, esteemed guest, you know this potion?" Angor had just gained a lot of proficiency with alchemy and solved many question marks in the server. He was in a good mood. He didn't ignore the antlered skin bag's question. "I don't know what kind of potion it is. But since black charm tea is the main ingredient, I don't think it's a buffing potion. Of course, for some people, it could be a buffing potion." Laplace asked, "Black charm tea? Is it a product of the human world? Why didn't the sage mention it?" Angor replied, "Black charm tea is a kind of tea that only became popular in the southern wizardry region recently. It's on the Grey Chain, and the supreme cult is very strict about it. It was normal that the sage didn't know about it." Angor then explained the origin of black charm tea to Laplace. This was an extraordinary magical plant produced in the abyssal plane. It naturally had an addictive taste, but it tasted a bit like tea, which was why it was called tea. But in reality, this plant was similar to mana algae powder and mystic vine in that it was addictive. Even wizards could get addicted to it. This was why Angor believed that a potion that used black charm tea as its main ingredient would not be anything good. But for those who were already addicted, black charm tea was indispensable. Laplace didn't know about black charm tea, but he had heard about enchanting vine before. When he heard that black charm tea was similar to enchanting vine, he stopped paying attention to it. Laplace would never touch something that could make him lose control of himself. Even if the probability was less than 1%, he still wouldn't do it. "Since you know that it's black charm tea, do you know where you can get it?" The antlered skin bag didn't want to give up. "Didn't I tell you already?" "The abyss." The antlered skin bag looked a little disappointed when he heard the word abyss. Perhaps it was because of the abyss plane's nature. Only a few things, including memories and real objects, came from the abyss plane. If black charm tea had to be obtained from the abyss plane, then forget it. The antlered skin bag didn't say anything else. Angor took the chance to check out the last item, a small, classical mirror used by ladies to touch up their makeup. Using alchemy eye, Angor saw all the materials used in the mirror appearing in the server. Well, they were all mundane materials. But why are they here if they're mundane? Laplace sent him another voice transmission. "This mirror feels heavy. I can sense some resentment hidden inside. If you're willing to polish it, you can create something similar to the mithril mirror in Charlie's palace." Mithril mirror? The reflection space that contained the entire Charlie palace. If this mirror could also be used to create a mirror that could hold a large number of objects, it would be great. "Are there many mirrors like this in the outside world?" Angor asked. "Very few," Laplace replied. Angor couldn't see anything special about the mirror. But since Laplace described it as heavy, it meant it was something good. Moreover, Laplace had clearly said that there were very few such mirrors in the outside world. So, he could pick one up here. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. When he asked for the price of the mirror, the antlered skin bag gave him a high price of 50,000 crystals. Angor gave Laplace a questioning look. "A reasonable price," Laplace replied in a small voice. The shopkeeper knew how heavy the mirror was, which was why he gave such a reasonable price. Since the shopkeeper knew how valuable the mirror was, Angor couldn't pick it up. As for the crystals, Angor didn't have them. Since that was the case, Angor decided to give up. He muttered to himself, I came to the City of Gold to enjoy the scenery, not to buy anything. Still, he couldn't help but offer a price. I have a black charm tea plant. How about it? Was a black charm tea plant expensive? Not really. Addictive items like this usually sold for a small profit, so they wouldn't be sold at a high price. Even if it was a fresh plant, it wouldn't cost much. The Supreme Cult would keep an eye on you, and you wouldn't have a chance to cultivate it. He bought the tea from Breeze, which was why he decided to take it since it was cheap. He didn't want to take something too expensive from Breeze for free. The antlered skin bag didn't expect Angor to have a fresh plant either. He hesitated for a while and seemed to be interested. If the antlered skin bag was willing to trade the mirror for the black charm tea, Angor believed he would get a great deal. But in the end, the antlered skin bag shook his head. Forget it. Angor didn't insist. He nodded and left the stone hut with Laplace and the others. When he left, he didn't forget to take the red-skinned one-eyed monster with him. Angor walked out of the mirror and asked the monster, Is there anything around here? There's no place of execution or burial. Sir, please let me go. I'm just a servant who came out to shop for my master. I don't mean any harm, the red-skinned one-eyed monster said quickly. I'm asking you if there's a place to rest, like a pub? No. There's no pub here. But if you want to rest, you can go to Tooth Immortal's branch. It's a big place, and there's a place for you to rest. Angor nodded. Alright, let's go there then. You come with me. End of chapter. After leaving the stone house, Angor looked around at all the mirrors and suddenly didn't know where to go. Where was the Tooth Immortal's ruin branch? He asked Laplace. Laplace considered for a moment and said, Every branch in Tooth Immortal's ruin is decorated with a blue book. Let's see which mirror has the mark of the book. Despite that, Angor still felt that his head was full of reflections from all the mirrors in the trading area. It wasn't easy to find a special mark. The one-eyed monster stuttered, I'll lead the way. Sirs, I'll lead the way. Alright then. Lead the way. The one-eyed monster trembled and nodded. It then followed Angor's lead. Angor looked at the trembling monster and wanted to comfort it by saying, Don't worry, we're not going to eat you. But when he thought about it, he felt that they were acting like bullies by blocking the way. Comforting the monster now felt like a wrong idea. Angor decided not to do so. He would talk to the monster later. If the monster was hostile, he would punish it. If not, he would just pretend nothing happened. Laplace and the bunny girl didn't object to Angor's decision. The monster was acting strangely at first, as if it thought they were humans and wanted to do something. Angor was a human, so it was normal for him to have such thoughts. While the one-eyed monster was fantasizing about running away, being attacked from behind while leading the way, and having its corpse destroyed, they finally arrived at the Tooth Immortal's ruin branch. When he saw the mirror that represented the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins branch, the red-skinned one-eyed monster relaxed a little. Fighting was forbidden inside the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins. The aura of those who violated the rule would be forever rejected by the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins memory and listed as unwelcome. Also, anyone who caused too much damage would be hunted down by Tooth Immortal's ruin powerhouses. This was why the one-eyed monster suggested coming to Tooth Immortal's ruin. At least it would be safe inside. But it was a different story outside of Tooth Immortal's ruin. The one-eyed monster gritted its teeth and decided to stay in Tooth Immortal's ruin forever if those people really wanted to kill it. While the monster's expression kept changing, Angor was observing the mirror of the Tooth Immortal's ruin branch. It was a standing mirror. It was only 2 meters wide, much smaller than the other mirrors around it. However, it had a delicate appearance. Not only did it have a frame, but it also had a logo of a blue book on top. Yes. This is Tooth Immortal's ruin branch. Ancient Tooth Immortal does have such a feature. Feature? Angor was confused. The entrance is small and delicate. It allows Ancient Tooth Immortal to go in. However, for most of the mirror creatures, this door was too small. If they wanted to enter, they would have to shrink themselves. In the ancient tooth fairy's opinion, letting them shrink themselves was a sign of respect. Just entering the door gave ancient tooth fairy a sense of superiority. But the inside of Tooth Immortal's ruin must be big. It's not to satisfy the size of other creatures, but because ancient Tooth Immortal thinks that the bigger it is, the more knowledgeable it is. The bigger it was, the more knowledgeable it was because the Tooth Immortal's ruin headquarters was already very big. It was filled with all kinds of books, scrolls, and knowledge carriers. The Tooth Immortal's ruin branch did not have such facilities, but it still retained its grandeur. Laplace continued, of course. I personally think ancient Tooth Immortal built it so big because it's too small. It worships whatever it lacks. Laplace did not try to hide his words. Both Angor and the one-eyed monster heard it. Angor's feelings aside, the one-eyed monster was already trembling in fear. As he listened, he looked around. Fortunately, the ancient tooth fairy was not around. Otherwise, just this violent discussion would make the ancient tooth fairy view them as enemies. The one-eyed monster hoped that ancient Tooth Immortal would reject them. But it was right beside them. If ancient Tooth Immortal really treated them as enemies, the one-eyed monster would surely be dragged into the mess. As for explaining to ancient Tooth Immortal, just look at the shop owner with the antler bag. Explaining was useless in front of a powerful being. So ancient Tooth Immortals are a bunch of prideful little creatures? Angor asked. Laplace nodded. You can say that. What about the Tooth Immortals from Tooth Fairy Paradise? Are they as prideful as ancient Tooth Immortal? The one-eyed monster almost jumped up. It looked at Angor anxiously, as if it wanted to say something. Angor was puzzled. Laplace kindly explained what the one-eyed monster wanted to say. You can mention the Tooth Immortals from Tooth Fairy Paradise in front of ancient Tooth Immortals, but you can't compare them to ancient Tooth Immortals. That's a big taboo for ancient Tooth Immortals. Angor remembered that Laplace mentioned that ancient Tooth Immortals now called themselves Scholars of Mirror Ocean, which meant that they were completely different from the Tooth Immortals from Tooth Fairy Paradise. Of course, they all looked the same to the outside world. However, ancient Tooth Immortals were in charge of the trade, so the mirror creatures would still respect them. But it won't do anything to them, Laplace said in a plain tone. The reason was simple. With Laplace here, ancient Tooth Immortals would not dare to cause trouble. But if you want them to open an online shop, they probably won't do it. Angor nodded. Got it. While they were talking, the red-skinned one-eyed monster asked meekly, Are we going in? It did not want to speak, but these people were getting more and more ridiculous. It was really scared that ancient Tooth Immortals would suddenly show up. If that happened, it would also get dragged into the mess, and it would not be able to explain. In order to stop them from talking, the one-eyed monster gathered its courage and asked while they were still talking. Angor did not know that the one-eyed monster was so scared that it almost peed its pants. He thought that the monster had calmed down a little, which was a good thing. After all, Angor did not plan to do anything to the monster. He only asked it to come because he was curious. Sure, let's go. With Angor's permission, the one-eyed monster quickly stepped into the mirror, fearing that something bad might happen if it stayed any longer. Angor and the others did not fall behind and followed him inside. When Angor entered the inner area of the Tooth Immortal's ancient ruin branch, he was surprised for a moment. How big was the inner area? It was only a little smaller than the trading hall in Tree Spirit Garden. It was about 200 or 300 meters in length and width, while the height was only a few dozen meters. However, the furnishings, tools, cabinets, and bookshelves were all ridiculously huge. It was as if they were made for giants. Correspondingly, a group of infant-sized humanoid creatures flew in front of the enormous artifacts. These tiny humanoid creatures wore all kinds of clothes, most of which were heavy and scholarly. They all had a pair of transparent cicada-like wings on their backs, which allowed them to fly freely. The most distinguishing part about them was the top of their heads. This group of little people all wore a hat on their heads, and the style of the hat was extremely similar to teeth. There were human baby teeth that looked like crowns, wolf teeth that looked like magic hats, and elephant teeth that looked like demon horns. Angor was quite surprised to see all of them. Those little creatures with teeth on their heads are Tooth Immortals? Laplace nodded. Yes. But you should call them Mirror Sea Scholars. Oh, right. The Tooth Immortals in Tooth Fairy Paradise also wear such hats, but they look more elegant and graceful. You can tell whether they are ancient Tooth Immortals or ordinary Tooth Immortals by their clothes. Angor wanted to ask why the Tooth Immortals had teeth on their heads and their talents, but he decided to put it aside for now since he would have a chance to ask them in the future. Ancient Tooth Immortal didn't react much to Angor's arrival. In fact, it didn't even look at them. There were simply too many mirror creatures in the Tooth Immortal ruin. Angor's previous surprise had something to do with these strange-looking mirror creatures. Before this, he could only see a few of them outside. But inside the ruin, there were so many of them. Ancient Tooth Immortal already had a hard time dealing with the mirror creatures in front of it, let alone paying attention to the newcomers. Of course, it wasn't that no one noticed them. A few crystals floating in the air glanced at them. According to Laplace's voice transmission, these crystals also belonged to the Crystal Eye race. They were hired by Ancient Tooth Immortal to guard and supervise the branch in order to prevent theft of resources. They also had to keep an eye on the guests who were trying to steal their goods. In other words, they were another type of surveillance. These are just the juniors of the Crystal Eye race. Usually, there will be a Crystal Eye race powerhouse in the branch. They are the true guards. Their strength is about the same as the Truthfinder adepts of your adepts, Laplace transmitted. About as strong as Truthfinder wizards? This wasn't an accurate measurement. Level 1 Truthfinder wizards would have different levels of strength depending on the path they chose. However, judging by the median number of Truthfinder wizards, the Crystal Eye race fighters were already quite strong. Angor's group didn't move toward the display cabinets or bookshelves. Instead, they went to the communication area, or rather, the resting area. The Crystal Eye race fighters only glanced at them and didn't pay them any attention. The communication area was a place for people to exchange information, abilities, and memories. However, most of the mirror creatures who came to Gold Rush City were here for training, so the communication area here was very quiet. However, it was only a branch in Gold Rush City, and the communication area was very cold. For example, the exchange area in the headquarters was very lively. Well, at least Angor and Goth wouldn't be disturbed. Goth was the red-skinned monster's name. So, tell me. Why did you target us? Angor looked at Goth. Goth gave him a bitter look. No, I didn't. I didn't do anything. Although they had already arrived at the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins branch, Gosi still felt a little uneasy. He felt that the three people in front of him were a little too unscrupulous. He could feel it from the way they had talked about the Ancient Tooth Immortal at the entrance of the Tooth Immortal Ancient Ruins. I heard you say human. You're looking for a human, aren't you? Or are you looking for food? Goth quickly waved his hands. No. I only eat crystals, nothing else. Especially humans. I don't dare to eat them. Goth's nervous look wasn't fake. Angor used his beyonder perception to sense the monster's uneasiness. Especially the second half of the sentence, when Goth mentioned humans, it sounded more like fear. Angor didn't know why Goth suddenly came here, but he was sure the monster wasn't looking for humans. Since that was the case, Angor didn't try to force Goth to answer. Why are you so nervous when talking about humans? Goth swallowed his saliva in fear and said in a low voice, because my master is a human. He was planning to let Goth go if he didn't get an answer, but Goth didn't. However, Goth's answer piqued Angor's interest. Your master is a human? Is he in Gold City? Goth looked at Angor cautiously. What do you want? Angor knew what Goth was thinking. Do you think I'll use this body if I don't like humans? I'm just curious about what you did before. You can leave if you don't want to talk. Angor pointed at the exit nearby. Angor was curious why Goth's master was a human, but he wouldn't force it if Goth didn't want to talk. Goth looked at the exit and then back at Angor. Can I really leave? Angor shrugged. Sure. Goth looked hesitant as if he was trying to figure out Angor's plan. After hesitating for a long time, it finally stood up and resolutely walked towards the exit. Before Goth left, Angor spoke in a low voice, You can go to your master and seek revenge from us if you want. We'll be here for half an hour. If you want to do that, you better do it within that time. Gosi staggered, but he did not dare to turn his head back. He braced himself and rushed out. You're going to let her go just like that? Laplace watched Goth's figure disappear. Angor shrugged. I'm not going to do anything to her anyway. Laplace remained silent for a moment. So what are you going to do now? Since we're already here, let's see if there's anything worth buying in Tooth Immortal's ruins. You don't have crystals. You don't accept bartering here? Laplace shook his head. The headquarters does, but not this place. But there's a special channel for selling items. You can sell something valuable for crystals. Angor nodded. I see, he wasn't planning to trade crystals for now. Crystals were both a training resource and a currency for the mirror creatures. But for Angor, they were only currency, and he had nowhere to use them outside of the mirror domain. Still, if he found something he liked, he wouldn't mind trading it for crystals. This was only a branch of Tooth Immortal's ruins, but there were still a lot of goods for sale. Angor took a quick look and found that there were three main types of goods. Most of them were resources related to cultivation. Since most people came to Gold Rush City for the concentrated energy, the headquarters of Tooth Immortal's ruins did the right thing by focusing all their resources here. The second type was defensive resources. Most of them were used to buff the dome, while some of them were used for personal protection. These resources were considered strategic resources in Gold Rush City, and each of them was sold at a very high price. Speaking of which, it was worth mentioning that Tooth Immortal's ruins had two ways of purchasing items, open bidding and direct purchase. Among them, the best-selling goods, such as cultivation resources and defensive resources, were all displayed on display cabinets. Above the display cabinets was a square mirror. This mirror was the mother mirror of the mother mirror system. It was connected to the countless sub-mirrors in the hall. If one wanted to bid, one only needed to enter their own price into the sub-mirror and the mother mirror would display it, similar to a semi-public bidding. The direct purchase items were considered unsaleable items. These unsaleable items were not bad. In fact, some of them were even more valuable than the items listed in the auction. However, few people were willing to buy them. Moreover, the prices of these products were not cheap. Back to the main topic. The third type of goods could be classified as miscellaneous items. These included skills, memories, real objects, and so on. Generally speaking, unsaleable items were all in this category. But this was only the situation in the city of Hot Gold. According to Laplace, in the headquarters of the Tooth Immortal ancient ruins, the best sellers were memories and physical objects. It could only be said that different environments created different purchasing intentions. Angor glanced through the items. He was most interested in some special defensive resources, which could be used by wizards as well. However, when he saw the increasing prices, he decided to give up. Apart from defensive resources, Angor was also interested in memories and real objects. Laplace saw Angor looking at memories and went straight to the point. Her forest of memories was full of memories. If Angor was interested in them, he could go there first. Angor hesitated for a moment before he realized that he still had the forest of memories. The forest of memories was already placed in the dream crystal, and he could go there whenever he wanted. There was no need to pay attention to the memories here. As for real objects, they could be brought back to reality, so Angor was quite interested in them. However, Angor did not find many valuable items in this place. Most of them only had the slightest supernatural aura. Still, there were some items among them that attracted Angor's attention. For example, there was a half-length mirror on top of a display rack in front of him. Yes, it was a mirror again. This half-length mirror was placed at the top of the display rack, which meant it was not popular. Angor was not interested in the mirror itself. It was because he saw familiar patterns on the surface of the mirror. When he was about to take a closer look, he heard a strange voice in his ears. "You're interested in this mirror?" End of chapter. It was an androgynous voice. Or rather, a voice that transcended gender. The voice reminded Angor of the holy angel recorded in the hologram tablet. It was said that the voice of a holy angel transcended gender and was as beautiful as the sound of nature. He turned around and looked at the man. He was looking at the voice as if he was looking at a holy angel. But when he saw what the speaker looked like, his expression froze up. It wasn't completely unrelated to an angel. At least, it had a pair of wings. Angels also had wings. But apart from those wings, it had nothing in common with an angel. The speaker was a ball wearing a gauze robe. A giant pink ball with pink wings on its back. Its eyes were watery, and Angor couldn't tell if it had a nose. However, he could see sharp teeth inside its open mouth. It was a strange and adorable creature. At first glance, it didn't seem all that powerful. However, Laplace's voice transmission told Angor that the pink ball was as strong as her clone. Even if it was slightly weaker, it was at least as strong as a level 2 Truthfinder wizard. Are you talking to me? As soon as he finished his words, he saw the figure hiding behind the pink sphere. Goth? Yes, the cowering figure behind the pink ball was the red-skinned one-eyed monster. Goth, so, Goth brought you here to get revenge? Angor frowned. When he let Goth go, he told the monster to go find your master and seek revenge from us. Angor only said that because he wanted to see the human master Goth mentioned. However, Goth didn't bring back a human. It was a pink ball. Furthermore, this pink ball was quite powerful. That was one of the reasons why. Did he screw up? As he muttered to himself, Angor noticed something was amiss. The pink ball's angelic voice came again. Revenge? No. I'm just curious. He paused. The pink ball asked again, are you interested in that mirror? Angor didn't know why the pink ball kept asking this question. He considered and nodded. A little. The patterns on it are interesting. That's a rune, said the pink ball. I know, he said in his mind. The pink ball continued, that's a magic pattern drawn by my partner. Huh? The pink ball said, this mirror was also sold by my partner. He did not say anything this time. Was the pink ball asking him to buy the mirror? That wouldn't do. Angor was interested in the mirror. It was purely because he saw the mageweth on it. But speaking of this mirror alone, Angor was not interested at all. According to Laplace's judgment, there was a mirror space behind the mirror, which was relatively stable. Also, he was sure that the mirror space was stable because of the strange phenomenon. It should be related to the mageweth. If it was a mirror with a very stable space, Angor might even want to buy it. For example, the lady's makeup mirror he saw in the stone house was very good. However, it was just a mirror space that relied on external assistance and hadn't been born for too long, so it wasn't worth it. He would never buy it, Angor muttered in his mind. The pink ball spoke again, are you human? I can't tell. You look like a human, but at the same time, you don't. Angor remained silent. The pink ball was like a chatterbox. He continued talking to himself, my partner is a human. Angor already knew that the pink ball's partner was a human. After all, mageweth was a supernatural technique. It was generally popular among humans, and the mageweths of different schools had different starting styles. The mageweths on the mirror were different. The mageweth on the mirror was obviously from the Southern Academies. Maybe a mageweth sorcerer who graduated from Xianxia Academy. So, Angor was not surprised that the pink ball's partner was a human. What really surprised him was what kind of aesthetic sense the pink ball had. Why would he be with such a creature? Angor read something like love can transcend all restraints from a book. But he still did not understand. Was it an external control? The pink ball did not care about Angor's thoughts. It spoke in a cheerful tone, I don't care if you're a human or not. Since you're interested in the mirror made by my partner, you must be destined to meet him. Do you want to meet him? Him? A male? Not a female. The pink ball did not know what Angor was thinking, but it still nodded. Yes, to meet my partner. Angor knew the pink ball misunderstood him, but he did not explain. He was surprised that the pink ball's partner was a male because the pink ball spoke in a rather masculine way. Angor assumed it was a male, so his partner should be a female. But he did not expect the pink ball to be his wife. Did your partner send you here? The pink ball shook its head. No. My partner doesn't know about this. Do you want to meet him? Angor did not understand the pink ball's logic. He only looked at the mirror a few times, and it was destined. Destined to meet each other? Also, did Gosi really not bring the pink ball here for revenge? Do you want to go? The pink ball asked 3 times in a row. Angor did not know why it was so persistent. But judging from its expression, it had to give an answer. Angor glanced at Laplace. He wanted to ask for Laplace's opinion. But Laplace sent him a voice transmission instead. You decide. It can't beat me. Angor was relieved to hear Laplace's words. It meant there was a problem. Laplace was not someone who would give up. Since that was the case, Angor was no longer worried. Sure. He also wanted to see the humans in the mirror domain. Besides, judging from the mageweths on the surface of the mirror, the other party was a mageweth warlock. It should be easier to communicate with a mageweth warlock than with the pink ball. The pink ball grinned from ear to ear. Great. Shall we go now? So I don't need to buy the mirror. That was good too. Anyway, he had never thought of buying this mirror. The pink ball could not wait for Angor to meet its partner. It quickly flew toward the exit without taking Gosi with it. Master, he meant no harm, Goth spoke in a trembling voice. Master, he didn't mean any harm. Whether or not he has ill intentions, we'll have to go take a look first. Angor asked Gosi to lead the way. After leaving the Tooth Immortal's branch, Gosi kept moving forward. Angor soon saw the pink ball. Because at this moment, it was floating above the square. The pink ball seemed to be using itself as a pole, while Angor's group followed the pole and soon arrived at its location. Below the pink ball was a triangular mirror covered by a dome. When the pink ball saw Angor's group approaching, it went into the mirror first. Angor looked at Laplace, who nodded to indicate that the mirror and the space behind it were fine. After making sure that everything was correct, they stepped into the mirror as well. When Angor opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a green grassland. He could see trees and gardens nearby, and the air was fresh. Along with the bright light source, he felt as if he had gone from a barren city of gold to a human world in March. Angor looked around. The place was quite spacious. Every inch of it was covered with lush green grass, which made it look like a ranch. The 3-story villa not far away, as well as the stone path and fences beside the creek, all gave him the same feeling. That's where my 2 masters are staying. At this moment, Gosi also appeared at the side. He pointed at the small villa not far away and said, Sirs, please follow me. After Gosi finished speaking, he walked to the front and continued to take on the responsibility of leading the way. Since they could already see their destination, Gosi's main purpose was to make sure everyone was safe by setting an example. You're a servant here? Gosi nodded. His single eye was filled with excitement. Yes, Master took me in and brought me here. Angor could tell that Gosi truly recognized him as a servant. And it made sense. According to Laplace, Gosi was a low-level mirror creature. In other words, he had low intelligence. His current achievements probably had a lot to do with his training in Gold Rush City. Goss definitely couldn't come to Hot Gold City by himself. However, as a servant, he was brought here to enjoy the rich polymerization energy here. It was definitely a good deal for him. It was normal that Gosi was excited. Maybe it was because Gosi felt more relaxed now that he was back in his own territory. While leading the way, Gosi shared some of his experiences. As Laplace expected, Gosi was born 80 years ago. Gosi lived in mirror spaces that were more vulnerable to destruction. When they were about to be destroyed, they would move to other mirror spaces nearby. If they were unlucky and couldn't find a mirror space nearby, they could only drift in the dark void. Gosi, who was born not long ago, wandered through several mirror spaces. Unfortunately, he failed to find a new place to stay, so he began to drift in the boundless void. Fortunately, after drifting for a short while, it met its master, its human master. Maybe the master saw how pitiful he was and took him in. His master gave him the name Gosi. Back then, Gosi wasn't smart enough to do much. He could only help his master with herding. Yes, herding. Angor's guess was correct. This place was a ranch where some chickens, cows, and other livestock from the human world were used to graze. Now, these animals were resting in Gosi's mirror space, so Angor didn't see them in the ranch. Later on, its master brought it to the city of Hot Gold. Although it was still a servant here, the things it did were pretty much the same as before. It was grazing and helping to buy some daily necessities. The rest of its time was spent on cultivation and enlightenment. Gosi grew up relying on his master. He didn't think it was a bad thing to become a servant. During the conversation, Angor also asked Goss about his master, but Goss refused to tell him anything. According to Gosi, he shouldn't talk about his master. That being said, when Gosi was talking about his own matters, he would occasionally take the initiative to talk about his master. Moreover, he would never stop once he started talking about it. Gosi might have gained intelligence, but his overall intelligence was still worrying. According to Gosi, he had two masters, but he still respected his human master more. After all, the human was his savior. Gosi's master was a gentle man, but there seemed to be something wrong with his body. However, Gosi didn't tell Angor what the problem was. Gosi also mentioned that his master didn't have any friends in Gold Rush City and rarely went out. He was very lonely. Gosi approached Angor's group because he wanted to see if they were humans. If Angor was a human, it would like to invite them to meet its master. That way, its master might be able to relieve some of his loneliness through the friendship of the same race. As for Gosi's second master, the pink ball, Gosi didn't dare to talk too much about it. This was a true "don't talk about your master" rule. This meant that the human who lived in this ranch was more easygoing, while the pink ball was more strict. After getting a general idea of the situation, they approached the small mansion. Gosi didn't go any further. According to him, they would enter his master's territory, and he wouldn't trespass without permission. However, they didn't need Gosi to lead them here. The door of the small mansion was already open, and they could already see the pink ball inside. Angor's group entered the small mansion. Angor felt a sense of familiarity as soon as he stepped inside. The interior of the house was designed according to the needs of humans, including the size of the room, furniture, decorations, and so on. Even the pink ball itself, which used to be a huge creature outside, had shrunk into a tiny ball inside. It looked like Fatty Ding. Judging from the decorations, Angor could tell that the pink ball was very accommodating to its mate. Or rather, it listened to its mate's orders. Angor felt the accommodation even more clearly after entering the house. The air was no longer filled with converged energy. Instead, it was filled with a large amount of primal mana. This primal mana was created by breaking magic stones, which was as dense as converged energy. Angor could tell how many magic stones were broken in the house. To maintain this level of concentration, a magic stone would be broken every few days. Angor could tell how much the pink ball spoiled its mate. They still didn't see any human in the living room. However, Angor sensed a life presence on the second floor. Angor guessed that Gosi's master, the pink ball's mate, was on the second floor. Angor didn't use his spirit feelers to check. After all, he didn't admit that he was a human yet. Using spirit feelers would expose his identity. Besides, it wasn't appropriate to check someone else's house. The pink ball gestured for them to sit down. The pink ball also fluttered and landed on the oval sofa at the side. Its body fit perfectly into the hole of the sofa. It was obvious that the sofa was custom-made for it. "Where's the human you mentioned?" Angor asked as soon as the pink sphere sat down. "My mate is upstairs. But he's meditating now, and it's not appropriate to disturb him. Can you wait for a moment?" Angor frowned. He understood that wizards didn't want to be disturbed while meditating. But if the pink ball knew that its mate was meditating, why did it invite them here? "Now that we're here, you should be able to tell us the real purpose of inviting us to meet your partner, right?" The pink ball invited them 3 times in a row, so it must have something to ask. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come all the way here and invite them so warmly. Could it be that the pink ball was the same as Gosi? Was it looking for them to relieve its partner's loneliness? If that was the case, Angor didn't mind meeting the pink ball. But it was impossible for them to stay with the pink ball for a long time. The pink ball spoke again, but it was still hesitant. Angor didn't know what to say. "Actually, I bought my mate from Tooth Immortal's ruins." Angor frowned. "Slave trade? Human trafficking?" The pink ball quickly shook its head. "No, it's not like that. I didn't know my mate was inside the ore." So the pink ball was saying that its mate came out of the ore? Angwar's expression changed. Why did it sound so familiar? What's wrong? Laplace noticed Angwar's expression and asked. Angwar cleared his throat. And nothing. I just didn't expect there to be someone inside the ore. The pink ball nodded quickly. I didn't expect that either. After saying that, the pink ball smiled shyly. However, perhaps this is fate. A true lover, no matter where he or she is born, will meet in the end. Get to the point. The pink ball, the point is, my partner came out of the ore. But I'm sure he didn't come from the ore. Humans can't be born from ore, right? Yes. Apart from strange humans born from forbidden alchemy, most humans were born from a fetus. Speaking of which, even if a forbidden alchemy creature was born from a forbidden alchemy, it shouldn't have come from an ore. Angor paused a little. And? The pink ball hesitated. And then? I want to know who he is. End of chapter 2942. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.